Su-Chi, an adolescent filled with youthful exuberance, has long harbored fantasies of traversing into the enchanting world of Pokémon, capturing Pokémon, and ultimately becoming a Pokémon Master. One day, upon awakening, Su-Chi discovers that he has indeed been transported to the realm of Pokémon. He finds himself born in Pallet Town, where he awakens a lottery system that grants him an array of formidable Pokémon to accompany him on his adventures. As Su-Chi awakens the power of Aura, he marvels at his newfound abilities, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Is this the essence of Aura? How delightful!" Gyarados unleashes a torrent of flames, while Greninja employs its Water Shuriken. How astonishingly skilled this man is. He is truly captivating. Thus, the journey of adventure commences. Chapter 1. A Journey into the Pokémon World. Nightfall. Su-Chi lies in bed, clutching the latest model of the Pokémon Sword and Shield gaming console. With a flick of the Master Ball, he successfully captures Eternatus. "Yes," Su-Chi exclaims triumphantly. "At last, I have captured Eternatus." Glancing at the time, he notices it is nearly 3 o'clock. Realizing the hour is late, Su-Chi sets down the console and lies down to sleep. Just as he succumbs to slumber, a peculiar white light flashes. The Divine Lottery system is currently binding, successfully attaching itself to the host. It is preparing for world traversal, confirming the host's consciousness within the Pokémon realm, identifying the target, and initiating the journey. The following day, Su-Chi opens his eyes, prepared to rise, only to be taken aback by his surroundings. What is this place? Su-Chi gazes at the quaint wooden attic, the Snorlax alarm clock by his bedside, and the plethora of Pokémon decorations adorning the room. Could it be? I have traveled into the realm of Pokémon. A surge of memories floods Su-Chi's mind. So this is the Pokémon world, and I have arrived in the fabled Pallet Town, reincarnated as a 6-year-old child. In this world, I am also named Su-Chi, a child adopted by Professor Oak. Well, since I am here, I might as well embrace my fate. This fulfills a long-held desire. Indeed, Su-Chi has envisioned countless times stepping into the world of Pokémon, donning a blue ensemble that complements his handsome visage. With wisps of hair brushing his forehead, he cannot help but admire his own charm. Exiting his room, he makes his way to Professor Oak's laboratory. Ah, Su-Chi has arrived. Good day, Grandpa. Today marks the commencement of the Pokémon Summer Camp. I have prepared your backpack. Do remember to take it. Soon, you and Gary will embark on your journey. It dawns on Su-Chi that today is indeed the day of the Pokémon Summer Camp, and he wonders if he might encounter Serena, the adorable heroine of the 6th-generation anime, a dream girl for many Pokémon enthusiasts. Just then, Gary's voice interrupts Su-Chi's daydreams. "Let's go, Su-Chi. We might miss the bus." "Oh, right. Well then, Grandpa, we shall be off. Do take care on the road." The gentle voice of Professor Oak resonates. Turning, Su-Chi feels a pang of sorrow. Alas, I must endure another lunch of instant noodles. Understood. Boarding the bus, Su-Chi gazes out the window, taking in this unfamiliar world. In the distance, Pidgey and Butterfree soar through the sky, while Rattata, Oddish, and Teddiursa frolic in the grass. This is indeed the Pokémon world, precisely as depicted in the anime. Su-Chi then recalls the backpack Professor Oak prepared for them, which contains ample space, a Pokeball, and various antidotes and healing potions. Professor Oak has truly been thoughtful. He wonders what Pokémon awaits him. At that moment, Gary leans in and says, "Grandpa has provided us with the starter Pokémon balls. Mine contains Squirtle. You should take a look, but it's best to do so in a secluded area, as we are not yet of age to officially receive Pokémon." "All right, understood." He hopes for Charmander among the starters. After a little over half an hour, they finally arrive. The Pokémon Summer Camp welcomes them, and upon disembarking, they head to the reception center, where many children are already gathered. "All right, everyone, quiet down. I am Dr. Kamoku, the coordinator for this Pokémon Summer Camp. I hereby declare the Pokémon Summer Camp activities to commence. Today, we shall get to know one another, and we will begin by forming teams. Team 1 consists of Gary, Su-Chi, Ash, May, and Serena. Is this for real? I am teamed up with 2 of the main protagonists. Hello, my name is Serena. I hail from the Kalos region, and I am delighted to meet you." A girl with golden hair and a pink hat beams as she appears before Su-Chi. Stunned for a moment, Su-Chi thinks to himself, "How adorable." "Greetings, I am Su-Chi from the Kanto region. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, I am May from the Unova region." The coolly composed May interjects. "Hello." After introductions, Gary and Ash, who have known each other since childhood, Forgo formal introductions. Why didn't Ash come with us? Oh, I'm so sorry. I overslept, Ash replies, his face filled with contrition. As expected, Ash remains unchanged from the anime, still as scatterbrained as ever. Chapter 2. The System Awakens. As night fell, Suchi found himself standing outside the door. Come forth. Let me behold the marvelous Pokémon brought by Grandpa Oak. Suddenly, a red head peeked out, its fiery tail symbolizing an exuberant vitality. Charmander. Danny. The little fire dragon tilted its head, curiously gazing at the human before it, pondering whether this was indeed its trainer. Charmander, let us strive together and grow stronger. Danny, Danny, it squeaked, letting out a joyful cry that ignited the flames on its tail even more fiercely. Ding. The host has been detected to possess a Pokémon. The lottery system is officially activated. A system? Is this not a standard feature for transmigrators? Suchi inquired. This system is a lottery system. By completing tasks issued by the system, the host can earn lottery tickets. The difficulty of tasks ranges from bronze, silver, gold, diamond, to epic and higher, corresponding to their respective lottery tickets. Ah, I see. As long as I complete the system tasks, I can draw from the lottery, Suchi murmured. So, what prizes does the system offer? The prizes are primarily determined by the world the host has traversed, and the host may view them within the system. As soon as the words fell, a pale blue virtual screen materialized before Suchi. The screen displayed a colossal spinning wheel, connected to a lever, reminiscent of a slot machine. Scanning the display, it featured various Pokémon, Pokémon eggs, evolution stones, and even Mega Evolution stones. This is astonishing, Suchi exclaimed, realizing that even a novice trainer with the Pokémon from this system could challenge the Elite Four, provided they had the skill to command them. The system also included certain second-tier and first-tier deities, such as the legendary birds and beasts from the Kanto and Chengdu regions, including the likes of Lugia and Rayquaza. A new player package has been detected. Would you like to open it? Open it, Suchi replied, brimming with excitement. Congratulations, host. You have received a Garchomp, a Mega Evolution Stone for Garchomp, and a Premium Water Stone, a Quasi-Divine Garchomp. In the anime, the Garchomp of Sharona does indeed possess the power of a deity. The system space is now accessible. All Pokémon acquired by the host can be stored within it. So, I can carry all my Pokémon without being restricted by the league. Correct? Indeed, host. However, the Pokémon you carry with you shall be limited to 6. I understand now. This makes things much more convenient. Come forth, Garchomp. The imposing Garchomp, standing approximately 2.3 meters tall, exuded an aura of power befitting a quasi-divine Pokémon. Overwhelmed, Charmander instinctively clung to Suchi's leg. Do not fear, Charmander. Garchomp is my Pokémon. You two must get along. Charmander gazed at the formidable creature, realizing how impressive its trainer truly was. A fierce determination ignited within Charmander. Vowing to one day become as powerful as Garchomp, its tail flames blazing brighter than ever. All right, Charmander. We are all partners now. Let us introduce ourselves. Garchomp. Let us also strive together. Garchomp. It joyfully acknowledged. Suchi recalled both Garchomp and Charmander, looking at the Pokeballs with earnest resolve. Let us work hard together, continually striving towards becoming Pokémon Masters. The Pokeball gently trembled, as if in response to Suchi's words. With that, he returned to rest, experiencing a night free of dreams. The following day marked the official commencement of the summer camp. Good morning, Suchi. Good morning, Xiaomao. Where is everyone else? Suchi inquired. They have all gathered. Today is the first day. Let us hurry. Upon arriving at the camp center, Professor Okido awaited them. All right. Today's summer camp activity involves observing Pokémon in their natural habitats. Please stick to your assigned groups from yesterday. Remember, do not wander alone. And steer clear of dangerous areas and the depths of the forest, as powerful and perilous Pokémon reside there. Is that understood? The group responded in unison, understood. Suchi, however, felt a sense of confusion. With a quasi-divine Pokémon at his side, even formidable Pokémon would likely succumb to his capture, so danger seemed a distant concern. Let us go have some fun, Ash exclaimed enthusiastically. Outside, the summer camp was primarily located on the western side of Pallet Town, an expansive breeding area belonging to Professor Okido. From watching the anime, Suchi knew that Professor Okido had a vast breeding area for the Pokémon he researched, as well as those captured by Ash and Xiaomao. He was astounded by the sheer size of it. Professor Okido was indeed quite affluent. As they reached the forest's edge, Suchi and the others encountered numerous Pokémon, including the commonplace Pidgey, Metapod, and Caterpie. Most of the Pokémon here exhibited gentle temperaments. albeit with limited strength. Su-Chi, how about a Pokemon battle? Ash proposed excitedly, his enthusiasm palpable, as he had only witnessed Pokemon battles on television. Keep it down. This is a precautionary measure prepared by my grandfather, in case we encounter dangers in the wild. I see. Having a good grandfather is quite the privilege. Ash replied with a hint of disappointment. All right. In a few years, you too shall receive your own Pokemon, Su-Chi reassured him. He thought to himself, Pikachu has defeated legendary Pokemon. Ash, revel in your youth. Let the battle commence. Go, Squirtle. Xiaomao tossed out his Pokeball. Charmander, you're up. Squirtle, use Bubble. Charmander, dodge and counter with Scratch. Danny, with a swift strike, Charmander sent Squirtle flying. Now, Charmander, use Ember. Squirtle toppled over, defeated. Su-Chi wins. Xiaomao exclaimed, his expression crestfallen. Su-Chi approached, placing a reassuring hand on Xiaomao's shoulder. Don't be disheartened. With success comes failure. Keep pushing forward. I believe in you. Yes, brother, Xiaomao replied, his confidence restored. I will surpass you. You were amazing, Su-Chi. Congratulations. Ash and Serena praised. Now, let us go observe some Pokemon. Chapter 3, A Dangerous Encounter, Capturing Gyarados. After a morning filled with observation, Su-Chi began to feel a sense of tedium. He had traversed the area completely, and aside from some weak Pokemon, it offered little excitement. The surrounding Pokemon had become mere practice fodder for Charmander, who had been thoroughly trained. Why not venture deeper to see if we can find any rare Pokemon? Su-Chi suggested to the group. There's nothing of interest here. Just an array of weak Pokemon. I've heard that the Pokemon in the depths of the forest are rarer and more powerful. The mention of rare Pokemon sparked a gleam in Ash's eyes. For someone who adored unique Pokemon, this was a tantalizing temptation. What do you all think? Su-Chi asked. Count me in. Ash was the first to declare. I'm on board, Xiaomao added. I'm fine with it, said Jin Yi, coldly. I'll follow your lead. Just promise to protect me, Su-Chi. Serena's round, glimmering eyes ignited a surge of protectiveness within Su-Chi. No problem, Serena, your safety is my priority. Thus, the group embarked towards the depths of the forest. As they ventured in, the surroundings grew dimmer. The tree canopies thickened, and the once spacious woods became eerily vacant. The tranquil atmosphere instilled a sense of unease among them, a sensation that was indeed daunting for children as young as 6 or 7. Serena softly tugged at Su-Chi's sleeve, suggesting, shall we head back? Fear not, Serena, I shall protect you, Su-Chi replied, casting her a resolute glance. Thank you, Su-Chi, I trust you, she responded. The group journeyed for approximately half an hour until they arrived at the majestic Cosna River, which meanders through the heart of Viridian City. Look at that grand river, exclaimed Shigeru. The rushing waters flow like a shimmering azure ribbon. I've heard from my grandfather that the legendary Pokemon Suicune resides in the Cosna River, Shigeru stated earnestly. Suicune, the fabled Pokemon, Ash exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Even the typically stoic Masaki displayed a flicker of emotion, his lips parting slightly. According to legend, Suicune is the embodiment of the North Wind. Possessing the miraculous ability to purify all forms of pollution, Su-Chi interjected. Wow, that's incredible, Ash exclaimed, his eyes sparkling like stars. Su-Chi envisioned the Suicune from the anime, its body of vibrant blue adorned with white diamond-like spots, crowned with a jewel-like headpiece. Surrounded by flowing white ribbons that accentuated its ethereal grace, its form showcased a harmonious blend of blue and white patterns, symbolizing both water and wind. The thought filled him with exhilaration, vowing to one day capture it. Let us continue our journey, Su-Chi suggested. At that moment, a resounding splash echoed across the lake as a Gyarados erupted from the water, unleashing a fierce roar at the group. It's a Gyarados. Everyone run, Su-Chi shouted, urgently pulling Serena away. Cursed fate, how did we encounter a Gyarados? Shigeru stammered, stepping back in fright. The Gyarados opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards the shore. It seems we cannot evade this, Su-Chi declared resolutely. You shall be the one, Garchomp. Use Dragon Breath. Garchomp opened its jaws and unleashed a blast of energy. The two attacks collided, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Infuriated by the resistance, Gyarados roared and unleashed Hyper Beam. Garchomp, dodge and follow up with Iron Head. Garchomp leaped to evade the destructive beam, striking Gyarados with a powerful Iron Head that sent it crashing back into the water. Now's our chance. Use Dragon Breath. In response, Gyarados summoned a mighty wave with Aqua Tail. The two forces collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Garchomp, use Brick Break. The attack struck Gyarados, causing it to wince in pain. Garchomp then executed Rock Slide, hurling massive boulders at Gyarados, which collapsed under the assault. Go, Pokeball. The ball struck Gyarados and began to shake. After 3 tremors, a chime signaled its capture. At this moment, Shigeru and the others remained in stunned silence. Su-Chi, is that your Garchomp? Shigeru asked incredulously. Indeed, but I hope you'll keep this a secret. If word gets out that a 6-year-old possesses a Garchomp, it would be utterly unimaginable. The League would surely investigate. While they may not uncover the truth about the system, it's best to avoid drawing attention to myself. Su-Chi replied. You're incredible, Su-Chi. You're truly my idol, Ash exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration, causing Su-Chi to feel a chill. I'm just a straight guy. All right, everyone is safe. That's what matters, Su-Chi reassured them. But when did you acquire Garchomp? And how did it get so strong? Shigeru inquired, puzzled, given their shared upbringing. To be honest, Garchomp was a Pokemon I rescued. It was weak at the time, and after nursing it back to health, it became my companion, Su-Chi said earnestly. Though he himself found it hard to believe, yet it sufficed to deceive these children. You're incredibly fortunate, Ash said, unthinkingly accepting Su-Chi's explanation. Thank you, Su-Chi, Masaki remarked, determination igniting in his eyes. I aspire to be like you, training powerful Pokemon to battle you. I look forward to that day, Su-Chi responded, recalling the character Shinji from the anime as he observed Masaki's confident demeanor. As dusk fell, they made their way back through the forest to the summer camp's activity center. Suddenly, a blue figure emerged from the waters of Kazna River. It was Sukun. How can such a small human possess such a powerful Pokemon? Perhaps he is the key to resolving that matter. With that, it vanished beneath the surface of the water. Chapter 4. The beginning of the journey. Soon, the month-long Pokemon summer camp would conclude, and Su-Chi and Serena would part ways, while Masaki would return to the Unova region and Serena to the Kalos region. After spending so much time together, they had grown to understand and appreciate one another, forming a strong bond, and truthfully, none wished to say goodbye. As the sun set at the airport, Serena tearfully said, Goodbye, Su-Chi. I look forward to our next meeting. Su-Chi felt a pang of sorrow. Goodbye, Serena. After all, having spent such a long time together, it was impossible to claim there were no feelings of friendship. At that moment, Masaki approached, saying, Farewell, everyone. Ash and Shigeru's eyes glistened with tears. Masaki and Serena boarded their respective flights, which ascended into the sky, gradually disappearing from view. All right, no need to be sad. It's not as if we won't meet again. Let's head back, Su-Chi consoled, noting their youthful disposition. In the ensuing 4 years, Su-Chi utilized his knowledge of Pokemon from his previous life to assist Professor Oak with numerous challenges, even unveiling the 7 evolutionary forms of EV, a revelation that sent shockwaves throughout the Pokemon world. Professors Bratano from Kalos and Okido from Hoenn eagerly reached out, hoping Su-Chi would assist them with their Pokemon research. However, Su-Chi graciously declined, expressing his intention to refrain from engaging in Pokemon research for the time being, which left both professors feeling a sense of regret. Over the next 4 years, Su-Chi's Charmander evolved into a Charizard after countless battles, during which the system issued 7 tasks, 5 bronze and 2 silver, focused on aiding Professor Oak in Pokemon research or challenging Pokemon. During this time, Su-Chi captured a colossal Onix in Miacham Mountain and a Horsia from the Kazna River. Both possessed the strength of quasi-elite trainers, a rare find in the wild. The bronze tasks yielded some evolutionary stones, which were of little value, while the silver tasks rewarded him with a turquoise Pokemon egg and an Electabuzz, which had already evolved into Electivire. Now Su-Chi boasted a formidable lineup: Charizard, Garchomp, Horsia, Colossal Onix, Gyarados, Electivire, and a Pokemon egg. He mused that with his current team, he could likely secure a top position in the Pokemon League. Tomorrow marked the day when he would receive his first Pokemon. For in the Pokemon world, one could embark on their journey at the age of 12. The next day, as expected, after the others had received their Pokemon, Ash rushed in, clad in green pajamas and with tousled hair, exclaiming, Professor Oak, I overslept. It's all my mom's fault for not waking me up. Just like in the anime, Ash successfully received his Pikachu, only to be greeted with a jolt of electricity. Yet one could not help but admire the physical resilience of people in the Pokemon world, as he bounced back as if nothing had happened. Professor Oak solemnly explained to Ash the usage of Pokeballs and the Pokédex. Yay, I have my own Pokemon now. Hello, Pikachu, Ash exclaimed. Pikachu shot him an irritated glance before delivering another electric shock as a form of massage. What on earth? I haven't provoked you, Ash stammered. Professor Oak approached Su-Chi and Xiao Mao, speaking earnestly. From now on, your journey will be yours to navigate. I have upgraded your Pokédexes to the national dex. Do strive to excel. Certainly, Grandpa, Su-Chi and Xiao Mao replied in unison. Of course, any Pokemon you capture must be sent back to me for research. Over the past 4 years, Professor Oak had thoroughly studied Su Chi's 5 Pokemon, and he was astonished by Su Chi's capabilities at not even 10 years of age. He had amassed such a formidable collection of Pokemon, all remarkably strong. Unlike in the animated series, Xiao Mao was not surrounded by a throng of admirers chanting his name. Rather, over the course of their 4 years together, he had matured and become more composed. Su Chi, let us give it our all and strive to become Pokemon Masters, he declared, still focused on his ambition. Yes, let us push forward together. We shall meet again at the conference, Su Chi responded resolutely. Professor Oak observed the two with a sense of pride, saying, seeing your determination fills me with joy. Keep it up, kids. Thus, Su Chi's Pokemon journey officially commenced, while Ash remained at the lab squabbling with Pikachu, highlighting the vast difference in their paths. As Su Chi and Xiao Mao exited Pallet Town, Xiao Mao called out to Su Chi, wait, is there something on your mind? Well, before you leave, let us have a friendly battle. A spark of determination ignited in Xiao Mao's eyes. Over the past 4 years, his Squirtle had evolved into a Blastoise, and he had captured several impressive Pokemon. Though he hadn't won a single battle against Su Chi's Pokemon, his fighting spirit remained indomitable. All right, let us do this. Go, Garchomp. Come forth, Blastoise. The two Pokemon, having battled frequently over the years, were well acquainted with each other. Garchomp, use Stealth Rock. A barrage of sharp rock blades hurtled towards Blastoise. Blastoise retaliated with Hydro Pump, a massive jet of water deflecting the incoming projectiles. Garchomp, use Dragon Claw. Su Chi commanded loudly. The attack struck Blastoise's shell. Blastoise, are you alright? Xiao Mao called out anxiously. Blastoise, it replied, indicating it was unscathed. Now, Blastoise, unleash Hydro Cannon. Garchomp seized the opportunity and prepared to use Earthquake. The ground trembled violently, causing Blastoise to sink into the earth. Now, Garchomp unleashed Dragon Rage. After a powerful explosion, Blastoise, panting heavily, managed to rise again. Not bad. You've yet to succumb to defeat, Su Chi remarked, but Garchomp will finish this with Draco Meteor. Following the explosion, Blastoise spun in circles, having lost its fighting capability. I still couldn't defeat you. It seems I must grow stronger. This is where our battle ends, Su Chi. Until next time, I will certainly defeat you. Xiao Mao stated, his brows furrowed in determination. Indeed, let us strive together, Su Chi replied. After their parting words, the two went their separate ways, with the next meeting promising growth for both. Once outside Pallet Town, Su Chi retrieved his Pokédex to check the route to Pewter City, marking the commencement of his journey towards the first gym. Chapter 5. The Encounter with Brock at Pewter Gym. After roughly an hour of walking, Su Chi found himself still within the forest, evidently lost. I'm so hungry and exhausted, he lamented as his stomach growled. After about another half an hour, a rather shady-looking man called out to him from the roadside. Hey, you there? Yes, you. Come over and take a look. The middle-aged man beckoned. Su Chi instinctively took a few steps back. What do you want, old man? He asked curtly. Well, I'm a stone merchant. Come see. I have various evolution stones. And if you're lucky, you might even find a Pokemon fossil. Those are quite valuable. As Su Chi scrutinized the man, with his squinting eyes and crew cut, he recognized him as none other than Brock's unscrupulous father, Flint. Old man, if your stones are so valuable, why not sell them yourself instead of peddling them to me? Su Chi retorted, recalling how Flint had once given Ash a harsh lesson with a broken rock. Ah, well, I thought we had a connection, so I would sell them to you at a discount, Flint stammered, somewhat flustered. Flint, your poor acting skills might fool others, but not me, Su Chi remarked. Who is Flint? I don't know who you're talking about, Flint insisted. You should return to the gym. Do you think leaving without a word is responsible? Su Chi admonished Flint, feeling exasperated. Brock, did he send you to find me? No, I'm a Pokemon trainer from Pallet Town, here to challenge the gym. A trainer? Sigh, I have no face to return. The gym is in disarray under my management, and I owe so much debt. How can I face them? Flint bowed his head in shame. Old man, evading your responsibilities won't solve anything. You can't just leave Brock to manage the gym alone. Is that truly how you want to act? You're right, but what can I do now? Brock is doing wonderfully on his own, and I would only be a burden if I returned. Old man, I think you should go back. Brock and the others miss you. Miss me? Did Brock tell you that? Su Chi fabricated a kind-hearted lie. Well, sort of. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We should hurry to Pewter City. All right, Flint replied, touched by Su Chi's words. It seems you have a knack for persuasion. Follow me, Flint said, waving him along. Ding. A task was issued. Task level, Gold. Successfully challenge Pewter Gym to receive 1 gold lottery ticket and 2 bronze lottery tickets. This marked the first task issued by the system since Su Chi embarked on his journey. A gold lottery ticket? I wonder what I might draw. Hopefully, a powerful Pokemon. Su Chi mused with a smile. Following Flint through a maze of paths, Su Chi finally emerged from the forest. Had Flint not guided him, he might have wandered indefinitely. Upon reaching Pewter City, Flint turned to Su Chi. Thank you, young man. I haven't even asked your name. Old man, I'm Su Chi. Good name. Let us proceed to the gym. Accompanying Flint, they arrived at the Pewter City Pokemon Gym, characterized by its rocky aesthetic, adorned with the League's emblem. As they pushed open the door, Su Chi called out, "Is anyone here? I'm a Pokemon trainer here to challenge Pewter Gym." A trainer? Heh. It's been a while since one visited, came a voice from afar. A young man with squinting eyes approached. It was Brock. Upon seeing Flint, Brock froze, his eyes widening in surprise. "Father, is that really you?" "Yes, my son, I have returned. Where have you been all these years? Everyone has missed you," Brock exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he embraced Flint. "I'm sorry, son. I was once incompetent, but now I've returned." The two wept together, and Su Chi, unable to bear the emotional scene, interjected, all right, we still have a challenger here. Can we save the heartfelt reunion for later?" "Ah, my apologies. I momentarily forgot about you," Brock said. "Let me introduce you. This is Su Chi, a trainer from Pallet Town. Thanks to his encouragement, I found the courage to return to face everyone." "Su Chi, thank you for helping me reunite with my father." Xiao Gang gratefully grasped Su Chi's hand. "It's my pleasure," Su Chi replied, gently withdrawing his hand. "Oh, you have quite a strong grip. Can we commence the gym challenge now?" "Of course, but as the gym leader, I won't go easy on you just because you assisted me," Xiao Gang chuckled. "Haha, naturally. My Pokemon is no slouch either," Su Chi asserted confidently. "Then I shall serve as your referee," Uncle Wu interjected. "All right, I leave it to you, Uncle Wu," Su Chi responded. Let the Nibby Gym Challenge begin. From Pallet Town, trainer Su Chi faces off against Nibby Gym leader Xiao Gang. The match will be a 3 versus 3 format. The challenger may switch Pokemon, but the gym leader cannot. Let the battle commence. "Go, Geodude," Xiao Gang called. "Geodude, you say? Then I choose you, Dragonite." The elegant form of Dragonite emerged from its Pokeball, soaring into the air. Dragonite. Both Xiao Gang and Uncle Wu were taken aback, astonished that a novice trainer possessed such a rare Pokemon. Xiao Gang could no longer underestimate his opponent. Su Chi, observing their shocked expressions, thought to himself, "You will be even more astonished shortly. Dragonite, use Rain Dance." Suddenly, rain began to pour over the gym. "Though our opponent is formidable, we cannot relent. Geodude, use Harden, then follow up with Tackle. Dragonite, dodge it, and unleash Hydro Pump." Thanks to the Rain Dance, the power of water-type moves is greatly amplified. A powerful Hydro Pump struck Geodude, rendering it unable to battle. Xiao Gang recalled Geodude, saying, "Impressive." Next up is this fellow Onix. Dragonite, unleash Dragon Rage. Onix avoided the attack by rolling away. Onix, use Rollout to evade. Onix curled its body and sped away, successfully dodging the Dragon Rage. Dragonite, unleash the most powerful surf you can muster. Let's see how you handle this. A massive wave engulfed the battlefield. Onix, Xiao Gang shouted in concern. After the surf subsided, Onix was left unable to continue the fight. "Onix, you've done well," Xiao Gang remarked. "Now, it's your turn. Go, Steelix," he called, sending forth his ace Pokemon. "Return, Dragonite," Su Chi said. "Since you have Steelix, I shall summon my own Steelix. Go forth, Steelix." A colossal Steelix appeared, towering over Xiao Gang's Steelix. "Such a massive Steelix," Xiao Gang exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be the legendary Steelix from the Mia-T Mountain? Indeed. This Steelix is the very one from Mia-T Mountain, Su Chi confirmed. With this affirmation, Uncle Wu realized that his son stood no chance against Su Chi, as he too had once desired to capture that Steelix but had been unable to do so due to insufficient strength. "Steelix, use Rock Throw," Xiao Gang commanded. Steelix swiped its tail, effortlessly sending the rocks flying, stirring up a cloud of dust. "What a powerful Pokemon," Xiao Gang muttered through gritted teeth. "Steelix, use Tail Whip," Su Chi ordered. Steelix's enormous tail swept Xiao Gang's Steelix aside. "Steelix!" Xiao Gang cried out in alarm. "Steelix is still capable of battle. Steelix, finish it off with Earthquake," Su Chi shouted. After the tremor settled, only Xiao Gang's Steelix lay defeated on the ground. Steelix is unable to continue, which means the victor is Su Chi from Pallet Town. "Steelix, you fought valiantly," Xiao Gang acknowledged. "That was a truly thrilling match. Both of you were remarkable," Uncle Wu praised. "Father, you flatter me. I still have much to learn," Xiao Gang said apologetically, fully aware of the chasm between his skills and Su Chi's. "No, Xiao Gang, You performed admirably. It is merely that Su-Chi is exceptionally strong. He hardly resembles a novice trainer, Uncle Wu added. You are too kind, Uncle Wu. Su-Chi thought to himself, with my system aiding me, how could I not be strong? Externally, he remained humble, attributing his success to mere luck. Xiao Gang seemed to suffer a blow to his pride. Su-Chi, this is the gray badge from Nibi City. Please accept it. Su-Chi took the hexagonal metallic badge from Xiao Gang, which was composed of gray rock. In a jubilant tone akin to ashes, Su-Chi exclaimed, I've obtained the gray badge. Keep it up, Su-Chi. I believe you can reach the pinnacle of this world. Xiao Gang encouraged. Thank you for your encouragement. I will strive to do my best, Su-Chi replied. After completing the gym challenge, Su-Chi arrived at the Pokémon Center to restore his Pokémon. Congratulations, host. You have completed the golden task of successfully challenging the Nibi Gym. Rewards have been distributed. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? Commencing the lottery. The lottery panel began to spin. Congratulations, host. You have won a champion-level Metagross, 10 Dragon-type energy cubes, and a Leaf Stone. While the other prizes were inconsequential, he was overjoyed to have drawn Metagross, the champion's beloved Pokémon from the anime. I truly adore you, System Daddy. Su-Chi exclaimed, unabashedly expressing his excitement. Host, please maintain your composure, the system replied. Su-Chi heard someone calling his name from a distance and turned to see Ash waving at him, accompanied by a beautiful girl with orange hair, pulling along a charred bike. Recognizing her, Su-Chi thought, that must be Misty. To be honest, Misty was quite lovely, albeit a bit small in stature. Her long legs made her a veritable heartthrob. Ash, you've come to Nibi City too. Are you here to challenge the gym? Su-Chi inquired. Gym? What gym? I have no idea, Ash replied, looking perplexed. Su-Chi was taken aback by Ash's lack of understanding and explained that to participate in the league conference, one must collect 8 badges recognized by the league. And Nibi City was where the gray badge could be obtained. I see. I had no idea. I thought I could just catch Pokemon and join the league conference directly. Su-Chi was utterly defeated by Ash's obliviousness and quickly shifted the topic to inquire what Ash was doing. Ash explained that Pikachu had sustained serious injuries and that he had come to the Nibi City Pokemon Center to recuperate. He added that Pikachu's Thunderbolt had accidentally damaged Misty's bike, leading her to insist that he compensate her for it. However, Ash lacked the funds. So Misty was now tagging along with him. By the way, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Misty, Ash said. Misty, this is Su-Chi, an exceptionally skilled Pokemon trainer. Hello, they greeted each other. Then Misty interjected, but don't think you can weasel out of this. If you don't compensate me for my bike, I will follow you endlessly. All right, Su-Chi interjected, unable to bear their bickering. He promptly pulled out his Pokédex and transferred the necessary league coins to Misty's account. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Misty protested, but you didn't break it, so there's no need for you to pay. Don't worry, Su-Chi smiled. Ash and I are from the same place, and his matters are my matters. Just accept it. Su-Chi, I can't thank you enough, Ash exclaimed, nearly in tears as he grasped Su-Chi's hand. However, upon seeing Ash's snot-covered face, Su-Chi withdrew his hand in disgust and said, Since I just finished the Nibi Gym challenge, let's head to the Pokemon Center together. The 3 of them arrived at the Pokemon Center, where Nurse Joy was as beautiful as depicted in the anime. Nurse Joy, could you please restore my Pokemon? Thank you. Of course, trainer, Nurse Joy smiled. No wonder Xiao Gang is so infatuated with her. Who could resist such beauty? Nurse Joy, has my Pikachu been healed? Su-Chi asked Ash. He has been treated. But you must take good care of your Pokemon, for it has sustained severe injuries, Miss Joy remarked with a hint of reproach. Indeed. It is all my fault for not taking proper care of Pikachu, Ash confessed, his face awash with guilt. Miss Joy gently cradled Pikachu in her arms. Pikachu murmured, slowly opening its eyes. Due to Ash's selfless act of shielding it from the fierce attack of a Spearow, Pikachu began to gradually accept this trainer from the depths of its heart. Behold the divine Pikachu, Su-Chi mused, admiring its vibrant yellow exterior, zigzag tail, and the dual electric symbols adorning its cheeks. Defeating a legendary Pokemon, this diminutive yellow rodent certainly inspired envy for our Ash. Pikachu, this is Su-Chi, a fellow trainer who also hails from Pallet Town, Ash introduced. Pikachu tilted its adorable little head, glancing at the boy before it, feeling a sense of fondness for someone who emerged from the same place as its trainer. Hello, Pikachu, Su-Chi greeted warmly, extending a hand to gently pat Pikachu's little head. At that moment, Miss Joy approached, saying, Mr. Su-Chi, your Pokemon has fully recovered. Su-Chi retrieved the Pokeballs containing his Haxorus and Onix, expressing his gratitude. He turned to Ash and the others, saying, It's getting late. Let us stay at the Pokemon Center for the night. Yes, Ash and Misty replied in unison. just as the trio prepared to request a room from Miss Joy. A loud explosion reverberated from above, revealing a man and a woman, accompanied by a Meowth, standing atop a gigantic hot air balloon. Ash, incensed, inquired, "Who are you?" "Musashi." "Since you've asked so sincerely," the woman replied. "Kojiru, we shall graciously enlighten you," the man added. "Musashi, to prevent the destruction of the world." "Kojiru, to safeguard the peace of the world." "Musashi, to uphold love and truth." "Kojiru, we are the charming and delightful villains." "Musashi, I am Musashi," she declared. "Kojiru, and I am Kojiru," he chimed in. "Musashi, we are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy." "Kojiru, a white tomorrow awaits us." "Meowth, that's right, Meow. Rocket team. You are the infamous rocket team," Misty stated with a serious expression. "You little brat, how dare you call us infamous?" Musashi retorted angrily, prompting Kojiru to instruct. "Show them our might. Go, Weezing and Ekans, seize all their Pokémon. Steal our Pokémon. Dream on." Suchi exclaimed, throwing out a Pokeball. "Haxorus, use Dragon Rage." "Haxorus? Such a rare Pokémon." Kojiru gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. Weezing unleashed a Mud Bomb, while Ekans employed Poison Sting, but neither stood a chance against Suchi's Haxorus, which swiftly incapacitated them with a single Dragon Rage. "What an impressive Pokémon. It must belong to our rocket team," Meowth exclaimed excitedly, promptly activating a button to release a mechanical claw aimed at capturing Haxorus. Haxorus leaped nimbly to evade it, executing Air Cutter. "Pikachu, you too. Thunderbolt," Ash commanded, while Misty released her Pokémon, Starmie, which unleashed a powerful water gun, shattering the rocket team's mechanical claw. "Oh no, this isn't good," the trio from Rocket Team realized, preparing to retreat. "Don't let them escape," Misty shouted. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Haxorus, Dragon Dive," Ash and Suchi ordered simultaneously. A tremendous explosion ensued, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The rocket team, amidst the chaos, transformed into 3 dazzling meteors, vanishing into the sky, leaving only a lingering sense of annoyance. "Are you all right?" Miss Joy rushed over, concerned. "I've already notified Miss Junsha. They will handle the situation. We're fine. But it seems we will have to find a hotel for the night," Suchi replied. Shortly thereafter, Officer Junsha arrived in Nibi City, inquiring about the incident, taking notes, and expressing her gratitude for their intervention, stating that otherwise, the Pokémon Center's Pokémon would have been stolen, and that she would apply for a reward from the League on their behalf. After resolving matters at the Pokémon Center, the 3 emerged, seeking a hotel where they rented 3 rooms to rest. Once in his room, Suchi called Professor Oak to inform him that he had obtained the Nibi City Gym badge. However, Professor Oak revealed that Shigeru had called 2 days prior, having already acquired the gray badge and was on his way to Hanada City. "Alas, it is my fault for being directionally challenged. Otherwise, I too would be en route to Hanada City," Suchi lamented. After a brief conversation with Professor Oak, he hung up, took a warm shower, and prepared for sleep. A night devoid of dreams passed. Chapter 7. Lost in the Forest Special Training. Early the next morning, Suchi donned his clothes, completed his morning routine, and stepped out of his room, colliding with Ash and Misty, to whom he exchanged greetings before heading to the dining area for breakfast. Suchi released his Pokémon and purchased food for them. It must be said, the voracious appetites of powerful Pokémon can be quite taxing. Suchi found himself spending 3,000 league coins, realizing he might struggle to afford such expenses. Fortunately, he had a frugal grandfather. Professor Oak was never short on funds, receiving millions in research grants from the League each year, along with bonuses from publishing Pokémon research papers. Without such support, Suchi would surely be impoverished by his Pokémon's appetites. After breakfast, Suchi bid farewell to Ash and Misty, continuing his journey. He entered a dense forest, where the ambience was eerily quiet, with only a few bug-type Pokémon scattered among the trees. Suchi summoned Haxorus to accompany him, not out of fear, but simply out of longing for its presence. After an hour of walking, he found himself back where he started, causing Suchi, ever the directionally challenged, to feel overwhelmed. He consulted his Pokédex, which displayed only his current position and the name of the area, lacking a detailed map. Surveying the seemingly endless expanse of trees, it became clear that he would have to spend the night there. As night fell, Suchi retrieved a sleeping bag and found a clean patch of ground, gathering a pile of dry twigs before summoning Charizard. "Charizard, please perform a miniature flamethrower," Suchi requested. Charizard opened its mouth, releasing a small flame that ignited the twigs instantaneously. Under the starlit sky, Suchi reflected on the 4 years he had spent in the world of Pokémon, recalling Professor Oak, Shigeru, Ash, and all the experiences he had encountered. Haxorus, Charizard, Let us engage in special training together tomorrow, he declared, motivating himself towards his goals. With a sudden outburst, Su-Chi's two Pokémon howled triumphantly at the night sky, their spirits ignited with determination. After a restful night, Su-Chi arose early the next morning. The morning air was invigorating, and he savored the refreshing scent of the greenery around him. In his previous life, such fresh air was a rarity. After gathering some berries to satiate his hunger, he found these fruits surprisingly beneficial, not only for Pokémon but also for humans. After consuming several orange berries, Su-Chi felt quite full. Su-Chi released several Pokeballs. Come forth, everyone. Charizard, Onix, Haxorus, Electivire, Metagross, Gyarados, and Dragonite appeared in the clearing. Their massive forms instantly filled the space within the forest. Su-Chi looked upon his Pokémon with an overwhelming sense of pride. Haxorus, you shall battle Charizard. Charizard, while your power and defense are commendable, your move potency requires enhancement. Learn diligently from Haxorus, he instructed, assigning training methods to each. The quality of the Pokémon obtained from the system lottery was exceptional, excelling in various aspects such as physical attack, melee combat, and defense, all at a champion level. Gyarados, you will face Dragonite. Be mindful of your stamina and attack speed, as Gyarados' size limits its agility. During the fateful encounter by the Kosna River, Su-Chi discerned the vulnerabilities of the fierce Gyarados, to the extent that he could hardly evade even its aqua jet while submerged. Everyone, train diligently, he urged. With a thunderous roar, Gyarados turned to engage with Dragonite. Electabuzz, unleash your Thunderbolt upon Onix and Metagross. Metagross, being of steel type, must strengthen its resistance to electric attacks. Electabuzz, hone your electric-type moves, and do not relent until Onix feels the sting of damage. Alright, let the training commence. Onix, I apologize for putting you through this, Su-Chi said, observing the disgruntled expression on Onix's face. Onix mused, you hold yourself in such high regard, using me as a mere shield. Young one, I advise you to practice kindness, beware of the consequences. As everyone dispersed to train, Su-Chi retrieved an egg one from the system lottery, uncertain of when it might hatch. Gazing at the blue-green egg, he pondered whether it would yield a Riolu or a Bagon. Both Pokémon were exceptional, and he would be delighted with either. Oh dear egg. Hasten your hatching, Su-Chi murmured, gently stroking the shell. Seemingly responding to his words, the egg trembled slightly before falling still once more. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past, and the egg vanished into thin air. Su-Chi was momentarily stunned before shouting, Thief! Return my egg. Hearing his voice, the others rushed over. But the shadow had already disappeared. By Su-Chi's estimation, it must have been a flying-type Pokémon, so swift was its escape. Everyone, split up and search. Charizard, accompany me. Thus, the 6 Pokémon and Su-Chi scattered to search for the egg thief. Charizard, take to the skies and scout for any signs of it. With a roar, Charizard soared aloft, scanning the surroundings. The other Pokémon began to search the nearby woods as well. Suddenly, a barrage of air/attacks struck Charizard mid-flight, causing it to cry out in pain. Charizard, are you alright? Su-Chi called out, his voice laced with concern. I'm fine, Charizard replied, assuring him. Before them appeared a colossal Fearow, its form larger than that of a typical Fearow, with sharper eyes, and, most strikingly, it was a shiny Pokémon. Its body of vivid purple, and its crest of brilliant gold, exuding an air of majesty. Fearow, return my Pokémon egg, Su-Chi demanded angrily, fixing his gaze on the imposing creature. Fearow did not respond. Instead, it unleashed a powerful hurricane attack towards Su-Chi. Charizard, counter with your own hurricane. Charizard flapped its wings, summoning a fierce wind that clashed with Fearow's assault, holding firm for several moments before Charizard's power prevailed, sending Fearow crashing to the ground. As Fearow hit the earth, it quickly ascended again, launching a series of air slashes at Charizard. Charizard, use Blast Burn. A massive conflagration erupted, colliding with the air slash and enveloping the area in dust and smoke. Now, Charizard, unleash Meteor Mash. With a radiant glow emanating from its claw, Charizard struck Fearow, sending it hurtling back against a tree, which splintered upon impact. Though battered, Fearow struggled to rise. Watching the weakened Fearow, Su-Chi felt an overwhelming desire to capture such a magnificent shiny Pokémon. Why did you steal my egg? He inquired, though it managed to stand. Fearow was covered in wounds and too weary to fight. It lowered its head, collapsing in surrender. Su-Chi rushed forward, retrieving healing spray and potions from his backpack to tend to Fearow. Hearing the commotion, Gyarados and the others soon arrived, recognizing Fearow as the egg thief. After a brief moment, Fearow slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening its eyes, it saw Su-Chi and his 6 Pokémon staring expectantly, causing it to back away, colliding with a tree. Why did you steal my egg? Where is it? Su-Chi pressed. Realizing the man posed no threat, Fiero gestured with its wings, and Su-Chi began to understand. It turned out that Su-Chi and his companions had inadvertently intruded upon Fiero's territory. The commotion from their battle had disturbed its slumber, prompting Fiero to retaliate by stealing the egg. Feeling a twinge of guilt for their misunderstanding, Su-Chi apologized. I'm sorry. We were unaware this was your domain. Can we have the egg back now? Fiero nodded, unfurling its wings and soaring into the distance. Shortly thereafter, it returned with the egg and presented it to Su-Chi. Thank you. Fiero, why not join us on our journey? Together, we can grow stronger, Su-Chi said earnestly, employing Ash's classic catchphrase from the anime. Fiero, it hesitated. Gazing at Su-Chi. After a moment, it acquiesced. Su-Chi's face brightened. Surely, the wisdom of Ash's words held true. Producing a pokeball. Fiero lightly tapped it with its beak, and in a flash of red light, it was captured, shaking twice before settling. Yes, Fiero has been captured. The others cheered jubilantly. Su-Chi released Fiero, saying, You know this forest well, lead us out. Fiero twirled gracefully in the air before taking off in a specific direction, prompting Su-Chi to recall his Pokémon and rush forward. Chapter 8, Moonlight Mountain, Team Magma. After 2 days of traversing the forest, Su-Chi finally emerged into the open air. It seemed that capturing Fiero had its benefits. He no longer needed to worry about being directionally challenged. Taking out his Pokédex, he opened the map to discern his location. Having just exited the verdant forest, his next destination was Moonlight Mountain. Beyond it lay Hualan City, and the thought of the Hualan sisters' water ballet performance filled Su-Chi with excitement. Each sister, Iris, Peony, and Sakura, was strikingly beautiful, captivating beyond compare. As he walked further, Su-Chi beheld the towering Moonlight Mountain. According to the anime, the mountain was rich in moonstones, and within its depths lay a massive premium moonstone, attracting many hopeful treasure seekers. However, most returned empty-handed, leading to a decline in visitors who dismissed the tales as mere rumors. Yet, having watched the series, Su-Chi knew that a magnificent premium moonstone did indeed exist, guarded by a group of Clefairy and Clefable. Upon entering Moonlight Mountain, Su-Chi encountered a cave about 2 meters high, its walls smooth and even, indicating it was likely a man-made tunnel, presumably excavated in search of the coveted premium moonstone. However, considering the tales were from many years prior, he wondered why anyone would still venture here. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped him, devoid of light, with occasional gusts of wind swirling about. The eerie ambience was accentuated by the distant calls of Zubat and Golbat, heightening the sense of foreboding. Su-Chi switched on his flashlight to survey his surroundings. After walking for some distance, he still had not reached the end. What sort of individual would dig such an extensive tunnel here? He pondered. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked, and a Sandshrew emerged, launching an attack. Su-Chi quickly summoned Charizard. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. The green claws struck the Sandshrew, sending it crashing against the rocky wall, rendering it unable to continue the fight. How audacious to attempt a sneak attack, Su-Chi scoffed. A voice, belonging to a young man, echoed from a distance. Who dares to linger here? As a man clad in a white lab coat approached Su-Chi, he inquired with a wary expression, Who are you? I am merely a traveling trainer, passing through and curious about the cave I stumbled upon. And you? Su-Chi replied. Upon hearing Su-Chi's words, the man's demeanor softened slightly, and with a smile, he responded, trainer. We are researchers from the Pokémon Institute in Nibi City, here for an investigation. Researchers from the Institute. Su-Chi pondered. Confusion etched on his face, for in his memory, aside from the enigmatic Dr. Zhenghui of the mysterious lighthouse, there seemed to be no other research establishments in the vicinity. Maintaining a facade of ignorance, he feigned admiration, stating, Researchers from Nibi City? How impressive. The man's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking to himself that this was merely an inexperienced rookie trainer, and they had unnecessarily worried, believing they had been discovered by the League. Yet, this rookie had defeated his Sandshrew, showcasing a modicum of talent. May I have the privilege of touring your research facility? Su-Chi continued to feign innocence. Oh, a tour of our facility? Well, that's acceptable, but please, do not disclose this to anyone, the man replied, visibly flustered. Of course, Su-Chi assured him, secretly contemplating the possibility of uncovering their hidden agenda, wondering if they were part of a nefarious organization akin to Team Rocket, and considering reporting them to the League for a reward, as he was in dire need of funds. After a brief walk, they arrived at an expansive, open cavern illuminated by dozens of large, incandescent lights. Emerging from the dimness, Su-Chi squinted against the sudden brightness. allowing his eyes to adjust to the sight of numerous individuals operating various instruments. Just then, a middle-aged man approached, sternly questioning the young man about why he had brought Suchi along. The young man leaned in to whisper something in the ear of the older man, and they both exchanged knowing smiles. Haha, greetings. I am the director of this research institute. You may call me Qing Li, the man introduced himself. Hello, I am Suchi. What research are you conducting here? We are studying the Pokémon residing within this cave, which is why we relocated our institute here, he replied. Suchi, however, was skeptical. The Moonview Mountain was home to only common Pokémon such as Sandshrew, Diglett, and Geodude, well-documented creatures that had been studied extensively decades ago. He sensed that they were concealing something significant. Observing the researchers around him, all engrossed in their calculations, Suchi silently scrutinized their activities. Suchi, come this way. Qing Li gestured amiably. Suchi followed, eager to discern their true intentions. At the end of the passage, an enormous detection device came into view, featuring two large cylindrical antennas connected to a plethora of machinery. At that moment, Suchi surmised that they were surely in pursuit of the legendary Moonstone. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted nearby. Pikachu, Thunderbolt! Ash shouted, accompanied by Misty, Brock, and a Jigglypuff. What is Ash doing here? Suchi pondered, bewildered. Damn it! How did they escape? Qing Li's face contorted with rage. The intense electrical discharge wrecked the machinery, creating a massive explosion that forced Suchi to shield his face from the blast. Suchi, what are you doing here? Ash questioned, astonished. I noticed their suspicious activities and decided to investigate, Suchi explained. They're from Team Magma, a vile organization dedicated to capturing Pokémon and disrupting world peace, Ash revealed, leading Suchi to realize that these were indeed the infamous Team Magma, who appeared infrequently in the original series. And you? What brings you here? Misty, Brock. And I stumbled upon a Jigglypuff while exploring Moonview Mountain, only to be confronted by Team Magma. They attempted to capture Jigglypuff, and we were overpowered and taken captive. Thankfully, Pikachu managed to swipe the guards' keys while they were distracted, allowing us to escape, Ash recounted. Since our secret is out, there's no reason to conceal anything further. Qing Li sneered. I had hoped to utilize your formidable Charizard, but it seems that opportunity has passed. Go, Houndoom. Use Dark Pulse. Onward, Garchomp. Use Dragon Rage. Suchi commanded. Garchomp's Dragon Rage swiftly dispatched Houndoom. Such a rare Pokémon as Garchomp rightfully belongs to me. Everyone, unleash your Pokémon, commanded the Team Magma members. Releasing their Pokémon, Nidoking, Zubat, Infernape, Pidgeot, Rapidash, Scyther, and Bagon. Seeing the multitude of Pokémon before them, Misty fretted, what should we do? We must find a way to escape. Brock suggested, perhaps we should retreat and reassess our situation. Huh? Escape? Not a chance. Now that you've uncovered the secrets of Team Magma, you shall all perish here. Today marks your demise. Qing Li cackled maliciously. I believe it is you who faces demise today, Suchi retorted seriously. Chapter 9. Defeating Team Magma and the Ritual of Piku. Upon finishing his declaration, Suchi summoned Charizard and Metagross. Garchomp, use Dragon Breath. Charizard, Flamethrower. Metagross, Hyper Beam. The trio of attacks collided with Team Magma, resulting in a colossal explosion. Team Magma, along with their Pokémon, fell to the ground. Ash, Misty, and Brock stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that such power could belong to a rookie trainer. Noticing their astonishment, Suchi laughed heartily. Haha, just basic skills. Quickly, alert the authorities. The rest is for Officer Jenny to handle. He recalled his Pokémon. What does basic skills mean? Ash inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Before long, numerous police officers arrived, elated to witness so many criminals apprehended, promising significant achievements. Officer Jenny approached Suchi and his friends, expressing her gratitude. Ah, it's you. Thank you immensely. You truly are commendable young heroes. This Officer Jenny was the same one they had encountered at the Nibby City Pokémon Center. Suchi scratched his head bashfully. It's nothing. It's what we ought to do. Hee, thank you once again. Without your assistance, who knows how long these criminals would have evaded justice. I will advocate for a reward from the League on your behalf. Beautiful lady, might I have the honor of a date with you? Brock exclaimed, kneeling and grasping Officer Jenny's hand, startled by the sudden display. Officer Jenny was momentarily taken aback, thanks to Misty's intervention. All right, consider the context, she said, tugging Brock's ear away. Please, Officer Jenny, I shall wait for you. My heart will forever belong to you. Brock's voice echoed as he was dismissed. Let us not mind him. He might be a bit deranged. Suchi remarked with a chuckle. Very well, if there's nothing further, we shall take our leave, Officer Jenny ordered. leading the police as they escorted Team Magma members away. After Officer Jenny departed, Jigglypuff, who had been at Ash's feet, suddenly sprang up, gesturing animatedly and pointing in a particular direction. "Are you indicating that we should follow you?" Suchi asked. Jigglypuff nodded affirmatively. The group followed Jigglypuff to a rocky wall, where it performed a peculiar chant. Suddenly, a strange, colorful circle appeared on the wall, and Jigglypuff leaped through it, prompting the others to follow suit. Upon a vast stone platform, a colossal rock emanating a mysterious white glow stood majestically. Suchi speculated that this must be the magnificent Moonstone, the very object of the Fire Rock team's ambitions. Below, a multitude of Jigglypuff gathered, accompanied by an elderly Wigglytuff. "Wow, so many Jigglypuff. They're truly adorable. I absolutely adore them," exclaimed Misty, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Thank you for your assistance. You have helped us avert a great disaster." Suddenly, the elderly Wigglytuff spoke. "This Wigglytuff can talk," Ash exclaimed, filled with excitement. Indeed, in the anime, there was a talking Wigglytuff, presumably the very one before them. "No need to mention it. It is our duty as trainers to protect Pokémon," Suchi replied. "Regardless, you have aided my tribe. You are our benefactors," the Wigglytuff declared, gesturing with a wave of its hand. 4 moonstones detached from the colossal moonstone and floated into their hands, with Suchi holding the largest. Gazing at the radiant moonstone, Suchi marveled at the wonders of nature's power. "But how do we use the moonstone?" Ash inquired, perplexed. "The moonstone can assist Pokémon in evolving. For instance, the Jigglypuff before us can evolve into Wigglytuff under its influence," Suchi elucidated. "I see," Ash exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. "Suchi, you possess such extensive knowledge," he added. Suchi thought to himself, "Of course, after pursuing Pokémon for over a decade. Such common sense is second nature. I will gift these moonstones to you as a token of my gratitude," the Wigglytuff leader stated. "May I inquire, Wigglytuff leader, what was the purpose of Jigglypuff's command earlier?" Suchi asked, intrigued. "That was to prevent the moonstone from being exposed to the world, to prevent it from falling into the hands of those with ill intentions. I used my psychic abilities to create this isolated space, rendering it undetectable. However, I still do not know who leaked this location, as more and more people have come seeking the moonstone," the Wigglytuff leader responded. "Now it makes sense. No wonder no one has found this place all these years," Suchi reflected, resolving his internal queries. "The evolution ceremony for my tribe is about to commence. Everyone, come and witness," the Wigglytuff leader announced. "What is this evolution ceremony?" Ash questioned, his curiosity piqued. "It is a ritual for our tribe's Jigglypuff to evolve into Wigglytuff," the Wigglytuff leader explained. Dozens of Jigglypuff joined hands and began to dance a mysterious ballet, the moonstone's glow intensifying, illuminating the entire space. One by one, the Jigglypuff radiated with the light of evolution, leaving the onlookers momentarily blinded. Once the evolution concluded, all the Jigglypuff had transformed into Wigglytuff. Suchi marveled, "How astonishing! Such a method of evolution exists. Although I have witnessed such a magical scene in the anime, experiencing it in reality is an indescribable wonder." After the ceremony, Suchi and his companions bade farewell to the Wigglytuff tribe and exited Moonview Mountain. Upon reaching Route 2, Ash extended an invitation to Suchi, saying, "Suchi, join us. Let us travel together and grow stronger." Ash's gaze was resolute as he looked at Suchi. "I prefer to travel alone, continuously evolving through my own journey. I am not accustomed to having companions." Suchi declined Ash's invitation. Undeterred by Suchi's refusal, Ash ignited with determination, stating, "Very well, but I shall strive to improve. Next time, we shall battle, and I will surely defeat you." Suchi chuckled, replying, "I look forward to it. But tell me, how did you manage to succeed in challenging the Nibby Gym?" Ash proudly rubbed his nose, declaring, "Of course, it was through my own strength. Just ask Brock." "Humph," Brock interjected, "I merely went easy on you because I felt sorry for you. Only you would think to battle with Pikachu in my rock gym." Upon hearing this, Suchi couldn't help but laugh, realizing that Ash, the master of type disadvantages, remained as reckless as he was in the anime. As they reached the crossroads, it was time for their parting. "Farewell, everyone," Suchi bid them goodbye, gradually disappearing from view. "Goodbye, Suchi," Ash murmured, watching Suchi's retreating figure, igniting a fierce fire of competitive spirit within him. "Pikachu, let us train hard and become stronger together." "Pika Pika," Pikachu affirmed, gazing steadfastly at Ash, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. Chapter 10, Challenge the Hualon Gym, Water Ballet. Hualon City, a beautiful metropolis standing proudly by the shores of Kanto. Renowned for its tourism, Hualon City's economy heavily relies on visitors, with the main attraction being the water ballet performances by the Hualon Trio. This aquatic ballet is the primary source of revenue for the Hualon Gym and serves as a significant draw for tourists. The Aoi sisters have generated substantial tax revenue for the league through the gym's earnings, allowing them to maintain their establishment despite being regarded as the least esteemed gym in the Kanto region. After bidding farewell to Ash, Su-Chi arrived in Hualon City, gazing at the splendid cityscape, where advertisements showcasing the Hualon Trio adorned the streets. Ding! A golden mission has been issued. Defeat the Hualon Gym. Reward: 1 golden lottery ticket and 1 silver lottery ticket, and activate reconnaissance mode. What is reconnaissance mode? Su-Chi inquired of the system. Response: the reconnaissance system allows you to view detailed data about Pokémon, including their attributes, talents, and height, the system replied. Ah, I see. That feature sounds quite useful, Su-Chi remarked with a smile. Returning his attention to the posters, Su-Chi mused on the immense popularity of the trio. He soon made his way to the Hualon Gym, where the bustling crowd was evident from a distance. To his astonishment, the queue was predominantly composed of men, many of whom were rather dubious in appearance, with no handsome young men like Su-Chi in sight. Su-Chi purchased a ticket, noting the exorbitant price of 5,000 league coins. What a lucrative enterprise this was. As for Su-Chi's motivation for buying a ticket, it was, of course, to witness the water ballet, not merely for the gym challenge. After a lengthy wait, Su-Chi finally entered the Hualon Gym. The venue was adorned with posters of the water ballet, and the provocative imagery of the Aoi sisters brought a flush to his cheeks. I was referring to volleyball. Of course, those with impure thoughts may reflect on their misinterpretations. Upon reaching the spectator stands, Su-Chi beheld the expansive audience area, which was nearly filled to capacity, resembling a fan club rally from a past life. In the center stood a massive glass aquarium, where sun corals and goldfish swam gracefully. As the time drew near and the audience settled in, the water ballet commenced. The lights dimmed in the center of the gym, and a spotlight illuminated the stage, where the Hualon Trio made their dazzling entrance, each striking a pose that showcased their perfect forms and alluring curves. The crowd erupted in cheers. The eldest sister addressed the audience first. Thank you all for your support in attending our Hualon Trio's water ballet performance. We hope you enjoy. Following her, the second sister, Peony, expressed her gratitude. The youngest sister, Sakura, blew a kiss to the audience, sending the atmosphere into a frenzy of excitement. The water performance began. One by one, the sisters dove into the water, and as the show unfolded, the audience fell into a hushed reverence, captivated by the spectacle. The trio gracefully changed their poses, clad in elegant costumes and complemented by their Pokémon, and Su-Chi now understood why water ballet was so beloved. It was simply breathtaking. The sisters swayed and danced in the water, resembling enchanting mermaids. Nay, they were far more exquisite than mere mermaids. The spectacle was mesmerizing, and Su-Chi found himself on the verge of standing in awe. After a splendid 3-hour performance, the show concluded, with the sisters bowing to the audience in gratitude. Thank you all for watching. This water ballet performance has officially come to an end. After the performance concluded, Su-Chi descended from the audience area and made his way to the backstage of the Hualon Gym. The three sisters noticed an adorable young boy approaching them. Initially assuming he was there for autographs, Changpu stepped forward. Little brother, are you here for a signature? As she gazed upon Su-Chi's delicate features, her youthful heart fluttered. No, I am here to challenge the gym, Su-Chi replied earnestly. A challenge, little brother? We are quite formidable, Sakura and Muden chimed in as they approached. Hee. Then let us see who is stronger, Su-Chi smiled. What is your name, little brother? I am Su-Chi, he answered. Su-Chi, what a lovely name. Now, let us head to the battlefield. You can make the first move, Sakura suggested. Then I shall not hold back. Go, Hacklong. The three sisters were astonished, for a boy of merely 10 years possessed such remarkable precision. Go, Quijinyu. Sakura sent her Pokémon into battle first. Hacklong unleashed Ice Beam upon Quijinyu, defeating it in a single blow, freezing the surrounding waters in the process. Quijinyu was rendered unable to continue. Next was Muden's turn. Come forth, Bowser Hishing. Hacklong. Water Tail. The tremendous force of the water sent Bowser Hishing plummeting into the depths, incapacitating it. Bowser Hishing. Muden cried out in concern. Lastly, the eldest sister Changpu stepped up. I must admit, you are truly strong, Su-Chi. Can we refrain from calling me little sister? All right, let us begin, Changpu said with a playful wave. Go, by High Lion. Use Ice Beam. Hacklong. We shall also use Ice Beam. The two attacks collided. However, Su-Chi's Hacklong, drawn from a system lottery, possessed the prowess of a king-level Pokémon, proving too superior for by High Lion, which was swiftly sent crashing into the water. Regaining its composure, Hylian attempted to use water gun. Hacklong evaded gracefully, employing tidal wave. Utilizing the watery environment, the massive tide ensnared Hylian, and after the tumult, it was rendered incapable of battle. Su-Chi triumphed in a 1v3 match. Here, this is the emblem of your victory over the Hualan Gym, the blue badge. Little brother, you are truly impressive. I look forward to your performance at the league conference, Changpu remarked. Thank you for your kind words, Su-Chi replied, exiting the Hualan Gym. He gazed at the blue badge in his hand, its sapphire-like purity captivating. With 6 more badges to collect, he contemplated his next destination, Kureiyi City. As he tucked the badge away and prepared to head to the Pokémon Center, he heard Ash's loud voice calling, Su-Chi, wait for us. Turning around, he saw Ash and his companions rushing towards him. You just arrived in Hualan City? Su-Chi inquired, puzzled. You should have been here by now, even if you took the slow route from Route 2. Upon saying this, he noticed Ash glaring angrily at Misty, exclaiming, it's all Misty's fault. We said we were coming to challenge the gym, but she insisted on not coming and ran off in the wrong direction towards the mountains. Brock and I had to go search for her. Recalling the animated series, Su-Chi remembered that Misty left home to avoid her 3 sisters, who wanted her to take over the gym so they could perform globally. Unfortunately, Misty had no desire to comply and thus felt compelled to run away. Now, asking her to return would surely be met with resistance. Approaching Misty, Su-Chi said, Misty, I know that the leaders of the Hualan Gym are your sisters. What? The leaders of the Hualan Gym are Misty's sisters? Both Ash and Brock were taken aback. How do you know this? Did they tell you? Misty asked, astonished. Indeed, I am their younger sister. I do not wish to inherit the gym. I want to travel. My dream is to become a water-type Pokémon Master, Misty proclaimed assertively. Misty, you can prove your strength. Your dream is something only you can protect, isn't it? Su-Chi said, gazing earnestly into Misty's eyes. Chapter 11, The Duel with Shigeru. A 6v6 battle. Thank you, Su-Chi, Misty said, regaining her confidence after his encouragement. The group returned to the Hualan Gym. Sister, is that you? You have finally returned. Are you here to take over the gym? Changpu exclaimed joyfully. Now my sisters and I can finally embark on our global tour. Sister, I have told you that I will not return to inherit the gym. I want to prove my strength to you. My dream is to become a water-type Pokémon Master. Not a gym leader, Misty retorted angrily. Misty, do not be so naive. If you wish to become a water-type Pokémon Master, you should know that it is better to be realistic and inherit the gym. The 3 sisters urged her in unison, imposing your desires on others, merely for your own gain. How adeptly you 3 sisters embody your roles, Su-Chi remarked sarcastically at the trio. Then let us settle this with a battle, Misty declared, producing a Pokemon ball. All right, I am curious to see how much you've improved after being away, Changpu said. Go, Hylian. Come forth, Bailalong. Bailalong. How do you possess such a powerful Pokemon? The sisters exclaimed in astonishment. Sisters, I haven't been idle during my time away, Misty replied confidently. Bailalong unleashed Ice Fang, delivering a crushing blow to Hylian, incapacitating it instantly. Muden and Sakura's Kuajin-Yu and Water Shurikens were swiftly dispatched by a single Water Tail and Water Gun. Respectively, Misty achieved a decisive victory. Oh, Misty, you have truly changed. Very well, we will not oppose you any longer. We look forward to your achievements, Changpu said, her expression revealing her discomfort, realizing their dream of touring the world was now dashed. Thus, Misty finally gained her sister's recognition and set forth on her journey alongside Ash and the others. After bidding farewell to the Changpu sisters, they arrived at the Hualan City Pokémon Center. Thank you, Su-Chi. Here is your Bailalong. Misty returned the Pokémon ball to him. After all, given Misty's current capabilities, with only a Kuajin-Yu and Water Shurikens and an unreliable Ducklet, she could not have easily won without the Bailalong Su-Chi had lent her. Not at all. I hope you achieve your dream and stride towards becoming a water-type Pokémon Master, Su-Chi said to Misty. I will do my utmost, Misty nodded, a glimmer of aspiration sparkling in her eyes. Su-Chi, long time no see. Shigeru. Su-Chi turned to see his long-traveling friend. It has indeed been a while. He replied. How many badges have you collected? Shigeru inquired. 2, the gray badge and the blue badge. I have 3 badges now, Shigeru proclaimed proudly. Su-Chi thought to himself that he had lost several days due to getting lost in the forest, as well as the events at Tsukiyama and Hualan Gym. Otherwise, he would have reached Kureiyi City much sooner. Su-Chi, let us battle. I promised I would win next time we met, Shigeru said eagerly. Upon hearing that a Pokemon battle was forthcoming, Ash, the battle enthusiast, became quite excited. All right, how about a 6v6 battle? Su-Chi proposed to Shigeru. That's exactly what I wanted. Shigeru replied, his face lighting up with joy. Thus, the group made their way to the battle arena at the Pokémon Center. It was afternoon, and many patrons remained, eager to witness the spectacle of a 6v6 battle. Su-Chi, let me show you our strength. Go Shui Jiangui. Shui Jiangui, having evolved from the original Xenogame over the years, made its formidable entrance. Shui Jiangui, you say? Then, you shall face Charizard. Seeing Charizard take the field, Shigeru appeared surprised. Using Charizard to battle? Are you looking down on me? He asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Even the master of inverse attributes, Ash, found himself perplexed, while Brock remained composed and remarked, Suki's Charizard has been exceptionally cultivated. It appears to possess at least the strength of a quasi-champion. This battle may indeed result in a defeat for Green. It cannot be denied that Brock, as a gym leader, possesses a keen eye for talent. Blastoise unleashed its Hydro Pump. Charizard deftly evaded, retaliating with Dragon Claw, striking Blastoise with force. Blastoise let out a pained cry. In response, Blastoise executed Surf, summoning a massive wave that surged towards Charizard. Charizard, take to the skies, commanded Green. Blastoise charged forward. The wave engulfed Charizard, but it grasped Blastoise and ascended, employing Seismic Toss. Charizard lifted Blastoise into the air and slammed it down, creating a cloud of dust. Charizard then unleashed Thunder Punch, its fist crackling with electricity as it struck Blastoise directly. Blastoise collapsed, unable to continue the battle. Blastoise, Green exclaimed anxiously. Retrieving Blastoise into its Pokeball, he said, you performed admirably, Blastoise. Thank you for your efforts. Next up was this child. Go, Skarmory. Skarmory is Steel-type? Suki murmured. Ash inquired. Is that a Pokemon I've never seen before? Skarmory, a rare Steel and Flying type in the Kanto region, indeed astonished the audience. Once again, it was Brock, the gym leader, who provided Ash with insight. Charizard, return, Suki said, recalling the fiery Pokemon and sending out Metagross. This is your first battle. Give it your all. Haha. Metagross responded eagerly. Skarmory, Steel Wing. Metagross defended itself with Protect, summoning a green shield before it. Skarmory collided with the barrier. Skarmory, use Air Cutter. Though the Steel Wing proved ineffective, Green initiated a war of attrition, underestimating Suki's Metagross, which was a Pokemon drawn from a lottery system and not easily defeated. The repeated Air Cutters were deflected by Metagross. Now Metagross, Meteor Mash. The impact rendered Skarmory unable to battle. Observing his two Pokemon's utter defeat, Green clenched his teeth and remarked, I must admit, Suki, you are truly formidable. Go Houndoom. Upon seeing Houndoom, Suki was reminded of Green's Houndoom from the anime. Known for its formidable combat prowess, arguably his ace. Suki recalled Metagross. Go Dragonair. A serpentine blue figure materialized on the battlefield, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Such a Pokemon was a rarity in Kanto. Dragonair, use Hydro Pump. Houndoom, use Quick Attack. Clearly, Dragonair was swifter. The Hydro Pump struck true, drenching Houndoom. Houndoom, use Flamethrower. Green commanded. Dragonair, Dragon Breath. The two attacks collided in an explosion, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of smoke. Cough, cough. Both Suki and Green shielded their faces from the dust. Dragonair charged forward, employing Dragon Dive. Houndoom, Nitro Charge. They both exclaimed. A resounding clash echoed as the two shadows collided, resulting in a significant explosion that filled the arena with smoke. Houndoom fell, unable to continue, while Dragonair remained standing, albeit injured. Both trainers recalled their Pokemon. Green, faced with 3 consecutive defeats, felt his pride wane. Chapter 12. The battle concludes, igniting Green's determination. Go, Kingler. Green sent forth his 4th Pokemon. Over here, Garchomp. It was evident to all that Suki and Green were on entirely different levels. The Pokemon they presented reflected this disparity, one ordinary, the other a well-bred quasi-legendary. The gap was vast. Yet, Green pressed on. Kingler, use Bubble Beam. Garchomp disregarded it entirely. Employing Dragon Claw, Garchomp sliced through the bubbles, striking Kingler atop its head, rendering it unconscious. After witnessing Kingler's inability to defend itself, despite the urge to concede, Green stubbornly sent out his 5th Pokemon. Nidoking, show him your might. Nidoking roared, displaying its formidable presence. Nidoking, well cultivated, I presume? But defeating me is impossible, Suki asserted confidently. Go Onix. As Onix emerged, a cloud of dust erupted, revealing its massive form, larger than the average Onix. The sight of such a colossal creature sent ripples of excitement through the crowd, sparking discussions on its size. Onix towered over Nidoking, its piercing gaze instilling fear in Nidoking, who considered retreating for comfort. Nidoking, gather your courage. Green urged. Heeding Green's words, Nidoking steadied itself, locking eyes with Onix, gradually finding its resolve. Excellent. Nidoking, use Mega Punch. The punch landed on Onix, which merely let out a grunt, as if to say, is that all you've got? Nidoking felt as though it had sustained 1,000 points of damage, thinking, are you jesting with me? Onix, use Earthquake. Suki commanded. Onix swung its tail, causing the ground beneath Nidoking to quake, causing it to sink into the earth. Onix then executed Rock Slide, summoning massive boulders that hurtled towards Nidoking. Nidoking was struck, crashing into the Pokemon Center's wall, losing the ability to continue. For my final Pokemon, go, Alakazam. Alakazam, a Psychic-type Pokemon, was indeed a commendable choice. Yet it would reach its limit here. Go, Electabuzz. Thunderbolt. Suki wasted no time, launching an immediate attack. Alakazam, use Teleport. In an instant, Alakazam vanished, causing Thunderbolt to miss its mark. Alakazam, use Psychic. The Psychic force struck Electabuzz, causing it to become confused and unleash electrical discharges uncontrollably, unable to heed Suki's commands. Growing increasingly anxious, Suki shouted, Electabuzz, focus. Break free from the confusion. Unfortunately, Electabuzz remained oblivious to Suki's words. Seizing the opportunity, Alakazam employed telekinesis, hurling Electabuzz away. Its eyes glowed blue as it lifted Electabuzz and slammed it down. Perhaps feeling the pain, Electabuzz regained its composure, but it had sustained considerable damage from the earlier assault. Electabuzz, are you alright? Electabuzz. Electabuzz met Suki's gaze with determination, signaling that it was unharmed. Well done. Suki cheered. Electabuzz activated Electric Terrain, unleashing a surge of electricity that enveloped the battlefield. Alakazam, affected by the electric terrain, became paralyzed, sparks dancing across its body. This was precisely the effect Suki desired. The electric terrain not only amplified Electabuzz's power, but also mitigated Alakazam's swift teleporting ability. Huh, I am truly clever, Suki thought with a hint of pride. Alakazam, use Double Team. It must be said that Xiaomao's strategy was indeed quite clever, employing shadow clones to confound his adversary, effectively compensating for the paralysis caused by the electric shock, which led to Hoodie passively enduring assaults. However, this tactic proved futile against Suchi. The electric shock Pokemon unleashed its most powerful thunder, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered overhead, unleashing massive bolts of lightning upon Hoodie. Every one of Hoodie's clones was obliterated, exposing him to Suchi's gaze, whereupon he was struck by a bolt of lightning, collapsing to the ground like a charred husk, rendered incapable of further battle. With this, all 6 of Xiaomao's Pokemon were incapacitated, and Suchi achieved a resounding victory. As the battle concluded, the gathered crowd erupted in cheers for Suchi, at which point Xiaomao approached, exhaling a deep sigh. I concede defeat, and it was utterly one-sided. Thank you, Suchi, for illuminating my shortcomings. I shall strive to improve. Observing Xiaomao's crestfallen demeanor, Suchi offered him some words of comfort. After their exchange, Xiaomao bid farewell to the group and resumed his journey, vowing to work diligently and redeem himself, assuring that he would emerge victorious next time. At that moment, Ash and his companions approached. That was truly spectacular. Suchi, you are incredible. How do you possess such a formidable array of Pokemon? To this, Suchi could only modestly respond. Well, perhaps it's merely luck. I've been exceptionally fortunate. He certainly couldn't divulge the assistance of his system father. Subsequently, Ash inquired, what are your plans next, Suchi? I intend to travel to Leaf Green City to continue challenging the gym, Suchi replied. Then why not journey with us? It would be nice to have company. And with your exceptional skills, you could impart some wisdom to me. Would that be agreeable? Ash looked at Suchi with eager anticipation. Perhaps not. Suchi declined Ash's kind offer. His primary concern was that having a system could sometimes be inconvenient, and moreover, traveling with Ash often led to troublesome predicaments. Throughout several generations, Ash had faced off against Team Rocket, Team Magma, Team Aqua, or Team Skull. Suchi had no desire to be entangled with this misfortune. By the way, Ash, it seems you have yet to challenge the Water Blue Gym, Suchi kindly reminded him. Oh right. Ash suddenly realized, it's all Misty's fault. After attending to her matters, I completely forgot about the gym challenge. With that, Ash and his companions hurriedly made their way to the Water Blue Gym. After bidding farewell to Ash's group, Suchi then recalled the rewards associated with the Systems Challenge at the Water Blue Gym. System, I wish to draw all rewards, he commanded, initiating the lottery spin. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn 1 bottle of Aptitude Enhancement Liquid and 1 Cho-Cho fish. Nanny, a Cho-Cho fish, a Pokemon known for its lack of appeal and worthlessness, is even less esteemed than Magikarp. This is merely a silver lottery ticket reward. Ding. The scanning mode has been activated. Please confirm receipt. Host. On the system panel, a disc-like object materialized beneath the lottery machine. Suchi immediately utilized it to inspect the Cho-Cho fish he had just acquired. Chapter 13, Scanning Mode activated. Departing for Leaf Green City. To his astonishment, the analysis revealed: name, Cho-Cho fish. Aptitude, champion potential. Ability, Water Tail. Skills, bounce, tackle, struggle, poison sting, awakening power. Goodness. This Cho-Cho fish possesses champion potential, which cannot be overlooked, and boasts the skill awakening power as well. I knew it. Products of the system are invariably exceptional. Utterly reliable, Suchi exclaimed with joy. Dog, you weren't saying that just a moment ago. And I also received a bottle of aptitude enhancement liquid. System, please elucidate its purpose. Ding. Answering host. The aptitude enhancement liquid can bypass aptitude restrictions and elevate any Pokemon's aptitude to champion level. Here, it would be prudent to clarify the specific ranks of Pokemon: ordinary, elite, epic, legendary, semi-king, king, champion, and gym leader, along with level 1, 2, and 3 gods. And mythical beasts. For instance, Arceus and Giratina are classified as level 1 gods. Such prowess. Suchi was somewhat astounded. Should he acquire more aptitude enhancement liquid, he could directly ascend, assembling a full team of champions. Even the Elite Four would be compelled to yield. But who would benefit from it? Aside from the Pokemon drawn from the system, he only had Charizard, Pidgeot, and Gyarados left. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to give it to Charizard. Why Charizard? There was no other choice. Charizard was immensely popular, and most importantly, the old Charizard was Suchi's very first Pokemon, with whom he shared an unparalleled bond. Pidgeot and Gyarados remarked, "So love can fade? When it comes to using others, there's no hesitation, but when it's time to give back, one simply walks away." Suchi summoned Charizard, presenting the aptitude enhancement liquid. Charizard gazed at the green liquid, uncertain of its nature, yet trusting Suchi, accepted it. Do not worry. This is aptitude enhancement liquid. Consuming it will elevate your aptitude to champion standards. Charizard tilted its head back and consumed the liquid. However, externally, no changes were immediately visible. Charizard unleashed Flamethrower, and Suchi observed whether the move had improved. To his shock, Charizard's Flamethrower had indeed grown stronger, and upon closer inspection, Suchi noticed a hint of golden flames within. The power was astonishing, obliterating the walls of the Pokemon Center. Upon witnessing this, Suchi lamented, regretting conducting his experiment there. It seemed another expense awaited him. Name, Charizard. Aptitude, champion. Ability, solar power. Skills, Flamethrower, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Steel Wing, Primal Power, Earthquake. Observing Charizard's enhancement, Suchi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Over their 4 years together, both trainer and Pokemon had grown in tandem. Witnessing Charizard's development brought Suchi immense joy, akin to watching his own child mature. After settling the repair costs for the damaged wall, Suchi departed from the somber locale and continued his journey towards Leaf Green City. After more than a day of travel, Suchi arrived at a dense forest when suddenly, a young boy leapt out. "Come battle me." This boy turned out to be a trainer in the forest, targeting passersby for Pokemon battles to bolster their own Pokemon's combat capabilities, with the added incentive of a monetary reward for victories. Upon hearing of the reward, Suchi's eyes lit up. His financial situation was dire. While he could always solicit Professor Oak for funds, Suchi prided himself on being self-sufficient. Thus, he accepted the boy's challenge. "Go, Needle Bear." Upon seeing this Pokemon, Suchi couldn't help but chuckle. He activated the scanning mode to assess it. It turned out to be an adorable creature with ordinary aptitude, draining Suchi's desire to battle. But for the sake of the reward, he resolved to handle it casually. Electrike, Thunderbolt. Suchi released Electrike, and with a single move, the battle was concluded swiftly and decisively. Watching as the Needle Bear lay singed, the boy rushed over, scooping it up, hurriedly handing over the prize money, and vanished from Suchi's sight. Throughout his journey, Suchi encountered many such trainers, each easily defeated with a single attack. He amassed a considerable sum of money, wishing that more trainers like these would appear. After a long while without encountering another trainer, Suchi found it strange. Why was there not a single soul in sight? Had word of his reputation spread, deterring challengers from approaching him? It seemed wise to remain more low-key. Just then, an edifice came into view, characterized by a Gothic architectural style, with a massive display screen at its entrance announcing a streak of 99 consecutive victories. Upon seeing this, Suchi couldn't help but smile, recalling that this was the domain of the Beast Master, Xiaoming, from the anime. He entered the building, and upon noticing Suchi, Xiaoming proclaimed, "Are you here to challenge me? If I defeat you, I will achieve my 100th consecutive win. He then burst into laughter. Seeing his overwhelming confidence, Suchi replied, "You seem rather assured of your victory. Are you not concerned about the possibility of defeat?" "Humph, the words defeat do not exist in my dictionary," Xiao Ming declared with an air of arrogance. Paying no heed to Suchi, "Very well, let me witness what this undefeated champion of 99 victories has to say." Suchi was evidently incensed by Xiao Ming's remarks. The two made their way to the battlefield. With unwavering confidence, Xiao Ming proclaimed, "Prepare to behold my trump card. Go forth, Sandshrew, and show him what you're made of." A well-bred Sandshrew leaped onto the field. "Humph, soon you'll be questioning your very existence," he continued. "It's time for you to shine, Electabuzz." The electric creature turned and leaped into the arena. "Huh, you dare to employ Electabuzz? Truly, you are a novice trainer, unaware of type advantages. Your electric type is at a disadvantage against my ground type. Allow me to teach you a lesson and extend my winning streak," Xiao Ming boasted proudly. Suchi, uninterested in his banter, commanded, "Electabuzz, use Thunder Punch." The electric Pokemon lunged at Sandshrew. Sandshrew, however, utilized Dig to evade the attack. Xiao Ming observed with intrigue. Realizing that he was not simply facing an unthinking opponent, Suchi had anticipated that he would attempt to absorb Electabuzz's Thunder Punch. Yet his strategy failed, as Electabuzz was swifter. Before Sandshrew could successfully burrow underground, it was struck and sent crashing against the wall. Xiao Ming watched in distress as Sandshrew experienced such a profound defeat for the first time. How can someone of my age differ so greatly in skill? He pondered. "Come on, Sandshrew," he urged, his voice laced with anxiety. Sandshrew, displaying resilience, rose once more. "Well done, Sandshrew," Xiao Ming exclaimed with relief at seeing his Pokemon regain its footing. Sandshrew launched a mud bomb, hurling clumps of mud toward Electabuzz. Unfortunately, it proved futile. Electabuzz deftly evaded the attack and countered with Iron Tail, knocking Sandshrew out of the battle in an instant. "I've lost," Xiao Ming murmured in disbelief. Unable to comprehend the scene before him, his once proud Sandshrew was defeated in 2 moves by a seemingly equal-age adversary. "Xiao Ming, you must recognize your shortcomings. Clinging to pride and complacency will ultimately extinguish your potential as a trainer. The world is vast, filled with formidable Pokemon trainers far superior to yourself. You must venture forth and broaden your horizons." Upon hearing Suchi's words, Xiao Ming acknowledged his flaws and humbly replied, "Thank you for your guidance. I never expected to be schooled by someone my own age. What is your name?" "I am Suchi," he responded, pleased to see Xiao Ming's newfound humility. Suddenly recalling the weighted training device used by Xiao Ming in the animated series, Suchi inquired, "I've heard you possess a set of weighted training apparatuses to enhance Pokemon's resilience and speed. Is that true?" "Indeed, I have several. I'll gift you a set," Xiao Ming generously replied, turning to retrieve a set from another room. As Suchi beheld the technologically advanced device, he marveled at its evident value. To simply give away such an expensive apparatus is rather extravagant, he thought. "Thank you, Xiao Ming. As the saying goes, one should not bite the hand that feeds." "Your generosity is much appreciated," Suchi said, his expression shifting to one of warmth akin to that of a brother. "However, this device is quite costly, worth 1 million Alliance coins. It is not something an ordinary household could afford." Chapter 14, Riolu and the Training of Aura Power. After bidding farewell to Xiao Ming, Suchi continued his journey toward the forest's edge. After a considerable time, he released Pidgeot to prevent losing his way. "Pidgeot, please scout our path," he instructed. After circling, Pidgeot returned, guiding Suchi in a specific direction. They walked for what felt like an eternity without seeing an end. "I'm too weary to continue," Suchi decided as dusk approached. "Let us rest here for the night." He kindled a fire and began heating his vacuum-sealed meal. After dining, around 7 o'clock, Suchi lay on the ground gazing at the starry sky. Suddenly, his backpack emitted a glowing light, flickering intermittently. He quickly opened it to discover that the Pokemon egg was on the verge of hatching. The egg gradually cracked, revealing a blue, dog-like Pokemon before him. Suchi's heart surged with joy as he beheld Riolu. "Riolu, it's truly you." Riolu opened its eyes and gazed at Suchi. "Daddy." A voice echoed in Suchi's mind. "Who called me?" He wondered, noticing that he was alone with the newly hatched Riolu, which had not spoken aloud. Could it be the Aura Power? Suchi mused. In the Pokemon world, every Riolu possesses Aura Power, a mystical ability that allows communication between Pokemon and their trainers, forging an extraordinary bond that enhances their strength. Riolu also wields its unique skill, Aura Sphere, which grows stronger with experience. To possess such communication abilities at birth indicates that this little one is indeed extraordinary, truly a gem from the lottery system. Su-Chi activated his Pokédex to assess Riolu's capabilities. Name, Riolu. Aptitude, Champion. Ability, Heart of Courage. Skills, Double Team, Quick Attack, Aura Sphere, Critical Hit, Force Palm, Quick Attack, Enhanced Punch. To be born with Aura Sphere and such potent aura power, this is undoubtedly an exceptional Pokémon. Su-Chi addressed Riolu. I am not your father, but your trainer. From this day forth, let us strive together to grow stronger, shall we? He extended his hand, and Riolu smiled, reciprocating the gesture, acknowledging Su-Chi as its trainer. As night fell, Su-Chi embraced the newly hatched Riolu, curling up in his sleeping bag, for the child was too young to reside in a Pokeball just yet. The following morning, Su-Chi arose early, while Riolu remained asleep. He gently nudged it awake. Time to rise, we must set forth. Reluctantly, Riolu stirred. Once prepared, they ventured out of the forest. After a lengthy period, they finally glimpsed the exit. Su-Chi stepped out, relishing the long-missed sunlight. For the forest offered little illumination amidst towering trees, though visibility was decent. Upon exiting the forest, they still had some distance to cover before reaching Leafy Town. Riolu, let us train. Together, we shall strive for greatness. Su-Chi turned to Riolu, who responded with a couple of enthusiastic calls. Finding a clear area, he declared, come forth. Charizard. The majestic creature appeared before Riolu, who had never encountered such a colossal being. With a swift motion, Riolu dove behind Su-Chi. Fear not, Riolu, Su-Chi reassured. This is our partner, Charizard. Come forth and greet him. At Su-Chi's encouragement, Riolu cautiously peered out, observing the dragon-like creature, sensing no malice. It stepped down from Su-Chi's side, curiously examining Charizard. Riolu's heart of courage ignited, enveloping its body in a blue glow as waves of aura power emanated outward, causing Su-Chi to stagger back a few paces. Witnessing Riolu's formidable aura power, Su-Chi resolved to train it diligently. Eager for Riolu to become one of his key Pokémon, Riolu, use Aura Sphere to attack Charizard. Su-Chi commanded. Charizard prepared to defend. Hearing Su-Chi's words, Riolu concentrated, forming an Aura Sphere and launching it at Charizard, who raised its claws to create a green shield that blocked the attack. Riolu, maintain the Aura Sphere. Su-Chi continued, adhering to his training philosophy of relentless battle to gain experience and identify shortcomings. Sure enough, after several attempts, Riolu was left gasping for breath, unable to mount any further attacks. Su-Chi recognized Riolu's weakness, its dwindling stamina. However, considering that this was a newly hatched Riolu, it had performed admirably. Su-Chi recalled the gravity device he had obtained from Xiao Ming and promptly fitted it onto Riolu. As soon as the device was donned, Riolu's form was bent under the immense weight, proving to be quite burdensome. Meanwhile, Su-Chi, the ever-encouraging companion, cheered from the sidelines. Why don't you try wearing it? Come on, Riolu. I believe in you. Su-Chi urged, his voice filled with unwavering support. With immense effort, Riolu managed to lift itself up, its forehead dampened with sweat. Its limbs straining against the ground, yet it stood resolutely. Riolu, it exclaimed, proving itself to Su-Chi. Well done, Riolu. In the days that followed, Riolu gradually acclimated to the weight of the gravity device, launching attacks against Charizard. When exhaustion set in, it would remove the device to rest, and this cycle continued. After spending a week in this training regimen, the time had come to assess Riolu's progress. The duo re-entered the forest, seeking Pokémon battles. Go, Riolu. Use Aura Sphere. A blue energy ball struck a Beedrill by the roadside, sending it crashing into a tree. Suddenly, a rustle from the nearby bushes revealed a swarm of Beedrills. Their fierce eyes fixed on Riolu and Su-Chi. Su-Chi recalled that Beedrills were social Pokémon. Attacking one would surely attract a horde. Nonetheless, this presented an excellent training opportunity for Riolu. Use Double Team. Riolu created several clones, unleashing a barrage of Aura Spheres at the Beedrill swarm. One by one, the Beedrills fell. However, it wasn't too long before they began to rise again, and Riolu's attacks proved insufficient. The Beedrills retaliated, and soon Riolu was stung, succumbing to poison, its body enveloped in purple bubbles. Riolu, Su-Chi exclaimed in concern, rushing to cradle Riolu. Are you alright? Riolu, it weakly responded. Stay strong. Riolu, Su-Chi encouraged. Angered by the sight of the Beedrills, he commanded Charizard, use Ancient Power. Several green energy spheres struck the Beedrill swarm, incapacitating them instantly. Su-Chi quickly retrieved an antidote from his backpack, administering it to Riolu, who gradually recovered from its poisoned state. Riolu. It was a relief to see Riolu regain its strength. Chapter 15. Encountering the trio again, the battle at the Withered Leaf Gym. With Riolu restored, Su-Chi breathed a sigh of relief and recalled his 2 Pokémon, continuing his journey to Withered Leaf City. After approximately another day's travel, he finally arrived. Withered Leaf City is undoubtedly a quintessential location in the Kanto region. Nestled by the sea, it boasts various charming streets and food stalls, and most importantly, the and is set to host a sightseeing cruise, inviting participants from all regions. However, well-versed in the storyline, Su-Chi understood that this so-called sightseeing event was merely a scheme by Team Rocket, aiming to seize the Pokémon of everyone aboard. With several days remaining before the event, he pushed this thought aside. Su-Chi's first stop was the Pokémon Center. After a long day of travel, he was utterly fatigued. He entrusted Riolu and Charizard to Nurse Joy for healing. Once his Pokémon were restored, Su-Chi rented a room at the Pokémon Center and fell fast asleep. That night, under a canopy of twinkling stars, Su-Chi remained in a deep slumber when he noticed a mechanical hand stealthily opening the window, extending itself inside. In the distance, Meowth from Team Rocket operated the mechanical arm, eyeing Su-Chi's backpack with intent. The mechanical hand crept closer to Su-Chi's bedside, attempting to discreetly retrieve the backpack he had placed at the foot of his bed, clearly aiming to steal Su-Chi's Pokémon. Yet Su-Chi had awakened the moment the window opened, choosing to remain still to track the intruder. Each night, he stored his Pokémon in a secure system space to prevent such incidents. Rising from his slumber, Su-Chi followed the mechanical hand outside, eager to confront the audacity of the thief attempting to pilfer his Pokémon. As the mechanical hand reached beyond the wall, Su-Chi vaulted over it with agility. Outside, he encountered 2 individuals and a Meowth standing before him, startled to see Su-Chi had pursued them. Team Rocket again, Su-Chi roared, glaring at them. Humph. The little brat has discovered us. Upon recognition, Team Rocket dropped their pretense. We, Team Rocket, will seize any Pokémon we set our sights on, James proclaimed proudly. Su-Chi, incensed by their shamelessness, commanded, Gyarados, use Hyper Beam. Huh, let us show you the Pokémon we received from Boss Giovanni. Jesse and James laughed. Today, we will capture all your Pokémon. The mocking words of a certain bespectacled girl near Giovanni flashed through Musashi's mind, fueling her determination to seize Su-Chi's Pokémon and present them to Giovanni, hoping for a promotion. Go, Weezing. Charizard, teach it a lesson. Su-Chi ordered as the 2 Pokémon emerged, stirring up a cloud of dust. Observing the formidable Pokémon before him, Su-Chi noted their impressive training. They were far superior to the likes of a Magikarp or a Koffing. Go, Electabuzz. Su-Chi released Electabuzz. Thunderbolt, Gyarados, Hydro Pump. The combination of Hydro Pump and Thunderbolt yielded exceptional results. Weezing and Charizard were left scorched, though their levels were high enough to remain in the fight. Weezing retaliated with Earthquake, while Charizard prepared for a flamethrower. As Weezing stomped down, the ground quaked, and the flamethrower surged towards Gyarados. Gyarados countered with a jet of flames, the 2 attacks colliding and igniting an explosion. Electabuzz unleashed a Thunderbolt at Charizard, while Gyarados fired Hydro Pump at Weezing. This is a perfect type matchup, Su-Chi exclaimed, as Weezing and Charizard took heavy damage and fell, unable to continue battling. Realizing the tide had turned against them, Team Rocket hastily recalled their Pokémon and prepared to flee. Leaving so soon? Allow me to see you off. Su-Chi smirked. Electabuzz unleashed a Thunderbolt, while Gyarados followed with Dragon Rage. Both attacks sent Team Rocket hurtling away, transforming them into 3 brilliant shooting stars, leaving behind only the exclamation, "What an annoying feeling." With Team Rocket dealt with, Su-Chi reclaimed his backpack, relieved to find it undamaged. The quality of the backpack, prepared by his grandfather, was impeccable. Returning to the Pokémon Center, Su-Chi was utterly exhausted and collapsed into bed. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Su-Chi arose, readying himself to challenge the Withered Leaf Gym. He recalled the gym leader, the self-proclaimed rookie trainer, and thought, let me surprise you. Upon entering the Withered Leaf Gym, he encountered a trainer rushing out, clutching a Galarian Slowbro, clearly another defeated challenger. Don't worry, I'll avenge your loss, Su-Chi reassured him. The gym leader, known for his ruthless tactics, typically overwhelmed challengers with his arrogance, believing himself invincible. Today, Su-Chi was determined to teach him a lesson. As he stepped further into the gym, he spotted a portly, middle-aged man clad in a gaudy pink shirt, exuding an aura that made one want to deliver a good thrashing. Another baby has arrived. Are you here to challenge the gym? Don't cry if you lose, haha. Alright. Enough chit-chat, let's begin. Maki's gazed at the young man before him, sensing something indescribably unique. Youngster, my gym is a place where the outcome is determined in a single battle. Don't say I didn't warn you. Go, my ace rates you. A resolute Raichu, exuding an aura of combat readiness, emerged from the Pokeball. It's decided then. Garchomp, use Cross-Cut. Su-Chi, intent on ending the battle swiftly, gave Raichu no chance. It was knocked out in an instant. The encounter transpired so rapidly that Makis was momentarily taken aback before realizing the battle had concluded. How formidable, he finally uttered after a prolonged silence. Upon concluding the bout, Makis presented the orange badge of the Withered Leaf Gym to Su-Chi. Without further ado, Su-Chi turned and departed, confident that Makis would come to recognize his own shortcomings. In the original story, Makis, after his proud Raichu was defeated by Ash's Pikachu, humbly accepted Ash's guidance and evolved into a vastly stronger Pokemon trainer. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Su-Chi spotted Ash and his companions checking in. Hello, Ash. Su-Chi greeted the trio. They turned to see him and approached. You're here too, Su-Chi. Did you challenge the gym? Ash inquired. I have already challenged it. Here's the proof of my victory. The orange badge, Su-Chi replied, pulling the badge from his pocket and handing it to Ash. Wow, is this the orange badge? Ash exclaimed, his eyes reflecting awe as he inspected it before returning it to Su-Chi. Filled with renewed confidence, Ash turned to Misty and Brock, declaring, We won't wait until tomorrow. We'll challenge the gym this afternoon. Brock cautioned, I've heard that Maki's Raichu is quite formidable. You must approach with caution. Ensure your Pokemon are in peak condition and familiarize yourself with your opponent first. Ash, however, was undeterred, brimming with self-assurance as he prepared to face the Withered Leaf Gym. Listen to Brock. Ash, the waters at the Withered Leaf Gym run deep, and you might find yourself out of your depth, Su-Chi interjected. Although Ash initially dismissed the warnings, he ultimately acknowledged Su-Chi's experience and requested assistance in training his Pokemon, to which Su-Chi readily agreed. In truth, Su-Chi's advice was sound. In the original tale, Ash's initial encounter at the Withered Leaf Gym saw his Pikachu thoroughly outmatched by Raichu. Thus, the group spent the afternoon training at the battle arena outside the Pokemon Center, only to break for dinner later that evening. After their meal, Misty expressed sudden interest, stating, I've heard that the SS and cruise ship is hosting a grand event in Withered Leaf City soon. We should attend. This prospect was indeed appealing, especially since many trainers from various regions were expected to participate, offering a chance to meet more Pokemon breeders. Brock mused thoughtfully. There will surely be a plethora of Pokemon from other regions, Ash exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Having grown up in the Kanto region, he had only ever seen Pokemon from other regions on television and longed to witness them in reality. Indeed, individuals from all regions will be present, Misty remarked, looking at Ash with a hint of disdain for his naivety. Su-Chi, will you join us? Ash asked. Of course, I intend to go. I wish to engage in battles with trainers from all over, Su-Chi replied. In the following days, Su-Chi and Ash trained diligently together while Misty dragged Brock on shopping excursions. One must admit that shopping is indeed a woman's nature. Misty returned to the Pokemon Center daily with an array of purchases, perfumes, lipsticks, and handbags. As for Brock, he followed along, seizing the opportunity to observe the beautiful sights, becoming Misty's reluctant assistant in the process. Su-Chi couldn't help but admire Brock's remarkable perseverance in carrying so many items. After 2 days of rigorous training, Ash was finally ready to challenge the gym, accompanied by Su-Chi while Misty was still busy shopping with Brock. Upon entering the gym, they found Makis training Raichu. Upon seeing the trainers arrive, he approached them, smiling at Su-Chi, the one who had bested him with a single blow. Su-Chi greeted him back, patting Ash on the shoulder. This is my friend. He is here to challenge the gym today. Well then, let me see your strength, Maki said confidently, having reflected on his previous defeat and intensified his training. Ash, too, was brimming with confidence, having trained under the guidance of such a formidable trainer as Su-Chi. As they arrived at the battle arena, Ash called, Go, Pikachu. Pikachu leapt down from Ash's shoulder. Raichu, show him the power of our evolved form. Maki's commanded. Pikachu, facing its evolved counterpart, bristled with determination, believing that it could grow stronger without evolving. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash shouted. Raichu, let us counter with Thunderbolt. The two electric attacks clashed in midair, resulting in a brilliant explosion. Seizing the moment, Raichu unleashed thunder, summoning dark clouds that crackled with electricity, sending a massive bolt toward Pikachu. Pikachu, drive your tail into the ground. Ash instructed confidently. What? Maki's gasped, quickly realizing the brilliance of this strategy, as Pikachu grounded itself to disperse the electric current. After the thunder attack, Raichu appeared fatigued, panting heavily. Now Pikachu Electro Ball. This was a new technique Su-Chi had helped Pikachu master over the past few days. Pikachu's tail glowed with electricity, forming an electric sphere that hurtled toward Raichu. Raichu, dodge it! Maki shouted urgently. However, the Electro Ball was too swift. The training had paid off. Raichu was sent flying, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Struggling to rise, Raichu attempted to continue the fight. Pikachu delivered a final blow with Quick Attack, propelling itself toward Raichu, who succumbed and lost the ability to battle. Pikachu, we won! Ash exclaimed, joyously lifting Pikachu into the air. Pika Pika! Pikachu nuzzled against Ash's cheek, equally elated. You are indeed an exceptional trainer. You are as formidable as that young man, Maki's remarked as he approached. However, Ash remained humble, replying, not at all. I still have much to learn compared to Su-Chi. Su-Chi, hearing this, felt validated. Indeed, with the system, he was the true protagonist. Ash successfully acquired the orange badge, and the two bid farewell to Maki's before returning to the Pokemon Center. Misty and Brock had already returned and inquired, Did you get the badge, Ash? Of course I did. Ash proudly displayed the orange badge. However, it was largely thanks to Su-Chi's assistance. Without his help training Pikachu these past few days, I might not have won this gym battle. Upon hearing Ash's words, Su-Chi approached and patted Ash on the shoulder, saying, Ash, you've grown. By the way, the SS and event seems to be starting tomorrow. Have you all purchased tickets? Su-Chi asked. Not yet, Misty admitted, her head hanging in shame for having forgotten. Never mind. Let us all rest well tonight and buy them together tomorrow. They agreed before heading to their rooms for a restful night. The next morning, the group hurriedly set off, catching a cab to the harbor. Upon arrival, several individuals disembarked from the vehicle, only to be greeted by a throng of people, all gathered to witness the grandeur of the most luxurious cruise liner in Kanto. The magnificent vessel, moored at the distant dock, stretched several hundred meters long, epitomizing opulence. Su-Chi gazed at the ship and mused about the wealth of Team Rocket, feeling an urge to join them. He recalled that the elite members of Team Rocket, as depicted in the original narrative, resided in lavish mansions surrounded by beautiful companions and supported by formidable Pokemon. However, low-ranking members like Musashi and Kojiro could only dream of such luxuries. Suddenly, the trio of Team Rocket, who were busy preparing takoyaki, collectively sneezed. Who is cursing us? Meowth exclaimed, covering its nose. It must be that bespectacled girl, Musashi retorted angrily, following a chastisement from Boss Sakaki after their last failed mission. The trio found their funds cut off and had no choice but to sell takoyaki amidst the bustling crowd. Indeed, I also feel that way. Just the thought of curling up in Boss Sakaki's embrace makes Meowth seethe with jealousy. The four purchased tickets to board the cruise, and Su-Chi couldn't help but note the exorbitant price, 20,000 league coins. Had he not earned a small fortune in the forest, he might have considered abandoning ship. Su-Chi's purpose for boarding the S and was to thwart Team Rocket's nefarious plans. Upon entering the cabin, their eyes widened in astonishment at the lavish decor, the pillars adorned with agate, crystal chandeliers, and golden embellishments on the floors, with walls inlaid with cat's eye stones, all exuding an air of extravagance. Tables were laden with an array of pastries, fruits, fine wines, and gourmet dishes for the guests to indulge in freely. Ash rushed forward, intent on consuming his fill, vowing to recoup his ticket cost. The others shook their heads, bemused by Ash's gluttony, and wandered away. At that moment, Su-Chi spotted a masked figure and recognized her instantly. It was the Ice-type champion, Kona. The distinctive features of her ample bosom, coupled with her striking red hair, made her unmistakable. Su-Chi remembered her from when she had visited Professor Oak's lab during his childhood, and he was surprised to encounter her here. Aunt Kona, Su-Chi cautiously addressed her. Startled, she hesitated and replied, Young man, you must be mistaken. I am not a champion. It's me, Su-Chi. Don't you remember me? Su-Chi pressed. Kona scrutinized his face closely, and after a moment, her eyes widened in recognition. You are Professor Oak's grandson, Su-Chi. What brings you here? I am now a Pokemon trainer, traveling to collect badges. I just earned the orange badge in Leaf Green City. I heard about the sightseeing cruise and came to see it. Su-Chi, I must inform you that this place is under Team Rocket's control. It is part of their sinister scheme to seize the Pokemon of everyone present. I arrived here upon the League's notification to thwart their plans, Kona explained. Realizing Kona was well aware of Team Rocket's conspiracy, Su-Chi feigned ignorance. What should we do? We can't just sit back and wait. Do not worry. The League has surrounded the area, though it appears that Team Rocket has brought a considerable number of operatives. Kona reassured him, patting his shoulder. Our immediate goal is to protect everyone's Pokemon from being captured. The crowd has not yet fully assembled, so they should not appear just yet. Stay close to me. Understood, Aunt Kona. She still regarded Su Qi as a novice trainer, unaware that he might surpass her in strength. After indulging for nearly an hour, Ash finally set down his food and ventured out to find the others. Spotting Su Qi with a beautiful woman, he inquired, "Who is this, Su Qi?" She's my sister." "Sister? How come I never knew you had a sister living in the same place?" Ash responded, perplexed. "Just recognized her. Is that a problem?" Su Qi retorted, somewhat irritated by Ash's naivety. At that moment, Misty and Brock approached. Upon seeing the lovely Kona, Brock lost composure and knelt, saying, "My lady, would you do me the honor of sharing a life together?" "Get lost," was Kona's frosty reply, her aloof demeanor evident, causing Brock to spring to his feet. Realizing she was not to be trifled with. Ding. Diamond mission issued. Defeat Team Rocket. Reward: 1 epic lottery ticket and 2 golden lottery tickets. This was Su Qi's first encounter with a diamond level mission, indicating the formidable nature of Team Rocket. After nearly an hour of feasting, the crowd had gathered, and the crew set sail. Cheers erupted as everyone flocked to the deck to admire the ocean view. Su Qi marveled at the sapphire-like sea, occasionally spotting marine Pokémon leaping from the water. Suddenly, from within the ship's cabin, a multitude of individuals clad in black, marked with the letter R, emerged. It was Team Rocket. Recognizing the notorious emblem, chaos ensued as the crowd scattered in a frantic bid to escape. 2 figures in white uniforms, a man and a woman, stepped forward, addressing the panicked crowd. "Do not be alarmed. We are high-ranking officials of Team Rocket. We do not harm anyone. We merely wish to borrow your Pokémon. If you cooperate and surrender your Pokémon, you may depart unharmed." "Huh. You Team Rocket scoundrels have a notorious reputation. Who would believe your words?" A man with a dragon-headed cane retorted defiantly. "Notorious, you say?" scoffed the Team Rocket official. "Then let us show you some pain. Go, Houndoom. Use flamethrower." Houndoom unleashed a torrent of flames towards the man. Ms. Lipstick, Ice Punch. Seeing the danger, Kona revealed her Pokémon, Ms. Lipstick, who countered the flamethrower with an Ice Punch, sending Houndoom flying and incapacitating it. Impressed, Su Qi thought, as expected of the Ice-type champion. "Why are the League's operatives here?" the Team Rocket official asked, panic evident in his voice. "What are you afraid of? She is just one person. Why should we fear her?" "Everyone attack," commanded another official with a sinister grin. The members of Team Rocket unleashed their Pokémon, Nidoking, Shuckle, Abra, Beedrill, Charmeleon, and Vaporeon. "Go, Tyranitar. Up, Dragonfly." The 2 high-ranking officials released their top-tier Pokémon, Glalie, Frostless, Ninetales. Join the fray. Kona summoned her second-tier elite Pokémon. "Impressive Pokémon, but can you truly contend with our numbers?" the Team Rocket official sneered. The crowd looked on anxiously, realizing that all their Pokémon had been confiscated after the ship's departure, under the guise of ensuring a pleasant journey. Little did they know it was a devious scheme by Team Rocket. Amidst the turmoil, the Team Rocket trio felt abandoned. Did their boss forget them? They felt neglected, unnotified of such a significant operation. "Kona, how can you possibly fend off so many alone?" She assessed the dire situation. Though the League was present, she had no means to signal them. "Everyone attack," commanded the high-ranking official. Waves of attacks surged toward Kona's Pokémon. Even the strongest Pokémon could hardly withstand the onslaught. As the formidable Pokémon of Champion Kona managed to withstand several attacks, defeating a portion of the opposing Pokémon, an unrelenting stream of challengers continued to emerge, including 2 elite-tier Pokémon, the Desert Dragonfly and the Banjira. At that moment, Su Qi stepped forward and declared, "You wretched scoundrels. Allow me to bring your reign of terror to an end." He summoned forth his powerful allies, the Sharpedo, the Gyarados, the Electivire, the Dragonair, the Charizard, and the Metagross. One by one, these champion-level Pokémon materialized before the astonished onlookers. While the Onix chose not to participate, its reluctance palpable. The sight of such extraordinary Pokémon left both Team Rocket and Kona, including the ever-watchful Sakaki hidden behind the monitors, utterly astonished. Could a mere teenager possess such formidable strength? Surely, this was not a dream. Sharpedo, unleash Dragon Breath. Gyarados, utilize Hyper Beam. Electivire, deploy Thunderbolt. Dragonair, harness Ancient Power. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Metagross, execute Psychic. Commanded Su Qi. In an instant, a barrage of attacks rained down, toppling all of Team Rocket's Pokémon, leaving only Banjira and the Desert Dragonfly to persist against the onslaught. Team Rocket could not help but lament the absence of such powerful Pokémon from their ranks. Banjira, unleash Earthquake. Desert Dragonfly, summon Sandstorm. They shouted in frustration. Charizard targeted the Desert Dragonfly with Dragon Claw, while Sharpedo unleashed Dragon Rage upon Banjira. Charizard's claw tore through the sandstorm, striking the Desert Dragonfly, while Sharpedo's attack incapacitated Banjira. Team Rocket, you have lost, Su-Chi remarked, gazing at the defeated foes. Observing the young boy on the screen, Sakaki's lips curled into a slight smirk. Check the boarding list and find out who this boy is, he instructed his subordinate. Yes, replied the bespectacled girl, swiftly operating the computer. Boss, his name is Su-Chi. Su-Chi. Such a talent should undoubtedly serve our Team Rocket. We must find an opportunity to speak with him, Sakaki commanded. Understood, boss. The girl replied respectfully, recognizing Su-Chi's strength and the allure of his Pokémon. Having vanquished Team Rocket, Kona signaled the Alliance, succinctly reporting the situation, which prompted a swift arrival of Alliance personnel to apprehend Team Rocket. With their capture, the calamity aboard the Saint and was averted. The group returned to Leaf Green City. And as they disembarked, Ash sighed in relief, exclaiming, that was terrifying. Team Rocket is utterly vile. Misty added angrily, indeed. We owe a great debt of gratitude to Su-Chi. He saved us all. The passengers from the ship approached to express their thanks. A man leaning on a dragon-headed cane approached Su-Chi, saying, thank you, child. Without you, we would have suffered greatly today. He produced a check for 10 million Alliance coins. Su-Chi accepted it graciously, feeling it was only right to accept recompense for saving the man's life. After receiving the payment, Su-Chi and his companions returned to the Pokémon Center. Kona Andy, may I challenge you to a battle? Su-Chi suddenly asked. Kona, taken aback by the unexpected challenge, hesitated before smiling and responding, your prowess is evident, Su-Chi. I fear I may not be your equal at this moment. However, I have my own motives, Su-Chi continued earnestly. While my Pokémon are indeed powerful, victory in battle relies not only on them, but also on the trainer's meticulous guidance. I recognize my shortcomings and experience and wish to strengthen my bond with my Pokémon through this battle. I hope you will accept. Moved by Su-Chi's heartfelt words, Kona could hardly refuse. Very well, I accept your challenge. However, we must wait a moment, she replied, proceeding to the Pokémon transfer machine in the center to request several Pokémon from the Alliance. These are a few of my longtime companions that I've entrusted to the Alliance. It is time to allow them some exercise, Kona explained to the puzzled onlookers. Su-Chi mused. I suspected that a champion's Pokémon would possess far greater strength than what has been displayed. I can hardly wait for the battle with the champion, exclaimed Ash. His excitement palpable. The group made their way to the battlefield. Kona released her first Pokémon ball, proclaiming, Go, Milotic. A stunning serpentine figure materialized before them, known as the most beautiful Pokémon. Notably, Kona had not previously deployed this Pokémon in the anime, suggesting it was one of her trump cards. Go, Gyarados. Su-Chi responded, releasing his first Pokémon. Kona observed the Gyarados and remarked, I witnessed this child's battle prowess on the cruise. You have trained it well, Su-Chi. Gyarados, use Flamethrower, commanded Su-Chi. A torrent of flames erupted from Gyarados' mouth. Water-type Pokémon can use Flamethrower? What other surprises do you have in store, Su-Chi? Kona said. Her interest piqued. Milotic, use Surf. A massive wave extinguished the flames, showcasing the sheer power of Kona's Pokémon. Gyarados, Ice Beam. Milotic could not evade the attack and was frozen. Seizing the moment, Gyarados lunged forward, employing Ice Fang. The massive icy fangs sank into Milotic, eliciting a painful cry. Hearing Milotic's distress, Kona called out worriedly, Milotic. Yet, Milotic remained capable of fighting. Well done, Milotic. Use Waterfall. Following Kona's command, Milotic leaped into the air, propelled by a cascade of water. Milotic, use Blizzard. Gyarados, let's unleash Hyper Beam. After a tense standoff, Milotic succumbed to Gyarados' Hyper Beam, unable to continue fighting. Kona withdrew Milotic, thanking it for its efforts. Now it's your turn, Swampert. A white Swampert sprang forth. It's a shiny Pokémon. Brock exclaimed. The likelihood of encountering a shiny starter Pokémon is exceedingly rare, showcasing Kona's extraordinary fortune and prowess. This Swampert, colossal in stature, possessed golden fins atop its head, exuding an intimidating presence. Its mere appearance instilled fear in Gyarados, known for its notorious temper, proving Swampert's formidable strength. Su-Chi activated his scanning mode. Name, Shiny Swampert qualities, Champion ability, Torrent moves, Hydro Pump, Earthquake, Earth Power, Power-Up Punch, Water Oath. A champion quality Pokémon. I cannot underestimate it. Su-Chi thought, yet he pondered why someone with such powerful Pokémon would be content with merely being a champion. Sensing Su-Chi's curiosity, Kona explained, I do not crave power. I merely wish to contribute my humble efforts to the Alliance. With a gentle smile, she tossed her hair back, exuding charm while remaining strikingly beautiful, causing Brock's heart to race. Now let us continue, Swampert. Hyper Beam. Gyarados appeared apprehensive, prompting Su-Chi to command, Gyarados. Counter with Hyper Beam. Against a Pokemon of such caliber, we must strike hard from the outset. Gyarados steeled itself, preparing to unleash its attack. But Swampert's move struck with blinding speed and immense force, incapacitating Gyarados instantly. As Su-Chi gazed upon his incapacitated Gyarados, a tumult of emotions surged within him. This marked his first taste of defeat since arriving in the Pokemon world, and the stark contrast to his previous triumphs left him feeling quite disheartened, grappling with an indescribable sensation. Yet, Su-Chi did not falter. Battles were meant to unfold in such a manner. A continuous stream of unchallenged victories would only lead one to lose themselves in the euphoria of success. It is only through experiencing failure that one can truly grow. Renewed with determination, Su-Chi fixed his resolute gaze upon Kona and declared, "Aunt Kona, behold our strength." With that, his Sharpedo made a grand entrance, showcasing its sharp teeth and muscular physique, a true embodiment of its formidable presence. Observing the Sharpedo, Kona recognized its exceptional prowess and cautioned her Swampert, "Swampert, be wary of Sharpedo." Yet Su-Chi was undeterred, commanding, "Sharpedo, use Cross Chop." A barrier of green light materialized before Swampert, absorbing the impact of Sharpedo's initial strike. "Sharpedo, unleash a flurry of Cross Chops," Su-Chi shouted, as the relentless assaults continued. Kona chuckled, "Su-Chi, I concede your strength, but my Swampert is far from being defeated." "Is that so?" Su-Chi replied with a subtle smile. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in Swampert's barrier, steadily widening. "What?" Kona was taken aback. How could Sharpedo's Cross Chop possibly breach Swampert's defenses? It defied logic. Ultimately, after a series of strikes, Sharpedo shattered the protective barrier, sending Swampert crashing to the ground. Without granting it a moment to recover, Sharpedo unleashed a rain of stars. A barrage of meteors descended from the sky, rendering Swampert incapable of continuing the battle. Witnessing Swampert's defeat, Kona's expression soured. After all, Swampert was her starter Pokemon, her companion for the longest time, and one of her greatest assets. Being so easily vanquished left her feeling quite disheartened. Kona, her irritation palpable, challenged Su-Chi, "Let us settle this once and for all. With our strongest Pokemon." The seriousness and anger in her demeanor astonished those present. Provoking a champion was no trivial matter. Su-Chi felt his competitive spirit ignite. "Very well. Let us determine the outcome with a single battle. Sharpedo, you shall continue." Sharpedo, too, was brimming with determination. "So, Sharpedo is your strongest Pokemon. It seems you are destined to lose." Kona seemed exceedingly confident about her forthcoming choice. "Lose? That is utterly impossible," Su-Chi replied with a grin. Chapter 19. The Mega Evolution astonishes all. Kona produced a Pokeball, exclaiming, "Go, Regice." Regice, the legendary Pokemon, took Su-Chi by surprise. He had not anticipated Kona possessing such a mythical creature. Composed entirely of ice shards and columns from Antarctica, Regice resembled a crystalline form. Its face bore a pattern of 7 yellow dots. The conical legs and cylindrical arms ended in 3 crystalline fingers, emanating an awe-inspiring aura upon its arrival. The powerful icy chill radiating from Regice permeated the arena, showcasing its might. "Su-Chi, do you believe you can still win?" Kona asked with a smirk that danced between jest and seriousness. Su-Chi's expression turned grave. Indeed, facing a legendary Pokemon was no trivial challenge. However, there was no turning back now. The 3 onlookers felt a wave of concern for Su-Chi. "What should we do? It seems Su-Chi is on the verge of losing. After all, it is a legendary Pokemon, and Champion Kona is immensely powerful," Misty lamented. In the arena, the 2 Pokemon clashed. Sharpedo executed a dive, its massive draconic silhouette plunging towards Regice. "Regice, intercepted," Kona commanded. Regice extended its ice-like arm, ensnaring Sharpedo with an unyielding grip, rendering the dive ineffective. "Regice, unleash Absolute Zero," Kona ordered, and a blizzard of ice and snow surged forth, completely encasing Sharpedo in a frozen sculpture. Seeing Sharpedo trapped in ice, Su-Chi called out in desperation, "Sharpedo," his eyes filled with concern. At that moment, Kona interjected, "Su-Chi, concede defeat. There is no shame in losing to me. Even if you disregard your own welfare, think of Sharpedo. Do you wish to see it suffer in such a frozen state?" Su-Chi stared at his frozen Sharpedo. Was he truly going to give up? The thought was unbearable. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming desire to fight on. As if sensing his resolve, Sharpedo struggled fiercely against its icy confines, but to no avail. If Sharpedo refused to yield, how could he? "Sharpedo, we have one final move, Mega Evolution," Su-Chi declared, raising his voice to the heavens. He produced the Mega Stone, and a cascade of multicolored light enveloped Sharpedo's Mega Stone, erupting with tremendous energy. The ice encasing Sharpedo began to melt, its form growing larger as its fins expanded, achieving a height of approximately 2 meters. A brand new Mega Sharpedo materialized before the astonished crowd. Kona murmured, "Is this what they call Mega Evolution? How could this be?" Just recently, it was theorized that Pokémon might harness even greater powers through this evolutionary form. Even the initiator, Professor Bratano from the Kalos region, had no inkling of such a phenomenon, yet here it was, manifested by a novice trainer. Kona was astounded. Ash and his companions had been rendered speechless since Regis' arrival. But the emergence of Mega Evolution shattered their understanding of the world. This is Mega Evolution. I've heard of it, but to see it in action is a revelation. Brock exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Sharpedo, let them witness our strength. Dive! Suchi commanded. Sharpedo leapt into action, its massive draconic form charging towards Regis with unprecedented speed. The attack was substantially more powerful than before. Regis managed to withstand the onslaught for only a moment before being slammed against the wall, leaving a colossal hole in its wake. The transformation in Sharpedo was astounding, eliciting gasps of admiration from those witnessing the spectacle. Suchi himself was taken aback. He had not anticipated the sheer strength of Mega Sharpedo. Regis slowly rose, for it was still a level 2 Pokémon and possessed considerable power. Regis, unleash Absolute Zero. Kona commanded, the strongest move of an Ice-type Pokémon. Sharpedo, counter with Dragon Rage. Suchi raised his arm. Sharpedo released a powerful Dragon Rage that collided with Regis' Absolute Zero, ultimately striking Regis directly. The dual assault proved too much for Regis, its 7 dots dimming as it succumbed to defeat. We won, Sharpedo! Suchi exclaimed, ecstatically embracing his Pokémon. Sharpedo, having reverted from its mega form, joyfully reciprocated the embrace. Ash and his companions shared in Suchi's triumph, their spirits lifted. As the battle concluded, Kona approached Suchi along with Ash and the others, stating, Suchi, you are truly remarkable. Would you be interested in joining the league? Join the league? But I am still on my journey, Suchi replied. As a Pokémon prosecutor, you can seamlessly join the league, and with your formidable abilities, you certainly possess the capability to secure approval for this matter. I shall assist you in this endeavor, especially since you have recently aided the league in apprehending Team Rocket. With your status within the league, Team Rocket would be deterred from retaliating against you openly. Moreover, the role of a Pokémon prosecutor does not necessitate prolonged stays at the league center. A mere annual visit suffices, thus allowing you to manage your time effectively. After contemplating Kina's words, Suchi found them quite appealing. Not only would he receive a salary, but Team Rocket also posed a significant threat. Consequently, he acquiesced to Kina's suggestion. The position of Pokémon prosecutor is indeed one of the most coveted in the entire league, second only to the champion of the Elite Four, as Ash remarked with envy. Indeed, the role of a league prosecutor is enviable, yet it demands considerable strength, as one must be prepared to protect the populace at a moment's notice when faced with danger. Kina then bid farewell to the group and returned to the league. Exhausted from the day's events, the others also retreated to their rooms to rest. In his chamber, Suchi summoned the system in anticipation of a lottery draw. The lottery machine on the system panel commenced its rotation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 100 Purity Bloodline of Articuno, a Mega Evolution Stone for Charizard, and a vial of Aptitude Enhancement Liquid. The epic lottery ticket proved its worth, yielding even a legendary Pokémon. Suchi mused about the possibilities that a higher-tier lottery ticket might hold for him. However, he was curious about the significance of the bloodline purity. Ding! Report to the host. Articuno is a lineage Pokémon, and its strength is determined by bloodline purity. The higher the purity, the greater the power. The rewards you have drawn represent the highest tier, signifying formidable strength. Thus, the acquisition of a 100 bloodline Articuno marked a significant advancement in Suchi's prowess. Suchi then produced the Aptitude Enhancement Liquid, intending to reward his Gyarados, which had fought valiantly over the past few days. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, he stepped outside onto the grassy expanse and released Gyarados. Gyarados, initially perplexed by being summoned, had been peacefully resting. This is for you, Gyarados. It is an Aptitude Enhancement Liquid that will elevate your strength. Without hesitation, Gyarados gulped it down. Suchi activated the detection mode. Name Gyarados. Aptitude, Champion. Ability, Rage. Skills, Water Tail, Oath of Water, Flamethrower, Hyper Beam, Ice Fang. Observing Gyarados' upgrade to Champion Aptitude brought great joy to Suchi, who then recalled Gyarados. He retrieved the Pokeball for Articuno from the lottery and noted that the system had conveniently provided a Master Ball for its capture, much to Suchi's benefit. Come forth, Articuno. A striking blue figure soared into the sky, stirring a chilling breeze. Feeling the cold, Suchi quickly urged Articuno to descend, remarking on its formidable presence as the strongest among its lineage. From now on, we shall be partners, Articuno. Let us strive together, Suchi declared. Ah! Articuno joyfully responded to Suchi, affirming the loyalty of the system's lottery to him. After recalling Articuno, Suchi returned to his room to rest, where he enjoyed a delightful dream that night. Chapter 20. The Misty Forest, Encountering Side-Eye. The following morning, Suchi arose early, preparing for the journey ahead. After stretching, he shared breakfast with Kinna, Ash, and others. Kinna departed first, informing Suchi that his Pokemon prosecutor credentials would be sent to him via Messenger Hawk. One cannot deny the convenience of the delivery system in the Pokemon world, providing swift and direct service. After bidding farewell to Kinna, Suchi suggested, "Let us travel together. We are all headed to challenge the Golden Gym." Ash responded with enthusiasm, and after some consideration, Suchi agreed, recognizing the advantage of having companions for mutual support. "Very well. I look forward to your guidance." "Wonderful," Ash exclaimed, jumping in excitement. Thus, the four of them gathered their belongings and set forth on their journey. As they ventured deeper into a forest, the air turned foreboding. "What a terrifying forest. Why is it so dark? There is hardly any light. And I can't even see the shadow of a Pokemon," Misty remarked, visibly apprehensive. "Fear not. We are here to protect you. It's normal for sunlight to be scarce in such towering woods. However, it's indeed unusual to encounter no Pokemon at all in such a vast forest," Suchi mused, sharing her concern. Upon hearing Suchi's words, Misty questioned, "Could there be ghosts here?" "Impossible. At worst, there might be some ghost-type Pokemon," Brock replied. "Ghost types?" Ash exclaimed with excitement, noting that while he had encountered water-type Pokemon extensively, he had never seen ghost types. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the forest. "Did you hear that crying?" Misty asked, curling up in fear. "Let us move forward. I'm curious to see who is trying to cause a stir," Suchi said, bolstering everyone's courage. The four continued onward to uncover the source of the cries. They soon discovered a 6- or 7-year-old boy who had a pleasant appearance. Misty's maternal instincts kicked in, and she knelt down to inquire, "What is your name, little one? What are you doing out here? Where are your parents?" The boy looked up at her and replied, "My name is Sitaro. I'm a student at the nearby Pokemon Academy. I was left behind because my outdoor training scores were subpar." Upon hearing this, the group felt indignant. Regardless of the situation, they should not abandon a classmate. Only Suchi understood that this Pokemon Academy was established for wealthy children, who often displayed arrogance and a lack of practical skills. He resolved to teach them a lesson when they encountered them, reminding them that there are always those greater than themselves. Crouching down to Sitaro, Suchi said, "Take us to the Pokemon Academy. We will help you seek justice." "Oh, never mind. They are very strong, especially Yoda and the duo of Abelang and Bulbasaur. You can't defeat them," Sitaro lamented. Suchi couldn't help but chuckle internally at the notion that these two sounded like mere extras. "Let us there. We will certainly assist you in avenging this wrong," he said confidently. "All right, but with this fog, I can't discern the direction," Sitaro replied. "Not to worry. Let me summon Pidgeot," Suchi declared. Pidgeot unleashed a mighty gust, dispersing the fog in mere seconds. Sitaro gazed at Suchi in astonishment, unable to comprehend the spectacle. Suchi reveled in the admiration of others. It was exhilarating. "All right, Sitaro. You lead the way," he instructed. Sitaro nodded in agreement. The group followed Sitaro for about half an hour until they encountered a grand entrance adorned with golden threads and enamel embellishments, exuding opulence. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a disdainful voice, "Halt. Sitaro, without my permission, do you dare return?" Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, we haven't allowed you to come back yet." As Suchi looked over, he beheld two children, their faces contorted with indignation as they confronted Zheng Tailang. Suchi surmised that these must be the two individuals Zheng Tailang had mentioned. "You two are Yong Tai and Zhengku, aren't you?" Suchi inquired. "At least you possess some discernment. It seems our reputation has spread far and wide." "Ha!" Yong Tai and Zhengku laughed boisterously. "We are here to demand justice for Zheng Tailang. You abandoned him in the forest without a care for his safety. Are you even human?" Xiaoxia exclaimed angrily. Upon hearing Xiaoxia's words, the two realized that these individuals had come to provoke them, and immediately retorted, "He brought it upon himself." Sister Shengdai said that the weak who fail to complete their tasks do not deserve to enter the Pokemon Academy. Hearing such remarks, Suchi could no longer contain himself. "If that's the case, Then let me witness your strength, he declared. The two, emboldened by Su Chi's challenge, scoffed. Be careful. We might leave you unrecognizable. Go, Abalong. And Zeruko, they shouted in unison. Beedrill, teach them a lesson. Su Chi commanded, summoning Beedrill. Beedrill soared into the air, spiraling gracefully before landing on the battlefield. Flame Horse, show him our might. Use Flamethrower. Shungdai bellowed. Beedrill sliced through the air. Su Chi countered. The Flame Horse, though well-trained, was no match for Su Chi's Beedrill. Alas, even great strength can be a lonely burden, Su Chi mused, covering his face. Beedrill's air slice cleaved through the flamethrower, striking the Flame Horse, which let out a painful cry before collapsing, rendered unable to continue. As the two children witnessed their Pokemon's swift defeat, they grew anxious, instinctively retreating. Now you're scared. Su Chi chuckled. They turned and fled, shouting, Sister, we've been beaten. Suddenly, a short-haired girl emerged from the center of the academy. This was Shungdai, and she bore a striking resemblance to her character in the original story, still quite small. As Shungdai approached, she addressed Su Chi. So, you are the one who defeated them. You don't seem all that impressive. Not impressive? Why not test it yourself? Su Chi replied with a mischievous grin, believing that a more audacious response was warranted for rudeness. Shungdai, realizing the implications of his words, blushed furiously. You, shameless. Miss Shungdai, I merely meant to propose a Pokemon battle. Why must you accuse me of being shameless? Su Chi feigned innocence, gazing at her with wide-eyed naivete. This only further infuriated Shungdai, who reluctantly accepted Su Chi's challenge. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji was bewildered, questioning why Shungdai was so irate over a single remark. The intricacies of a woman's world were truly perplexing. Chapter 21. The Principal's Request, Ghost-type Pokemon. Shungdai withdrew a Pokeball. Go, Flame Horse. A white horse with flames erupting from its back emerged from the Pokeball. Beedrill, it's your turn, Su Chi announced. Releasing Beedrill. As Beedrill circled in the air, it soared to the battlefield. Flame Horse, show him what we're made of. Use Flamethrower. Shungdai commanded. Beedrill cut through the air. Su Chi responded. Though the Flame Horse was reasonably well-trained, it paled in comparison to Su Chi's Beedrill. Ah, such strength can be a solitary plight, Su Chi pondered. Concealing his face, Beedrill's air slice easily severed the flamethrower, striking the Flame Horse, which emitted a pained wail before collapsing, devoid of combat capability. As the leader of the Pokemon Academy, Shungdai was unaccustomed to such defeat and found it hard to believe. Subsequently, she summoned other students from the academy. A dozen or so emerged, clearly the ruffians who followed this bossy girl. Everyone, let's teach him a harsh lesson, Shungdai commanded, pointing at Su Chi. Enough nonsense. Stop this at once. A middle-aged man, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, approached from afar. Su Chi squinted. Recognizing him as the man who had given him a check after Team Rocket's attack, what was he doing here? The man approached Shungdai with a stern expression. What have you done? This is the savior I told you about. Father, you are Shungdai's father? Su Chi inquired, astounded. Father? He is your savior? Shungdai echoed, her disbelief evident as she gazed at Su Chi, who she perceived as a scoundrel. The man, visibly embarrassed, addressed the group. I sincerely apologize. My daughter has caused you trouble. After a brief introduction, he continued, I am Yutong Xian Air, and this is my daughter, Yutong Shungdai. Shungdai, apologize immediately. Yutong Xian Air admonished sternly. Shungdai, fidgeting, approached, her previous arrogance completely vanished. I'm sorry, she murmured, the three simple words seemingly a monumental challenge for her. It was hardly surprising. Having received nothing but privilege throughout her life, uttering an apology was no trivial matter for Yutong Shungdai. I didn't hear you. Xiao Xia retorted angrily, turning her head aside. I'm sorry. Shungdai suddenly exclaimed loudly, her face flushed and tears welling in her eyes, revealing the struggle behind her prideful facade. Very well, I will reluctantly forgive you, Su Chi interjected diplomatically. By the way, I haven't inquired yet, Mr. Yutong. What brings you here? I am the principal of this Pokemon Academy. The principal? No wonder you possess such wealth. Carrying around 10 million Alliance coins makes sense. Su Chi mused. After resolving the matter with Shungdai, Yutong Xian Air scolded her thoroughly and instructed her to reflect on her behavior. Embarrassed, Shungdai ran back to the academy. Subsequently, Yutong led everyone to the principal's office, where he once again expressed his apologies and assured them of strict supervision. Su Chi then remarked, Principal Yutong, you must have a matter of importance in mind for inviting us in. Yutong paused, his expression darkening as he turned toward a statue in the room, lifting his hand to gently rotate it. A hidden door creaked open in response. Su Chi, please enter. I apologize for the inconvenience, but I must ask the rest of you to wait here. That's fine, we trust them. Let them come along, Su-Chi replied. All right. If you trust them, then let them join us, Yutong agreed. As they entered the secret chamber, the room was modest, approximately 40 square meters, with a single Pokémon egg at its center, devoid of any other furnishings, giving it an empty ambience. Principal Yutong, can you now explain? Su-Chi inquired. Regarding the egg. Look here, Yutong instructed, pointing at the Pokémon egg encased in glass. It was a red and white egg adorned with yellow spots, emanating an intense warmth. Merely approaching it, even through the glass, one could sense its searing heat and an inexplicable, formidable power. What Pokémon egg is this? How could it possess such immense strength? Xiaoji questioned. The words that followed from Principal Yutong left everyone astounded. This is the egg of Ho-Oh. Yutong spoke gravely. Impossible, Xiao Gang exclaimed in disbelief. It is well known that Ho-Oh is a legendary Pokémon, and according to those who have witnessed it, there is only one in existence. How could it possibly have descendants? Xiao Gang protested. We are uncertain of the details. It was discovered in a cave in Yuanzhou City by the Zafuki family and my own Yutong family. Those who found it reported that it was due to a massive explosion in the vicinity. When they entered the cave, they were met with a blaze of red light. And afterward, they discovered the egg, which they subsequently retrieved. But how can you be sure this is Ho-Oh's egg? Su-Chi asked, perplexed. Yutong adjusted his glasses, explaining. Initially, we were also in doubt, but many from both families examined ancient records together and finally found a reference stating that Ho-Oh undergoes a rebirth every 1,000 years, transforming back into a Pokémon egg. Moreover, there have been legends surrounding the Wind Chime Tower in Yuanzhou City, claiming that whenever Ho-Oh is reborn, if the egg is not successfully hatched, a great calamity will befall the entire Kanto and Chengdu regions. A calamity? What kind of calamity? Su-Chi inquired gravely. Yudo shook his head, expressing uncertainty. We are not entirely sure. We only know that a great calamity may be looming, but the specifics remain a mystery. Then why did you summon me? Su-Chi queried, bewildered. Allow me to explain. In the transmission of Yuanzhou City, whenever a disaster is imminent, a boy endowed with the power of aura will descend, accompanied by his extraordinary Pokémon, to avert the impending doom. The power of aura? You mean I possess it? But I don't feel it, Su-Chi lamented, feeling utterly powerless, akin to a mere decorative vase, albeit an attractive one. No, you do possess it, Yudo insisted confidently. Look at the Ho-Oh egg. The warmth it emits has intensified since your arrival, coupled with the exceptional qualities of your Pokémon. I firmly believe you are the hero destined to save us all, Yudo said earnestly to Su-Chi. Aura? Su-Chi pondered, gazing at his hands. If the power of aura resides within me, why have I never realized it? Surely, Yudo must be mistaken. Perhaps it is akin to Ash's bond with his Greninja in the anime, which resembles the power of aura. Ding. A significant energy has indeed been detected within the host's body. The estimated strength of the aura is 100. Perplexed by the system's revelation, Su-Chi wondered. If this is a hidden power, how can I awaken it? Ding. The host must merge with the original soul of the body to awaken the dormant power of aura. To activate the aura, simply consume the Universal Awakening Elixir. The Universal Awakening Elixir, what a grand name. How can I obtain it? Su-Chi inquired. Ding. The host can acquire designated items through completing specific tasks for a chance to draw from the item lottery. Such a function exists? Why didn't the system mention this sooner? The host did not inquire. The system replied monotonously. All right, let us disregard that, Su-Chi said, now enlightened about the power of aura. He turned to Principal Yudo and declared, since you believe in me, I shall shoulder this responsibility and strive to awaken my aura as swiftly as possible. Excellent. Yudo beamed at Su-Chi. Then the Ho-Oh egg is entrusted to you. I look forward to its successful hatching to mitigate this disaster. I will certainly do my utmost. Su-Chi affirmed as he accepted the egg. However, you must exercise caution. Ho-Oh is unlike any other Pokémon. It is imperative that no one else learns of its existence. Yudo cautioned, addressing Su-Chi and his companions. Rest assured, we will keep this secret, they all responded in unison. Well then, if there is nothing else, we shall continue our journey. Su-Chi bid farewell to Principal Yudo. Wait a moment. Yudo halted the departing group. There is one more matter I would like to request your assistance with. What is it? Su-Chi asked, intrigued. There resides a powerful ghost-type Pokémon within this forest that frequently frightens our students. Several have been so terrified that they dare not return to school. As you know, our institution is a prestigious academy, and this greatly affects our reputation. Thus, I hope you can capture it. A ghost-type Pokémon. There really is one here. Ash exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 22. Capturing the Gloomy Plant and the Nocturnal Owl. Without a backward glance, Ash rushed out in exhilaration. Ash, wait for us. Misty called out helplessly after the overly eager boy. Subsequently, the group bid farewell to Principal Yudo and exited the Pokemon Academy. Everyone, hurry up. I can hardly contain my excitement. Ash urged at the entrance. All right, Ash, can you find it? Ghost-type Pokemon are notoriously elusive. Take your time. We wouldn't want to get separated, Misty advised, observing Ash's fervor with concern. Indeed, Misty is right. We should stick together, Su-Chi agreed. Ash managed to rein in his excitement as the group began their search for the ghost-type Pokemon in the forest. After an indeterminate period of wandering, Misty complained. Is there really nothing here? Could it be that Principal Yudo was mistaken, and there is no ghost-type Pokemon at all? I've walked so far, and am now both exhausted and famished. Suddenly, a thick fog began to envelop the forest. The group looked around as the mist grew denser, soon obscuring their vision entirely. What is happening? Misty exclaimed in fear. Firo, come forth. Use Hurricane to disperse this fog. Firo spread its wings, valiantly clearing the fog around them. Yet, within moments, the mist gathered once more, shrouding them anew. This fog is peculiar, Su-Chi remarked, furrowing his brow. The mist encircled them again, thicker than before, rendering visibility almost non-existent. What should we do? The fog is so dense that we can't even discern our direction. Are we going to be trapped here indefinitely? Misty quivered with trepidation. At that moment, several ghostly flames flickered within the mist, causing Misty to scream in alarm. Don't be afraid, Su-Chi reassured them, observing the flames closely. Those ghostly flames appear to be the ghost-type Pokemon's move, Will-O-Wisp. Indeed. Those 9 purple flames swirling about seem far too coincidental to be mere chance, Brock noted. Perhaps this fog is its doing. However, to conjure such dense mist, this Pokemon's abilities are formidable, Su-Chi mused. Firo, use Quick Attack towards the source of the ghostly flames. Firo surged forward, enveloped in a blue energy, charging at the flames. A resounding crash echoed through the air, plunging the surroundings into silence. Firo emerged from the fog, declaring, I shall see what manner of Pokemon you are. As the mist dissipated, a Pokemon manifested before them, its body emanating purple flames, transparent like thin mist, adorned with countless green eyes. It's Gloomy Plant, a ghost-type Pokemon, and a very rare one at that, Brock exclaimed. Unable to contain himself, Ash shouted, Gloomy Plant. Come battle me. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika Pika. Pikachu leaped from Ash's shoulder, ready for combat. A bolt of electricity surged toward Gloomy Plant, but it vanished suddenly, causing Pikachu's attack to strike the ground, singeing the earth. Ghost-type Pokemon can become invisible at will. Be cautious, Ash, Brock warned anxiously. I will be careful, Pikachu, stay alert. Pika Pika. Pikachu lowered its head, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, from the left, a shadow ball hurtled towards Pikachu. Pikachu dodged. But Pikachu was caught off guard and knocked down by the attack. Regaining its footing, Pikachu saw Gloomy Plant reappear. Pikachu rushed at Gloomy Plant with a quick attack. But Gloomy Plant vanished once more, causing Pikachu to crash into a tree. In an instant, Gloomy Plant appeared behind Pikachu, unleashing several ghostly flames that erupted in an explosion, rendering Pikachu unable to continue fighting. Pikachu! Ash cried, hastily scooping Pikachu into his arms, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Gloomy Plant. After handing Pikachu to Brock for treatment, Ash retrieved a Pokeball. Go, Butterfree. Use Sleep Powder. Butterfree released a cloud of yellow sleep powder aimed at Gloomy Plant. But it evaded the attack and retaliated with Dark Pulse, knocking Butterfree out as well. What a powerful Pokemon! Ash exclaimed to Su-Chi. It's too strong for me to defeat. I don't stand a chance. In truth, Su-Chi wished to preserve Ash's confidence, silently reflecting that it wasn't Gloomy Plant's strength, but rather Ash's lack thereof. Activating his analysis mode, Su-Chi observed. Name, Gloomy Plant. Qualification, Near Champion. Ability, Pressure. Skills, Wave of Evil, Shadow Ball, Intimidate, Will-O-Wisp, Dream Eater, Mist. Is this the qualification of a Dintenwang? I accept it, and a faint smile graced Su-Chi's lips. Go, Charizard. Unleash Flamethrower. Charizard opened its mouth and expelled a stream of golden flames, which the Shuppet swiftly evaded. This Shuppet is remarkably agile. It seems I must employ cunning tactics. Charizard directed Flamethrower at the surrounding ground, taking to the skies and encircling the area in a ring of fire. The blazing flames danced, revealing the Shuppet, a ghost-type Pokemon that is particularly vulnerable to fire. With Charizard igniting the flames around it, the Shuppet found itself with nowhere to hide. The Shuppet appeared somewhat irate and unleashed a wave of evil towards Charizard. Charizard retaliated with Flamethrower. The two energies collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Charizard's claws glimmered with a green light, forming a massive dragon claw that grasped the Shuppet tightly. The Shuppet writhed in pain, its eyes slightly askew. Charizard delivered a final blow with Dragon Pulse. The attack struck the Shuppet, and as smoke cleared, to Su-Chi's astonishment, the Shuppet still retained its fighting spirit. The Shuppet vanished once more, and Charizard remained vigilant. Su-Chi instructed Charizard, and just then, Charizard's ears perked up at a sound behind it. Suddenly, it spun around and unleashed Dragon Claw, sending the Shuppet crashing into a tree, rendering it unable to battle. One must acknowledge the prowess of the seasoned Charizard. The Shuppet requires further training. Su-Chi tossed a Pokeball, successfully capturing the Shuppet. I still have to rely on you. Ash is truly unreliable, Su-Chi remarked. While Xiaoxia couldn't help but tease Ash during her praise of Su-Chi, Ash sheepishly scratched his head and stayed silent. It's no big deal. Now that this issue is resolved, let us inform Principal Yudo. Alright. The group returned to the Pokemon Academy and reported to Yudo that the Ghost-type Pokemon had been captured. Yudo was taken aback. Really? Thank you so much. Su-Chi explained that the Shuppet had been causing trouble, but it was likely unintentional. After all, it had been captured by him. It still needed to be protected. Principal Yudo did not hold a grudge, as, in his view, as long as it did not disrupt the school, it was acceptable. After bidding farewell to Principal Yudo, they exited the Pokemon Academy. Su-Chi had just acquired a map of the forest from him. The group gazed at the map, and Su-Chi remarked, "We are now quite close to the exit. We will pass through a territory of Noctowl to get out." Speaking of Noctowl, Su-Chi recalled the shining Noctowl from the anime, which was exceptionally intelligent. Chapter 23, The Evolution of Riolu. The group proceeded forward and arrived at the territory of the Noctowl. I've heard that Noctowl can be rather temperamental, very territorial, Brock noted. No worries, we'll try to avoid them and remain undetected, Su-Chi replied, eager to leave the forest and reach the city as soon as possible. They stealthily passed through the Noctowl's territory, walking cautiously, for the Noctowl's ultrasonic waves were formidable, and any misstep could alert them. Moreover, Su-Chi had no intention of capturing them. In his heart, the shining Noctowl was the only one he desired. Just then, Ash accidentally stepped on a dry twig. The sharp crack echoed in the quiet forest, drawing immediate attention. Who? A multitude of Noctowl detected the group and began to flap their wings, launching an assault. Seeing the Noctowl had spotted them, Su-Chi and the others did not hide anymore. They took out their Pokemon, preparing to fend off the oncoming attackers. Riolu. Let us put them to the test, Su-Chi commanded. Go, Riolu. Ash sent out his Charmander, Brock unleashed his Onix, and Xiaoxia released her Starmie. Flamethrower, Bind, Water Gun. Riolu, use Aura Sphere. A barrage of attacks ensued, and several Noctowl fell, but more and more appeared. The Noctowl unleashed Hurricane and Air Slash, overwhelming the group and knocking out several of their Pokemon. Charmander and Starmie were rendered unable to battle. Xiaoxia and Ash recalled their incapacitated Pokemon. Su-Chi, quickly use your Pokemon to drive them away, Xiaoxia urged. Su-Chi smiled calmly. There's no rush. Let Riolu gain some experience. He then instructed, Riolu, use Shadow Clone followed by Aura Sphere. A flurry of Aura Spheres rained down, and the Noctowl were all struck to the ground. Ash gazed at Riolu in awe. That's incredible. His Charmander had been defeated in an instant, while Su-Chi's Riolu decimated the entire flock of Noctowl. Was this the difference in strength? Having defeated the Noctowl, Riolu was slightly fatigued, panting as it stood, beads of sweat dripping from its brow. At that moment, a series of air slashes targeted the weary Riolu, and Su-Chi was caught off guard as Riolu was struck and sent flying. Riolu, Su-Chi exclaimed in concern. A robust Noctowl emerged from the thicket. Name, Noctowl. Qualification, Legendary. Ability, Keen Eye. Skills, Air Slash, Shadow Ball, Hypnosis, Confuse Ray, Brave Bird, and Quick Attack. It appears this one possesses impressive skills, Su-Chi observed on the system panel. Riolu, meanwhile, stood back up, its gaze fixated on the Noctowl in the sky. The Noctowl, witnessing its fallen kin, was filled with rage and let out an enraged screech, launching itself towards Riolu with Brave Bird. Riolu, dodge and use Aura Sphere. Riolu leaped into the air, evading the Brave Bird attack, and struck the Noctowl with Aura Sphere. To Su-Chi's astonishment, the Noctowl, rather than being incapacitated from the recoil of Brave Bird, used it again, landing a significant blow on Riolu. Brave Bird was one of the most powerful moves in the flying-type arsenal, and Riolu was left severely injured. Determined, Riolu attempted to stand, but its injuries were too grave to allow it. Come back, Riolu, Su-Chi said, preparing to return Riolu to its Pokeball. But Riolu, with unwavering resolve, looked at Su-Chi, indicating its willingness to continue battling. Su-Chi realized then that Riolu's ability, inner focus, instilled in it a fighting spirit that only grew stronger with each challenge. Riolu, I understand now, Su-Chi said, a smile forming on his lips. Use Aura Sphere. With great effort, Riolu rose, gathering a blue Aura Sphere in its palm and launching it at the Noctowl. The Noctowl easily dodged, retaliating with Shadow Ball, striking Riolu once more and covering it in dirt. As the Noctowl prepared to unleash Brave Bird again, Riolu began to glow with radiant light, capturing the group's attention. It's evolving, Brock exclaimed. Within the glow of evolution, Riolu's form grew taller, and when the light dissipated, a Lucario stood before them, exuding an aura of determination. With a sleek and imposing figure, a stoic expression, and prominent bone spikes on its chest, it was Lucario. Su-Chi gazed in excitement at the newly evolved Lucario. Lucario turned to nod at Su-Chi before fixing its sharp gaze upon the Noctowl, which now sensed an increased threat from the formidable Pokémon before it. Name, Lucario. Qualification, Champion. Ability, Inner Focus. Skills, Aura Sphere, Shadow Clone, Bone Rush, Focus Energy, Double Kick. Having mastered Bone Rush, Su-Chi gazed at Lucario. Lucario executed Bone Rush, leaping into the air with a bone club materializing in its grasp, striking the head of the Noctowl. The Noctowl screeched in pain, unleashing a confusion wave that surged towards Lucario. The confusion wave could ensnare Pokémon in illusions, indiscriminately attacking. Lucario struggled to fend it off, its gaze growing increasingly dazed. Observing this, Su-Chi shouted fervently, Lucario, pull yourself together. Upon hearing Su-Chi's words, Lucario snapped back to attention, its body glowing with a cerulean light as its eyes turned crimson. Waves of aura emanated from Lucario, creating ripples in the air, and its aura intensified. Witnessing this transformation, Su-Chi and the others were left in awe. This was the power of the aura, a force both formidable and enigmatic. Brock's eyes sparkled with envy. In the distance, the Noctowl stared at Lucario, equally astonished. Lucario, Aura Sphere, commanded Su-Chi. Instantly, Lucario concentrated and unleashed an Aura Sphere, twice the size of the previous one, which sped forth with astonishing velocity, striking the Noctowl and rendering it unable to continue the battle. Su-Chi was taken aback by the situation. Lucario's aura power had significantly increased post-evolution. However, the stronger Lucario became, the more it reflected Su-Chi's own strength, filling him with genuine joy for Lucario. As the battle concluded, Su-Chi recalled Lucario, and they continued their journey, observing the fallen Noctowl scattered around them. After walking for several minutes, they reached the exit and dashed outside. The brilliant sunlight bathed them, a long-awaited reprieve from the dreary, damp forest. Misty was ecstatic, exclaiming that for a girl, spending all day in such conditions would surely lead to wrinkled skin. We finally made it, Su-Chi remarked. Just then, a sound echoed from the sky, coo coo. They looked up to see a messenger Pidgey descending, delivering a backpack adorned with the Pokémon League emblem to Su-Chi. This is the messenger Pidgey of the Pokémon League, Su-Chi explained. Coo, coo, the Pidgey chirped in affirmation before taking flight. Its efficiency is quite impressive. Su-Chi unzipped the backpack to find a Pokémon League inspector's badge nestled within. Its golden emblem set against a mysterious black leather background exuded an air of solemnity and grandeur, certain to impress. This is the badge of a Pokémon inspector, exclaimed Ash and his companions, their eyes filled with admiration. From today onwards, I shall serve as a Pokémon inspector, Su-Chi declared, feeling an inexplicable sense of responsibility as he held the badge. After securing the badge, he discovered additional items, presumably the League rewards mentioned by Aunt Kinna. Opening the box, he found a Golden King's certificate and a simple device resting inside. Su-Chi recognized the King's certificate as the item necessary for Snorlax's evolution into Blissey, a highly coveted item. As he examined the device, Brock remarked, "This appears to be a simple energy cube manufacturing machine." An energy cube manufacturing machine? Su-Chi exclaimed, astonished. The League is truly generous. Just one of these machines is worth around 50 million League coins. How extravagant. Chapter 24. Seizing Opportunities, the Gigantic Tentacruel. This is splendid. With this energy cube manufacturing machine, I can save a considerable sum, Su-Chi mused. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. The price was simply exorbitant. And for someone like Su-Chi, who cherished wealth, it was indeed a painful expense. Now I need not worry about this expenditure. Perhaps I can even profit from it. He stowed the items back into his backpack as the group set off towards Golden City once more. After a lengthy trek, they arrived at a coastal city. Misty inquired, "Is this Golden City?" Brock consulted the map and replied, "According to the map, we should be in Lamperky City." renowned for its thriving tourism due to its proximity to the sea. At the mention of tourism, Misty's eyes sparkled with excitement as she urged everyone to indulge in shopping. Suddenly, a notification rang out. Ding. Epic quest released. Capture the gigantic Tentacruel. Reward. Specified item lottery ticket, epic lottery ticket. Upon receiving this unexpected quest, Suchi could hardly contain his exhilaration. What fortuitous timing. I was just pondering how to obtain a specified item lottery ticket, and now it has come to me. However, a thought struck him. Wait, why is the system being so generous? Is it truly giving me what I lack? Ding. Detecting the host's thoughts. This system will periodically adjust quest rewards based on the difficulty and the host's current needs. Ah, how considerate you are, my beloved system. Suchi beamed, while Ash and his friends exchanged puzzled glances, unable to discern the reason for his mirth. Misty interrupted his reverie. Hey, Suchi, what are you laughing at? Suchi snapped back to reality, saying, Oh, nothing, let us move on. The trio exchanged curious glances, but said nothing further. They arrived at the Pokémon Center in Lamperky City, where they entrusted their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for recovery. After settling into their rooms, they made their way to the Pokémon League shopping store, known for its high-quality, affordable goods, ensuring confidence in their purchases. Seizing the opportunity, Suchi perused the prices of various Pokémon energy cubes. Previously, he had been financially constrained and rarely fed his Pokémon energy cubes, opting instead for human food or berries. The prices of energy cubes were steep, yet their benefits for Pokémon were substantial. Quality energy cubes not only enhanced the power of Pokémon's moves, but also contributed to their speed and growth. As Suchi examined the display of energy cubes, he was astounded to find that the most affordable normal and fighting-type energy cubes were priced at over 30,000 league coins per bag, while dragon and ghost-type variants soared to several 100,000 coins. Suchi sensed a lucrative opportunity and proceeded to purchase several essential energy cube ingredients for his Pokémon. Afterward, he realized that the ingredients required for different Pokémon's energy cubes varied, naturally influencing the prices. For instance, Dragon-type energy cubes required not only Cactuar fruit, but also Dragonberry and Ancient Soil. Both Cactuar fruit and Dragonberry were quite valuable, while Ancient Soil was exceedingly rare, typically found in regions where Dragon-type Pokémon congregated. The scarcity of Ancient Soil, compounded by its limited availability within Dragon-type territories, drove its price higher. Thus, Dragon-type energy cubes greatly benefited moves like Dragon Pulse and Dragon Breath. Without hesitation, Suchi returned to the Pokémon Center, entered his room, and retrieved the energy cube manufacturing machine. After configuring the ingredient ratios, he commenced the production of energy cubes. In no time, vibrant red energy cubes began to materialize. Suchi inspected one, finding it nearly identical to those sold commercially. He casually popped one into his mouth for a taste. A sour and bitter flavor flooded his palate, proving to be quite unpleasant. Haxorus, come out and give this a try, Suchi called, releasing Haxorus. The dragon examined the energy cube, sniffed it, and decided it was acceptable, promptly using its tail to grasp a few and consume them. The sweet and sour taste delighted Haxorus, who, after finishing, eagerly gazed at the energy cubes in Suchi's hand, clearly wanting more. All right, you can have them all, Suchi relented, and Haxorus happily devoured the offering, longing for even more. The delectable energy cubes were a long-awaited treat for the Pokémon, and Suchi felt a profound sense of obligation to make amends for the past. He diligently crafted a plethora of energy cubes, releasing all his Pokémon to witness their eager consumption, which only intensified his yearning for a scene of prosperity. Subsequently, Suchi ventured out from the Pokémon Center once more to procure additional raw materials, retreating to his room to commence his crafting process. He reserved enough for his Pokémon, selling the surplus, albeit at a different location to avoid arousing suspicion, as the previous spot was teeming with onlookers. Arriving at an unofficial Pokémon shop, he managed to sell his wares for over 150,000 Alliance coins. Exiting the store, Suchi gazed at the sum recorded in his Pokédex, marveling at the exorbitant profits. The mere 20,000 spent on materials had yielded such a substantial return, filling Suchi with delight. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, he found Ash and his companions had also returned early. Suchi generously distributed some of the coveted energy cubes to them. Brock inquired, "Did this come from that machine?" To which Suchi affirmatively replied. The trio expressed their gratitude, well aware of the high value of energy cubes. As they reclaimed their Pokeballs, a sudden influx of individuals tending to injured Pokemon appeared, predominantly water-type Pokemon. Nurse Joy, overwhelmed, received a wave of relief as Suchi and his friends approached her, asking, "Is there anything we can assist you with?" Joy's face brightened at their willingness to help. Thank you so much. The Pokemon Center is understaffed. Could you assist by administering healing spray to some of the less severely injured Pokemon? Without hesitation, they began their work, laboring for several hours until dusk began to settle. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, bewildered by the sheer number of injured Pokemon. Ash voiced his confusion. How could there be so many injured Pokemon all of a sudden? At that moment, Nurse Joy approached them again, expressing her heartfelt thanks while providing context for the situation. It turned out that an individual named Granny Jean Hua from Lanpuchi City intended to establish a resort hotel on the territory of the Tentacle, which was home to a colossal tentacle fiercely protective of its kin. Granny Jean Hua had been seeking powerful trainers to defeat the giant tentacle to achieve her goals, leading to rampant destruction along the coast as the tentacle sought to protect its habitat. Hearing this, Ash, a fervent lover of Pokemon, could no longer contain his outrage, vociferously condemning Granny Jean Hua for her destructive motives driven by personal greed. Su-Chi, recalling the original narrative where Granny Jean Hua was depicted as a ruthless businesswoman willing to resort to any means to achieve her ends, conceived a brilliant plan, one that would not only deter her from coveting the tentacle's territory, but also yield significant profit. The following morning, the four bid farewell to Nurse Joy and made their way to Granny Jean Hua's opulent office building, which exuded an air of ostentation. As they approached, they were intercepted by several guards. Halt! What is your purpose here? One demanded. Su-Chi replied. We've heard that Granny Jean Hua is seeking trainers capable of defeating the tentacle, so we've come to discuss this matter with her. The guards chuckled derisively, dismissing Su-Chi's youth. Undeterred, Su-Chi unleashed his Gyarados, which let out a fearsome roar, sending the guards sprawling in fright. With a sense of vindication, Su-Chi entered the building, while the guards hastily informed Granny Jean Hua of the commotion below. Ascending to the top floor via the elevator, they arrived at a solitary office. Before Su-Chi could step forward, a woman in her 60s, adorned in gold and silver, emerged, leaning on a cane and flanked by two handsome male secretaries. With a smile etched across her wrinkled face, she exclaimed, "You must be the trainers. My subordinates have informed me of their folly, and I have reprimanded them accordingly." Su-Chi observed the elderly woman, noting her unexpectedly genial demeanor. Contrary to her animated portrayal in the series, where she would unleash weapons against the tentacle, he resolved to exploit her naivety. "You must be Granny Jean Hua. We've come to offer our services in eliminating the tentacle, as we understand you are willing to pay handsomely for such assistance." Granny Jean Hua's face brightened at the prospect of help, and she eagerly replied, "Indeed, if you can rid me of that troublesome tentacle, I shall reward you with 100 million alliance coins." Ash nearly gasped in excitement at the mention of such a sum. However, Su-Chi remained unfazed. 100 million is rather paltry, considering the potential profits from eliminating the tentacle, which could easily amount to 2 billion alliance coins. "Do you truly expect us to accept such a meager offer?" Granny Jean Hua, sensing their intent to depart, hastily attempted to negotiate, her irritation evident. She merely wished to rid herself of the tentacle's nuisance. "Very well, what is your price?" she asked. 20 billion, Su-Chi stated confidently. 20 billion? Have you lost your mind? She retorted, her frustration palpable. Su-Chi feigned indifference. "If you are unwilling to meet that price, then we shall take our leave." As they turned to exit, Granny Jean Hua called them back, begrudgingly conceding, "Fine, 20 billion it is. But you must pay me in advance, as we are not in a position to flee." Understanding the logic in her request, Granny Jean Hua ordered her secretary to transfer the funds. Upon confirming the transfer of 20 billion in his Pokédex, Su-Chi nodded in satisfaction. "Received. Now, we must proceed with your plan to lure the tentacle." "Leave it to me," Granny Jean Hua replied, promptly making a phone call. Outside, the sound of explosions echoed, as she explained, "The tentacle clan is vast. Attacking its kin will surely provoke a response." Her expression twisted into something menacing. Su-Chi felt a surge of anger at her callousness, yet he maintained his composure. "All right, Granny Jean Hua, I will handle the rest. Ash, you and the others should return now." Understanding his intent, Ash and his friends exchanged knowing glances before departing the building. With the coast clear, Su-Chi summoned Charizard and mounted its back. Charizard shattered the glass as it soared into the sky. "My glass," Granny Jean Hua lamented, distressed over the costly crystal glass she had so extravagantly installed. Ignoring her complaints, Su-Chi directed Charizard towards the coast, where a massive tentacle loomed above the water, surrounded by smaller, incapacitated tentacle. As they approached, the giant tentacle lashed out with its venomous tentacles. "Charizard, unleash flamethrower," Su-Chi commanded, as Charizard expelled a torrent of flames. pushing the tentacle's assault back. The venomous jellyfish writhed in discomfort, extending its tentacles and glaring furiously at the human before it. In a sudden burst of aggression, it unleashed a stinger towards Su-Chi. The Charizard adeptly evaded the attack, retreating to avoid the onslaught of venom. Come forth, Garchomp, Dratini, Metagross, and Articuno. Su-Chi summoned several of his formidable Pokémon. With a commanding voice, he directed the Garchomp to unleash Dragon Pulse, Dratini to expel its breath, Metagross to unleash its devastating Hyper Beam, and Articuno to execute Absolute Zero. Responding to Su-Chi's commands, the Pokémon launched simultaneous assaults, sending beams of energy crashing into the jellyfish. The creature writhed in pain before collapsing, generating a massive wave in the process. In the distance, Granny Jean observed through a telescope alongside her subordinates. Witnessing Su-Chi's triumph over the jellyfish, she hurriedly instructed her crew to steer the yacht closer. Intent on personally capturing the venomous creature, the yacht surged forward with full power, arriving beside the incapacitated jellyfish. Overjoyed, Granny Jean shouted, "You foul jellyfish, obstructing my path to riches. I shall dismantle you piece by piece." She prepared to have her minions deal with the jellyfish. However, just then, the jellyfish unexpectedly revived, unfurling its massive tentacles to strike the yacht, sending it soaring through the air. Subsequently, it conjured a tidal vortex, drawing Granny Jean and her crew beneath the waves, sealing their fate as they met their watery demise. Su-Chi observed this spectacle without a trace of sympathy, recognizing it as the best outcome for Granny Jean. In truth, this entire scenario had been orchestrated by Su-Chi. The previous day, he had dispatched Dratini and Gyarados to scout for the colossal jellyfish, persuading it to cooperate. Initially, the jellyfish harbored doubts about Su-Chi's intentions. However, after he weighed the pros and cons and expressed his disdain for the harm caused to Pokémon, he revealed his identity as a Pokémon League prosecutor. Although the jellyfish may not have fully comprehended, witnessing Su-Chi's powerful Pokémon in peak condition hinted at his goodwill, ultimately leading it to acquiesce. Thus, it was a case of killing two birds with one stone, securing the reward while also befriending the venomous jellyfish. Chuckling to himself, Su-Chi marveled at his cleverness. He then produced a Pokeball, addressing the jellyfish. "The crisis here has been resolved. Would you like to journey with me and grow stronger together?" The jellyfish regarded Su-Chi's sincere gaze, hesitating momentarily before extending a tentacle to lightly tap the Pokeball. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the designated task and received a designated item lottery ticket and an epic lottery ticket. Hearing the system's notification, Su-Chi felt exhilarated at the prospect of awakening the power of Aura. Chapter 26. The showdown at the Golden Gym. The system immediately initiated the lottery, and Su-Chi could hardly contain his excitement. Ding! Designated item lottery ticket. Please confirm the designated item. Universal Awakening Potion, Su-Chi declared. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Universal Awakening Potion and Perfect Grade Beautiful Scales. Su-Chi retrieved the potion, a crystal vial adorned with intricate patterns, and downed it in one gulp. Upon consumption, a wave of warmth enveloped him, imbuing him with boundless energy. A sacred blue light radiated from his body, rippling outward in concentric waves, saturating the surrounding area with immense power. Su-Chi felt invigorated as the ocean waves receded several meters in response to his energy, culminating in a brilliant blue energy beam erupting skyward. This spectacle did not go unnoticed. The immense energy wave was detected by many. In the distance, at the Pokémon League, the Elite Four were convening. All four were taken aback by the overwhelming energy. What is this? Could a legendary Pokémon be making its appearance? Who else could unleash such formidable power? Queried Lance, the Dragon-type master, to the others, who nodded in agreement. Then, Ghost-type master Kiku suggested, "Lance, could you please investigate?" "Certainly," he replied, rising to depart. Meanwhile, in Tokiwa City, Sakaki received reports from his subordinates, and upon witnessing the alarming energy beam, a sinister smile crept across his face. Such a powerful Pokémon should belong to Team Rocket, he declared, turning to initiate a video communication. "Go investigate, Fuyuhiko." "Yes, sir," responded a man clad in black, his face obscured. In the misty forest, Yudo, instructing his students, caught sight of Su-Chi's surging energy and murmured, "The awakening is swift." It seems the choice was indeed correct. As the energy beam dissipated, Su-Chi, slightly breathless, surveyed his transformed physique, now more robust with defined muscles and visible abs. His height increased by several centimeters. This is not a place to linger. Such a surge of energy cannot escape the League's notice. Su-Chi recalled his Pokémon, leaving Charizard behind. "Charizard, return home." He mounted Charizard and soared back to the Pokémon Center, leaving the rest for the League to speculate. Awaiting Su-Chi's return at the Pokémon Center, Ash inquired, "Su-Chi, has the issue been resolved?" "Rest assured, Granny Jean will no longer exploit that waterway." Su-Chi reassured, omitting the details of her demise to avoid corrupting the youth. He merely informed them that she had departed from Lumio City for other pursuits. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, with Misty remarking, "Now we can breathe easy. I was worried she might resume her hunts on those Pokémon." With the matter resolved, the group retired for the night. The following morning, they gathered their belongings and continued their journey. Traversing Route 4, Golden City loomed ahead. The Golden Gym, home to that psychic little girl. "Let us see whose psychic prowess reigns supreme," Su-Chi mused. Bolstered by the system's aid in awakening 100 units of aura power, he learned that this power not only facilitated communication with Pokémon, but, when developed to its fullest potential, could allow for flight, object manipulation, teleportation, and aura attacks. Arriving at the Golden Gym, an ominous atmosphere enveloped the premises. Misty expressed her trepidation. "Why does it feel so eerie here? I've heard of many trainers mysteriously disappearing after challenging the Golden Gym." "Fear not, I am here." Su-Chi reassured her with a confident gaze, bolstering her courage. As they entered, a young man emerged from the gym. "You wish to challenge the Golden Gym? You must first surpass me," he declared, brandishing a spoon, his face flushed as he fixated on it. "What on earth are you doing?" Ash queried, bewildered by the sight. After a prolonged gaze, the spoon slightly bent. "Of course, I am demonstrating my psychic abilities. To challenge our Golden Gym, one must possess skills as remarkable as mine," the youth proclaimed. Su-Chi, witnessing this absurd display, could hardly contain his incredulity. Seizing the spoon from his grasp, Su-Chi activated his aura power, effortlessly snapping the utensil in two. The young man stared in shock as the spoon transformed before his eyes. "How are you so powerful? Do you possess psychic abilities as well?" he asked incredulously. "It's not that I am strong, it's that you are weak," Su-Chi replied bluntly, striding deeper into the gym, leaving the bewildered youth behind. "You've arrived," greeted Naza, seated upon a golden throne, cradling a creepy doll with braided hair, her face obscured. Su-Chi addressed her, "You are Naza, the leader of the Golden Gym. It is I, who, like you, have not encountered a kindred spirit in quite some time. Let us commence. Should you emerge victorious, the badge shall be yours. If you lose, you must remain here to keep me company." A peculiar smile danced upon Naza's lips. "Very well, but should you falter, you must stay and play with me, forever bound to this place," her expression radiating an exhilarating yet chilling delight. Naz casually tossed a pokeball, exclaiming, "Go, Casey." A fox-like Casey crouched motionless on the ground. "Now go, Lucario." Lucario unleashed a wave of aura sphere. Casey teleported instantaneously, evading the attack as Lucario's aura sphere struck the ground. Casey used Psybeam. Naz suddenly commanded. Casey reappeared behind Lucario, launching the Psybeam toward it. Lucario, with a burst of energy, leapt into the air, enveloped in a crimson glow, narrowly avoiding the Psybeam. "What?" Naz exclaimed, taken aback. No one had ever evaded that move of hers. Others had succumbed to it, transforming into mere puppets. Lucario, swift as the wind, executed Bone Rush. With astonishing speed, Lucario closed in on Casey, sending it flying with a powerful strike. "Casey," Naz cried out, a hint of distress in her voice. This was the first time she had faced defeat. "You possess remarkable strength," she conceded. "Hypno, it's your turn," Naz declared. Su-Chi regarded the Hypno before him, aware of Naz's formidable Hypno from the animated series. "In that case, I'll send out Trevenant." As a ghost-type Pokémon, Naz looked at Su-Chi's selection with a smirk. Confident in her victory. "You cannot possibly win," she laughed ominously. Suddenly, she radiated a red light. Her head lifted as energy swirled around her, empowering Hypno. "Trevenant, use Shadow Ball." Hypno retaliated with a crimson psychic force, redirecting Trevenant's Shadow Ball back at it. Su-Chi observed Hypno's status. Name, Hypno. Qualification, Pseudo-Champion. Ability, Synchronize. Skills, Teleport. Psychic, Hypnosis, Psybeam, Origin Pulse. Gazing at Hypno's panel, Su-Chi found himself somewhat impressed by Naz's psychic abilities, which significantly augmented her Pokémon's power. Truly a remarkable advantage. However, that alone would not suffice. Trevenant, use Mist. Trevenant exhaled a thick mist that enveloped the arena, obscuring its form. Naz, unimpressed by Su-Chi's antics, scoffed. Using Mist to confuse a psychic type? How foolish. Hypno, use Psybeam from above. Hypno swung its spoon and unleashed a Psybeam that dispersed some of the mist, yet failed to hit anything. What? Naz was astonished, rising from her seat in disbelief. How could my judgment be flawed? What is happening? Seizing the opportunity, Suchi commanded, Trevenant. Use Nightmare. The attack struck Hypno, causing it to collapse. Now Dream Eater. Following the assault, Hypno succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 27. Naz's realization, the Golden City Fair. I lost. How could I lose? Naz was in disbelief. Indeed, you have lost, but not to me. You have lost to yourself. Your arrogance blinds you to the fact that there are greater forces beyond your own. I too possess psychic abilities, and mine are far more formidable, Suchi stated. Meeting her gaze. While you were attempting to discern Trevenant's position, I had already communicated through aura with it, he explained. Realization dawned upon Naz as the doll she clutched fell from her hands. I understand now. Thank you, Suchi. This is the golden badge. Proof of your victory over the gym, she said, handing it to him. Just then, Ash rushed in. Miss Naz, I too am here to challenge the gym. Please battle with me. Naz regarded the youth with a smile. No need. Take this badge instead. Ash stared at the badge in his hand, thinking how effortlessly it had come to him. Naz continued, Suchi's strength is considerable. I trust that you, accompanying him, are equally formidable. Oh. It seems I have benefited from my own fortune, Suchi mused, observing Ash receiving the badge without effort. What a fortunate pup. The group expressed their gratitude to Naz as they exited the Golden Gym, finding it less foreboding than before. Let us return to the Pokémon Center, Suchi beckoned. Indeed. The others replied. Suchi restored Trevenant and Lucario, creating energy cubes for his Pokémon. Watching them relish the treats reminded him of the hardships faced before acquiring an energy cube machine. Alas, they then joined Ash for a meal at the restaurant. At the table, Brock spoke up. I heard the triennial Golden City Fair opens tomorrow. Shall we attend? Suchi pondered. Recalling the potential encounter with the ghostly girl from Maiden's Gorge, knowing that in the original story, Brock had been enamored enough to follow her. Sounds like a plan. After challenging the gym, we have nothing else to do. Let us go and unwind, Suchi replied. Then let us all go. Misty chimed in, her excitement for shopping palpable. After a night's rest, the next morning, Misty's voice rang out. Everyone, wake up. Suchi, still in slumber, was roused by her incessant calls. Reluctantly, he prepared and, upon exiting the Pokémon Center, found the streets adorned festively. As they strolled, the group encountered an array of unfamiliar delicacies and sights. Misty was busy purchasing treats from stalls, takoyaki, and a plethora of delights. As they wandered, Suchi kept an eye out for any sign of the ghostly figure, knowing his psychic abilities could help locate her disguised form. Yet, after wandering for quite some time, no trace of the ghost appeared among the bustling crowd. They soon reached the foot of a mountain, surrounded by bustling stalls. Suchi scanned the area and suddenly spotted a statue of the girl atop a cliff. This must be Maiden's Gorge. Perhaps they reside here, he suggested to the group. Let us ascend the mountain. What could possibly be up there? It's much better down here, Misty questioned, perplexed. Very well, I'll go alone. I've heard there are powerful Pokémon in the mountains, Suchi replied, attempting to entice them. Powerful Pokémon. Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm in. I'll join you. Misty, Brock, you can enjoy the festivities here, Brock readily agreed, knowing the mountain lacked beautiful maidens. Let us go, Ash urged, prompting Suchi to hurry along. Upon reaching the summit, the scenery was breathtaking, standing by the sea, the mountains lush and tranquil. Only Pokémon that thrived in shadows, like Duskull and Mismagius, could be seen. Silence enveloped the area, which Suchi thought fitting for a ghost's habitat. Where are these powerful Pokémon you promised? You're not deceiving me, are you? Ash inquired, irritation evident on his face. Deceive you? Never. I assure you, a formidable Duskull dwells here. Capturing it could lead to victory in the Pokémon League. Suchi embellished his words, painting a grand vision for Ash. Duskull exists, but not for you. Just then, Suchi received a frantic call from Misty. Brock has gone missing. Suddenly realizing the peril, Suchi deduced that Brock might have been lured away by the spirit of the girl. P.S. lost in infatuation. Over the phone, he instructed Misty to wait at the mountain's base. After concluding the call, he grabbed Ash and teleported them directly to the foot of the mountain, leaving Misty astonished by their sudden appearance. Without elaborating, Suchi released Charizard and Pidgeot, commanding them to search for Brock with all their might. Two extraordinary beings began their search for Brock. Before long, Pidgeot and Charizard returned, and through the power of aura, Suchi communicated with the Pokémon to ascertain Brock's location. It turned out that Brock had been taken to a dilapidated cottage in the woods, once belonging to a young girl. Although the girl had passed away, her spirit lingered, awaiting the return of her beloved, whom she firmly believed would come back to her. The trio mounted Pidgeot and Charizard and arrived at the cottage. there stood a ramshackle wooden house, its timber weathered and moldy from years of neglect. Upon entering, they found Brock conversing with the empty air, his face flushed as if he were lost in a reverie of romance. "Go, my ghostly plant. Use Dark Pulse," Suchi commanded. The Dark Pulse was countered by a wave of black mist, and a Ghastly materialized before them. "It's Ghastly," Ash exclaimed excitedly. For Ghastly was the significant objective of their journey. Name, Ghastly qualification, champion ability, curiosity skills, protect, Dark Pulse, Mist, Phantom Force, Mystical Veil, Nightshade. Suchi noted that this Ghastly could wield fairy-type Phantom Force, a testament to its ancient and formidable essence. Just then, Brock awakened from his trance, bewildered to find himself in a decrepit wooden cabin. "Wait, wasn't I just having a romantic conversation with a beautiful lady?" he pondered. "Brock, come here. You've been enchanted," Misty scolded. At that moment, the spirit of the young girl appeared, calling out, "Brock-kun." Recognizing her, Brock rushed over in a flurry of excitement. Ghastly glowered at the humans, its anger palpable. "You are thwarting our plans," it growled at Suchi. Suchi replied, "Your plan is to siphon the life force from others, is it not?" "Wait." The girl interjected, "I only wish to see my husband once more. Meeting Brock-kun today fulfills my desire." Gradually, her figure began to dissipate. "Farewell, Ghastly. I thank you for your companionship over the millennia." With her departure, Ghastly's demeanor shifted to one of despondence. "Will you remain here, Ghastly? Or would you care to venture out with me?" Suchi offered. Ghastly looked up, intrigued. "Are you attempting to capture me? Let us see your prowess." "Very well," Suchi replied, recalling his ghostly plant. "Go, Articuno." The legendary bird astonished Ghastly, who recognized the might of Suchi as a trainer. Ghastly lunged with Nightshade, but Articuno deftly evaded, unleashing an absolute zero attack. The frigid storm struck Ghastly, incapacitating it instantly. "It seems you are not as formidable as you appear," Suchi remarked, capturing Ghastly in a pokeball. Chapter 28. Challenge. The mysterious forces emerge. With Ghastly now under his control, the girl's spirit found peace. The trio returned to the Pokémon Center, resting for the night. The next morning, Suchi prepared to depart alone. "Are you truly not joining us on our travels?" Ash asked, disheartened. "Alas, I prefer solitude," Suchi replied. "It is through solitary journeys that I hone my skills and grow stronger." "What a pity," Ash lamented, wishing for more shared adventures, training sessions, and culinary delights. Yet Suchi had resolved not to indulge him. "Perhaps we shall meet again. Farewell." With that, he stepped out of the Pokémon Center, embarking on Route 6, arriving at a desolate stretch of grassland. "Come forth. Have you not grown weary after following me for so long?" Suchi said calmly. Suddenly, two individuals clad in distinctive glasses and uniforms emerged from the nearby woods. "Quite perceptive for a child," one said. "Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are members of Team Dark. I am Black Rock, and this is Black Panther." "Indeed. You both embody the essence of darkness," Suchi quipped. "What do you seek by shadowing me? Hand over the egg of Ho-Oh, and we may spare your life." Black Panther demanded. "I'm afraid I'm not privy to your intentions." "You have mistaken your target," Suchi replied. "Brother, he claims innocence. Are we truly mistaken? Perhaps we should dine instead?" Black Rock suggested. "Dine? All you ever think of is food. Do you truly believe his words?" Black Panther retorted, exasperated by his companion's foolishness. Amused by their antics, Suchi thought it absurd that such inept individuals were sent to seize Ho-Oh's egg. "Surrender it now, or we shall be forced to act," Black Panther threatened. "Then let us see what you can do," Suchi replied, calling forth his Sharpedo. The brothers were taken aback. "Such a powerful Pokemon. Our captain did not mention this." "Stunky, use Mud Bomb. Beedrill, Twin Needle," they commanded. "Sharpedo, unleash Dragon Breath," Suchi instructed. Sharpedo released a torrent of dragon-like energy, sending their Pokemon flying, rendering them incapable of battle. "Brother, it's too powerful. We must flee," they exclaimed. "Wait, we have misjudged this situation. Let us not resort to violence. Simply let us go," Black Panther pleaded. "Release you? Very well. But first, tell me who sent you," Suchi challenged. "Actually, we acted on our own accord. Our captain did not send us," they confessed. "Oh, your captain? What organization do you belong to, and why do you desire Ho-Oh's egg?" "We cannot disclose that information. Our captain would be furious," they stammered. "Refuse to speak, and you shall meet your end." Sharpedo. "Wait, we'll tell you. We are part of Team Dark. We seek to capture powerful legendary Pokemon to dominate the world." Suchi regarded them with skepticism. "A desire for world domination? It seems there is much I remain unaware of." "Now, you may leave," Suchi commanded. "Thank you. Thank you," the brothers hurriedly responded. "Not at all." Sharpedo Dragon Rage. In a tremendous explosion, the two were launched skyward, vanishing into the sunlit sky. Team Dark, it appears I have acquired yet another formidable adversary, Su-Chi mused, retrieving his Pokédex to contact Aunt Kinna, relaying the events that had transpired. Team Dark? I have heard whispers of that organization, Aunt Kinna replied. They emerged abruptly, and the Alliance is currently investigating. I learned from Yuding that Hoa's egg is in your possession. Ensure you protect yourself and the egg. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to call me. Understood, Aunt Kinna, Su-Chi affirmed before ending the call. An organization even the Alliance cannot pinpoint. Curious indeed. Regardless, Su-Chi recalled Sharpedo and continued on his journey. Meanwhile, BlackRock and Black Panther were engaged in a video call with their leader. Captain, he is too powerful. We cannot defeat him. Useless fools. You cannot even capture a mere child? What good are you? But, Captain, he wields a Sharpedo, a Pokemon of exceptional strength. We could not withstand a single attack. Black Panther lamented. A Sharpedo, a Pokemon of near-divine caliber, is wielded by a mere child? We must gather more information. Headquarters only provided the location but no specific details. Very well, you two shall gather intelligence on him. For now, do not engage. Yes, Captain, they responded respectfully. Brother, that was terrifying. Fear not, let us go for a meal. Always thinking of food, you glutton. But we are gluttons, are we not? The captain has not denied it. You, Black Panther, gazed at your brother in exasperation. Never mind, let us eat. Su-Chi arrived at a quaint little town, and upon consulting his Pokédex, he discovered it was called Water Town. It truly exuded the essence of an ink wash painting, nestled against the mountains, showcasing a landscape of pristine beauty. As Su-Chi stepped into the town, he was enveloped by a jubilant atmosphere. Puzzled, he wondered what was happening. He randomly approached a passerby and inquired, I am a trainer from Pallet Town passing through here. Might I ask if there is an event taking place? The local replied, we are about to hold the biannual FIBA swimming competition. If you possess a FIBA, you may register at the Pokemon Center. The rewards are quite substantial. There's a prize of 1 million league coins, and I've heard there are Pokemon prizes this year as well. Intrigued by the competition, Su-Chi decided to participate, not for the monetary reward, as he already boasted 20 billion league coins, rendering such a sum insignificant. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, he approached Nurse Joy, saying, I would like to register for the FIBA swimming competition, please. Certainly. Please provide your name and present your FIBA for registration. After completing the registration, Nurse Joy informed him, Mr. Su-Chi, your registration number is 22. Thank you, he replied. However, I must caution you that your FIBA is rather small. Typically, competitors have well-cultivated, larger FIBA, which may give you a disadvantage. That's quite all right. I'm merely here for the fun of it. Su-Chi chuckled. Could you please arrange for a room for me? Of course. Returning to his room, Su-Chi gazed at his FIBA's Pokeball, contemplating how to astonish everyone the following day. His FIBA was anything but weak. The next morning, Su-Chi awoke early, as the FIBA swimming competition was about to commence. After having breakfast, he made his way to the competition venue. Chapter 29, Evolution of Milotic, Ancient Civilization. As he surveyed the scene, Su-Chi noticed many competitors preparing for the event. Unsurprisingly, the water was filled with FIBA. He approached the water's edge and released his FIBA, immediately drawing the attention of the crowd due to its unusually normal appearance. In contrast, the other competitors' FIBAs were all robust and well-fed, while Su-Chi's was of standard size. At that moment, a nearby competitor sneered, Kid, are you here to amuse us? Bringing such a frail FIBA to compete? Unfazed, Su-Chi thought to himself how there always seemed to be someone ready to be humiliated. Is that so? How about a wager? If I win, you swim a lap in the nude. Huh. Sounds good, the confident young man replied, certain of his victory. And if you lose, you'll swim 3 laps in the nude. Deal, Su-Chi said with a smile. 10 minutes later, as the competitors gathered, the organizers began explaining the rules. Victory would be awarded to the first participant to retrieve a glass blue ball at the finish line and return to the starting point. Now, let the competition begin. At the signal, over 50 FIBA surged forward. It was evident that the other competitors' FIBAs were swimming at remarkable speeds, while Su-Chi's lagged far behind. With a FIBA like yours, you might as well prepare for that nude swim. The young man boasted triumphantly. Until the end. It's not decided who will win, Su-Chi replied confidently, watching his FIBA. At that moment, his FIBA had completely fallen behind the other Pokemon. Can you really win? Don't make me laugh. The surrounding spectators looked at Su-Chi with derision. Indeed, under normal circumstances, he would likely lose. However, Su-Chi was not an ordinary trainer. He took out a beautiful scale and tossed it towards his FIBA. What is that? Nearly all the competitors wondered, filled with curiosity. The beautiful scale landed on the Phoeba, and it erupted in a dazzling light of evolution. The brilliance was blinding to the onlookers. Is it really evolving? Phoeba can evolve. They were astounded, as most were unaware of the evolution mechanism for Phoeba, which required a beautiful scale, a rare and expensive item. Once the evolution concluded, a magnificent Milotic emerged before them. Milotic raised its head and let out a resonant cry, splashing water droplets everywhere. The crowd was left in awe. How could the Pokémon deemed the ugliest in the world evolve into something so beautiful? Other Phoeba dared not approach Milotic, which swiftly dashed toward the glass ball, successfully retrieving it and returning to the starting point. The spectators were still stunned, and by the time they reacted, Suchi's Milotic had already secured victory. Well, what do you think? My Pokémon has won. It's time for you to honor your bet, Suchi said, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on the young man. The young man stammered, panic rising within him. He had initially perceived Suchi as just a naive child destined to lose, unaware of the hidden prowess he possessed. This doesn't count. Your Phoeba evolved during the competition, which violates the rules. The young man protested in frustration. Having anticipated such a possibility, Suchi replied, since you refused to jump in, let me assist you. Milotic, use Aqua Tail to knock him into the water. Milotic swung its tail, sending the young man splashing into the water. Suchi ignored him and collected his well-deserved prize before departing from the town, continuing on his journey. Ding, ding, ding. The Pokédex's telephone function chimed. Suchi retrieved the device, and the screen displayed the name Professor Oak. Professor Oak, what a surprise to receive a call from you. Suchi answered. Hello, Suchi. I've heard from Ash that you possess more than 6 formidable Pokémon now. I have a favor to ask of you. Of course, Professor, what do you need? I want to beat around the bush. On your way to Violet City, you will pass by a fossil research facility. Dr. Karido, my student, is conducting research on ancient Pokémon and has recently uncovered a batch of fossils. Furthermore, a subterranean cave has been discovered, which houses living ancient Pokémon. I hope you can assist him in capturing these Pokémon. Ancient Pokémon. No problem. Professor, leave it to me. Thank you so much. After hanging up, Suchi looked at the Pokédex displaying the location of the fossil facility, which was not far away. Ancient Pokémon. He wondered if there would be a fossil Aerodactyl. Ding. An epic quest has been issued. Explore the ancient ruins and seek the mysterious key. The reward for this task includes 2 epic lottery tickets. And the system shop is now open. The system's announcement astonished Suchi. It had been quite some time since a task was issued, the last being the Golden Gym. Ding. To clarify the host's confusion, the system indicates that task issuance is random, and as the host's strength increases, lower-level tasks will no longer be issued. Well, that asks something. After all, even a mosquito is meat. Why wouldn't tasks be issued? What a peculiar operation. Suchi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Alright, system. Could you please provide an introduction to the system shop? Ding. The system shop is based on the host's accumulated battle points from Pokémon battles. Victories in battles yield greater battle points, and the strength of the battling Pokémon will determine the points earned. Good luck, host. Battle points. It seems I need to engage in more battles, Suchi chuckled. After putting away the Pokédex, he decided to forego walking and released Charizard instead. Suchi climbed onto Charizard's back, soaring toward the fossil facility. After flying for approximately 30 minutes, a large research base nestled against the Fire Rock Valley appeared before him. Suchi instructed Charizard to land, and he observed a group of researchers clad in white lab coats. At that moment, a bespectacled young man approached and said, You must be Suchi, right? I am Dr. Karido. It's a pleasure to meet you. Suchi gazed at the man before him, pondering the youthfulness of his appearance. Nonetheless, he extended a polite handshake. Subsequently, Karido gestured towards the immense research facility behind him, stating, This is the fossil site we have discovered. The life detection device has indicated a significant presence of living Pokémon within, suggesting the existence of numerous ultra-ancient Pokémon. Externally, we have unearthed a plethora of Pokémon fossils. Come and see. As Suchi accompanied Dr. Karido to the entrance of the fossil site, they acquired a fossil from a researcher engrossed in their work. This spiral fossil, could it be that of an ammonite? Suchi inquired. Indeed, Karido affirmed. You certainly possess the keen insight befitting Professor Oak's grandson. We have discovered a substantial number of ammonites and anoriths, and here, take a look at this. Karido handed Suchi another fossil. Upon inspection, Suchi was taken aback. It was a fossil of the ancient armor, a remarkably rare find. Especially given that its evolutionary form, the ancient dragon, boasts formidable power. Yes, this is the only ancient armor fossil we have unearthed, and according to our instruments, its life energy has not entirely dissipated. This implies that the ancient armor could potentially be revived with current technology, Su-Chi remarked. Indeed, that is a valid interpretation. Su-Chi, follow me. Chapter 30. The Emergence of Ultra-Ancient Ruins. Dr. Karido led Su-Chi deeper into the facility, where a colossal ultra-ancient ruin came into view. Despite the passage of time, it still emanated an aura of majesty. Utilizing his aura powers, Su-Chi began to examine the entirety of the ruin. As his aura surged, the structure's form materialized vividly in his mind. The ruin was vast, with only the tip of the iceberg visible from the outside. Its interior was a labyrinth of corridors. Suddenly, Su-Chi detected a powerful life force. An unending energy seemed to coalesce around it. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Could this possibly be a divine beast? However, would an epic-level task issued by the system truly befit a creature of such caliber? Observing Su-Chi lost in thought, Dr. Karido assumed he was merely overwhelmed by the scale of the ruins, recognizing him as a child at heart. Are you all right? He called out, regaining his composure. Su-Chi replied, I'm fine. Dr. Karido, did you summon me to explore these ruins? Indeed, we have detected a significant life force within this ruin, leading us to suspect the presence of many living Pokémon. However, our strength is insufficient, and we cannot disclose this to the Alliance, as it would compromise our safety. By the way, Su-Chi, Dr. Karido inquired with a hint of skepticism, what about your Pokémon? A subtle smile graced Su-Chi's lips. It seemed his abilities were still in question. To demonstrate, he released 5 Pokémon: Charizard, Garchomp, Onix, Metagross, and Gyarados. The fierce expressions on their faces were a result of Su-Chi's earlier communication through his aura. Amused by Dr. Karido's astonished gaze, Su-Chi maintained an outward demeanor of nonchalance. Dr. Karido chuckled awkwardly. Your Pokémon are indeed formidable. They, along with several accompanying personnel, proceeded into the ruins. The first challenge presented itself in the form of a grand door, which, according to Karido, was constructed from a special alloy imbued with unique energy, rendering it exceedingly difficult to open. Su-Chi traced the rough surface of the door with his fingers. Everyone, step back, he instructed. Though puzzled, the group complied. Charizard, use Steel Wing to shatter these stones. Garchomp, unleash Dragon Rage. Onix, utilize Rock Slide. Metagross, deploy Hyper Beam. Gyarados, you too, use Hyper Beam. The combined forces resulted in a tremendous explosion of dust and noise, causing the group to cough amidst the cloud. When the smoke cleared, a gaping hole appeared before them. Su-Chi contemplated the impenetrable door, deciding that if it could not be opened by conventional means, he would resort to brute force. Dr. Karido, concerned, approached him. This might alert the ultra-ancient Pokémon within. No need for concern. If they come, we will confront them. Let us proceed, Su-Chi declared, stepping boldly into the breach. Followed closely by Karido and the others. Upon entering, they were finally confronted with the true visage of the ruin, revealing a dark expanse filled with unknown artifacts. As they ventured closer, they discovered that it was a trove of Pokémon eggs, albeit fossilized. This is a remarkable discovery, Karido exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. It's the first time so many Pokémon fossils have been unearthed at once. Let us continue onward. There should be even more ahead, Su-Chi encouraged. As they advanced, a sudden gust swept overhead, accompanied by a guttural cry. Su-Chi squinted to see a massive, bony-winged creature. Its dark, gray body and sharp teeth were unmistakable. Is that not a fossilized pterodactyl? The creature opened its maw wide, launching a barrage of sharp stones at the group. Charizard, use Steel Wing to deflect those projectiles. With wings aglow, Charizard soared aloft, swiftly dispersing the incoming stones. Charizard, charge in and grab it, then use Body Slam. Charizard seized the fossilized pterodactyl and slammed it to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The pterodactyl struggled to rise, but Charizard delivered a final blow, unleashing a torrent of flames. The creature collapsed. Go, Pokeball. The ball trembled thrice before successfully capturing the fossilized pterodactyl. Dr. Karido approached, awestruck. Su-Chi, you are incredible. You've captured a fossilized pterodactyl. May I study it? His eyes gleamed with the fervor of a scholar. However, Su-Chi was wary. He feared that carelessness might lead to the creature being donated to the Alliance, leaving him with nothing. Absolutely not. My Pokémon will not be subject to your research. He firmly declined. Despite Dr. Karido's repeated pleas, he eventually conceded upon witnessing Su-Chi's unwavering resolve. The group continued onward, traversing a narrow passage until they arrived at a grand hall. The walls were adorned with an incomprehensible script, and a towering monument stood at the center. Su-Chi sensed that the source of the powerful energy emanated from that very spot. Behold, a monumental discovery. Dr. Karido shouted excitedly. Suchi approached, inquiring. What have you found? From the inscriptions on the stone wall, it appears to be the Temple of Shalebi, he explained. Shalebi is known for its abilities to traverse time and rejuvenate life. In the eyes of ancient peoples, Shalebi symbolized the deities of life and time. Where then are Xerneas and Dialga? Suchi pondered. Dr. Karido continued. In ancient times, whenever great calamities befell the land, Shalebi would come to rescue the people. Thus, this temple was erected in its honor. Shalebi naturally descends to the mortal realm once every millennium, and receiving its blessing brings mysterious fortune. What is this mysterious blessing? The system chimed in. Ding. Mysterious blessing. A special power possessed by certain legendary Pokémon that enhances luck and heals injuries. Enhancing luck and healing injuries? Such extraordinary benefits must be mine, Suchi mused. As they reached the end of the wall's inscriptions, realization dawned upon him. This was indeed the Temple of Shalebi, and the energy he had sensed earlier was that of Shalebi itself. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out. At long last, I've tracked you down, little brat. From the shadows emerged 3 individuals and a feline. How could Team Rocket possibly be here without my notice? Suchi fixated on the figures before him. Ha. We located you through Lord Dolan's Sulep, boasted Musashi with an air of superiority. Indeed, it was Lord Dolan who set this plan in motion. All your Pokémon belong to our Team Rocket. Can a mere Sulep truly pinpoint my whereabouts? At this juncture, the man positioned in the center of Team Rocket spoke up. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dolan, one of the Elite Four of Team Rocket. By the command of Boss Sakaki, I am here to formally extend an invitation to you to join us in our quest for world domination. He sported a garish hairstyle that was quite repulsive. Subsequently, he exaggeratedly bowed. Suchi felt no inclination to behold him. World domination? What a foolish notion. Upon hearing Suchi's rejection of his offer, Dolan's expression morphed into a grotesque snarl, contorting as if twisted into a pretzel. Very well, you dare to turn down my invitation. Prepare to experience the consequences of your defiance. Go forth, Sulep. A Sulep, adorned with a helmet brimming with various inexplicable objects, materialized before Suchi. As Suchi regarded the Sulep, he grasped how it had tracked his movements. Are you not concerned about exhausting your Pokemon's body to the brink of death? Death. Ha. As long as we can achieve our ultimate goal of world domination, sacrificing countless Pokemon is a small price to pay. Dolan's deranged visage was illuminated by a sinister grin. This declaration left even the members of Team Rocket in a state of disbelief. Allow me to showcase the synergy of our advanced technology and Pokemon. Dolan commanded. Sulep, amplify your telekinetic power. The Sulep's eyes turned crimson, lifting Charizard and crashing it against the wall. Charizard! Suchi shouted in alarm. Return now. He withdrew Charizard into its Pokeball, then lifted his gaze. Fury etched across his face as he glared at Dolan. You lunatic! Today this place shall be your tomb. My tomb? Now that's the most amusing joke I've heard. Sulep, unleash your psychic might. Go, Articuno. Articuno spread its wings, summoning a chilling gale. The onlookers instinctively shielded their faces, astonished by the spectacle. A legendary Pokemon. Suchi possesses a legendary Pokemon. What? Dolan gazed incredulously at Articuno hovering above, his astonishment quickly morphing into exhilaration. What incredible fortune, to have Articuno willingly obey you. But soon it shall belong to Team Rocket. Articuno, unleash Ice Beam. Suchi commanded. Articuno opened its beak. A colossal beam of icy energy surged forth, striking back at Sulep's psychic assault, encasing it in a solid block of ice. Sulep, Dolan shouted. What a worthless creature. All my efforts to train you wasted. However, Sulep remained frozen, unable to respond, for Articuno's power far surpassed that of ordinary Pokemon. Musashi Kojiro. Move. Ah, Lord Dolan, we can't possibly handle him. This little brat is beyond us. Dolan berated them. Useless fools, a bunch of worthless wretches. Now, Dolan, prepare to face the consequences of your actions. Articuno, absolute zero. A fierce blizzard surged towards Dolan, who, flustered, instinctively attempted to flee. At that moment, a radiant barrier materialized before Dolan, shielding him from the frigid onslaught. A humanoid figure emerged from the cavernous entrance. Dolan's face lit up with excitement upon seeing the figure. Boss Sakaki, you finally sent someone. The figure, enveloped in hues of purple and white, fixed its sharp, calm gaze upon Suchi, sensing a faint threat emanating from the young man. Is it Mutuo? Has Team Rocket successfully created it? Suchi also scrutinized the being. The two parties stood in a silent standoff, while the others looked on in bewilderment. What creature is this? A new Pokemon? Especially Dr. Karido, who exclaimed in astonishment. What a monumental discovery. Mutuo regarded Su Chi for a moment before preparing to turn away with Dolan, causing Team Rocket to panic. Is Boss Sakaki not coming to rescue us? We VE miscalculated. Suddenly, a brilliant green light erupted from the altar of Shalebi, blinding everyone in the darkness. Even Mutuo, poised to depart, squinted, its expression shifting to one of concern as it observed the altar. A verdant figure emerged from the center of the altar, with pale blue eyes and dark circles, radiating an aura of sanctity, resembling a fairy. It is Shalebi, Dr. Kirito remarked anxiously. Could this signal a new impending disaster? Su Chi, gazing at Shalebi, found his vision blurring as he was transported to a mysterious realm, surrounded by emerald light, akin to a dimension apart. Where's this? Su Chi wondered, looking around. Chosen human, a childlike voice echoed. Su Chi turned toward the source of the sound. It was Shalebi. Why do you call me the chosen human? Su Chi inquired. Your being resonates with a unique energy wave, a legacy from ancient times. Those endowed with such energy are destined to avert this calamity. What calamity? Su Chi questioned, perplexed. The disaster relates to Ho-Oh. Its rebirth requires your strength. If Ho-Oh cannot hatch in time, the entire Kanto region will be engulfed in flames, Shalebi stated softly. Concerning Ho-Oh, what must I do? Su Chi asked earnestly. You must locate the 3 feathers left behind by Ho-Oh. I possess one. The others you must seek yourself. This is the mysterious key to unlock the altar, where you will find the power you need, Shalebi concluded before vanishing. To those outside, it appeared as though Su Chi and Shalebi had abruptly disappeared, only for Su Chi to reappear alone moments later. Regaining his composure, Su Chi gazed at the mysterious key and Ho-Oh's feather in his hand, determination surging within him as he silently vowed, I shall prevent this catastrophe. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and earned 2 epic lottery tickets. The system shop is now open. Task complete. This was far too simple, Su Chi mused. Standing up, he noticed that the individuals at the entrance had vanished. Dr. Kirito and the others approached, inquiring about Su Chi's sudden disappearance with Shalebi. Su Chi did not conceal the truth from them, recounting the impending disaster. Dr. Kirito was taken aback, then remarked, if this is true, the implications are vast. We must report this to the League and our mentors. Su Chi, however, was unconcerned with his words, recognizing that relying solely on his own efforts was insufficient. Moreover, there was an unknown organization seeking to seize Ho-Oh's egg, and he needed to continue enhancing his strength. Recalling Team Rocket, he asked the doctor, what about Team Rocket? Oh, they took advantage of your disappearance to flee. But what was that Pokémon? I've never seen such a new species. Su Chi found little desire to explain, leaving it for the doctor to explore gradually. Dr. Kirito produced the mysterious key Shalebi had entrusted him with, revealing an ancient bronze key intricately adorned with engravings. This is the mysterious key to unlock the altar, he remarked, adjusting his glasses as he examined it closely. All right, doctor, let us proceed to unlock the altar, Su Chi urged. The group approached the altar, where a keyhole was situated beneath the square pedestal. Dr. Kirito inserted the key, and a sound emanated from the wall as it slowly opened. The crowd gazed in anticipation. Chapter 32. A startling discovery before me lay a scene that even left Su Chi momentarily astonished. An abundance of fossilized creatures and scythe helmets, alongside their evolved forms, rendered Kirito speechless as he hurriedly approached with his assistants, exclaiming, a monumental discovery. A monumental discovery. As Su Chi gazed upon these remarkable Pokémon, it was evident they were not deceased but merely ensnared in a deep slumber. The revelation of so many living ancient Pokémon was indeed a breathtaking discovery, and it was no wonder that Kirito and his fellow researchers were elated. However, Su Chi was perplexed by the absence of the Pokémon that had aided him in augmenting his combat prowess. It seemed implausible for it to be among them. At that moment, Kirito excitedly called out, Su Chi, come quickly. Su Chi approached, inquiring if Dr. Kirito had made a discovery. Kirito gestured toward a specific location. Su Chi squinted his eyes and beheld the sight of an ancient battle dragon. To his astonishment, in the very center of the area lay a living ancient battle dragon. Su Chi raised his hand to touch it, and the creature seemed to be infused with vitality, awakening and fixing its gaze upon the crowd. Dr. Kirito stepped back in trepidation, muttering, this is an awakened ancient battle dragon. The ancient battle dragon shifted its body slightly, and Su Chi heard its voice resonate within his mind. Are you my master? Astonished, Su Chi pondered whether this was the effect of a protagonist's halo, as it recognized him as its master upon their initial encounter. The ancient battle dragon continued to regard Su Chi. Indeed, I am your master, he affirmed. producing a Pokeball to capture the ancient battle dragon. After all, it was a gift bestowed upon him by Shalebi. Why not accept such a boon? Thus, the ancient battle dragon was successfully captured by Su-Chi. Observing this extraordinary event, Gyarados stood by, utterly astonished as he witnessed the ancient battle dragon submit to Su-Chi. Wasn't the ancient battle dragon known for its ferocity? Had history erred? Su-Chi released the ancient battle dragon to inspect its profile. Name: Ancient Battle Dragon Qualification, Master Ability, Combative Skills, Dragon Claw, Flamethrower, Dragon Breath, Mysterious Guardian. To his surprise, it was a Master-level Pokemon, Su-Chi's first such creature. Even the rewards from the system's lottery paled in comparison. He never anticipated that Shalebi would grant him such an extraordinary gift. Yet it also underscored the looming threat of calamity. Time was of the essence. He must elevate his strength swiftly. Su-Chi inquired why the ancient battle dragon had chosen him as its master. It recounted a terrifying disaster from its era, one that nearly obliterated all Pokemon in the forest. Shalebi had rescued it, instructing it to await the arrival of a human capable of understanding its words. As the ancient era came to a close, Shalebi transported it and a multitude of ancient Pokemon to this place. And the rest unfolded as it awakened to find Su-Chi. Thus, Su-Chi began to comprehend the unfolding narrative. Shalebi, indeed, was a Pokemon capable of transcending time, perhaps having foreseen that disaster. Retrieving the ancient battle dragon, Su-Chi turned to bid farewell to Dr. Gyarados, who had hoped to study the creature further but was politely declined. Stepping out of the base, Su-Chi inhaled the fresh air greedily, relishing the sunlight. After all, extended periods underground were quite stifling. Suddenly, a radiant green light enveloped him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Shalebi's blessing. Shalebi's blessing had been bestowed upon him, a mysterious gift that filled him with anticipation. System, initiate the lottery, Su-Chi commanded. A slot machine materialized, the interface whirring into motion. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Aluminum Dragon and a shiny Frogadier. Su-Chi was astonished by the system's generosity, receiving 2 Pokemon at once, including a shiny Frogadier. He released both of them. The robust Aluminum Dragon, with its metallic silver body, exuded an aura of undeniable strength. Unlike typical Frogadiers, which were blue, his version boasted a blue-black hue, emanating a cool, commanding presence reminiscent of Hattori Hanzo from his previous life. Greetings. Su-Chi extended his fist for a friendly bump with his 2 new companions. Name: Aluminum Dragon Qualification, Champion Ability, Resilience Skills, Energy Ball, Metal Sound, Mega Punch, Cannon Beam. Solar Beam, Thunderbolt. Name: Frogadier Qualification, Champion Ability, Patience Skills, Water Shuriken, Surf, Substitute, Double Team. Su-Chi felt a significant boost in his combat capability. Retrieving both Pokemon, he commanded, System, open the system marketplace. In response, an invisible beam of light materialized before him, revealing a vast array of goods. Even Arceus was listed. Albeit at an exorbitant price, he could only observe countless life gems, 18 tablets, and items for first and second-tier deities, all beyond his financial means. Curiously, Su-Chi wondered where all these Arceus were coming from. Ding. Host need not question the legitimacy of the system marketplace. All items are authentic. Please purchase with confidence. All system goods are acquired from other parallel worlds, so there is no need for concern. Parallel worlds? Was there more than one Pokemon world? Ding. The myriad of worlds exists in layers, constantly evolving. The system's explanation resonated with Su-Chi, given the multitude of crossover events. Encountering one could spell trouble. He resolved to accumulate battle points quickly and continued on his journey. While traversing the path, Su-Chi unexpectedly encountered a pair of twin sisters who issued a challenge. Elated, he accepted their challenge with enthusiasm, as if fate had placed a pillow beneath his head during his slumber. Go, Bellissime, they called in unison. The 2 sisters not only looked identical, but they also wielded the same Pokemon. Frogadier, it's your first battle. Frogadier appeared in the arena, its blue-black form radiating an intimidating aura. Such a handsome Pokemon, the sisters exclaimed, clearly taken by its striking appearance. Yet they were resolute. We won't go easy on you. Bellissime, Leaf Blade. Numerous leaves erupted from the 2 Bellissimes, swiftly hurtling toward Frogadier. Frogadier evaded gracefully, executing Water Shuriken. It vanished momentarily, only to reappear high above with a massive Water Shuriken in hand, poised for attack. Frogadier unleashed the Water Shuriken, and a tremendous wave of energy sliced through the air, resulting in a thunderous explosion as both Bellissimes succumbed to defeat. Bellissime. The sisters rushed to gather their fallen Pokemon, making a hasty retreat. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 50 battle points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned another 50 battle points. Wait, so 2 Bellisums yield 100 battle points? Ding. The Bellisum strength was too low. The system calculates battle points based on the opponent's combat power. Fine, Su-Chi sighed, recalling Frogadier and continuing on his way. Along his journey, he encountered numerous challengers, accumulating a total of 1,000 battle points, an admirable gain. However, he found it peculiar that so many trainers had emerged in the typically desolate forest. At that moment, Su-Chi noticed a gathering of people ahead. Chapter 33. The Pokémon Challenge Tournament. Upon approaching, he discovered 2 combatants engaged in a Pokémon battle, the outcome nearly decided. The burly man's Numel seemed to hold the advantage, while the opposing Fletchling was clearly struggling. Numel, use Shadow Ball. The man commanded. Fletchling, dodge quickly. The girl urged frantically, but it was futile. Fletchling had already reached its limit and could not evade in time. Numel's Shadow Ball struck true, leaving Fletchling incapacitated. The girl dashed over to reclaim the Bibarrier. The uncle surveyed his surroundings with an air of pride, exuding a "I am the strongest" demeanor, which irked Su-Chi. He heard the uncle declare, "Now, it's time to hand over the battle badge for the Pokémon Challenge." The girl presented the uncle with a golden badge adorned with silver patterns. Observing the scene before him, Su-Chi couldn't help but exclaim. A bystander turned to explain that the Yuhong city was about to host the Pokémon Challenge, with the organizers issuing 20 golden badges. Only those who collected all 20 badges within the stipulated time would qualify to participate. Upon hearing this explanation, Su-Chi realized that Yuhong City was indeed where he intended to challenge the gym. Having been eager for an opportunity to battle, he couldn't help but smile to himself at this serendipitous turn of events. Su-Chi then pushed through the crowd and approached the uncle, declaring, "I challenge you. I shall claim my right to participate in the Pokémon Challenge." The uncle, looking down at the mere teenager before him, let out a derisive laugh. "You, a little boy, think you can defeat me?" Su-Chi felt no anger. He had heard such taunts numerous times since embarking on his journey. The only way to earn their respect was through victory. "Go, Charizard," Su-Chi commanded. Charizard emerged from its Pokeball, astonishing everyone present. After numerous battles and enhancements, Charizard now possessed an aura of dominance that would leave weaker Pokémon trembling in fear. The uncle sensed Charizard's extraordinary presence and smiled, thinking this child must belong to a prominent family. Otherwise, how could he possess such a powerful Pokémon at such a young age? Yet, no wealthy family would provide him with 6 such Pokémon. "Let us see if I can wear him down," he mused. "Boy, do you dare to engage in a 6v6 battle?" The spectators buzzed with excitement at the prospect of a showdown. "Very well," Su-Chi responded, guessing the uncle's intentions. He thought to himself, "Let us have some fun and accumulate some battle points." The uncle, pleased with Su-Chi's readiness, thought, "A swift agreement? This must be a novice. Go, Nulla." The Nulla, having already faced some exhaustion from the previous battle, was clearly there to serve as a sacrifice, evoking pity from onlookers. "Nulla, you scratch." Nulla leaped into action, claws glinting, aiming to strike Charizard. "Charizard, use Dragon Claw." Charizard's claws shimmered with a green light as it effortlessly caught Nulla and flung it aside. Nulla was rendered unable to battle. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 battle points. Unfazed by Nulla's defeat, the uncle recalled it, stating, "Nulla, your sacrifice was worthwhile." Next, he sent forth his Onix. "Onix, use Rock Slide." Charizard, shatter the rocks with Dragon Claw. Charizard roared and charged, smashing the rocks, and then unleashed Dragon Rage. A massive draconic apparition struck Onix, which immediately succumbed to defeat. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 150 battle points. The uncle, taken aback by Onix's swift defeat, recalled it, feeling a tinge of anger. He tossed out another Pokeball, and a Monferno sprang forth, bouncing energetically, eyes locked on Charizard, brimming with combat spirit. Su-Chi regarded the Monferno, thinking, "Indeed, a Monferno lives up to its name, so combative. It reminds me of Ash's Monferno, which he eventually relinquished. What a shame. Unlike myself, I could never part with my Pokémon." Charizard looked at Monferno with disdain, dismissing it entirely. "Charizard, use Flamethrower." Charizard unleashed a massive flame toward Monferno. "Monferno, dodge." The uncle, realizing the power of Flamethrower, urged Monferno to evade. However, Monferno, unable to resist Charizard's contemptuous gaze, braced itself and withstood the attack, though injured significantly. Clearly unable to retaliate, Su-Chi admired Monferno's tenacity, pondering whether it was stubbornness or sheer foolishness. "Charizard, finish it off with Iron Tail." Charizard's tail glimmered as it struck Monferno, sending it crashing into a tree, rendering it unable to battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 battle points. With 3 Pokémon defeated, the uncle felt his pride weighing. He boldly challenged, "Kid, do you dare to switch to another Pokémon?" "Very well, as you wish," Suchi replied. Recalling Charizard, the uncle, sensing an opportunity, thought, "Let me show you my true strength. Go, Spearow." Suchi also retrieved a Pokeball, declaring, "Go, Lucario." The crowd murmured, intrigued by Lucario's unfamiliarity, especially the girls who gazed at it with starry eyes, enchanted by its striking appearance and prowess. The uncle, unfazed, acted swiftly, adhering to the principle that something unknown likely lacked merit. "Spearow, use Hurricane." Spearow flapped its wings, creating a violent gust that forced the onlookers to squint. Lucario remained unfazed, its gaze unwavering on Spearow. "Lucario, use Bone Rush." With that command, Lucario wielded a bone and leapt, striking Spearow on the head with tremendous force. Spearow, reeling from the blow, landed dazedly on the ground. Suchi, indifferent to the lack of chivalry, seized the opportunity. "Lucario, use Aura Sphere." Lucario concentrated blue energy into a sphere and unleashed it upon Spearow, resulting in a resounding explosion and Spearow's incapacitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 150 battle points. The uncle, astonished by the strength of Suchi's Pokémon, felt a surge of frustration. He retrieved a Master Ball, a smirk curling his lips as he announced, "Let me show you the Pokémon my brother gifted me. Go." Chapter 34. The challenge concludes at Yuhong Gym. Go. Hydreigon. A 3-headed, dark blue Pokémon emerged, enveloped in an aura of malevolence. No wonder it required a Master Ball. A dark-type Pokémon like Hydreigon would not easily obey, given its formidable power. Suchi had expected a powerful Pokémon worthy of such a ball. Hydreigon used Dark Pulse, but Hydreigon ignored him, opting instead to use Dragon Rush against Lucario. One must admit that this Hydreigon possessed considerable strength. Lucario evaded and retaliated with a barrage of Aura Spheres. Lucario effortlessly dodged Hydreigon's Dragon Rush, firing numerous Aura Spheres that struck their target. With a furious roar, Hydreigon unleashed Shadow Balls from its 3 heads toward Lucario. Lucario skillfully deflected the incoming Shadow Balls with its bone and closed in for a Bone Rush attack on Hydreigon's head, causing it to stagger. "Lucario, unleash another round of Aura Spheres," Suchi commanded. The 2 other heads of the 3-headed dragon emitted waves of malevolence, colliding with the Aura Sphere and igniting a tremendous explosion, enveloping the surroundings in thick smoke, rendering visibility near impossible. Observing the obscured scene ahead, Suchi smiled faintly, contemplating that the opportunity had arrived. Lucario utilized its aura sense to ascertain the position of the 3-headed dragon. With eyes closed, Lucario's mind conjured the location of its foe. Connected through aura, Suchi naturally sensed it as well. Lucario unleashed successive Aura Spheres. With a flurry of Aura Spheres, the 3-headed dragon succumbed to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 300 battle points. My 3-headed dragon. The uncle howled in disbelief, unable to fathom that his 3-headed dragon was so feeble as to be defeated by a mere child. Losing all will to continue. He recalled his Pokémon and approached Suchi. Handing over the golden badge, he stated, "I concede. You have earned the right to compete in the qualifying rounds." With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Witnessing the conclusion of the match, the crowd found the spectacle lacking and began to disperse. At that moment, the girl from earlier approached Suchi, her demeanor shy as she introduced herself. "Hello, I am May. Thank you for your assistance earlier." May. Suchi finally took a proper look at the girl before him. Indeed, she was striking, with rosy lips, pearly white teeth, and large eyes reminiscent of those found in anime. "I am Suchi, a trainer hailing from Pallet Town, currently journeying to collect gym badges." "Gym badges? So you are on your way to Yuhong City for the Rainbow Badge?" May inquired. "Yes, my next destination is indeed the Rainbow Gym." "Then let us journey together." "I live in Yuhong City," May exclaimed joyfully. "Very well, let us walk together." Suchi considered how pleasant it was to have such a beautiful companion by his side. Thus, the duo traversed through the forest. Upon emerging from the forest, they beheld the bustling Yuhong market. Entering the city, Suchi marveled at the throngs of people amidst the lively atmosphere. "Suchi, are you going to challenge the gym right away?" May asked. Indeed. May led Su to the Rainbow Gym, and as they approached a perfume shop, Suchi stepped inside. The store was filled with lovely women sampling fragrances, the enchanting scents wafting through the air, leaving Suchi slightly exhilarated. For girls like May, perfume was a potent weapon, and she lingered at the counter, oblivious to everything else. Just then, a woman approached Su-Chi, saying, "Young man, are you here to challenge the gym? I am Jaya, the master of the Rainbow Gym." "Greetings, I am a trainer from Water Town," Su-Chi replied. "Water Town?" Jaya exclaimed. "What is it? Is there a problem?" Su-Chi inquired. "Not at all. However, before your arrival, another trainer from Water Town had just completed a challenge here, and their Pokemon were quite well trained." Upon hearing Jaya's words, Su-Chi wondered if it was Shigeru. "May I ask if the trainer who challenged was Shigeru?" That does seem to be the name," Jaya pondered before responding. As expected, he had gotten ahead once again. "Jaya, let us begin without delay," Su-Chi urged eagerly. "Follow me," Jaya instructed, leading Su-Chi behind the perfume shop to an elevator that ascended to the Rainbow Gym. Upon entering, Su-Chi was awestruck by the breathtaking scenery, a glass semi-dome surrounded by lush greenery and flourishing flora. Truly, it was a grass-type gym. At this moment, Jaya said to Su-Chi, "The Pokemon from earlier have been taken to recover their stamina. Now, I shall summon my ace. Young man, my grass badge is not easily claimed." Indeed, typical gym leaders seldom deployed their strongest Pokemon against challengers, often opting for secondary-tier Pokemon, lest they find the badges too easily acquired. However, today, Su-Chi, the underdog, was prepared to impart a lesson. "Go, Scyther. Scyther is it? Then I shall send forth my Gyarados." As Gyarados emerged, the ground trembled, its recent indulgence in bountiful meals evident in its robust form. "Gyarados, I had no idea you possessed such a formidable Pokemon. But employing a water type against a grass type will surely lead to your disadvantage, young man," Jaya cautioned with good intentions. "No matter," Su-Chi confidently replied. Observing Su-Chi's unwavering confidence, Jaya internally mused that yet another novice had emerged, blissfully unaware. "Allow me to teach you," she thought. "Scyther, use Swords Dance." Scyther twirled, its physical attack power soaring. "Scyther, execute X-Scissor." "Gyarados, unleash Flamethrower." Su-Chi shouted. "What?" Jaya gasped, astonished. It defied her understanding that a water-type Pokemon could wield a fire-type move. Such a notion was absurd. Flamethrower struck Scyther directly, turning it to cinders as it plummeted to the ground, incapacitated. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 300 battle points." Another 300 battle points. Su-Chi had amassed quite a sum during this period. "Scyther," Jaya called, her concern evident as she recalled her Pokemon. Now serious, Jaya addressed Su-Chi. "It seems I cannot underestimate you. Go, Superior." A beautiful and regal serpentine Pokemon emerged, its red eyes shining with elegance. "You haven't seen this before, have you? This is a starter Pokemon from the Unova region, one that has accompanied me for many years," Jaya proclaimed confidently. "Name, Superior Potential, Champion Ability, Contrary Moves, Leaf Storm, Light Screen, Leaf Tornado, Grass Pledge." Coil examining Superior's panel, Su-Chi noted the advanced grass-type skills. This Superior was indeed formidable. Strike first, Gyarados. Flamethrower. A colossal pillar of fire surged toward Superior. Superior countered with Leaf Storm, its tail whipping to conjure a swirling tempest of leaves that deflected the Flamethrower into a fiery tornado, hurtling toward Gyarados. Unprepared for such an unexpected maneuver, Su-Chi commanded, "Gyarados, use Dig to evade." Gyarados swiftly burrowed underground, narrowly avoiding the fiery onslaught. Emerging behind Superior, it unleashed Ice Fawn. Gyarados burst forth from the earth, glistening fangs sinking into Superior's form, causing it to falter. Rising, Superior executed Coil. "Superior, stand tall and roar," Jaya instructed, prompting the ground to tremble as colossal plants erupted from the gym floor, rushing toward Gyarados and striking with relentless force. Gyarados, in pain from the barrage, retaliated with Hyper Beam, channeling its energy to incinerate the attacking flora. "What? Your Gyarados can withstand my Coil's onslaught?" Jaya exclaimed in disbelief. "You're unaware of the depths of Gyarados' prowess," Su-Chi replied. "Now, Gyarados, unleash Hyper Beam once more." The massive energy beam struck Superior, sending it crashing against the wall in a resounding explosion. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 500 battle points." "My Superior." Jaya recalled her Pokemon, turning to Su-Chi with newfound respect. "You truly are impressive, I concede. Superior could be considered my strongest Pokemon, yet it was unable to thwart you." Jaya approached, holding a multicolored badge. "Here, this is the proof of your victory, the Rainbow Badge." Su-Chi accepted it, expressing his gratitude before departing. Elika watched as Su-Chi ascended in the elevator, then turned to mutter, "It seems his prowess is indeed formidable. Despite my Monarch Serpent having a distinct advantage in attributes, it was unable to prevail against him." Mr. Uding's words ring true. I hope he can resolve that matter splendidly. At that moment, Yuding stepped forward, chuckling. Of course. The human chosen by the Phoenix King is undoubtedly exceptional. Upon exiting the Rainbow Gym, Su Chi made his way to a perfume shop, where he found Mei and several staff members engaged in lively conversation, their laughter echoing in the air. Approaching them, Su Chi remarked, "Shall we leave? The gym challenge is complete." "So soon?" Mei replied, her desire to linger evident, though she appeared somewhat bashful. Su Chi quickly discerned something amiss. She was clutching several shopping bags filled with exquisite perfumes. One of the nearby staff members teased, "Hey handsome, just buy it for your girlfriend. She's tried so many and loves them." "Ah, she's not my girlfriend," Su Chi stammered, flustered by the comment, and hurriedly explained as he paid and whisked Mei away, leaving the staff in amused giggles. Once outside, Mei felt a twinge of embarrassment in Su Chi's presence, having forgotten her wallet until the moment of payment. "I'm so sorry for making you spend money. I promise I will repay you," she assured him, as they exchanged contact information via their Pokédexes. As she watched Su Chi's retreating figure, a gentle tumult stirred within her heart, her gaze lingering on him with affection, though Su Chi remained oblivious. Su Chi arrived at the Yuhong Pokémon Center, where he entrusted his Gyarados to Nurse Joy and secured a room. Just as he was about to head to his quarters, he heard a voice call, "Su Chi." Turning, he was greeted by Xiao Mao. The two brothers, having not seen each other for quite some time, embraced with palpable excitement. "I heard there was a trainer from Pallet Town who just completed a challenge at the Rainbow Gym. I guessed it must be you," Su Chi said. "I just arrived in Yuhong City to challenge the gym as well. Have you finished yours?" Xiao Mao inquired. "Yes, indeed," Su Chi replied, pulling out his badge case. "Oh, you obtained the golden badge. Naz's psychic Pokemon are incredibly strong. I gave up on the golden gym," Xiao Mao exclaimed in astonishment. "Perhaps I was merely fortunate." Su Chi responded modestly. "How about a 1v1 Pokemon battle to determine the victor?" Xiao Mao proposed, his eyes gleaming with determination. Su Chi, recognizing the fervor in his friend's gaze, found it difficult to decline. They made their way to the battle arena, where Xiao Mao produced a Pokeball. "Let me demonstrate my strength. Go, Ducklet." A duck with flames atop its head materialized before Su Chi. "Go, Greninja," he commanded. Xiao Mao, curious about this Pokemon, quickly consulted his Pokédex. Greninja, the ninja Pokemon, elusive as a shadow, deftly toys with its foes before delivering swift Water Shurikens. "Very well, Ducklet, use Fire Punch." Greninja, evade and counter with Water Shuriken. With remarkable speed, Greninja dodged Ducklet's attack, unleashing a powerful Water Shuriken that struck Ducklet with precision. Ducklet, pained, knelt on the ground as Xiao Mao watched beads of sweat form on its brow. Ducklet used Dazzling Gleam, a radiant beam shot towards Greninja, who swiftly employed Double Team and followed up with Hydro Pump. Numerous Greninja illusions rushed toward Ducklet, and one leapt high, unleashing a barrage of Hydro Pumps that rendered Ducklet unable to battle. "Congratulations, you have earned 300 battle points," chimed the system. The two trainers recalled their Pokemon, and Xiao Mao approached Su Chi, saying, "I still can't match your skill." "Haha, let's keep striving together," Su Chi replied earnestly. "By the way, will you be participating in tomorrow's Pokemon Challenge?" Xiao Mao asked. "Of course," Su Chi affirmed. "Let us give it our all tomorrow," he said, extending his fist for a friendly bump. After a restful night, the day of the Pokemon Challenge arrived. The rules stipulated that only 20 trainers with golden badges could participate. And early in the morning, Su Chi and Xiao Mao arrived at the venue to register their information. An hour later, the competition commenced. The battlefield was aquatic in nature, and Su Chi faced a boy with a center-parted hairstyle. "Go, Gyarados," he declared, while his opponent sent forth a Kingler. Su Chi, somewhat disheartened by the opponent's weak Pokemon, resolved to proceed nonetheless. "Gyarados, use Water Jet." A powerful jet of water incapacitated Kingler instantly. "Congratulations, you have earned 100 battle points," the system congratulated. The boy, upset at the effortless defeat of his prized Kingler, sent out his next Pokemon. "Go, Seeking." Seeking unleashed hail, sending ice shards hurtling towards Gyarados. Su Chi, eager to conclude the battle, commanded, "Gyarados, use Flamethrower." The flames melted the incoming ice, continuing towards Seeking, who plunged into the water amidst a cloud of mist. "Congratulations. You have earned 200 battle points." The boy, disheartened, surrendered, and Su Chi advanced to the next round. Outside, Xiao Mao had also concluded his battle, emerging victorious as expected. As they progressed to the top 10, both Su Chi and Xiao Mao triumphed in their matches. Su Chi, having received a bye, advanced directly to the final showdown. In the end, 3 contestants remained: Su Chi, Xiao Mao, and a girl named Xuanzi. By fortunate draw, Xiao Mao faced Xuanzi while Su Qi awaited his turn in the audience. Xuanzi sent forth a Spoink, prompting Su Qi to deduce that she was likely a trainer from the Hoenn region, as Spoink is a relatively rare Pokemon there. Xiao Mao deployed one of his ace Pokemon, Blastoise, and within a few rounds, Spoink was unable to continue battling. Xuanzi then released her second Pokemon. A colossal shadow emerged onto the field. It was a Dusknoir. Su Qi observed the formidable Dusknoir with concern. Name, Dusknoir. Quality, Champion. Ability, Frisk. Skills, Dream Eater, Nightmare, Dark Pulse. Agility, Will-O-Wisp, Psychic. It appeared that Xiao Mao was in for a challenging battle. Dusknoir, use Agility. The ghostly figure vanished in an instant. What? Such speed. Blastoise must be cautious. Xiao Mao exclaimed, his worry evident. In that moment, Dusknoir reappeared behind Blastoise, commanding, Dusknoir, use Nightmare. Its eyes glowed crimson as a dark mist enveloped Blastoise, who collapsed to the ground. Blastoise, Xiao Mao shouted anxiously, but alas, Blastoise was unresponsive. Dusknoir delivered the final blow with Dream Eater, rendering Blastoise incapable of continuing the fight. Xiao Mao recalled Blastoise, exclaiming, Go, Arcanine. Observing Xiao Mao's choice of Arcanine, Su Qi recognized his strategy relied on speed. Arcanine, use Quick Attack. Xiao Mao ordered. Xuanzi smiled slyly, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Mao's intentions. Dusknoir concealed itself, vanishing from sight as Arcanine lunged forward, missing its target. Arcanine, alert, scanned its surroundings, but Dusknoir materialized behind it. Dusknoir, unleashed Dark Pulse. Xuanzi commanded. A powerful Dark Pulse struck Arcanine, sending it crashing against the wall. Struggling to rise, Arcanine exhibited resilience, prompting Xuanzi to comment to Xiao Mao. I didn't expect your Pokemon to be so tenacious. The Night Demon Giant, confronted by the Shadow Ball, was unyielding. The Wind Speed Dog succumbed to the onslaught, losing its ability to battle. The defeat of his two Pokemon weighed heavily on Shiro, who felt an immense pressure mounting. He summoned his final Pokeball, declaring, Go, Psyduck. Psyduck, use Flame Punch. Shiro commanded. Night Demon Giant, catch it. Sunzi confidently proclaimed. The Night Demon Giant extended its arms and effortlessly caught Psyduck's Flame Punch. What? Shiro gasped in disbelief. Psyduck found itself firmly grasped by the Night Demon Giant. The creature unleashed Nightmare, enveloping Psyduck in a shroud of darkness, causing it to fall into a deep slumber, clearly in distress. Let us finish it, Dream Eater. Sunzi ordered. Psyduck lost its ability to fight. With just one Night Demon Giant, Sunzi had triumphed over Shiro's 3 Pokemon, leaving Shiro with a devastating defeat. With a heavy heart, Shiro made his way to the spectator area, where Su Qi noticed his glum expression and hurried to console him. It's all right. Failure is the mother of success. Don't worry. Watch me take my revenge, Su Qi reassured him. Well, I'll leave it to you, Shiro replied, aware of Su Qi's prowess. As the final match commenced, the crowd's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch. The battleground was set on a rocky terrain. Sunzi, looking down at the petite Su Qi, taunted. You should just forfeit. My strength is beyond your capacity. Su Qi, unfazed by Sunzi's arrogance, retorted, You won't know until you try. Sunzi, perceiving Su Qi's attitude as overly confident, resolved to subdue her arrogance. Go, Gulpin. You're up, Ancient Dragon. Upon its entrance, the Ancient Dragon's fierce demeanor startled Gulpin, causing it to fall to the ground and instinctively retreat a few paces. Sunzi, however, remained indifferent, pondering whether this unfamiliar Pokemon was merely a facade of strength. It must be said, some women possess an alluring confidence, believing themselves to be unparalleled. Who do you think you are, my champion? Ancient Dragon, Dragon's Might. With sharp eyes and rippling energy, the Ancient Dragon unleashed a wave of power that sent Gulpin crashing into the wall. Curse it! Gulpin, Shadow Ball. Sunzi commanded. Despite several Shadow Balls striking the Ancient Dragon, they proved futile against its formidable defense. Merely a light tickle. The Ancient Dragon retaliated with Dragon Claw, its hands glowing with emerald light, swiftly bringing Gulpin to its knees, rendering it unable to battle. Congratulations, host. You have earned 150 battle points. Is this your so-called Pokemon? Su Qi mockingly questioned, observing Sun Zi's reddening face, unwilling to accept such deprecation. Night Demon Giant, tear him apart. Sun Zi unleashed her Night Demon Giant. Night Demon Giant. Dark Pulse. Ancient Dragon, Mystic Guard. The Dark Pulse was effortlessly deflected. Ancient Dragon, Dragon Starfall. The Ancient Dragon launched a massive area attack. The perfect move against the swiftly moving Night Demon Giant. The creature was struck by meteorites, collapsing to the ground. Ancient Dragon, Dragon's Fury. The colossal dragon shape slammed into the night demon giant, causing it to lose its ability to battle. Congratulations, host, you have earned 500 battle points. Such a bounty of battle points. Truly a currency machine, Su Chi thought, secretly elated. Witnessing her once dominant night demon giant defeated left Sun Zi in disbelief, quickly replaced by a surge of anger. Go, Mimikyu. Mimikyu appeared, brimming with fighting spirit. Su Chi appraised the Pokémon, noting its impressive cultivation. Ancient Dragon, return. It's time for a swift resolution. Sharpedo go? Sharpedo cross-cut. Sharpedo's dual blades struck Mimikyu's protective barrier, causing a brief stalemate before fissures began to form. With renewed strength, Sharpedo shattered the barrier, sending Mimikyu flying. Sharpedo, close combat. After a few strikes, Sharpedo slammed Mimikyu against the rocky surface. Mimikyu, get up, Sun Zi urged, her voice echoing in determination. Mimikyu struggled to rise, but Su Chi would not grant it that chance. Sharpedo, Dragon Breath. Following a violent explosion, Mimikyu lost its ability to fight. Congratulations, host, you have earned 400 battle points. I lost. Sun Zi could hardly fathom the complete reversal of fortune. The tournament concluded with Su Chi crowned champion, Sun Zi as runner-up, and Shiro in third place. After the awards ceremony, Sun Zi approached Su Chi, her eyes ablaze with determination. You are the strongest opponent I have faced. I must defeat you. Su Chi, witnessing Sun Zi's earnestness, chose not to dampen her spirit. For victory was assuredly his, bolstered by his unique system. Bidding farewell to Sun Zi, Su Chi returned to the Pokémon Center with Shiro for a night's rest. The following morning, Su Chi awoke early, dined, and prepared to bid Shiro farewell. Upon entering Shiro's room, he found Shiro just about to step outside. Where are you headed? Shiro inquired. I'm off to Shallow Pink City to obtain the pink badge. What about you? I'm headed to the Wild Wilderness Zone to capture some powerful Pokémon. Shiro exclaimed excitedly. The Wild Wilderness Zone, Su Chi recalled, was the habitat of Dragonair and Dratini. Why not go together? I'd like to see it too. Absolutely. Shiro eagerly agreed. Thus, the two set forth on their journey to the Wild Wilderness Zone. Chapter 37. Discovering the Ultimate Abyss. After a considerable distance, they arrived at a lush green field, teeming with various Pokémon engaging in leisurely activities. Nearby stood a wooden cabin, which Su Chi recognized as the residence of the ranger overseeing the Wild Wilderness Zone. Ding. Epic quest initiated. Explore the Ultimate Abyss within the Dragonair Cave and seal the fissures of the Ultimate Abyss. Random reward, 1 Ultimate Beast and 5,000 battle points. ISNT the Ultimate Abyss exclusive to the Alola region? How could it possibly exist here in Kanto? Ding. The Ultimate Abyss is distributed across Kanto, Johto, the Orange Archipelago, Kalos, and Alola. Due to Alola's unstable spatial structure, ultimate beasts frequently traverse through the Ultimate Abyss into the Pokémon world. Other regions maintain stable spatial constructs, which do not easily yield fissures. If fissures are not easily formed, then what has happened this time? Su Chi inquired. Ding. Please investigate on your own. Very well. I shall strive for that reward. Seeing Su Chi lost in thought, Shiro shook his shoulder, asking, what has captured your attention so? Snapping back to reality, Su Chi replied, oh, nothing. Let us move on. They entered the cabin, and Su Chi knocked on the door. Who is it? Came a gruff yet slightly lazy voice, revealing the occupant was still asleep. Upon opening the door, the middle-aged man saw 2 young boys and inquired, what brings you here? We're here to capture Pokémon in the Wild Wilderness Zone, Su Chi explained. Hearing this, the man turned and returned to his room, reappearing shortly with 2 boxes containing 30 green Pokeballs each. Here you go. These are the Wild Wilderness Zone Pokeballs. You are permitted to capture only 30 Pokémon and may not use any other Pokeballs. Please hand over any additional Pokeballs, and I shall return them to you upon your departure. Su Chi and Shiro handed over their empty Pokeballs to the man, who silently retreated back to his room, seemingly returning to his slumber. As Su Chi and Xiao Mao traversed the fence, they officially entered the wild expanse of the wilderness area. Su Chi promptly harnessed his aura to probe for Hakron Cave, meticulously searching the vicinity. After a while, he found it peculiar that nothing had yet come to light. This should not be the case, with the range of his aura extending at least 1,000 meters. Was it possible that it lay beyond this area? Puzzled, Su Chi turned to survey his surroundings. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao had encountered a flying mantis, successfully capturing it with his wind speed dog, thus securing his first Pokémon in the wild. Holding the Pokeball of the flying mantis, Xiao Mao turned to Su Chi and exclaimed, look, I've already caught my first one. Su Chi glanced at the surrounding Pokémon, finding them rather feeble and devoid of interest, especially considering the superior Pokémon he could acquire through the system's lottery and marketplace. As they continued their journey, they passed by a riverbank. Suddenly, Xiao Mao pointed out, "What Pokemon is that?" Su Chi focused his gaze and beheld a creature with snow-white fur, calm and elegant eyes, and reddish-brown pupils, featuring a blade-like protrusion atop its head. Could it be Absol? A Pokemon rivaling the legendary beasts. Su Chi had long desired one. Name: Absol. Potential: King-level ability, Crimson Moon skills, Blade Cut, Energy Ball, Shadow Clone, Mysterious Guardian, Sneak Attack, Mental Blade. Though its King-level strength was slightly lacking, Su Chi possessed a potential enhancement liquid. To his astonishment, the existence of Absol here opened his eyes. Turning to Xiao Mao, he advised, "This Pokemon is far too powerful for you to handle. Allow me to confront it." Xiao Mao, unwavering in his trust, stepped back to lend support. "Go, Charizard." Upon sensing a human trainer attempting to capture it, Absol became incensed, bracing itself for an attack. "Charizard, use Dragon Claw." Charizard soared toward Absol, landing a fierce strike. Absol, unable to evade in time, was sent hurtling aside. Yet, this only incited its ferocity, as the blade atop its head glimmered ominously, launching several blade cuts toward Charizard. "Charizard, use Air Slash," Su Chi commanded. Charizard unfurled its wings, unleashing a barrage of air blades at Absol, resulting in a violent clash. Absol's eyes glowed red as it unleashed a mental blade. "Charizard, let us counter with Dragon Rage." The struggle of power ensued, but ultimately, Charizard triumphed, sending Absol crashing to the ground. Though Absol attempted to rise, Su Chi would not afford it that opportunity. "Charizard, use Explosion." After a mighty blast, Absol lay defeated. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 450 battle points." Seizing the moment, Su Chi tossed a Pokeball, which shook a few times before successfully capturing Absol. Releasing Absol, Su Chi tended to its wounds. Gradually regaining consciousness, Absol observed Su Chi's confident demeanor and, recalling its own formidable strength, accepted him as its trainer. "All done," Su Chi said to Absol after administering the healing. "Let us strive together from now on." After retrieving Absol, the two stood by the riverbank. Su Chi suddenly recalled that, in the animated series, Hakron's dwelling appeared to be situated within the river. Utilizing his aura once more, he scanned the riverbed. Various water-type Pokemon came into view, but then a striking blue cave at the river's bottom caught his attention. Su Chi opened his eyes, convinced that this must be Hakron's lair. He informed Xiao Mao of his intent to explore the riverbed, to which Xiao Mao eagerly insisted on joining. After a brief dispute, Su Chi eventually acquiesced. The pair leapt into the water, splashing energetically, and swam towards the blue cave. Once inside, the depths seemed unfathomable, prompting Su Chi to employ his aura for investigation. He spotted two Hakrons circling a fissure emanating a colorful glow. Ecstatic, he accelerated towards them, while Xiao Mao, struggling to keep pace, watched Su Chi pull ahead. Noticing Xiao Mao's struggle, Su Chi turned back, grasping his arm, and together they swam toward the riverbed. Upon arrival, they found themselves in a naturally formed underwater cave, isolated from the surrounding water vapor. The two Hakrons appeared apprehensive at the sight of the human intruders. "How do I seal this?" Su Chi pondered, gazing at the ultimate anomaly before him. "Ding. Please purchase a sealing sticker." "Must I buy it myself?" "What nonsense." Su Chi opened the system store to search for the sealing sticker, only to be taken aback by the steep price of 3,000 battle points, his efforts over the past few days seemingly wasted. Ding. The hostess task rewards are sufficient to cover this. Realizing the necessity, he resolved to purchase it. As he prepared to apply the sealing sticker, the ultimate anomaly began to expand, as if something were about to emerge. Chapter 38. The Ultimate Anomaly. Vaida? Tentacles emerged from the ultimate anomaly, and Su Chi and Xiao Mao watched intently. It was Vaida, a jellyfish-like entity floating in the air, having just arrived from an unknown realm. Su Chi was acutely aware of the dangers posed by Vaida. This ultimate beast had nearly claimed Lillian's mother in the animated series, dragging her into the ultimate dimension with dire consequences. The two Hakrons, still oblivious to the impending danger, approached Vaida. Suddenly, Vaida extended its tentacles, ensnaring both Hakrons, their expressions shifting to one of panic as they struggled for breath. Seeing this, Su Chi dispatched Greninja, commanding it to sever Vaida's tentacles with its Water Shuriken. Greninja unleashed a flurry of Water Shurikens, slicing through Vaida's appendages, thus freeing the Hakrons. Stung by the pain, Vaida withdrew its remaining tentacles and retaliated with a psychic beam. Greninja, dodge and use Blade Cut. Greninja evaded with remarkable speed, its arms glowing as it executed a swift blade cut, sending Vaida crashing to the ground, rendered unable to fight. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 400 battle points. As Su Chi surveyed the fallen Vaida, ready to return it to the ultimate anomaly, he noticed that the anomaly was warping and expanding, with more Vaids emerging. The sight was daunting. With so many Vaids, it was clear he had disturbed their lair. Suddenly, a colossal Vaida emerged, far larger than the others. Its tentacles, unlike the typical purple and white, were a dark crimson, exuding a menacing aura as it fixated on Su Chi, recognizing him as the greatest threat. Name: Vaida. Ultimate Beast Potential, Master Level Ability, Beast Enhancement Skills, Mental Paralysis, Toxicity, Awakening Power, Telekinesis, Power Gem. The Master Level Strength posed a significant challenge. Xiao Mao, with a serious expression, brandished his Pokeball, gazing at the airborne Vaida, and inquired, "What do we do now?" Su Chi replied, "We must defeat them and send them back to where they belong. But there are too many." Xiao Mao lamented, anxiety creeping in as the sky was filled with Vaids. The earlier Vaida, now revived, soared towards the gigantic one, murmuring something incomprehensible. The massive Vaida's pentagon-shaped eyes glowed ominously in response. As Su Chi perceived the dire situation, he commanded his Greninja to unleash a Water Shuriken. The Greninja soared high, gathering the formidable energy of the Water Shuriken, and with a flick of its wrist, it hurled the projectile towards Nihilego. However, the Shuriken abruptly halted mid-air, as Nihilego exerted its psychic powers to seize control over it. The Water Shuriken then turned and lunged back at Greninja, which deftly evaded the attack and retaliated with a water pulse. Greninja exhibited remarkable agility, dodging the Water Shuriken that detonated upon striking the ground, creating a violent explosion. Although Greninja's water pulse connected with Nihilego, it appeared ineffective. Enraged, Nihilego emitted a series of furious cries, prompting the other Nihilego to prepare to attack Su Chi and his companions. In response, Su Chi swiftly released his ancient dragon and Articuno, recalling Greninja to safety. "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. I am no pushover," he declared. Articuno, use Blizzard. Ancient Dragon, unleash Dragon's Fury. The simultaneous onslaught resulted in a cacophony of explosive sounds, sending nearly all the Nihilego plummeting from the sky. As the smoke cleared, a colossal Nihilego remained suspended in the air, seemingly unscathed. Truly formidable. Worthy of being a master-level Pokemon, Su Chi mused with a smirk. Articuno, execute Absolute Zero. Ancient Dragon, launch Dragon Starfall. With the combined might of a level 3 deity and a master-level Pokemon, even the strongest of Pokemon could not withstand the assault, leading Nihilego to succumb to its incapacitation. Without hesitation, Su Chi tossed a Pokeball, believing that such a powerful Pokemon would surely submit to capture. Yet, the Pokeball struck Nihilego without any response. What is this? Why is the Pokeball unresponsive? A notification chimed. Standard Pokeballs cannot capture Ultra Beasts. It is recommended that the host acquire an Ultra Ball. Oh, of course. Su Chi recalled that scientists in the anime had developed Ultra Balls specifically for capturing Ultra Beasts. He opened the system shop and noticed that with 300 battle points, he could afford one. After purchasing an Ultra Ball, he successfully captured Nihilego. With this matter resolved, Su Chi observed the multitude of Nihilego around him before releasing his own. He instructed it to convey their return to their homeland. Nihilego nodded and soared away, while Su Chi, possessing the power of aura, understood their intentions, which essentially urged everyone to return home. Soon after, one by one, the Nihilego vanished into the Ultra Wormhole, and Su Chi produced a sealing sticker to completely seal the anomaly. Having completed this task, Su Chi bid farewell to Xiao Mao and the two Haxorus, turning to swim out of the blue hole, eventually emerging from the river onto the shore. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing an epic-level mission. Mission reward, Ultra Beast, Gluttonous King, and 5,000 battle points. Upon hearing the system's alert, Su Chi felt that this journey was immensely rewarding. Not only capturing an Ultra Beast like Nihilego, but also acquiring the Gluttonous King and 5,000 battle points. However, it was Xiao Mao who had endured the most. Having followed him for naught, gasping for breath upon returning to the shore, Xiao Mao exclaimed, "That was exhilarating. I've never encountered Pokemon like that before." Su Chi explained, "Those are Ultra Beasts, Pokemon that exist in an alternate dimension." "I see," Xiao Mao replied, reflecting on his feelings of powerlessness in the face of so many Nihilego, which only deepened his admiration for Su Chi, vowing to make him his target for continuous improvement until he could surpass him. The two spent the day in the wild wilderness area, where Su-Chi refrained from capturing any additional Pokémon, feeling that 3 was more than sufficient. Conversely, Xiao Mao managed to battle and capture over a dozen Pokémon, which was commendable. As evening descended, they returned to the Ranger's wooden cabin, retrieved their Pokeballs, and expressed their gratitude. Leaving the wild wilderness area behind, the two found themselves at a fork in the road, the sun setting in the west. Su-Chi asked Xiao Mao, "Where to next?" "I plan to head to the Evergreen Forest. I've heard there's a powerful scyther I wish to capture." "How about you?" Xiao Mao replied. "I intend to challenge the Shallow Pink Gym for a badge," Su-Chi stated. "For you, obtaining a gym badge should be a piece of cake. Farewell then." "Goodbye," they said, each embarking on their respective journeys. Chapter 39, Forest Training. The arrival of a level 1 deity. After parting ways with Xiao Mao, Su-Chi arrived at the Great Wilderness Forest. He sent out his Pidgeot to survey the surroundings, only to learn that the forest was vast and escape was not feasible for the time being. Su-Chi, who had a fondness for forests, appreciated the spaciousness and solitude, ideal for intensive training. He discovered a clear area and released all of his Pokémon, soon realizing he had nearly filled the entire space. He encouraged everyone to introduce themselves. This was Su-Chi's first encounter with Gluttonous King, whose enormous blue maw and small head, coupled with its dark blue body, gave it a fearsome appearance. Its cavernous mouth resembled an abyss. Indeed, such a Pokémon is worthy of my high standards, Su-Chi thought. Name, Gluttonous King. Qualification, Champion. Ability, Massive Consumption. Skills, Dream. Agent Turret, Crunch. Earthquake, Toxic Spike Bomb, Dragon Claw. Quite impressive skills, Su-Chi remarked as he examined Gluttonous King's stats. "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Gluttonous King responded, narrowing its eyes in a rather eerie manner. After all the Pokémon acquainted themselves, particularly the Ultra Beasts Gluttonous King and Nihilego, they seemed to sense a kindred spirit within each other, displaying delight in their interaction. The other Pokémon, primarily system rewards, also got along well, with the exception of Absol, who had retreated to a nearby tree, seemingly disliking the commotion. This left the other Pokémon perplexed. After the introductions, Su-Chi's first Pokémon, Charizard, approached Absol. "Hey, come down," it roared. Absol opened its eyes briefly before turning away to resume its slumber. Su-Chi then approached Charizard and said, "It's all right, leave it be. Absol simply has that temperament." Charizard complied and returned to its place. Seating himself on the ground, Su-Chi took out the Ho-Oh egg he had obtained, studying it closely. It displayed no signs of activity. What calamity lay ahead, and what consequences would it bring? The legendary Pokémon always spoke in half-truths, tantalizing one's curiosity. As he extended his hand to touch the egg, it quivered momentarily before returning to stillness. Su-Chi placed the egg back in his backpack and stood up, preparing energy cubes for his Pokémon while lighting a fire. He took out the self-heating food he had purchased in Yuhong City and began to eat. The taste was quite pleasant. After his meal, Su-Chi commenced his training for the day, with a whole afternoon ahead of him. He began to delegate tasks, as numerous Pokémon obediently stood by, listening attentively. Charizard, Lucario, and Electivire. While your speed is commendable, your stamina requires improvement. I want you to gather some stones in the forest for weight training, Su-Chi instructed, producing the weight apparatus he had obtained from Xiaoming. The 3 Pokémon, motivated, acknowledged his command and set off to train. Gyarados and Haxorus. You will practice under Greninja's guidance, Su-Chi continued. Shark, your overall strength is impressive, but you must enhance your skill power. Train independently. Metagross, Absol, and Pidgeot. Focus on attacking Onix to bolster your skill potency. Onix, a little extra effort for you. To compensate Onix, Su-Chi purchased a metal coat from the system shop, stating, "This is something that can lead to your evolution." He brought the metal coat close to Onix's body. The majestic Onix was enveloped in a radiant glow, and as the light dissipated, Steelix materialized before the astonished onlookers. In its evolved form, Steelix boasted a larger head, a more ferocious gaze, and a body that gleamed with a metallic sheen, showcasing a significant enhancement in its defensive capabilities. Subsequently, the 4 Pokémon embarked on their training regimen. As for the other Pokémon, given their considerable strength, Su-Chi decided to let them manage on their own. While browsing the system's marketplace, Su-Chi stumbled upon an item perfectly suited for Articuno, the Unstable Fragment. This remarkable item would allow Articuno to shift into its frozen form, dramatically enhancing its ice-type abilities. Having just spent 1,000 battle points on a metallic membrane, Su-Chi found himself with 4,000 points remaining, just enough to acquire the Unstable Fragment. At that moment, Articuno remained perched on a branch, seemingly in slumber. Su-Chi called out, and Articuno descended, accompanied by a chilling breeze that underscored the legendary Pokémon's formidable power. Su-Chi presented the unstable fragment to Articuno, and upon contact, the fragment seamlessly integrated into Articuno's being. Instantly, Articuno felt a surge of immense energy erupt within, letting out a triumphant cry that compelled Su-Chi and the surrounding Pokémon to cover their ears. The nearby training Pokémon also sensed this overwhelming power and turned their attention towards Su-Chi. Soon after, Articuno exuded a frigid aura, its feathers swirling in the wind as the cold enveloped the area, causing frost to form on the ground. Articuno began transforming. Its feathers elongated and shifted from a light blue to a deep azure. Crystalline structures sprouted from its wings, and intricate patterns of wind and snow adorned its forehead. Gradually acclimatizing to this newfound power, Articuno reverted to its original form, now with a sharper gaze. Su-Chi examined Articuno's data. Name, Articuno. Aptitude, Level 3 Legendary. Ability, Divine Might. Skills, Absolute Zero, Blizzard, Hail, Roost, Brave Bird. This astonishing data left Su-Chi in awe, indicating that in its frozen state, Articuno possessed power rivaling that of a Level 1 Legendary, much to Su-Chi's delight and surprise, significantly elevating his own strength. Congratulations, Articuno, Su-Chi exclaimed, genuinely thrilled for his Pokémon. Articuno, sensing its trainer's joy, soared into the sky, circling in jubilant flight. Eager to test its newfound prowess, Articuno beckoned the nearby Aerodactyl for a battle, which accepted with unwavering resolve. Su-Chi was equally intrigued to witness the power of a Level 1 legendary Pokémon. Articuno, Ice Beam, he commanded. Aerodactyl, Dragon Rage. In its frozen form, Articuno unleashed Ice Beam, effortlessly countering Dragon Rage and encasing Aerodactyl in ice. The display of strength left Su-Chi astonished. Aerodactyl, a Pokémon of considerable renown, was unable to withstand Articuno's might. The gap between Level 3 and Level 1 legends was indeed vast. Using his aura power, Su-Chi released Aerodactyl from its icy prison. After an afternoon of training, everyone was fatigued, and Su-Chi gathered them back, providing energy cubes before settling down for a meal himself. After dining, he recalled his Pokémon, leaving only Charizard behind, primarily for the warmth of its fiery tail, ensuring a comfortable night's sleep. As night fell, the sky twinkled with stars, and the inky darkness was occasionally pierced by shooting stars while Su-Chi and Charizard drifted into slumber. Suddenly, a head emerged from the nearby thicket, a dark silhouette with two piercing red eyes watching Su-Chi intently. Who goes there? Su-Chi's heightened sensitivity, a gift from his aura power, sharpened his focus. He rose, fixating on the thicket, which rustled ominously as if something stirred within. Dressing swiftly, he awakened Charizard, who readied itself for potential conflict. As the thicket fell silent, Su-Chi unleashed his aura, sending a ripple of blue energy towards the underbrush. He was determined to uncover the mystery hidden within. As the aura spread, a small figure with a tuft of red fur atop its head and sleek black fur emerged in Su-Chi's mind, its round blue eyes peering back at him from the thicket. Is that a Zorua? He pondered, recognizing it as a Pokémon of considerable popularity, akin to Lucario. Moving cautiously, Su-Chi approached, but Zorua, sensing his proximity, became wary. With a swift motion, it darted away into the forest. Su-Chi, unwilling to let this rare encounter slip away, mounted Charizard and commanded, Charizard, pursue it. Charizard spread its wings, soaring above the treetops as Su-Chi utilized his aura to track Zorua's movements. In his mind's eye, he could see the small figure darting through the underbrush. A smile crept on his Su-Chi's face as he declared, I found you. He directed Charizard to veer left, continuing the chase through the air while Zorua raced on the ground. After an indeterminate time, Zorua's pace began to falter, clearly exhausted. Realizing Zorua was slowing down, Su-Chi deduced that it would soon be unable to continue. Zorua, panting heavily, glanced back only to find no one in pursuit, allowing its speed to diminish further as it leaned against a tree to rest. Unbeknownst to it, Su-Chi had been lying in wait just behind. Extending his hand to capture Zorua, Su-Chi startled the Pokémon, which swiftly evaded his grasp. In its panic, Zorua collided with Charizard's broad belly, leaving it dazed. Looking up, Zorua was met with Charizard's fearsome visage, causing it to cower in fright. In a desperate attempt, Zorua tried to regain its composure, glaring defiantly at Su-Chi, clearly hoping to intimidate him. However, it misjudged Su-Chi, who was no ordinary individual. Zorua unleashed a dark energy ball towards Su-Chi, but he raised his hand, channeling his aura to form a thick barrier that repelled the shadow ball back at Zorua. Caught off guard, Zorua was struck by its own attack and fell to the ground. As it struggled to rise, it regarded Su-Chi with heightened vigilance, who returned the gaze with equal intensity. Name: Zorua. Aptitude: Near Champion. Ability: Illusion. Skills: Transform, Quick Attack, Shadow Ball, Night Slash, Deceptive Space. Su-Chi noted the promising potential of Zorua, appreciating its capabilities even before evolution. Truly, a Pokemon of such talent was a rare find. Ding. A task was issued. Obtain Ho-Oh's Feather, with rewards of 5,000 battle points, 2 epic lottery tickets, and a random Pokemon. Could Ho-Oh's Feather be hidden within this forest? Su-Chi mused excitedly. Seizing the moment to check the system's task, Zorua took the opportunity to escape, vanishing in an instant. Su-Chi was not about to let this elusive Pokemon slip away, urging Charizard to pursue. Zorua fled deeper into the forest, where the trees grew denser. The dragon landed gracefully upon the ground, and Su-Chi, accompanied by the fire dragon, began to advance steadily forward. The pitch-black night did nothing to impede their progress. Ever since Su-Chi had acquired the power of aura, his vision had surpassed that of ordinary men, enabling him to perceive his surroundings even in the dark. Coupled with the aura's ability to sense everything akin to divine consciousness, he could even detect the slightest movement of an ant. As Su-Chi and the fire dragon ventured further, 2 shadowy orbs suddenly emerged from the depths of darkness, hurtling towards them. Fire Blast! Su-Chi commanded loudly. The fiery attack collided with the shadowy orbs, resulting in a resounding explosion. As the smoke cleared, a tall figure was revealed perched upon a nearby branch. It was Zoroark. The young ones have come, and now the elder arrives, Su-Chi mused. Zoroark leapt down, and the fire dragon assumed a battle stance, fixating its gaze on Zoroark. However, Zoroark refrained from launching an attack. Just as Su-Chi was filled with confusion, a voice resonated within his mind. Chosen human, heir to the power of aura. Welcome your arrival. This marked the 3rd occasion Su-Chi had heard this phrase, the previous instances being uttered by Principal Yuding and Celebi. Could it be that Zoroark also possessed knowledge of this impending calamity? Su-Chi inquired, how do you know this? What is your purpose? Zoroark replied nonchalantly, I am the guardian of the Phoenix King's feather, and I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The mention of the Phoenix King's feather elicited joy within Su-Chi, for acquiring 3 feathers would ensure the successful hatching of the Phoenix King, an undeniably momentous piece of news. Zoroark extended a hand in a gesture of invitation and said, please, follow me, before proceeding onward. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, a cave came into view. Zoroark beckoned Su-Chi to enter. Inside, the cave was enveloped in darkness. Su-Chi queried, where is this? Is it the place where the feathers are stored? Without turning back, Zoroark affirmed, indeed, the feathers of the Phoenix King are concealed here. Concealed? Is there someone else coveting the Phoenix King's feathers? Su-Chi asked in bewilderment. Zoroark explained, according to legend, the Phoenix King's feathers possess the power of resurrection and bestow infinite fortune. To prevent theft, I have had to relocate continuously. 3 years ago, a group of individuals clad in black learned of the feathers' existence and compelled me to escape here to avoid disaster. Those in black, could they be the notorious Black Organization? Where did they acquire such information? This is certainly an ominous sign. It seems a confrontation is inevitable, Su-Chi pondered. Within the cave, a younger Zorua was playing, and upon seeing Su-Chi and its mother enter, it hastily hid behind Zoroark. Su-Chi feigned ignorance, but Zoroark spoke, chosen human. I hope you can take my child with you. My time is running short, and I wish to entrust it to you. How could this be? Su-Chi unleashed his aura to assess Zoroark, discovering that a mysterious force was steadily eroding Zoroark's vitality, nearly extinguishing her life force. The young Zorua gazed up at its mother with tear-filled eyes, while Zoroark looked down at her child with tenderness. Turning towards a specific spot in the cave, Zoroark emitted a burst of red energy, revealing a peculiar black hole from which she retrieved an exquisite box and handed it to Su-Chi. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Phoenix King's feather. Mission accomplished, rewards dispensed. Hearing the system's notification, Su-Chi gazed at the box. This was indeed the Phoenix King's feather. He gently opened it. As he did so, a radiant light emanated from within, illuminating Su-Chi's face and enveloping him in a comforting warmth, akin to being immersed in a hot spring. Zoroark and the fire dragon also felt the embrace of this sacred warmth. The feather, resplendent with hues of gold, shimmered magnificently. Su-Chi noticed that the phoenix egg in his backpack seemed to resonate with this energy, vibrating incessantly. Sensing the commotion at his back, Su-Chi quickly set down his backpack and retrieved the phoenix egg, which continued to shake. The feather, as if drawn by an unseen force, floated towards the egg. landing upon it, and causing ripples of energy to surge forth. The power of the feather infused into the egg, instilling it with newfound vitality. Witnessing this, Su-Chi took out the feather he had been carrying. The two feathers were drawn together, landing atop the egg, which suddenly erupted with brilliant light, dazzling everyone to the point of shielding their eyes. When the radiance subsided, the egg returned to its tranquil state. Su-Chi gently picked it up, scrutinizing it closely. Aside from the spots on the shell becoming more vibrant, there appeared to be no significant changes. Su-Chi employed his aura to penetrate the egg, discovering a bird-like life form developing within, radiating potent life energy. Thump, thump, thump. Su-Chi could hear the heartbeat of the phoenix. He withdrew his aura and looked at the egg before placing it back in his backpack. At this moment, Zoroark spoke. 2 feathers of the Phoenix King have been found. Only 1 remains for successful hatching. My mission shall not be in vain. As she spoke, her energy waned, and she collapsed to the ground. Zorua hurried to its mother, snuggling into her embrace. Su-Chi and the fire dragon knelt beside Zoroark, contemplating if the system had any means to save her. Ding. Recommend host to purchase the life gem. What? It's so expensive. How could I possibly afford it? Ding. Apart from that, there are no other means of salvation. Recommend host to purchase the Soul Tower. Soul Tower? What is that? Su-Chi inquired, perplexed. Ding. The Soul Tower can collect the souls of deceased humans or Pokémon and preserve them indefinitely. Once the host acquires the life gem, it can directly resurrect them. There is still hope. It seems I must work diligently to earn battle points. Purchased Soul Tower. Purchase successful. 5,000 battle points deducted. 5,000. That's a heart-wrenching amount. Su-Chi produced the Soul Tower, a glass-like structure imbued with a sense of advanced technology. He turned to Zoroark and said, Zoroark, this object will safeguard your soul from annihilation after your passing. I promise to resurrect you in the future. Zoroark's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope. Is there truly such a treasure? You are not deceiving me, are you? It is indeed true, Zoroark. I will keep it close, and together, we shall grow. You will surely see the day when you walk among the living again. Zoroark, albeit weakly, replied, Thank you. I entrust my child to you. With that, she glanced at Zorua, lowering her head in resignation. Zoroark breathed her last. Su-Chi brought the Soul Tower close, and from within Zoroark's form, a blue, ethereal energy, an embodiment of Zoroark, swiftly darted into the Soul Tower. The tower glimmered with light, revealing the small silhouette of Zoroark, motionless and with closed eyes. This was her soul. Su-Chi placed the Soul Tower into the system space and cradled Zorua, who was still enveloped in the grief of losing its mother, its eyes glistening with tears. Zorua, let us live together from now on. Zorua looked up at Su-Chi, who met its gaze with a gentle warmth that stirred something deep within. Nestled in Su-Chi's embrace, Zorua felt an unprecedented warmth and succumbed to a deep slumber. Su-Chi, sensing this, requested the fire dragon to release him, and together, they quietly observed the sleeping Zorua. The fire dragon, much like a protective father, settled Zorua upon its back. Suddenly, a violent explosion reverberated outside, causing the entire cavern to tremble. What is happening? Who is causing this destruction? Su-Chi exclaimed, visibly enraged. The sound of the explosion startled Zorua, who was nestled atop the back of the Charizard. The Charizard gently patted Zorua's head with its claw, reassuring it that there was no need for fear. Zorua, you should return to your Pokeball, Su-Chi instructed, summoning Zorua into its Pokeball. Turning to Charizard, he added, let us venture outside and see who is causing this chaos. As they emerged from the cave, they were met with a scene of numerous figures clad in black. Su-Chi recognized 2 of them immediately, Black Panther and Black Rock, a pair of fools. Upon spotting Su-Chi, they eagerly pointed at him, exclaiming, Captain, it's this brat. The Ho-Oh egg must be in his possession. The boss was right, ha ha ha. The 2 laughed boisterously. Su-Chi's gaze shifted to the center, where a man wearing a black mask sat atop a blood-winged dragon, silently observing him. Hello, Su-Chi. The man spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Black Dragon, a senior member of the Black Organization. We wish to borrow the Ho-Oh egg that you possess. Might you be so kind as to lend it to us? You must be dreaming. Su-Chi retorted, fully aware that should the Ho-Oh egg fall into their hands, it would undoubtedly be used for nefarious purposes aimed at annihilating the world. He was resolute in his refusal to let them succeed. Heh, if you are unwilling, I shall take it myself. Black Dragon commanded, everyone, seize the Ho-Oh egg. Go. At his command, all members of the Black Organization unleashed their Pokeballs, summoning a myriad of Pokemon, Nidoking, Beedrill, Arbok, Zubat, Houndoom, Grimer, and Cloyster. They charged towards Su-Chi, who let out a dismissive chuckle. Is this the best you can do? He scoffed. Charizard, use Air Cutter. Charizard spread its wings, unleashing a flurry of air blades that struck down the Black Organization's Pokémon, rendering them incapacitated. What? Black Dragon exclaimed in shock as he witnessed his team fall so swiftly. Captain, we warned you that this kid is remarkably strong. Black Rock chimed in. Fools. Black Dragon snapped. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Bloodwing Dragon, use Devastating Beam. He ordered. The Bloodwing Dragon unleashed a fierce energy beam towards Charizard, who summoned a protective shield to deflect the attack. A green light enveloped Charizard as the beam struck its barrier, forcing it to stagger back slightly, but successfully blocking the assault. What? Such a powerful Pokémon. Black Dragon was taken aback, having anticipated an easy defeat for Charizard. The Bloodwing Dragon, having used its devastating beam, became temporarily immobilized. Charizard, use Fire Blast. Suchi commanded. A mighty inferno surged toward the Bloodwing Dragon, sending it crashing to the ground, its body scorched. Finish it with Dragon Breath. Suchi instructed, and Charizard unleashed a Dragon Breath that rendered the Bloodwing Dragon unable to continue fighting. My Bloodwing Dragon, you little brat, you are courting death. Black Dragon seethed, his fury palpable. The defeat of his prized Pokémon and the realization that such a young child possessed such formidable power was a personal affront to him. Black Dragon recalled his Bloodwing Dragon and retrieved 5 Pokeballs. All right, my dear Pokémon, come forth. Tyranitar, Flygon, Houndoom, Exploud, and a shiny Gardevoir, he declared, unleashing an all-star lineup. Seeing the array of powerful Pokémon unleashed by his opponent, Suchi decided it was time to reveal his own strength. Go, Garchomp, Aerodactyl, and Greninja. Black Dragon's eyes widened in anticipation as he beheld the impressive lineup of Suchi's Pokémon, his mind racing with thoughts of the rare and powerful creatures before him. Tyranitar, use Earthquake. Flygon, summon a Sandstorm. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower. Exploud, self-destruct. As Exploud rolled towards Suchi, he recognized the potential devastation of its self-destruction. Black Dragon was audacious, launching such a grand attack without regard for strategy. Yet, Suchi remained unperturbed. As Exploud approached, he raised his hand, channeling his aura to form a colossal blue hand that seized Exploud and hurled it back toward Black Dragon and his Pokémon. What? You can do that? Black Dragon was taken aback, feeling a pang of frustration as the Exploud detonated beside him. Tyranitar shielded Black Dragon but was knocked out from the blast, while the other Pokémon suffered varying degrees of damage. With 3 of Black Dragon's Pokémon incapacitated and the remaining 3 injured, he stood up, seething with rage yet tinged with fear at Suchi's extraordinary abilities. How can a mere human possess such unfathomable power? Is it psychic ability? Suchi regarded the beleaguered Black Dragon with a smirk. Aerodactyl, Devastating Beam. Greninja, Water Shuriken. Garchomp, Primal Force. 3 Pokémon coalesced their energies and launched their assault upon Black Dragon, who could only watch helplessly as they bore down upon him. Just then, a luminous barrier materialized, halting their advance. Suchi looked up to see a humanoid Pokémon floating gracefully above. Moments later, a helicopter descended, its hatch opening to reveal a man clad in a black suit, exuding an air of cunning and menace, his gaze sharp and predatory. Suchi couldn't help but exclaim, Giovanni. Haha, excellent perception. You are indeed someone I have my eye on, young man. Join Team Rocket, and I assure you, wealth, power, and beauty will be yours. Join you? Are you unaware of my identity? Identity? An alliance prosecutor? That holds little weight. As I understand it, you have only recently ascended to that position, and I could overlook your past if you pledge unwavering loyalty to me. Do you truly believe that is possible? Suchi replied, his eyes betraying a steadfast resolve. Giovanni's irritation grew at Suchi's defiance, though he restrained himself from reacting. Think it over, young one. At that moment, Mutuo materialized in front of Suchi, its immense presence sending chills down the spines of Black Dragon and his cohorts. What is that Pokémon? It's too powerful to behold directly, Black Dragon thought, his mind racing. Mutuo regarded Suchi calmly before vanishing in an instant, reappearing behind Charizard and launching it high into the air. In the blink of an eye, Charizard was slammed into a tree, leaving a deep indentation in the trunk. Mutuo advanced swiftly, executing a dual kick that sent Charizard soaring. With a shadow ball coalescing in its grasp, Mutuo unleashed it upon Charizard, resulting in a resounding explosion. By the time the dust settled, Charizard had succumbed to its injuries. This marked Suchi's first encounter with such a formidable adversary. Mutuo's extraordinary speed rendered him unable to react. As he assessed Mutuo's data, he noted, name, Mutuo qualification, Level 2 Deity Ability, Serene Grace Skills, Psychic, Quick Attack, Hyper Beam, Devastating Beam. 1,000,000-ton punch. The power of a level 2 deity was indeed formidable, and it was no wonder. After defeating Charizard, Mutwo refrained from further aggression, seemingly awaiting a command from Giovanni. It was unclear what kind of enchantment Giovanni had cast upon Mutwo, compelling it to serve as his loyal hound. Mutwo simply gazed silently at Su-Chi, while a subtle smile crept onto Giovanni's lips, as he envisioned the moment when Su-Chi would succumb to his imposing authority, which only heightened his delight. However, he was mistaken. Su-Chi recalled Charizard and addressed it, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Charizard. I will avenge you. Now, go forth, Articuno." Articuno emerged in a splendid display, its azure form stirring a chilling gust that instinctively made one shrink back. Articuno, a legendary Pokémon. Truly a stroke of fortune. "I am increasingly eager for your alliance, young man," Giovanni remarked, his expression betraying his eagerness. "Articuno, show it your might. Use Ice Beam." The beam shot towards Mutwo, who, in an apparent fit of misplaced confidence, chose not to evade but to absorb the attack directly. The Ice Beam struck Mutwo, and frost began to creep over its form, catching Mutwo off guard. With a fierce effort, Mutwo shattered the ice shards encasing it. Yet Su-Chi would not grant it respite. "Articuno, demonstrate your prowess. Use Ice Shard Absolute Zero." Giovanni's face displayed surprise, and Mutwo's expression shifted as well. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon and his companions stood stupefied at Articuno's entrance. Articuno let out a piercing cry, and the surrounding cold coalesced around it, transforming its body. The air shimmered with frost as Mutwo activated its mysterious guardian to fend off the chilling onslaught. Giovanni's helicopter was nearly sent plummeting, prompting him to urgently instruct the pilot to ascend higher. Truly formidable. With an icy glare, Articuno fixed its eyes on Mutwo, as if to say, "You doubt my power, do you? Allow me to show you my true strength." The Absolute Zero attack surged forth, and Mutwo's guardian began to show signs of crystalline infiltration, cracks appearing and expanding as Mutwo intensified its output. Yet, it was futile. The shield shattered, and in an instant, Mutwo was encased in ice. Resembling an ice pop, one could only ponder its worth, a true ice cream assassin. Chapter 43, Defeating Team Rocket, the frenzied Mutwo, struggling against its icy prison. Mutwo attempted to break free, but each effort proved futile. Observing Mutwo encased in ice, Su-Chi felt a surge of confidence. Mutwo was not as invincible as it seemed. Giovanni, witnessing his painstakingly cultivated Mutwo falter so easily, began to question whether he had overestimated its capabilities. Yet, he had one last card to play. Giovanni produced a remote control and proclaimed, "Behold the power of technology." Pressing the red button, the antenna emitted waves of crimson electromagnetic energy. Su-Chi watched as Mutwo's eyes gradually glowed red, its aura intensifying. The ice encasing Mutwo began to melt, pooling into a puddle. Su-Chi was astonished by the sheer might of technology in this Pokémon realm. Name, Mutwo. Qualification, Level 1 Deity. Ability, Calm Mind. Skills, Psystrike, Agility, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. Meteor Mash. As Su-Chi examined Mutwo's data, he realized it now possessed the strength of a Level 1 deity. Mutwo, not far off, was pulsating with raw power. Its veins bulged, its eyes blood red, and the ferocity of its aura instilled fear even in Giovanni, who struggled to maintain his grip on the remote. The others stood frozen in terror. "Captain, we should flee," the Black Dragon's companions urged, gripped by panic. Mutwo's frenzy unleashed. It executed agility, so swift that even Su-Chi could scarcely perceive its movements. Mutwo materialized in midair, its right hand glowing with energy, preparing to unleash Meteor Mash. It struck Articuno with tremendous force, but Articuno was not defenseless. It countered with Brave Bird. The collision generated a mushroom cloud in the sky, obliterating the surrounding trees and stirring a violent wind. Su-Chi hastily recalled his other Pokémon and activated his aura to shield against the resulting shockwave, though it still left him reeling, blood trickling from his lip. Giovanni's helicopter, caught in the violent backlash of the two Pokémon's confrontation, was sent plummeting, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Giovanni, clad in some special material, emerged largely unscathed, save for a minor scrape on his head, while his pilot perished in the inferno. In the distance, the two legendary Pokémon faced off. Articuno bore some wounds, while Mutwo's energy seemed to swell further, as if the electromagnetic waves Giovanni had unleashed had invigorated it. "Stand firm, Articuno. Use rest to restore your strength," Su-Chi commanded. Articuno complied, its injuries vanishing. As Mutuo charged, unleashing Hyper Beam with devastating force, Su-Chi instructed Articuno to erect a reflective barrier. The barrier repelled Mutuo's attack, sending the Hyper Beam back at it, causing Mutuo to crash into the ground, creating a large indentation. Articuno, utilize Origin Pulse. Su-Chi called out. Articuno flapped its wings, summoning the power of the earth. But Mutuo rose and activated its Guardian to defend against the onslaught. The battle raged on, each side exchanging blows without a clear victor. Giovanni, observing from the sidelines, scoffed. You cannot win. My Mutuo is invincible. What did you give Mutuo? Su-Chi demanded, glaring fiercely at Giovanni. Huh. What else but the pinnacle of Team Rocket's technology, the energy amplifier. It harnesses the psychic energy of tens of thousands of Solgaleo, released through our specialized apparatus to unlock the primal fury of Pokémon. Giovanni boasted, pride radiating from him. Yet, to Su-Chi, this was utterly abhorrent. The energy of tens of thousands of Solgaleo meant that Team Rocket had slaughtered countless of them for this so-called psychic power. The memories of Yamato and Saburo controlling Solgaleo for such a deranged experiment haunted him. Unforgivable. Blue waves of aura surged around Su-Chi, his eyes turning crimson, his aura growing heavier. Giovanni, astonished, could only watch in fear. What is happening? What are you doing? He stammered, retreating. The two combatants in the sky felt Su-Chi's burgeoning power and halted in their tracks. Ding. Host's aura is undergoing complete development. In that moment, Su-Chi directed all his boundless hatred towards Giovanni. The sound of helicopter blades thundering in the air signaled the arrival of Team Rocket, led by Dolan. Seeing Giovanni in peril, Dolan quickly commanded his subordinates to advance, a dozen helicopters soaring into the sky. Giovanni, sensing the shift in power, retreated further. While a ladder descended from the helicopters, Su-Chi extended his hand, unleashing torrents of blue energy towards Giovanni, but Mutuo suddenly intervened, positioning itself before Giovanni. It seemed that even in its frenzy, some semblance of reason lingered, a testament to its engineered nature. With this brief window, Giovanni clambered aboard the helicopter, shouting, "Damn it! Retreat quickly, and don't forget to command Mutuo to stop him. Kill him." Mutuo, however, did not turn around, its icy gaze fixated on Su-Chi. Dolan wasted no time, urgently directing Team Rocket's retreat. Giovanni's secretary tenderly dabbed his forehead, her expression one of concern. Su-Chi, determined to confront the Mutuo standing before him, knew that to eliminate Giovanni, he first had to vanquish Mutuo. Mutuo gazed intently at Su-Chi, who spoke up. Mutuo, I am aware that your nature is not malevolent. You have merely been exploited by Sakaki. The infamous Team Rocket has sullied your potential. With such formidable power at your disposal, you could indeed accomplish great deeds. Furthermore, do you not wish to uncover the truth of your origins? Upon hearing this, Mutuo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Origins, indeed, Mutuo was a genetic creation of Mew, devoid of memory and perpetually yearning to discover its lineage. Su-Chi had wagered correctly. The strain of utilizing the aura was considerable, and he was on the verge of exhaustion. The man before him had knowledge of his origins, leaving Mutuo in a state of astonishment. A voice resonated within Su-Chi's mind. Do you know my origin? Of course, Su-Chi replied, striving to maintain composure. He proceeded to divulge to Mutuo its history, revealing that it was a genetically engineered clone of Mew, created by Team Rocket as a weapon for global domination. A bead of sweat formed on Su-Chi's brow. If this revelation failed to convince Mutuo, he might find himself in dire straits. I believe you. I shall seek Mew and uncover my other self. Thank you, Mutuo declared, its chaotic aura gradually diminishing until it vanished. With that, Mutuo leapt powerfully into the air, soaring into the distance. Su-Chi exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, Articuno descended, taking its place protectively beside him. Su-Chi recalled Articuno into its Pokeball, sitting on the ground and panting heavily. He mused that he had now made a mortal enemy of Team Rocket. But what was that about developing the aura earlier? System, he called out. Ding. Responding to the host. Although the host has achieved 100 awakening of the aura within must be continually developed through battle for the host to master it fully. The system only possesses awakening capabilities. It cannot enable the host to use the aura flexibly. Please, engage in diligent training. I see, Su-Chi thought. Reflecting on why he felt utterly drained after such brief usage, it all made sense now. It appeared that not only must Pokemon battle, but he too must engage in combat. Sakaki, I shall deal with you one day, Su-Chi vowed, gazing in the direction Sakaki had departed. Meanwhile, aboard the helicopter, Sakaki was seething with rage. What? Useless fools. Why can't we establish contact with Mutuo? You are all a bunch of incompetents. The likes of Doran and others cowered under Sakake's wrath, obediently lowering their heads to absorb his reprimands. Beside him, the bespectacled secretary timidly interjected, "Boss, please do not be angry. It will only harm your health." Sakaki glanced at his delicate secretary, his mood slightly improving. Doran and the others narrowly escaped further ire. "By the way, where are those 3 imbeciles?" The secretary hastily responded. "Boss, they are currently tracking a kid named Ash. Apparently, he possesses a particularly powerful Pikachu, and they plan to capture it for you." "Humph, Pikachu, a mere rat. How formidable can it be? Call them and instruct them to closely monitor Su-Chi's movements, reporting to me at all times." "Yes, boss," the secretary obediently replied. At this moment, Su-Chi had taken a brief respite and consumed some food to recover. He opened the system store, noting his battle points had accumulated to 7,200. Quite commendable. "By the way, system, what about my task rewards?" Chapter 44. In Shallow Red City, Professor Oak's call. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a random Pokémon, a Abomasnow, a bottle of aptitude enhancement liquid, and a Pokémon learning machine. A Pokémon learning machine? What is that? Ding. The Pokémon learning machine contains all skills from the Pokémon world, allowing the host to teach any Pokémon any skill. Any skill? So even my Gyarados could learn Draco Meteor? Ding. Yes. The host can exchange battle points for the required skills. Ah, I see, Su-Chi remarked as he examined the Pokémon learning machine, discovering moves such as Draco Meteor and Thunderbolt among many others. Although the exchange prices were somewhat steep, he stowed the Pokémon learning machine and took out the aptitude enhancement liquid, pondering whom to give it to. Electivire or Onyx? Perhaps I should bestow it upon Electivire. Su-Chi released Electivire and administered the aptitude enhancement liquid, which it eagerly drank. He then checked Electivire's data. Name, Electivire. Aptitude, Champion. Ability, Motor Drive. Skills, Thunder Punch, Thunder. Volt Tackle, Iron Tail, Electric Terrain. Another champion-level Pokémon made Su-Chi quite elated. He recalled Electivire and browsed the system store for items to bolster his strength. Ding. The system recommends the purchase of Dragon Mastery. Dragon Mastery? ISNT that the special ability of Championado? Ding. Dragon Mastery automatically enhances the host's strength, facilitating the development of aura, and can unleash a massive dragon-shaped shockwave to attack opponents, possessing a natural affinity for dragon-type Pokémon. I'll take this. Ding. Congratulations, host. On acquiring Dragon Mastery, a brilliant red light enveloped Su-Chi, warm currents surged through his veins, and he felt an overwhelming heat and pain coursing through him. Sweat pouring down his face. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, gradually mastering this newfound power after half an hour and finally catching his breath. He had not expected Dragon Mastery to be so powerful. After stretching his limbs, he caught a whiff of his own perspiration. Hastily, he made his way to a river in the forest, stripped off his clothes, and took a refreshing bath. Feeling rejuvenated, he emerged from the water, dressed, and employed Dragon Mastery to dry himself before continuing on his journey to Shallow Red City. Approximately an hour later, Su-Chi finally laid eyes on the city. It had been over a week since he had last seen an urban landscape. He hastened into Shallow Red City, arriving at the Pokémon Center, where he handed his Pokeballs to Nurse Joy and rented a room, indulging in a much-needed slumber. He hadn't rested well in days. Particularly after the encounter with Mewtwo, it had truly exhausted him. He slept soundly until evening. Upon stepping out of his room, he approached Nurse Joy to retrieve his Pokémon and, upon turning around, spotted Ash and his companions entering. They immediately recognized Su-Chi, and Ash, brimming with excitement, embraced him tightly, holding on for what seemed like an eternity, leaving Su-Chi momentarily breathless. After greeting Misty and Brock, Su-Chi learned from Ash that they had already challenged several gyms. Ash couldn't help but boast about the 6 badges he had collected, and Su-Chi couldn't help but find his expression rather infuriating. Using his aura, Su-Chi gently admonished Ash, causing him to stumble comically. Ash, startled, thought he had encountered a ghost, and jokingly stumbled backward. At that moment, Su-Chi's Pokédex chimed, indicating a call from Professor Oak. He retrieved his Pokédex and connected it to the phone at the Pokémon Center. Professor Oak. It's been a while. Indeed, it has. Su-Chi. Professor Oak, along with Ash, Misty, and Brock, gathered around the screen to greet him. Ash, Misty, Brock, what a delightful surprise to see you all together. Grandpa, is there a reason you called me? Su-Chi inquired. Of course. It has been quite some time, and you Haven T sent me a single Pokémon for research. Meanwhile, both Shigeru and Ash have sent back numerous specimens. Ah, well, it seems I have indeed neglected that. I Haven T sent a single Pokémon back during this time. Grandpa, I'll transmit one to you right away, Su-Chi said, retrieving a Pokeball and placing it on the nearby Pokemon transport machine. The machine lit up with a shimmering glow, and soon after, Professor Oak received the Pokeball Su-Chi had sent. Received. Let me see which Pokemon you have sent. Professor Oak released a Pokeball, and a colossal figure emerged, adorned with metallic armor, towering nearly 2 meters high, equipped with sharp claws and flanked by several pointed spikes. Its crimson eyes pierced through the air with an undeniable dominance, leaving Professor Oak utterly awestruck. Such a Pokemon was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Indeed, the magnificent creature brought forth by Su-Chi was the ancient dragon obtained from the Shrine of Shalebi. With palpable excitement, Professor Oak inquired, Su-Chi, is this the ultra-ancient Pokemon, the ancient dragon? Indeed, Professor, this is the Pokemon I captured alongside Dr. Karido at the Shrine of Shalebi, Su-Chi affirmed. Ash, appearing bewildered, asked, Ancient Dragon. The Ancient Dragon is an ultra-ancient Pokemon, exceedingly rare and powerful even in ancient times, Professor Oak elaborated over the phone. A Pokemon of such rarity. Su-Chi, your prowess is truly remarkable, Ash exclaimed, his admiration for Su-Chi reaching new heights, for Su-Chi's brilliance was simply dazzling. Did you hear that? A rare Pokemon. Outside the Pokemon Center, the trio from Team Rocket eavesdropped on Su-Chi and Ash's conversation using a listening device. Meowth remarked, the boss wants us to keep a close watch on that little rascal Su-Chi. If we can snag a few Pokemon from him, promotions and pay raises will be within our grasp. Jesse added, exactly. With the support of Boss Sakaki's Pokemon, we won't have to endure the disdainful glances from that girl with the glasses anymore. The mere thought of her scornful expressions made Jessie grit her teeth in frustration. James chimed in. Haha, what are we waiting for? Let us go. The trio swiftly retreated to prepare their Meowth-shaped hot air balloon for the heist. Meanwhile, Su-Chi and his companions were still on the line with Professor Oak. Su-Chi, Ash, how many badges have you collected? The Quartz Conference is just 3 months away. You must keep up the good work. I've collected 6 badges, Ash declared, proudly displaying his badges to Professor Oak. Ha ha ha, splendid. And you, Su-Chi? I have 5 badges, and am now preparing to obtain the badge from the Celadon Gym. Su-Chi replied. Do your best. We'll hang up now, Professor Oak concluded, seemingly eager to dive back into his research. After the call ended, Misty remarked, we haven't eaten all day. It's all Ash's fault for rushing us. She shot an irritated glance at Ash. Ash, oblivious, retorted, I didn't force you to come along. All right, let's go eat. My treat. Su-Chi interjected hastily. Recognizing Ash's obliviousness, Brock suggested, I know a great restaurant in Celadon City. Let us head there. Okay, let us go. Su-Chi beckoned the group as they exited. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Who goes there? Su-Chi fumed. Ha, since you asked so sincerely, James began. I'll graciously enlighten you. Jessie continued, to prevent the world from destruction. James added, to protect the peace of the world. Jessie proclaimed, to spread the love and truth of evil. James concluded, we are the charmingly wicked Team Rocket. Jessie announced, Jessie. James proclaimed, James. Jessie declared, we are the ones traversing the galaxy, Team Rocket. James added, a bright tomorrow awaits us. Meowth chimed in, that's right, Meow. Team Rocket, your thievery knows no bounds. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. Thunderbolt surged toward Team Rocket's Meowth balloon, yet it had no effect. What is going on? Ash questioned, bewildered. Ha, little brat. This balloon is made entirely of rubber. Your Pikachu's attacks are useless. Jessie laughed heartily. Damn it. Ash glared furiously at Team Rocket. Meowth brandished a weaponized device, declaring, I'll catch you first, Pikachu. A projectile was launched, releasing a massive capture net that ensnared Pikachu. As the connector threatened to whisk Pikachu away, Su-Chi swiftly sliced through the capture device with a beam of blue light. You pesky brat. You're ruining our plans again. Jessie see that it's Su-Chi. Go, Charizard. Unleash your flames. Su-Chi commanded, releasing Charizard. You fear neither thunder nor fire, do you? Oomph. Let me show you our new Pokemon. Jessie and James threw their Pokeballs. Go, Swablu and Oddish. Nanny. Jessie and James were left stunned. They had expected 2 powerful Pokemon, not these. The 2 Pokemon were weak, hardly suitable for battle. Charizard swiftly incinerated both, even creating a large hole in the Meowth balloon. Charizard, Dragon Breath. Send them back home. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, sending Team Rocket flying like meteors. How infuriating. Jessie exclaimed angrily while soaring through the sky. It must be that girl with the glasses. Those 2 Pokemon were sent by her. Damn it. I hope I don't run into her again. Meanwhile, at Team Rocket's headquarters, the girl with glasses sneezed suddenly. What is this? Am I catching a cold? Could it be that I left the window open that night with Boss Sakaki? She blushed at the thought. Back with Su-Chi and his friends, Misty complained, Team Rocket is so annoying. They always come to cause trouble. Su-Chi agreed, noting, they've been persistent for 8 generations. Team Rocket certainly possesses tenacity. The gym staff hurried to repair the damaged roof, and Nurse Joy approached, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your help. I've also informed Miss Junsha. The rest will be handled by her. It's no trouble, beautiful Nurse Joy. It is my utmost honor to assist you, Brock declared, gazing adoringly at her. Brock, you're such a sycophant. It's embarrassing, someone remarked, rolling their eyes. The group arrived at the restaurant, where Ash immediately began to gorge himself. Truly, he was a devoted eater. After a hearty meal, they returned to the Pokémon Center. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the serene sky, enveloping the world in tranquility. Mr. Yudo, the volcano has begun to show signs of activity. A charismatic and witty middle-aged man entered Yudo's office. What? So soon? Isn't it still early before the eruption? Zivik questioned. Not quite clear, according to our scouts. It could erupt within 20 days, affecting both the Kanto and Chengdu regions, Zivik replied, his expression grave. Sigh, we can only place our hopes on Su-Chi, Yudo remarked, gazing longingly at the moon outside. Su-Chi, the boy with the aura power you mentioned? He is merely a teenager. How could he possibly resolve such a crisis? Are we truly relying on a so-called legend and a boy? You are being foolish, Zivik retorted, veins bulging on his forehead. Zivik, you've been right all these years. But this time, I trust my judgment. Fine, I've already notified Champion Wataru, who is returning from the Johto region. His dragon mastery is unparalleled within the dragon family, and he ranks among the Elite Four, making him more than capable of addressing this situation. With that, Yudo turned away, leaving Zivik to ponder. I'm placing my bets on you, Su-Chi. I hope you won't let me down. The next day, Su-Chi rose early, determined to challenge the Celadon gym. Noticing that Ash and the others were still asleep, he refrained from disturbing them and made his way to the Celadon gym. Following the map, Su-Chi arrived at the gym, astonished by the charming Japanese-style izakaya before him. Could this truly be the Celadon gym? With a sense of curiosity, Su-Chi stepped into the shallow red gym. No sooner had he entered than a steel shuriken hurtled towards him, which he deftly caught with remarkable agility. An apologetic voice rang out from within, and upon turning, Su-Chi beheld a girl with short hair and a cherry-red pout, who carried a blade upon her back. With a sincere expression, she addressed him, saying, I apologize, I was practicing ninjutsu and did not expect anyone to enter. My name is Lingzi. Recognizing the earnestness in her apology and noting that she was merely a girl, Su-Chi decided to be magnanimous. It's all right, just be more cautious in the future. This is the shallow red gym, he replied. Indeed, you are here to challenge the gym, Lingzi remarked. Is the gym leader present? Su-Chi inquired. At that moment, a serious-looking individual emerged, saying, I apologize for nearly injuring you. I speak on behalf of my sister in extending my apologies. I am Aju, the gym leader. The battle arena is at the back, please follow me. All right, Su-Chi agreed, and the trio made their way to an expansive battle arena. Aju took his position across from Su-Chi as the referee announced. This is a 2v2 battle at the shallow red gym. The challenger may substitute Pokemon, while the gym leader may not. Presenting Su-Chi from Jinshin Town against Aju, the gym leader. The battle begins. Go, Greninja. Su-Chi commanded. Shiny Greninja. A Pokemon from the Kalos region. Impressive, Aju smiled, acknowledging that it was time to reveal his true strength. Go, Dustox. A remarkably unattractive Pokemon emerged. Dustox, huh? It seems you did not unleash your full potential during your battle with Ash. No wonder a poison-type master could not possibly be defeated by a mere newcomer, excluding myself. Su-Chi mused internally. Greninja, water gun. Su-Chi declared. Dustox, use poison sting. Aju ordered, and Dustox unleashed a barrage of toxic projectiles. The two attacks collided, producing a hissing sound. Such an impressive poison sting. Dustox, earthquake. Aju commanded. Dustox stomped its foot, causing the ground to fracture. Greninja, use double team and water shuriken. Su-Chi instructed. Instantly, the arena was filled with multiple images of Greninja, and a massive water shuriken was launched toward Dustox. Dustox, defend. Dustox focused intently, raising its appendage to shield itself from the oncoming water shuriken, which struck with explosive force. Dustox, Aju exclaimed. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Dustox, though injured, remained capable of battle. Greninja, another water shuriken. Su-Chi urged, channeling his aura to empower Greninja's attack. Greninja's eyes glowed crimson as the water shuriken expanded to over 2 meters in size. Go, Greninja! Su-Chi shouted. Greninja leaped and hurled the water shuriken at Dustox. What? Aju gasped in astonishment as the Water Shuriken struck Dustox, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. Such immense power. It feels as though your Greninja has suddenly unleashed a formidable strength. Truly astonishing. Its ability must be torrent, Aju remarked to Su-Chi. Ah yes. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Aju, Su-Chi replied earnestly, feeling a tad embarrassed. My judgment was indeed sound, Aju said with a slight smile, exuding an air of mysterious confidence. Young man, tell me your name. Mr. Aju, my name is Su-Chi. Su-Chi, a fine name. I acknowledge your strength. Here is the pink badge, Aju stated, approaching to hand the badge to Su-Chi. Is that it? I received the badge even more easily than at the Hualan gym, Su-Chi exclaimed as he accepted the badge with gratitude. Su-Chi, I look forward to your performance at the Indigo Conference. Farewell, he said, as Su-Chi held up the badge, bidding farewell before exiting the gym. Chapter 46, The Pokémon Flying Contest. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Su-Chi found that Ash and the others were awake. Su-Chi, you went out? Ash inquired. I just challenged the Shallow Red Gym, Su-Chi replied. You challenged the gym without inviting me along? Ash said, somewhat displeased. After all, Su-Chi's battle experience would have been invaluable to him, and he was eager to observe Su-Chi's combat techniques in anticipation of the upcoming Indigo Conference. Well, I noticed you all were still asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you, Su-Chi said with a smile. Subsequently, the group proceeded to the dining hall for a meal. After they had eaten, Brock announced, the Shallow Red City is about to host a Pokémon flying contest. Would you all like to participate? I don't have any flying-type Pokémon, so I think I'll pass. You all should go, Misty chimed in. Where's the Pokémon flying contest? Are there any prizes? Ash, ever enthusiastic about competitions, immediately queried upon hearing Brock's words. I'm not sure, but the venue is at Ming Lake. We can go there and find out, Brock replied. All right, Su-Chi, do you want to join us? Ash asked. Sure, I'm feeling a bit bored anyway. Let us go take a look, Su-Chi responded. Thus, the four of them made their way to Ming Lake in Shallow Red City. From a distance, the beautiful Ming Lake shimmered under the sunlight, the blue surface rippling gently with the breeze, while various water-type Pokémon frolicked about. The area was bustling with people, vibrant flags fluttering in the wind, and gigantic billboards showcasing Pidgey and Spearow, two of the most common flying-type Pokémon from the Kanto region. It's so lively, Misty exclaimed, clearly enamored by the atmosphere. Indeed, it's quite bustling, so many lovely ladies, Brock added, his gaze lingering on the passing young women, revealing a rather infatuated demeanor. The others exchanged exasperated glances at Brock's behavior, and it was Misty who could no longer tolerate it. She tugged at Brock's ear, pulling him aside. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Brock winced, tears nearly brimming in his eyes until Misty finally released him. All right, everyone, let us not dawdle. We need to register, she declared. Where's the registration area? Brock? Over here, Brock said, still clutching his ear, pointing to a sign adorned with a rainbow circle. A long queue formed at the registration area, and the four approached it. I'm going to buy a drink first. It's too hot out here, Misty announced, shielding her eyes from the sun as she headed toward a nearby beverage stand, leaving Su-Chi, Ash, and Brock to wait in line. This weather is unbearable. I feel like I'm going to suffer from heat stroke, Ash complained. Brock, aren't you participating in the Pokémon flying contest as well? Ash asked, puzzled. Of course. Brock replied proudly. But where will you find a flying-type Pokémon? Your Zubat can't fly very far, Ash pointed out. I've got that covered, Brock said, flashing a confident and charming smile, one he usually reserved for pursuing beautiful older girls. Come forth, Noctowl, he exclaimed. What? Noctowl? Su-Chi and Ash exchanged bewildered glances. When had Brock captured a Noctowl? As someone who had traveled with Brock, Ash was astonished to learn that Brock had a Noctowl. Perceiving their confusion, Brock explained. I caught it when we encountered a group of Noctowl in the Misty Forest. I seized the opportunity when they were all incapacitated. Since Noctowl was nocturnal, Brock only released it at night. Realizing this, Ash sighed, lamenting his lack of foresight. Brock, you sly strategist, Su-Chi thought, feeling a twinge of respect for him. After about half an hour of waiting in line, Ash and Brock were nearly roasted by the sun, while Su-Chi utilized his aura to form a protective shield around himself, mitigating some of the sunlight. Misty, comfortably seated with her drink, appeared to be enjoying the shade. Finally, it was their turn, and the trio hurriedly purchased their tickets and exited the venue. Ash rushed to buy an iced drink, gulping it down eagerly. Refreshing. Su-Chi and Xiao Gang also purchased a cup of iced cola. As they took a sip, a refreshing chill coursed through them, invigorating their spirits and instantly lifting their mood. The four of them found a resting spot, awaiting the conclusion of the registration process. After approximately half an hour, the registration finally wrapped up, and Su Chi gazed at the throng of participants, noting the impressive turnout. Just then, an announcement echoed, instructing all competitors to proceed to the competition venue. The group promptly made their way to the designated location by the shores of Ming Lake. At the competition site, all participants would engage in a contest utilizing hot air balloons alongside their Pokémon. The objective was to navigate around the small island at the center of Ming Lake, retrieve a branch of the Phoenix tree, and successfully return to claim victory. Upon hearing the rules, excitement surged among the contestants, each one eager to embark on the challenge. They all boarded the hot air balloons arranged by the organizers, with Su Chi selecting a blue balloon for his ascent. With a commanding signal from the judge on the podium, all participants released their flying-type Pokémon into the sky. Xiao Gang's was a Noctowl, while Xiao Ji had a Pidgeotto. Su Chi tossed his Pokeball into the air, exclaiming, "Go, Aerodactyl!" The emergence of Aerodactyl sparked a wave of astonishment. As few were familiar with this ancient Pokémon, Aerodactyl opened its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, its gray, armored skin exuding formidable defensive prowess. What Pokémon is that? Someone pointed at Su Chi's extraordinary creature, unable to overlook the grandeur of Aerodactyl. It appears to be an ancient Pokémon, Aerodactyl, remarked a bespectacled middle-aged man. The surrounding crowd wore expressions of envy, for most of the other Pokémon were mere Pidgey or Butterfree, common and unremarkable. Ancient Pokémon, what of it? Without strength. It's merely a pretty face, a discordant voice interjected. Su Chi turned to see a teenage boy, clad like a warrior with a sword at his side, accompanied by a well-trained Fiero, a competent competitor among the crowd. Su Chi regarded him silently, casting a dismissive glance in his direction. The boy, noticing Su Chi's disdain, felt a surge of anger and declared, "Just watch. Victory will be mine." Su Chi, wishing to avoid dampening the boy's confidence, thought it best to let him revel in his arrogance for a moment, as he would soon be proven wrong. Xiao Gang and Xiao Ji exchanged incredulous looks, fully aware of Su Chi's prowess and the ferocity of Aerodactyl. As the Pokémon surged toward the island at the heart of Ming Lake, Su Chi's Aerodactyl led the pack, with the boy's Fiero trailing in second place. Enraged by the position of his Pokémon, the boy commanded, "Fiero, use Air Slash." The bird let out a piercing cry and unleashed blades of air towards Aerodactyl. Seeing the impending attack, Su Chi decided to retaliate without restraint. "Aerodactyl, use Rock Slide." Numerous solid stone pillars erupted around Aerodactyl and were launched forth. The two attacks collided, producing a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves through the air, causing nearby hot air balloons to sway perilously. Unfortunate Pokémon caught in the crossfire lost their fighting capability, disqualifying their trainers from the competition. The boy, realizing his first strike had failed, ordered, "Fiero, use Steel Wing and charge." Fiero's wings shimmered with silver light as it sped toward Aerodactyl. Su Chi, wishing to conclude the skirmish, commanded, "Aerodactyl, unleash Dragon Rage." The boy's eyes widened in alarm as the energy coalesced within Aerodactyl's mouth. "Fiero, retreat!" he shouted frantically. But it was too late. The Dragon Rage struck Fiero directly, sending it plummeting into the water. "Fiero!" the boy cried, a deep resentment swelling within him. Su Chi smirked slightly, thinking, "You brought this upon yourself." Unsurprisingly, the victory belonged to Su Chi, who received a trophy and a monetary prize of 1 million from the mayor of Qianhong City. Though a million was trivial to him, he accepted it, thinking, "Even a mosquito is meat." As Su Chi took the trophy, he felt an uncomfortable gaze behind him. Turning around, he found the boy staring at him with a look of vengeance. However, this did not faze Su Chi. He was surrounded by jubilant cheers and the sound of celebratory cannon fire. "Congratulations, Su Chi." Xiao Gang, Xiao Ji, and Xiao Xia all approached to offer their heartfelt congratulations, their faces radiating genuine joy. After the festivities, as Su Chi descended from the podium, the boy confronted him, still simmering with resentment. Su Chi observed him, noting how he resembled a scorned spouse upon discovering infidelity. "Hey, it was just a competition, wasn't he it?" Su Chi asked, puzzled. "A competition? That was 1 million. My money." The boy lamented, nearly in tears. Su Chi suddenly empathized, recalling moments of financial struggle himself, and thought, life is tough. He smiled at the boy and said, "Next time, hold your competition where I'm not present. Be a good sport." Chapter 47, The Enormous Whirlpool, Alliance Inspector. After bidding farewell to the boy, Su Chi and his companions prepared to return to the Pokémon Center. The crowd at the competition began to dissipate, leaving only a few staff members to tidy up. Exhausted from the day's events, Su Chi suggested, "Let us go. I'll treat everyone to a meal." Aware of his recent windfall, the group readily agreed and turned to leave. Suddenly, The waters of Ming Lake began to churn violently, an immense sound of rushing water capturing everyone's attention. Curiosity piqued. They all advanced to the lakeside, where they witnessed a massive whirlpool forming, approximately 4 meters wide, steadily expanding and showing signs of encroaching towards the shore. Onlookers pointed at the swirling waters, exclaiming, "Look, the whirlpool is growing, and there seems to be some light flashing within." Ding! A diamond-level mission has been issued. Investigate the whirlpool at the lake's bottom. Reward: 1 diamond-level lottery ticket and a divine beast egg. This was the first time Su Chi had encountered a diamond-level mission. Previous quests had only been of epic rank. Could this task involve a divine beast even more powerful than the one at the Shalebi Temple? Regardless, the rewards were enticing: a diamond-level lottery ticket and a divine beast egg. "Let us do it," Su Chi exclaimed to Xiao Ji and the others. "You all step back. I'll take a look." Xiao Ji and the others protested. "That's too dangerous. We don't know what's down there. We should wait for Miss Junsha and the Alliance personnel." Xiao Gang added, "Yes, Su Chi. It's too risky for you to go alone. We should wait for the Alliance. Blastoise, come forth." Su Chi released Blastoise, confidence radiating from him. "It's all right. Don't forget, I'm also an Alliance inspector. I'm perfectly suited for this." With that, he prepared to leap into the whirlpool. "Hey, what are you doing? Step back." A commanding feminine voice rang out. The group turned to see a striking woman approaching. "It's Nurse Joy," Xiao Gang exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. However, this Nurse Joy appeared different from the usual. She donned a military green cloak, her demeanor lacking the gentle warmth typically associated with Nurse Joy, instead exuding an air of cold authority. "What are you doing here? Step back immediately. This place is perilous," Joy admonished Su Chi and his companions, her expression a blend of seriousness and slight irritation. "Miss Joy, what brings you here?" Su Chi inquired, puzzled. "I am a Pokemon League inspector, sent specifically to investigate the whirlpool beneath the lake. It is extremely dangerous. You must leave at once." "An inspector of the League?" Su Chi recalled that in the original story, there indeed was an inspector played by Miss Joy. "Miss Joy, I am also an inspector," Su Chi replied, producing his inspector credentials. "You are an inspector too?" Joy exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded the teenager before her. It was hard to believe that this young boy had achieved the same position she had worked tirelessly for over 30 years to attain. "Hello, Miss Joy. My name is Su Chi. Su Chi, I have heard of you from Champion Kina. You defeated her Regis Steel, the youngest inspector in the league. I never expected to meet you in person today." Joy expressed her excitement. Feeling a bit bashful from the praise, Su Chi swiftly changed the topic and asked, "Miss Joy, what exactly is happening with Lake Ming? How did such a massive whirlpool suddenly appear? As you are an inspector, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Have you heard that there are legendary Pokemon residing within Lake Ming?" Legendary Pokemon? Su Chi thought back, struggling to recall any mention of such a phenomenon. "It is said that the sea deity Lugia dwells within Lake Ming." Lugia? Joy's statement left Su Chi in a state of shock, and his companions were equally taken aback. The notion of a legendary Pokemon was staggering, and the realization that their current mission was tied to Lugia signaled that this task would be far from simple. The League stations inspectors in areas where legendary Pokemon might be found. "Upon hearing of the enormous whirlpool at the lake's bottom, I rushed here immediately," Joy explained. "Lugia has been in slumber at the lake's depths, and it is unclear why such a massive whirlpool has formed. If it continues to expand, it will affect the entire shallow Red City. Thus we have an obligation to resolve this issue." "Yes, Miss Joy, please allow us to assist," Ash declared with determination. "You all." Joy scrutinized Ash and his companions, who wore expressions of steadfast resolve. "Let them join us. An extra pair of hands can only help," Su Chi suggested. "Very well, but be warned, there may be dangers below. Exercise caution," Joy relented. "Understood, Miss Joy. We will take care of ourselves," they replied in unison. At that moment, Officer Jenny arrived, accompanied by a substantial number of police officers who cordoned off Lake Ming, setting up barricades. A throng of onlookers gathered outside the barriers. Officer Jenny approached Joy and saluted. "The area has been secured. The situation is now in your hands." "Yes, leave it to us," Joy responded. "Wait. There are several children here," Officer Jenny remarked, glancing at Su Chi and his friends. "This is also an inspector from the League," Joy pointed to Su Chi. "These are his friends, and they will assist me in handling this matter." "He is a League inspector?" Officer Jenny stared at Su Chi in disbelief. It was astonishing that a boy of his age could hold such a position. How extraordinary. However, she refrained from commenting further and simply saluted before departing. "Miss Joy, shall we proceed?" "Let's wait a moment. The League personnel are preparing diving suits," she replied. Once the diving suits arrived, they donned them and strapped on oxygen tanks. "Ready to descend." Misty glanced at the swirling whirlpool, fear etched on her face, yet she did not falter. Su-Chi noticed her apprehension and encouraged, "Everyone, hold hands. Do not separate." Nodding in agreement, they clasped hands and leaped into the whirlpool. Upon entering the water, a tremendous force began to spin their bodies incessantly. The whirlpool's pull was overwhelming. The frigid lake water made them gasp, and Ash exhaled, only to realize he was struggling to breathe. The whirlpool's strength threatened to engulf Ash. Brock, Misty, and Joy, they had not anticipated such overwhelming force. Observing their predicament, Su-Chi swiftly employed his aura to isolate them from the water. A blue shield of aura enveloped them, gently guiding them toward the lake's bottom. Instantly, they could breathe again. After a few minutes, they reached the lake's depths, where an unusual energy surged from a cavern below, stirring the surrounding water. Su-Chi urged them closer, but the pull intensified as they approached the center, nearly overpowering him. Joy pointed toward the cavern, signaling Su-Chi to head there. Chapter 48, Team Aqua and the Rampaging Lugia. As they drew nearer to the cavern, they successfully descended to the lake's bottom, where a distinct barrier separated them from the upper layers of water, creating a separate space. They removed their oxygen masks and breathed in the air of this surreal environment. They had indeed escaped death. Without Su-Chi, they would have perished. Joy looked up and asked, "Was that a psychic ability you used?" "It was the aura power," Su-Chi replied. "Aura power? It is a remarkable ability that allows one to communicate with the hearts of Pokémon." Joy expressed her astonishment. This boy had surprised her time and again. Bringing him along had been an excellent decision. After changing out of their diving suits and into casual attire, they finally took in their surroundings. Looking up, they saw the upper lake's waters flowing above them, an invisible force keeping the lake at bay. Surrounding them were sapphire-like crystals casting a soft, ethereal glow, creating an enchanting beauty. The spacious area was illuminated by the eerie light of the blue crystals reflecting off the rocky walls, giving them an almost otherworldly appearance. The group gazed in awe at the stunning cavern. "It's beautiful," Misty exclaimed, captivated by the picturesque scene. "Indeed, it is stunning, but we should prioritize our mission," Joy asserted firmly. "Let's continue moving forward," Su-Chi encouraged. In the distance, a stone pathway led into the dark depths of the cavern, where an abyss of darkness seemed poised to consume them. Misty, feeling a twinge of fear, instinctively took a step back. Ash, unable to resist, teased, "Misty, are you scared?" "Who, me? I'm not scared at all. You're the one who might wet your pants, Ash," Misty retorted. "What did you say?" Ash bristled, indignant at the insinuation that he would be afraid. Noticing the brewing argument, Su-Chi interjected, "All right, you two, stop bickering. Let us not forget our objective. Onward." "Humph," Misty huffed, choosing to ignore Ash. As they prepared to move ahead, a sudden roar echoed through the cave, sending visible sound waves crashing toward them. "It's a supersonic." Recognizing the danger, Su-Chi quickly summoned his aura to form a blue barrier around the group, shielding them from the onslaught of sound waves. The wave struck, causing the barrier to ripple, but soon the sound subsided. Su-Chi lowered the barrier, and they all exhaled in relief. "What just happened?" Brock asked, furrowing his brow. Joy replied, "This is likely Lugia's ability. It must have detected our presence and is attempting to drive us away." "No, that's not right," Su-Chi interjected. "From that supersonic, I distinctly sensed immense anger and sorrow. If Lugia wanted to stop us, why not confront us directly instead of using an attack that lacks effectiveness?" His companions nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Su-Chi's insights. Given his abilities, they had complete faith in him. "Then we must delve deeper into this mystery. Let's go," Joy commanded decisively, leading the way into the depths. The group quickly followed suit, their resolve firm. As Su-Chi and his companions ventured into the cavern, they found themselves enveloped in inky darkness, where even the outstretched hand could not discern its own fingers. "It is exceedingly dark," remarked Xiaoxia. "Charizard, emerge," Su-Chi commanded. Summoning Charizard, whose flickering tail flame illuminated the surroundings with a faint glow. In truth, Su-Chi possessed the ability to see clearly. After experiencing the baptism of the aura power, his physical attributes had undergone remarkable enhancement, allowing his eyes to penetrate the darkness. After following Charizard for nearly 10 minutes, a glimmer of light began to materialize ahead, signaling their approach to an exit. "We're almost there," chimed Ash, his voice echoing through the hollow cavern. In the distance, murmurs of conversation reached Su-Chi's keen ears, prompting him to advise his companions to tread cautiously, for it seemed they were not alone. With utmost care, they stepped out of the cave into the open air, where crystalline gems radiated a ghostly blue luminescence, revealing the external landscape. To their astonishment, they discovered that the cave was situated atop a high platform, approximately 5 to 6 meters above the ground, where several figures clad in azure garments stood, firmly restraining Lugia before them. Lugia was ensnared by two electrically charged circular machines that encircled its wings, while a massive iron chain shackled its neck. Suddenly, one of the onlookers burst into uproarious laughter. The sea god, Lugia, has been captured by none other than me, Melina. Lugia, cease your futile struggles. No one shall come to your rescue. Surrender the sea pearl, or face annihilation. The sea pearl? What on earth is that? Pondered Su-Chi. Ding. The sea pearl? A mysterious token that summons the primal Kyogre. Whoever possesses the sea pearl can command Kyogre to serve them, summoning the primal Kyogre, compelling it to heed one's commands. Such a tale seemed utterly preposterous to Su-Chi. Is it truly possible for such a pearl to wield such power? These individuals are utterly deranged. At that moment, Nurse Joy's burgeoning sense of justice was on the verge of eruption. Go, Rapidash. Use flamethrower to sever the chains. Rapidash leaped off the platform and unleashed a torrent of flames aimed at the chains. However, the attack proved futile. The chains merely glowed red, showing no signs of breaking. What? Nurse Joy exclaimed in astonishment, dismayed that her Rapidash's flamethrower could not sever even a single chain. What'll I do if this gets out? The members of the opposing group soon noticed Su-Chi and his friends. Melina turned around and demanded, "Who dares?" Upon spotting Rapidash attacking the chains, a faint smirk of disdain appeared on Melina's face. Humph, a lowly Pokemon is hardly worthy of concern. Poison Scorpion, utilize Poison Sting. She commanded loudly. The colossal, black-purple tail of the Poison Scorpion glowed ominously as it surged toward Rapidash with great speed. Seeing this, Joy quickly shouted, "Rapidash, evade with quick attack." Rapidash enveloped itself in afterimages, deftly dodging the tail spike, which embedded itself into the ground, creating deep fissures and becoming irretrievably stuck. Now's our chance. Rapidash, use flamethrower. Joy commanded. Rapidash exhaled a massive fireball, incinerating the Poison Scorpion into a charred husk, emitting plumes of acrid smoke. Useless creature, Melina remarked coldly at the fallen Poison Scorpion, her gaze shifting to Joy with malevolence. Joy, do you dare obstruct us, the Aqua Team? Melina sneered. You notorious scum, today you shall face justice. Observing the unfolding situation, Su-Chi could no longer remain a passive observer. It was unbecoming of him to let a mere girl lead the charge while he cowered. With determination, he leaped down, followed closely by Ash, Xiaoxia, and Brock. It must be said that the physical prowess of the individuals in this world was extraordinary. They landed unscathed from several meters above without a hint of injury. Upon witnessing more individuals jumping down, Melina scrutinized them and contemptuously remarked, "A few mere children dare to impede the Aqua Team? Humph. Everyone attack." Chapter 49, The Astonishment of Melina. With a single command from Melina, all Aqua Team members unleashed their Pokemon. Each member tossed forth 2 Pokeballs, summoning over 100 Pokemon that encircled Su-Chi and his companions. Lugia, straining against its chains, emitted a pained cry as powerful currents coursed through its body. Oh, yet such cries were of no avail. Lugia. Joy's heart swelled with anger at the sight of the suffering Pokemon. Go, Chansey. Shiny Gardevoir. Joy sent forth her 2 longtime allies. Ash called, Pikachu, let us go. Pidgeotto. Charmeleon. Xiaoxia followed suit. Starmie, Psyduck. Brock added, Onix, Vulpix, Noctowl. Su-Chi also released his formidable Pokemon, Gyarados, Electabuzz, Lucario, Greninja, and Steelix, rounding out a full team of 6. This spectacle left Melina momentarily speechless. The overwhelming aura radiating from each Pokemon was indeed envious, particularly for someone like Melina, who prized rare Pokemon. The sight of so many powerful Pokemon before her was irresistible. She immediately commanded, "Seize those Pokemon at once." A fervent desire gleamed in her eyes as she imagined them belonging to her. However, reality dealt her a harsh blow. With Su-Chi and Joy's 9 powerful Pokemon, victory in this battle was an inevitability. Chansey used Soft-Boiled. Gardevoir employ Moonblast. Rapidash unleash Flamethrower. Joy commanded, Gyarados Hyper Beam. Electabuzz Thunderbolt. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Onix Rock Slide. Starmie Psychic. The onslaught of attacks cascaded upon the Aqua Team's Pokemon, resulting in explosions and billowing smoke. Melina, witnessing the battlefield before her, could hardly believe her eyes. Her 100-plus Pokemon had inflicted no damage upon the opposing side, and her team had been decimated. This defied all logic. After all, she had encountered Su-Chi, the ultimate powerhouse. How tragic for Melina. The scene left Melina in utter disbelief as Pokemon like Nidoking and Spearow lay incapacitated upon the ground. Just then, a frantic team member urged, "Captain, We must retreat. Retreat? Impossible. Melina's fury surged as she smiled wickedly and produced a Pokeball. Go, Darkrai. A Pokemon. Shrouded in darkness with a flowing white mane and deep blue, ethereal eyes emerged before them. It's the legendary Pokemon Darkrai. Brock exclaimed. Su-Chi merely smiled with disdain. Name, Darkrai. Classification, pseudo-legendary. Ability, Bad Dreams. Moves, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater, Dark Void, Substitute, Dark Pulse. A pseudo-legendary, acting all high and mighty, Su-Chi scoffed, issuing a command. Steelix, use Flash Cannon. The brilliant energy cannon surged toward Darkrai. Melina's lips curled into a smirk as she declared, too slow. Darkrai, evade and use Dark Void. Darkrai conjured an illusion, dodging the Flash Cannon, which struck the wall beside it. As Darkrai reappeared, gathering Dark Void, Greninja suddenly materialized behind it. Just as Darkrai turned, a massive blue Water Shuriken struck it squarely. Darkrai was forcefully slammed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. What? Melina exclaimed in shock. What on earth happened? My Darkrai, when did this foul frog emerge? Greninja, Water Shuriken. Aluminum Dragon, Cannon Beam. Two streams of energy struck Darkrai directly, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. As she beheld her incapacitated Darkrai, Melina stood frozen in disbelief. After a long moment, she erupted in fury. Why? Darkrai, rise and continue fighting. We should retreat swiftly. One of her subordinates suggested once more. At that moment, a group of Alliance personnel emerged from the distant cave entrance, apprehending every member of the water team present. Su-Chi and his companions breathed a sigh of relief upon the arrival of the Alliance. The crisis was finally resolved. Next, they needed to assist Lugia in escaping. Aluminum Dragon, Cannon Beam. Gyarados, Destruction Beam. The two devastating energy attacks struck the iron chains, yet to no avail. How could this be? At that moment, a voice resonated in Su-Chi's mind. Human, thank you for your assistance. Their chains have been infused with the unyielding stone. With your current strength, you are unable to break free. Unyielding stone? Su-Chi inquired, puzzled. The unyielding stone is a substance formed from the remnants of the creation plates left by the deity Arceus, fallen into magma. It is indestructible and requires a full force strike from 10 first-tier legendary Pokemon to dislodge. The mention of 10 first-tier legendaries extinguished any hope Su-Chi had harbored of using Articuno to shatter the chains. How can I rescue you? Su-Chi asked. There is no need for rescue. I am gravely injured and will transform into an egg. Please safeguard it for me and wait for the right moment. The right moment? What moment? Before Su-Chi could finish his question, Lugia radiated a brilliant light and transformed into a water blue egg, accompanied by a pearl. Su-Chi picked it up, and the nearby Misty remarked, could this be the legendary sea god's pearl? Su-Chi gazed at the water blue pearl in his hand, which seemed to contain flowing water. He carefully stored Lugia's egg. Nurse Joy and the arriving Alliance leader exchanged information about the situation. Among the newcomers was one of the Elite Four, the Dragon-type Master, Lance. Master Lance, it appears the water team imprisoned Lugia for a pearl known as the Sea God's Pearl, Joy reported. I will convey this information faithfully to the Alliance. Lance replied. This incident was primarily resolved thanks to these young ones. Without their assistance, I could not have completed this mission. Joy gestured to Su-Chi and the others standing nearby. Lance looked up, astonished by their youth. Upon seeing the Pokemon behind Su-Chi, a realization struck him, and his eyes brightened. You must be Su-Chi. This was Su-Chi's first encounter with Lance, whose demeanor was sharp, with spiky hair and striking features, just as depicted in the anime. Greetings, Master Lance. I am Su-Chi. Haha, it's truly you. I heard from your sister, Kina, about the little brother she met in Limio City, who is quite remarkable. Upon meeting you today, I can see it is indeed so. The praise made Su-Chi somewhat bashful, scratching his head and smiling in response. Master Lance, the Dragon-type Master, Ash, standing nearby, was already buzzing with excitement. He frequently watched Lance's matches on television, making him a devoted fan. Naturally, encountering him in person was exhilarating. Master Lance, would you battle me in a Pokemon match? Ash asked earnestly, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Indeed, Ash, the battle enthusiast, showed no regard for the circumstances. If he wanted to fight, he would. It was only after Misty pulled him aside that he calmed down momentarily. Chapter 50, Farewell and New Departures. After resolving the matters in Shallow Red City, Su-Chi had been of great assistance, prompting the Alliance to allocate a special reward of 5 million Alliance coins for him. Upon returning to the Pokemon Center in Shallow Red City, they enjoyed a meal together and exchanged goodnights. A peaceful night followed. The next morning, Su-Chi rose early and approached Nurse Joy to hand her a letter, requesting she pass it on to Ash and the others. This was a farewell letter, for he had indeed realized he was not suited for communal living. As he walked along the road, Su-Chi spoke aloud, "System lottery." Having completed this task, he had nearly forgotten to draw his reward. "Congratulations, host. You have received the Water-type Life Energy Slate and one Firebird Pokemon Egg with a vitality of 100. Water-type Life Energy Slate. What is that?" Su-Chi asked, perplexed. Ding. The Water-type Life Energy Slate enhances the power of all Water-type Pokemon skills by 100 and accelerates recovery speed by 50. After hearing the system's explanation, Su-Chi understood that his Water-type Pokemon were limited, and he would need to capture more. He took out the Firebird Pokemon Egg. Now he possessed 3 Pokemon Eggs. Su-Chi placed the Firebird Egg in his backpack, noticing it tremble slightly, its red shell glowing momentarily before fading. Realizing that the Firebird sensed the presence of Ho-Oh, Su-Chi understood it was merely being polite to its leader. What a clever little one, he thought as he stowed away his backpack and consulted his Pokédex for directions. His next destination was the Crimson Badge in Red Lotus Town. He recalled that the gym leader there, an amusing old man named Xia Bo, was quite a character. Checking his current location, he found himself on Route 10. Observing the surroundings, he noted the dense trees and a dirt path forged by footsteps leading into the distance, alongside a paved road leading directly to Red Lotus Town. After some contemplation, Su-Chi resolutely chose the dirt path, venturing deeper into the forest. Why this path? Because before his transmigration, he had often fantasized about one day traversing the Pokemon world and exploring the wild to encounter those marvelous creatures. He yearned to discover the unknown Pokemon realm and relish the joy of capturing Pokemon. In truth, Su-Chi did not come to the Pokemon world solely in pursuit of power. He sought a deeper connection with Pokemon and a greater understanding of them. "Oh, I am overthinking again," he mused as he walked, having already entered the forest. The trees here were not particularly tall, allowing sunlight to filter down to the ground, making it a pleasant place. Were it not for his goals, Su-Chi might have considered making a home here. In the distance, he could hear the sound of flowing water, prompting him to head toward it. Upon reaching the riverbank, he saw a gentle stream flowing by, the water's surface quite broad, surrounded by tranquility, with only the sound of the water breaking the silence. It had been a long time since Su-Chi had relished such closeness to nature. Gazing at the river, a whimsical idea struck him. Why not go fishing? Perhaps I might catch some powerful Pokemon. He accessed the system's shop. After accumulating battle points over time, he now had over 13,000 battle points. Especially during the skirmish with the water team, his battle points had surged dramatically. Wait a moment. Why did the notification sound for battle points suddenly cease? System, explain. Are you trying to swallow my battle points? Ding. The notification sound has been automatically muted for the host. To view specific battle point data, please open the panel. A blue virtual screen appeared before Su-Chi, detailing every battle he had engaged in. Not bad. It seems I misjudged you, system. The system remained silent. Let's see. This fishing rod looks excellent, Su-Chi remarked as he browsed the system shop. Made entirely of carbon steel and reinforced with hard stone alloy, it is exceptionally durable and reasonably priced at only 1,000 battle points. Su-Chi promptly exchanged for a fishing rod, which felt quite satisfactory in his hands. The entire rod was black, adorned with a striking red flame emblem on its handle. He then procured some bait and commenced his fishing expedition. No, rather, his quest for capturing Pokemon. As time passed, nearly half an hour elapsed, and Su-Chi's patience began to wane. At long last, the fishing rod suddenly plunged into the water with great force. Seizing the opportunity, Su-Chi pulled on the rod, feeling the immense strength beneath the surface. It seemed he had hooked a substantial catch. With a vigorous tug, a colossal silhouette emerged. Beholding the bouncing Kingler on the ground, Su-Chi fell into contemplation. What a disappointment, he mused, as this Kingler, despite its considerable size, larger than the average of its kind, was not what he sought. After all, Kingler was rather superfluous to him, especially as he already possessed its evolved form. Acquiring another held no significance. He unhooked the creature and gently nudged it back into the lake, allowing it to continue its swim. Following this, Su-Chi rebaited his hook and cast it once more, patiently waiting as the line sank. Another sizable catch? The line bobbed and swayed, the aquatic creature thrashing beneath the surface. Su-Chi raised the rod again, and a blue Pokemon with a gaping mouth was reeled in. It was a Totodile. With its adorable, wide eyes, the Totodile clamped onto a fishing line. Su-Chi, upon realizing it was merely a Totodile, lost interest quickly. He extracted the hook from its mouth, preparing to release it. However, the playful Totodile seized the opportunity and bit down on Su-Chi's hand. though it posed no real threat to Su-Chi's robust physique. The bite was nonetheless painful. Notably, the Totodile showed no signs of letting go. Su-Chi shook his hand in an attempt to dislodge it, but the creature remained steadfast. In response, he had no choice but to employ a forceful method to make it relent, channeling his aura. The blue energy propelled the Totodile away, leaving it gazing innocently at Su-Chi, its eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, Su-Chi sensed a rush of wind behind him. He swiftly dodged as several razor-sharp leaves darted past, embedding themselves in a tree across from him. Turning to investigate, he spotted a green frog-like Pokémon burdened with a large flower, a Bulbasaur. The Bulbasaur glared at Su-Chi with evident fury and unleashed another barrage of razor leaves. "Why are you targeting me?" Su-Chi exclaimed, narrowly evading the attack. Enraged by this human's evasion, the Bulbasaur extended its vines, striking towards Su-Chi. Yet, enough was enough. This Bulbasaur had crossed a line. Su-Chi activated his aura once more, forcefully hurling the Bulbasaur against a tree, rendering it incapable of battle. As Su-Chi approached to inspect the fallen Bulbasaur, a voice rang out, "No, Bulbasaur." He turned to see a girl rushing towards him, her face etched with concern. Chapter 51, Pokémon Breeding House. The girl swiftly scooped up Bulbasaur, who emitted soft cries before completely losing consciousness. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "Bulbasaur, are you alright? Please, pull yourself together." Upon noticing Su-Chi's advancing figure, she took a few steps back, a hint of fear in her expression. "Who are you? What do you want?" Su-Chi, puzzled by her apprehension, thought to himself that he was hardly intimidating, especially with his handsome visage. "Greetings, I am Su-Chi, a trainer from Pallet Town," he replied earnestly, producing his Pokédex as proof of his identity. Upon seeing Su-Chi's credentials, the girl visibly relaxed and said, "I apologize for the trouble. This child was only trying to help." She introduced herself, "I am Reiko, and I run a breeding house in the forest." Bulbasaur here was merely protecting everyone. The mention of a breeding house sparked a memory in Su-Chi, reminiscent of a tale from the animated series, where Ash's Bulbasaur was likely this very Pokémon. Indeed, it was a responsible creature. "Might I visit your breeding house?" Su-Chi inquired. Reiko, taken aback, pondered momentarily before replying, "Of course, please follow me." Thus, Reiko cradled the injured Bulbasaur while the Totodile playfully nipped at Su-Chi's heels, reveling in the game. "Totodile, no biting," Reiko admonished the playful creature. "Ya." The Totodile lowered its head, ceasing its playful nips, appearing somewhat dejected. Su-Chi observed this interaction, impressed by Reiko's ability to command the Pokémon's behavior. "Reiko," Su-Chi called out. "Yes? Are all these Pokémon yours?" "Not at all. These children are either abandoned by trainers or severely injured. I bring them back to the breeding house for care," Reiko explained. How lovely, Su-Chi thought, realizing what a kind-hearted girl she was. Meanwhile, outside the breeding house, three figures lurked in the shadows of the trees, the notorious Team Rocket trio. With a sly smile, Jessie whispered, "Meowth, is that the breeding house ahead?" "Absolutely. Let's capture these Pokémon and present them to the boss. I've observed that no one is around, making this the perfect opportunity." Meowth replied, "Why are we still waiting? Let us go." "Weezing, you Smog," James commanded. "Jessie, you too." "Wait, what?" "Meowth must join in too," Meowth exclaimed, taken aback. "Of course. With so many Pokémon, we all have to participate," Jessie declared as she and James rushed in, wielding their latest capturing devices. Seeing Jessie and James charge forth, Meowth donned a mischievous grin, ready to make a scene. Not far off, Su-Chi and Reiko approached the breeding house, only to notice a plume of black smoke rising from the forest. "That direction leads to the breeding house. Something must be amiss," Reiko cried anxiously. "Stay calm. I'll check it out," Su-Chi assured, utilizing his aura to teleport to the breeding house's exterior. Reiko gasped in astonishment at Su-Chi's sudden disappearance, aware that some individuals in the Pokémon world possessed mysterious powers. She had never anticipated encountering someone with such abilities. At the breeding house, Su-Chi witnessed Team Rocket preparing to abscond with the captured Pokémon. "You again, Team Rocket," he shouted in anger. "Who is that?" The trio, reveling in their recent captures, turned to find Su-Chi glaring at them. "Ah, it's that brat," Meowth exclaimed, recalling prior encounters. "Why is he here?" "I have no idea," James replied nervously. The trio was already fearful of Su-Chi, recognizing him as the harbinger of their frequent failures. We were just passing by, believe it or not," Jessie stammered. "I believe it. Which is why I intend to send you on your way," Su-Chi retorted, incredulous at their blatant lies. "With so many Pokémon, you think I'd be blind to the truth?" Charizard Dragon Rage. Simple, yet devastatingly effective. With an explosive force, the trio was launched into the sky, soaring alongside the sun. Gas. Thud, congratulations. You have earned 200 battle points. Su-Chi released all his Pokémon, many of whom were injured from Team Rocket's attacks. Upon witnessing this scene, an inexplicable flame ignited within Su-Chi. The Rocket team, mark my words, one day I shall uproot you entirely. Su-Chi retrieved a healing spray from his backpack and delicately administered it to the injured Pokémon, carefully bandaging its wounds. At that moment, Reiko rushed over, panting heavily. Upon seeing Su-Chi tending to the Pokémon with utmost care, her heart stirred with a wave of emotion, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Thank you. Su-Chi, Reiko shyly uttered. It's nothing. You're welcome, Su-Chi replied with a smile that revealed his pearly white teeth, glistening under the sunlight, rendering Reiko's face even redder. Please hand me the Bulbasaur, Su-Chi requested, taking the Bulbasaur from Reiko's hands. The Bulbasaur wasn't severely injured. Having already regained consciousness on the way, Su-Chi fed it a few berries, and the Bulbasaur joyfully chirped, seed, seed. This caused Reiko's face to flush even deeper as she realized she had almost forgotten the Bulbasaur in her arms while being preoccupied with Su-Chi. Having treated all the Pokémon, Su-Chi led them back to the nursery. Reiko intended to prepare some food for them, but Su-Chi stopped her, producing an energy block manufacturing machine from his backpack. He added the necessary materials, and soon, energy blocks began to emerge. The mischievous Totodile was the first to snatch one and devour it. Yay, yay, it exclaimed joyfully. Reiko was utterly astonished to see the energy blocks, for they were quite expensive, and such manufacturing machines were typically owned only by prestigious families or the Pokémon League. Could it be that Su-Chi hailed from an esteemed lineage? Furthermore, this was a portable energy block manufacturing machine. Unlike the usual bulky ones measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, a portable version must be exceedingly rare, even among noble families. He must surely come from an ancient clan. As Su-Chi continued to feed the Pokémon, he remained oblivious to the powerful and mysterious backstory that had already begun to form in the minds of those watching him. After settling all the Pokémon, Su-Chi and Reiko shared a modest lunch in the nursery, which consisted merely of some berries like the blue-orange ones. Once they finished their meal, Su-Chi prepared to bid farewell to Reiko and continue his journey towards the forest's edge, not far from Honglian Town. Goodbye, Reiko, Su-Chi said, feeling a sense of joy from their brief time together, though he harbored no romantic notions towards her. Reiko, watching Su-Chi prepare to leave, felt a pang of reluctance in her heart, yet she lacked the courage to express her true feelings. All she could muster was a simple goodbye. Just as Su-Chi was about to depart, Totodile clutched his pant leg, tugging at it. Luckily, the fabric was of good quality, otherwise, it would have been torn to shreds. What's the matter, Totodile? Su-Chi inquired, crouching down to pat its head. Totodile chirped eagerly, and Su-Chi, using his aura abilities, sensed its thoughts. Let me go with you. You want to come with me? He asked. Yay. Totodile danced with excitement. Reiko, is it alright if I take Totodile with me? Su-Chi felt it necessary to consult with its owner. Of course. I found Totodile by the river when it was still an egg. It was all alone, so I took it home. It's fortunate for this little one to find a trainer like you, Reiko replied earnestly. Very well, then. Go, Pokeball. Su-Chi tossed a Pokeball, and Totodile leapt energetically, transforming into a beam of red light as it entered. After capturing Totodile, Su-Chi formally bid farewell to Reiko and ventured deeper into the forest. Chapter 52, Ninja Academy, Spirit Realm. After parting with Reiko, Su-Chi walked through the forest, where Pokémon occasionally leapt out, all contributing to Totodile's battle experience, netting him 400 battle points. Indeed, Totodile was quite formidable, having yet to face defeat. Name, Totodile. Qualification, Near Champion. Trait, Competitive Spirit. Skills, Bite, Dig, Oath of Water. Water Gun, Water Cannon. Su-Chi reviewed Totodile's data. Although its qualifications were slightly lacking, Reiko mentioned that this Totodile had only recently hatched, suggesting its parents were likely strong. It must have inherited its parents' skills, as it was remarkable for a newborn to learn advanced water skills like Oath of Water. With a powerful water cannon, Totodile knocked a ground ninja to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 100 battle points. 100 battle points, not too shabby. Su-Chi mused. Totodile, having secured another victory, hurried over to Su-Chi, proudly lifting its head, its eyes gleaming with pride. This display elicited a bemused smile from Su-Chi. All right, drink this, Su-Chi said, producing a vial of qualification enhancement liquid he had just redeemed. Open wide for your medicine. He kindly offered the enhancement liquid to Totodile. Totodile looked at the unfamiliar liquid with a hint of trepidation, instinctively taking a few steps back. Yet its trust in Su Chi prevailed. Tentatively, it extended its little hand and shakily accepted the potion, downing it in one go. The flavor was surprisingly pleasant, reminiscent of green apples. Instantly captivated by the refreshing taste, Totodile chirped, "Yay yay," and clambered up Su Chi's leg, indicating it wanted more. "Sorry, little glutton. But that's all there is," Su Chi replied. After all, the enhancement liquid was effective only upon first use. Subsequent doses would yield no benefits. Su Chi recalled Totodile into its poke ball and continued onward. As he wandered deeper into the forest, the surroundings began to darken. Mist started to envelop the trees, creating a white haze. The fog thickened rapidly, reminiscent of the dense mist he had encountered at the Pokémon Academy. Logically, such thick fog should not occur in a forest, indicating it was likely man-made. Who could be responsible for this? Su Chi steeled himself, observing his surroundings with keen vigilance. Suddenly, several figures darted through the white mist. Fortunately, Su Chi's sharp eyesight allowed him to discern their identities. A group of ninjas, clad in black and armed with katanas, stealthily concealed themselves behind the trees, unaware that Su Chi had already detected their presence. At that moment, the ninjas suddenly threw a few shurikens, and sensing the rush of air, Su Chi employed teleportation to evade the projectiles. The poisoned shurikens embedded themselves deep into the trees, sunk 5 to 6 centimeters into the bark. Seeing that their shurikens had missed, the ninjas quickly retrieved their pokeballs. In unison, 5 iron-masked ninjas appeared before Su Chi. As expected, the ninjas were accompanied by Pokémon that matched their stealthy nature. "Go, Charizard, deal with them," Su Chi commanded. Upon its arrival, Charizard unleashed a whirlwind that dispersed the surrounding mist. It opened its mouth wide, releasing a torrent of flames that rendered the 5 iron-masked ninjas incapacitated, transforming them into charred remnants. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 1,000 battle points. Observing the aftermath, Su Chi muttered in exasperation, "Alas, this damned strength." The ninjas hiding behind the trees, witnessing Su Chi's overwhelming power that had swiftly defeated their well-trained iron-masked ninjas with a single move, felt a surge of respect. In the world of ninjas, strength commanded utmost reverence. The ninjas respectfully emerged from their hiding spots, retrieving their fallen comrades' pokeballs, and bowed deeply before Su Chi. Seeing their reaction, Su Chi couldn't help but think that these ninjas were utterly subservient. It reminded him of the peculiarities of his past life in a certain country. The more you fought them, the more they respected you, whereas kindness would often be met with betrayal. Such is the nature of some. The leading ninja respectfully addressed Su Chi, saying, "My lord, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" His demeanor was as if he had not just engaged in a skirmish. Su Chi, with a frigid tone, retorted, "Humph, what purpose? I was merely passing through. Yet you chose to assault me unprovoked, and now you dare to inquire about my intentions?" Upon hearing Su Chi's harsh tone, the lead ninja felt a surge of fear and hastily knelt down. This left Su Chi rather bemused. Such a lack of dignity. Nevertheless, considering that they had contributed a modicum of battle points, he decided to spare them. Perhaps he was too merciful, he sighed inwardly. Ding! A diamond-level mission has been issued. Prevent the arrival of the Spirit Realm Abyss. Mission rewards include a 50-point increase in soul power, a diamond-level lottery ticket, the Spirit Realm fabric item, and 100,000 battle points. So many battle points. The system truly delivers. However, what is the Spirit Realm Abyss? Su Chi inquired, perplexed. Ding! The Spirit Realm Abyss is a hellish entrance from the Spirit Realm, where specialized spirit messengers and phantoms abduct souls. Please, host, prevent the arrival of the Spirit Realm Abyss. The mention of the Spirit Realm reminded Su Chi of an episode from an animated series where Ash was nearly taken away by a ghost. A moment that left a lasting impression from his childhood, filling him with trepidation. He recalled that to thwart the arrival of the Spirit Realm, one would need ghost-type Pokémon. Back then, it was only thanks to Gengar that Ash did not bid farewell to his friends. As for his own ghost-type Pokémon, he felt his gloom was rather insufficient. Ding! The system has detected the host's current condition. The diamond-level mission reward lottery ticket will be activated early. Subsequently, a spinning wheel appeared and whirled rapidly. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Gengar. Upon seeing the lottery result, rather than elation, Su Chi felt compelled to question the system about the lottery selection process. After all, it seemed rather coincidental that he had just been in need of a ghost-type Pokémon, and now one had materialized. It felt somewhat implausible. The system remained silent. Ding! Please complete the mission promptly. After delivering this message, the system ceased to engage with Su Chi, leaving him in a state of frustration. Very well. Meanwhile, the kneeling ninjas observed Su Chi standing in silence for an extended period, fearing he was angered. In their mindset, the strong wield absolute authority, while the weak must endure. The lead ninja cautiously ventured, "My lord, may we rise?" Su Chi recalled that these individuals, despite their kneeling, were living well enough. "You may stand," he permitted. "Thank you, my lord," the ninjas exclaimed, visibly relieved, as they rose and bowed to Su Chi before preparing to depart. As they were about to leave, Su Chi called out, "Wait a moment." The ninjas, hearing his summons, broke into a cold sweat, fearing he had changed his mind and intended to execute them. "Oh no, please don't kill us," the lead ninja begged, tears streaming down his face. Observing their childish behavior, Su Chi felt a wave of contempt. They were grown men, yet acted like children. "Stand up, I will not harm you. I simply wish to ask you a question. Do you know where the spirit realm abyss is located?" Upon hearing this, the ninjas' expressions paled, and fear flickered in their eyes. The lead ninja cautiously replied, "My lord, the spirit realm abyss is a forbidden existence. No one from the academy dares to approach it." Su Chi's eyes brightened at this revelation. "So you do know of its whereabouts?" "Of course," he affirmed. "Very well, lead me there," Su Chi commanded nonchalantly. The lead ninja hesitated. "My lord, that's far too dangerous. Everyone from the ninja academy who has ventured there has perished. None returned alive. Enough of your excuses. Let me there, or I shall have you castrated," Su Chi threatened. The ninjas felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively tightened their legs. "Very well, my lord, please follow me." The lead ninja relented, compelled by Su Chi's intimidation. Thus, Su Chi followed them deep into the forest, walking for quite some time until they emerged from the mist to reveal ancient, picturesque structures that spanned a vast area. "My lord, please," the lead ninja gestured respectfully. As Su Chi entered the academy, he took in the surroundings, noting the beautiful landscape, clear mountains, flowing waters, and fragrant flowers. It appeared these people knew how to enjoy life. The ninja guided Su Chi to a grand hall, where the ninja whispered, "My lord, this is the headmaster's residence. We will need his permission to proceed to the spirit realm abyss." Considering it was their territory, Su Chi decided to announce his presence. The ninja entered, and at the moment the door closed, a sinister smile crossed his face. Chapter 53, The Spirit Realm Abyss. After a brief wait, the door opened, and the ninja beckoned Su Chi inside. He followed him into a dimly lit room, where an elderly man in his 60s sat, a smile on his face. Though Su Chi sensed an underlying danger, the previous ninja stood beside the elder. The elder spoke, "Welcome, esteemed guest, to our ninja academy. I have heard you wish to visit the spirit realm abyss. May I inquire your purpose?" "Oh, I merely wish to take a look." Su Chi fabricated a lie. "Take a look?" The elder chuckled. "To be honest, the spirit realm abyss is exceedingly perilous. We do not dare approach it." "Ah, perhaps you are simply too weak," Su Chi replied dismissively. The elder was momentarily taken aback, nearly choking on his indignation. After regaining his composure, his gaze turned icy as he uttered, "Attack." Suddenly, a multitude of ninjas erupted from the hall. Unfazed, Su Chi regarded them with indifference, hardly considering them a threat. The elder declared, "You arrogant brat. Today you shall learn that our ninja academy is not to be trifled with. Everyone attack." As the ninjas charged towards Su Chi, he unleashed his aura. A mysterious blue energy emanated from him. "Break." Su Chi uttered a single word, and the blue waves of energy sent the ninjas flying. Many crashed against the pillars and walls of the hall. "What?" The elder gasped in disbelief. So many could not overcome a single individual. This boy was an esper. Humph. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. "Go, Greninja." A well-built Greninja appeared before them. The other ninjas exclaimed, "It's the headmaster's Greninja? Teach him a lesson." The elder boasted, "You've never seen this, have you? This is the mightiest Pokémon of our ninja academy, Greninja from the Kalos region. Should you lose to him, consider yourself fortunate." He laughed heartily. In response, Su Chi produced a Pokeball. "Go, Greninja." A powerful, robust Greninja emerged, its shiny form radiating an imposing presence, its deep blue-black hue accentuating its regal aura, and crimson eyes enhancing its noble appearance. The moment it appeared, the elder-esque Greninja felt an immense pressure and involuntarily retreated a few steps. Strategically, it had already lost. "What? You possess a Greninja, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Such a powerful Pokémon is truly deserving of my ownership alone. Hand it over." A wild thought surged through the old man's mind, for this Greninja was exceptional, particularly as a shiny Pokémon. The temptation was overwhelming. He commanded, "Greninja, use Water Shuriken." Upon witnessing this, Su Chi exclaimed, Let us also employ Water Shuriken. Charge. The old man's Greninja appeared somewhat reluctant, yet it had no choice but to obey its trainer's command, steeling itself for battle. The two Pokemon's fervor and vigor for combat were markedly distinct, and the outcome became evident. The old man's Greninja succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. The onlookers were taken aback. How could the esteemed director possibly lose? This could not be true. Faith, it seems, can shatter in an instant. They could hardly believe that the strongest individual in the academy, their director, had been defeated. As the director witnessed his Greninja's defeat, he coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Unfazed, Su-Chi seized a ninja and pressed, "Tell me, where is the Spirit Realm's cave?" The young ninja, visibly frightened, complied under duress. "It's beneath the cliff at the back mountain. Please, spare me. I've been here for 3 months and I don't want to die." As he spoke, he broke into tears. Su-Chi released his Greninja, summoning his Charizard, and commanded, "Let us go to the back mountain." Charizard soared towards their destination. As for the situation here, it was no longer Su-Chi's concern. Let them face their own demise. Upon arriving at the back mountain, a chilling aura enveloped Su-Chi. As they ventured deeper, he and Charizard began to feel the cold. Logically, someone of Su-Chi's constitution should not feel discomfort even in sub-zero temperatures, and Charizard, being a fire-type Pokemon, had exceptional resistance to the cold. Yet, both were inexplicably affected, suggesting the oppressive energy emanating from the Spirit Realm's cave was indeed formidable. As they proceeded, the chilling presence intensified. Soon, Su-Chi spotted a cave not far off, from which a visible dark mist wafted. This, without a doubt, was their destination. System, how should I proceed? Su-Chi had no course of action and relied on the system. Ding. Recommendation. Purchase high-level ceiling stickers. How much for the high-level ceiling sticker? Ding. 5,000 battle points. Goodness, that's exorbitant. I hardly possess any battle points as it is. Shouldn't the system provide some items for the tasks it assigns? Ding. Please purchase independently, otherwise, the task will be deemed a failure. Fine, I'll buy it. What must be purchased, must be purchased. Money is no object. Charizard. Let us proceed. Su-Chi and Charizard approached the Spirit Realm's cave and entered. Chapter 54. Spirit Envoy vs. Gengar. As they ventured deeper, the cold aura grew more pronounced. Charizard, stay vigilant, Su-Chi warned, sensing a powerful presence within the cave. Charizard spread its wings, its gaze sharpening, preparing for battle. The cave was shrouded in darkness, resembling an endless abyss, evoking discomfort at first glance. Su-Chi steeled himself, scrutinizing the surroundings, the obsidian walls occasionally exuding wisps of dark energy. A chilling wind howled past, and suddenly, Su-Chi heard laughter echoing in his ears. Ha, ha, ha. The laughter continued incessantly, hinting at something lurking in the depths of the cave. A white figure drifted into view, ethereal and ghostly. Fortunately, Su-Chi's keen eyesight allowed him to recognize it as it approached. What manner of creature is this? A Pokemon. He decided to defer to the system. Name, Spirit Envoy qualities. Ability, Spectral Mist skills, Dark Pulse, Dream Eater, Spirit Drain, Nightmare. Will-O-Wisp. The data confirmed it was indeed a Pokemon. System, what kind of Pokemon is this? Su-Chi inquired, puzzled. Ding. The Spirit Realm is an ultimate alternate dimension, and the Spirit Envoy is a unique being from that realm, not classified as a Pokemon. It is the sole inhabitant of the Spirit Realm, with various forms. Not a Pokemon, so it cannot be captured? Su-Chi felt a twinge of disappointment. Ding. Recommendation. Purchase a Spirit Ball. Spirit Ball? Ding. The Spirit Ball is an exclusive capture device for Spirit Realm entities. Ah, I see. The system is quite resourceful. A smile crept across Su-Chi's face. I'll buy it. Ding. Congratulations. You have purchased a Spirit Ball. 500 battle points deducted. Only 500 battle points? That's reasonable. Alright, it's your turn, Charizard. Use Flamethrower. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames in a wide arc towards the Spirit Envoy. However, the Spirit Envoy made no effort to evade. The flames passed harmlessly through its form. What? Su-Chi was astonished. It had no effect. Just then, the Spirit Envoy lunged at Charizard, phasing through its body. In that instant, Charizard froze, its eyes glazing over as it collapsed. Charizard. Su-Chi rushed forward to cradle his fallen companion. Charizard lay there, snoring softly. It had merely fallen asleep, and Su-Chi sighed in relief. He had nearly been frightened to death. That must have been a nightmare. But the speed of the Spirit Envoy was astounding, seemingly teleporting. Ding. The Spirit Envoy is a spectral being, lacking a physical form, and possesses incredible speed. Oh, I understand now. Looks like I'll have to rely on you, Gengar. Su-Chi summoned Gengar. Upon its arrival, a whirlwind erupted around Gengar, causing the spirit envoy to instinctively retreat a step. Su-Chi observed, confirming that ghost-type Pokémon were indeed effective against it. Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Su-Chi commanded loudly. Gengar complied, conjuring a series of Shadow Balls that hurtled toward the spirit envoy. The spirit envoy deftly dodged several attacks, but was ultimately struck by one. Seizing the opportunity, Su-Chi shouted, Gengar, follow up with Will-O-Wisp. Gengar conjured 9 purple flames, launching them at the spirit envoy. Just then, the spirit envoy's form melded into the cave wall, vanishing as the flames struck the wall, producing a series of explosive sounds. This bewildered even Gengar, who had been buoyed by their earlier success. Su-Chi was equally perplexed. Where had it gone? He scrutinized the dark walls, and, suddenly, an idea struck him. Closing his eyes, he focused on sensing the energy waves around him. Circles of blue energy rippled outward. In his mind, the terrain gradually clarified, revealing Gengar's form. Where's the spirit envoy? Su-Chi searched intently. Suddenly, its image appeared in his mind. It was right behind him, preparing to launch a surprise attack. A faint smile graced Su-Chi's lips as he used his aura to inform Gengar. It's right behind us. Stay alert. Gengar nodded seriously. After what felt like an eternity, Su-Chi grew weary of waiting. The spirit envoy had remarkable patience. Suddenly, it moved, its figure emerging from behind, slowly approaching Su-Chi. Feeling its presence, Su-Chi shouted, Gengar, use Dark Pulse. Gengar spun around quickly, unleashing a surge of dark energy that struck the spirit envoy. The spirit envoy seemed momentarily stunned. It had been cautious, yet still found itself discovered. The dark pulse impacted it, showcasing Gengar's formidable power, especially as it had been drawn from a diamond lottery ticket. The spirit was struck and fell to the ground, its entire being exuding a continuous stream of white smoke that spiraled upwards. Go, Pokeball! The spirit ball struck the spirit, transforming it into a red light that entered the Pokeball. After a brief struggle, a satisfying ding signaled that the spirit had been captured. At last, it was tamed. Su-Chi wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that this endeavor had not been easy. Come forth, spirit. He released the spirit from its confines. The spirit floated around Su-Chi, swirling in an approving manner, seemingly acknowledging him as its trainer. Name, Ankino Spirit. Qualification, Master. Ability, Wraith Mist. Skills, Evil Wave, Dream Eater. Spirit Plunder, Nightmare, Will-O-Wisp. As Su-Chi glanced at the spirit's data, he noticed the appearance of its name. Ankino, a splendid name. Ding. Ankino belongs to the rare species of spirits. Upon capture, the host automatically acquires a poke identity, capable of manifesting before any observer at will. Su-Chi found this notion of appearing freely before others somewhat perplexing. Ding. The spirit serves as a guide for the deceased, and wherever it appears, death inevitably follows. The host's capture automatically nullifies this trait. Ah, I see. Truly, my dear system. Ding. The spirit has been captured. The host is advised to promptly complete the task of sealing the spirit realm cave. Understood. Su-Chi then purchased a sealing sticker to fulfill the task, causing the cave's chilling aura to dissipate, revealing its original rocky walls. He immediately felt the surrounding temperature rise, as if the cold had vanished. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, the rewards have been issued. At last, it was done. Aside from the already utilized diamond lottery ticket, he received an increase in spiritual energy, as a surge of azure energy flowed into his body, enveloping him in an indescribable sense of comfort. It was exhilarating, akin to soaking in a hot spring, warm and soothing. A truly delightful sensation. His pores greedily absorbed this energy. Once the process concluded, Su-Chi felt his spiritual energy significantly strengthened, with a remarkable boost in his wave-guiding abilities. He subsequently retrieved the Spirit Realm Cloth, an evolution item for the Night Giant to transform into the Night Demon Giant. Let us store this away. It may prove useful in the future. This time, the system rewarded him with 100,000 battle points. Not bad. Su-Chi recalled Gung-Gue and Ankino before departing the cave. Chapter 55, Fairy EV. Upon exiting the Spirit Realm cave, Su-Chi was greeted by the dazzling sunlight, momentarily blinding him. After a brief period of adjustment, he slowly opened his eyes, marveling at the picturesque landscape outside. Ah, the outside world is truly splendid. He glanced back at the Ninja Academy, contemplating whether to return and frighten them again. Charizard, let us go? Su-Chi released Charizard and mounted its back. Charizard took off, soaring into the distance. The students of the Ninja Academy, upon witnessing Su-Chi's departure, hurried to inform the principal. He has gone. Thank heavens, this calamity has finally left. The principal sighed with relief. Meanwhile, Perched on Charizard's back, Su-Chi indulged in a blue-orange fruit while basking in the cool breeze, relishing the comfort of the moment. Ding! A golden level task has been issued. Acquire a fairy badge to evolve Eevee into Fairy Eevee. Task rewards include 1 golden level lottery ticket, a complete set of Eevee evolution stones, and a champion level Eevee. As he enjoyed the natural air conditioning, Su-Chi suddenly heard the system's notification. A golden level task was something he hadn't encountered for quite some time. However, he pondered, System, isn't it true that Eevee can only evolve with increased affection? Ding. Due to a significant defect in Eevee's evolutionary factors, it can evolve through various external influences. The system produces the Fairy Badge, a unique item, the only one of its kind in existence. Note, the system is omnipotent. Impressive. Only the system could make such a bold claim. Suddenly, Su-Chi was struck by a thought. If you're so powerful, where do you come from? Ding. Host privileges are insufficient. The cold notification extinguished Su-Chi's inquisitive spirit. Very well, I shall let it go. Insufficient privileges, indeed. Where might I find an Eevee? Ding. The system indicates that ahead lies Purple Gold Town, where a multitude of Eevees thrive. Su-Chi checked his Pokédex, realizing that he was quite near Purple Gold Town, located just off Highway 11. He patted Charizard's back, saying, Old Char, full speed ahead. With a mighty roar, Charizard flapped its wings and surged forward. 10 minutes later, Su-Chi spotted a small town below and instructed Charizard to descend. Charizard swiftly dove down, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing. Cough, cough. Old Char, take it easy next time. That was too fast. Charizard emitted an embarrassed smile, revealing its teeth, which startled Su-Chi. Charizard, perhaps you should refrain from smiling. It's far too charming. One could only imagine the sight of Charizard's broad grin. Recalling Charizard, Su-Chi began his search on the ground. The area was lush and verdant, dotted with small Rattatas and Digletts that scurried back into the earth upon noticing his presence. Su-Chi scanned the surroundings, but there was not a single Eevee in sight. System, did you not say there were many Eevees? Where are they? Ding. Please, host, search for them yourself. Very well. If the system wants to assist, I shall rely on my own abilities. Su-Chi activated his wave guiding powers, and the surroundings began to clarify in his mind's eye, granting him a perspective akin to that of a deity as he surveyed the world below. With his spiritual energy significantly enhanced, Su-Chi felt his wave-guiding abilities had also improved remarkably. He discovered that he could extend his reach over 3,000 meters without fatigue. He meticulously searched for the silhouette of an Eevee, and suddenly, he noticed a cluster of lively Eevees frolicking beneath some bushes to the east. Charizard, let us head east, he called out, and Charizard flew him toward the direction. As they descended, Su-Chi spotted dozens of Eevees joyfully bouncing on the ground. Old Char, slow down. Charizard gently landed, and as Su-Chi leapt down, the Eevees scattered in fright, except for one little fellow who remained, glaring fiercely at him and emitting low growls, readying itself for a confrontation. Su-Chi admired this brave little creature, while the others fled. It stood its ground, a commendable show of territorial instinct. Name, Eevee. Qualification, Elite. Ability, Courageous Spirit. Skills, Dig, Shadow Ball, Double Team, Bite, Mud Bomb. Upon reviewing the data of this particular Pokemon, Su-Chi noted that while its qualification was not exceptional, he possessed a qualification-enhancing liquid. More importantly, he was fond of its ability. A Pokemon with such commendable courage was precisely what he desired. Moreover, the Courageous Spirit ability allowed it to unleash greater potential the more it was injured in battle. Noticing the determined glint in the little creature's eyes, Su-Chi playfully challenged. Eevee, let us battle. If I win, you shall join me. Eevee. It responded affirmatively. Excellent. Charizard, use Dragon Claw, but be gentle. Charizard's claw descended, and Eevee let out a shriek as it tumbled several times before landing on the ground. Didn't I tell you to be gentle? Why the excessive force? Su-Chi chided Charizard lightly. The Charizard wore an expression of deep grievance. It was quite helpless, as its strength had always been considerable. And this situation was simply too trivial. With a look of melancholic longing, Charizard cast a sorrowful glance at Su-Chi. Indeed, it seemed that new affections had eclipsed old loves. I am but a pitiful dragon. Su-Chi tenderly lifted Eevee, applying ointment to its wounds. Gradually, Eevee began to awaken, and upon recognizing its human trainer, it struggled to rise, but the pain in its body rendered it unable to do so. Do not move about recklessly. Su-Chi admonished firmly, yet his gaze was filled with genuine concern. Charizard, observing from the side, felt a pang of jealousy. Thus, Su-Chi remained by Eevee's side for 3 hours until darkness enveloped the surroundings. One must admit, the recuperative abilities of Pokémon are remarkable within mere hours. Eevee was lively once more. Su-Chi produced a newly acquired fairy badge, a pink gemstone emblem. Eevee, do you aspire to become as powerful as Charizard? He inquired. Eevee nodded resolutely. Very well, this fairy badge will enable you to evolve and become even stronger. Are you willing? Eevee. It responded enthusiastically. Eevee reached out a paw, touching the fairy badge. A luminous glow enveloped Eevee, transforming it into a radiant being beneath the night sky. When the light subsided, a Sylveon materialized before Su-Chi's eyes. Eevee. Sylveon gleefully bounded about, admiring its newly evolved form. Its body, adorned in pastel pink and white, with ribbons cascading from behind its ears, exuded an ethereal grace. Truly, it was the embodiment of a Sylveon. Chapter 56. The temptation of home. Sylveon frolicked around, reveling in its transformed appearance. Not far away, a group of Eevees quietly observed the scene. Each one perked up its ears, eyes wide with curiosity and envy as they watched the exuberant Sylveon. Upon noticing them, Sylveon joyfully dashed over, recognizing its kin by their shared scent. Eevee! Eevee! A chorus of voices arose as the group of Eevees surrounded Sylveon, chattering excitedly. After a lengthy exchange, a hint of reluctance appeared in the eyes of the Eevees. Through their conversation, Su-Chi learned that they were all exceedingly envious of Sylveon's current form. Sylveon, in turn, shared that its evolution was a result of its human trainer's influence, and it expressed its intention to depart soon. All were loath to see Sylveon go. After all, they had lived together since childhood, and the thought of separation brought sadness to all. After much discussion, Sylveon finally returned to Su-Chi's side, while the group of Eevees silently watched its departure. Su-Chi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. How he, too, missed his parents back on Blue Star, lamenting the impossibility of seeing them again. He pondered silently. Ding! The host has accumulated sufficient battle points to return to Blue Star. Su-Chi, lost in his reminiscences, was suddenly jolted by the system's announcement, causing him to sit upright. I can return to Blue Star? Really? His heart raced with excitement. Nothing could elate him more than the prospect of returning home. Ding! Countless parallel worlds exist within the universe. Blue Star is but a speck in the vast cosmos. Such worlds indeed exist, and you can return. Therefore, host, please continue to strive in completing system tasks and accumulate battle points, striving to return home soon. How many battle points are required? Su-Chi inquired. Ding! No further information available. Please do your best, host. The system's cryptic response nearly left Su-Chi at a loss for words, akin to being told of an unexpected menstrual cycle just as one was about to unveil a grand revelation. Truly, it was exasperating. Subsequently, the system fell silent. However, the day's revelations instilled in Su-Chi a glimmer of hope, a flicker of the possibility of returning home. The thought made him unable to suppress a smile. Hee. At Su-Chi's feet, Eevee gazed up at its trainer with wide, questioning eyes, as if to say, has my master lost his mind? Seeing Sylveon at his feet, Su-Chi spontaneously scooped it up and planted a kiss on its cheek. Instantly, Sylveon's face flushed with a hint of crimson. Why did the master kiss me? How embarrassing. Afterward, Su-Chi gently set Sylveon down. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been issued. System, utilize the golden lottery ticket. A colossal spinning wheel materialized, reminiscent of a slot machine, and began to whirl rapidly. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Ditto. Ditto. The reward sparked surprise in Su-Chi. He was eager to witness this remarkable pink creature, akin to modeling clay, that could transform into any Pokémon. Su-Chi released Ditto, which materialized as a pink blob on the grass. He crouched down to embrace it, noticing that Ditto's tiny eyes were nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Reminiscent of a singer from his previous life, Ditto smiled broadly at Su-Chi, radiating joy. Ditto, transform into a Dragonite. Ditto's body shimmered with a rainbow of colors. It stretched and expanded until a Dragonite stood before Su-Chi's eyes. This was the first time he had witnessed such a wondrous transformation in Pokémon. It was reminiscent of Zoroark's ability to transform at will. Come forth, Zoroark. Su-Chi realized it had been a while since he last summoned Zoroark. The moment it emerged, Zoroark leapt into Su-Chi's embrace, affectionately nuzzling his shoulder. Su-Chi held a deep fondness for this little Zoroark, whose mother had passed away. He always prepared its favorite spicy fruit-flavored energy cubes during meals. The little one had endured so much, yet remained resilient, a testament to Su-Chi's meticulous care. He was determined not to disappoint its mother's wishes. Su-Chi believed that one day he would revive Zoroark. He recalled both Pokémon into their spheres. A troubling dilemma presented itself to Su-Chi: what to do with two EVs. Sylveon would undoubtedly want to stay, but he also desired a champion EV. Would having two EVs lead to conflict? As Su-Chi wrestled with this internal conflict, a call from Professor Oak interrupted him. He quickly grabbed his Pokédex to initiate a video call. "Hello, Grandpa." Su-Chi greeted warmly. "Little Chi, what have you been up to lately? You haven't called in a while. Is your money holding out?" Professor Oak inquired with concern. His kind gaze and warm words brought a touch of moisture to Su-Chi's eyes. After all, he was just a teenager not yet in his prime. "Yes, Grandpa. I'm doing well. Thank you for your concern. By the way, what did you want to discuss?" Su-Chi asked. "Haha, nothing much, just checking in on you. It's been quite some time since you sent any Pokémon back. I've nearly completed my research on the ancient dragon," Professor Oak stated eagerly. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Su-Chi. Perfect. He could send Sylveon to Professor Oak first, thereby resolving his dilemma. "Grandpa, I've recently discovered a new evolution of Eevee, Sylveon. I'll send it to you shortly." "Sylveon, a new evolution of Eevee? What a significant discovery. Hurry and send it," Professor Oak exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he hung up the video call, eager to receive Sylveon. Watching the call end, Su-Chi chuckled. Grandpa is as impatient as ever. With that, he released Charizard, soaring towards Purple Gold Town. After a flight of several minutes, he arrived at Purple Gold Town, a bustling transportation hub with a population of around 400,000. It appeared quite prosperous, and preparations for a major event were underway, as a giant stage had been erected in the town center. Inquiring with the locals revealed that a Pokémon contest was about to take place. At that time, competitors from various regions of Kanto would gather here, heralding the arrival of a splendid event. No wonder the atmosphere was so lively. Su-Chi stood on the street, observing several extraordinarily powerful and exquisitely adorned Pokémon wandering about. He made his way to the Pokémon Center in Zijin Town, rented a room, and set the destination on the Pokémon transporter to send his Sylveon-S Pokeball to Professor Oak. Having completed all these tasks, Su-Chi returned to his room, freshened up, and after a long day, all he desired was to indulge in sweet dreams. Little did he know, the arrival of Sylveon would incite a storm in the world of science, courtesy of Professor Oak. Chapter 57, The Grand Pokémon Contest. The following morning, Su-Chi awoke from his slumber, stretching luxuriously after a delightful 10 hours of sleep. After getting out of bed and washing up, he headed to the dining area for breakfast and prepared some energy cubes for his Pokémon. Once he had finished these tasks, he prepared to step outside to witness the Pokémon Grand Contest. At that moment, he encountered a young woman with deep green hair and captivating large eyes. Clad in a green pleated skirt, it was none other than Xiao Lu, who had come from Pallet Town. Beside her was a well-nurtured Venusaur, brimming with vitality, adorned with a colorful silk ring on its bud, indicating her participation in the competition as well. Confronted by Xiao Lu, Su-Chi felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, he had undergone a dramatic transformation in the past 6 months. Having been refined by the power of aura and countless battles, his appearance and demeanor had changed significantly. Tall and handsome, with porcelain skin that seemed flawless, complemented by his sleek black attire, he exuded an aura of undeniable charm. Seeing Xiao Lu made her cheeks flush with a hint of color. Despite their childhood friendship, the current encounter was slightly awkward. "Hello, Xiao Lu. It's been a while." Su-Chi greeted her with a warm smile. "Indeed, it has been a long time," she replied, her Venusaur happily greeting Su-Chi with a cheerful Bulba. Bulba? After all, this was one of Professor Oak's starter Pokémon, having lived alongside Su-Chi since childhood. "Hello, Venusaur. You've grown even stronger." Su-Chi affectionately patted the Pokémon's head, to which it responded by nuzzling against his hand. "Xiao Lu, are you here to participate in the grand contest?" Su-Chi inquired. "Yes. I heard that the champion's prize for this grand contest is a dazzling ribbon, truly invaluable. Moreover, the world-renowned artist, Mikuri, will be present," Xiao Lu excitedly shared, her eyes sparkling with joy, almost leaning against Su-Chi in her enthusiasm. Suddenly realizing her closeness, she stepped back, her face flushing even deeper. "Mikuri," Su-Chi murmured, instantly intrigued. His interest was not merely in the contest itself, but in the fact that Mikuri was not only a master of Pokémon performance, but also a champion from the Hoenn region, possessing remarkable strength. Gazing at the stage, which was nearly completed and shimmering with brilliant lights, Su-Chi resolved to challenge Master Mikuri to a battle. Observing Su-Chi lost in thought, Xiao Lu assumed he was astonished by the news of Mikuri's arrival. She waved her hand in front of his face and asked, "Su-Chi, are you all right? What are you thinking about?" Startled, Su-Chi snapped back to reality. "Oh, I'm fine. I just suddenly remembered something. By the way, do you know when Master Mikuri will arrive? Well, I don't know the specifics, but he will definitely be at the grand contest tomorrow, she replied. Why do you ask? With a playful grin revealing his bright white teeth, Su-Chi replied nonchalantly, of course, I intend to challenge him to a match. What? Xiao Lu chuckled, covering her mouth. You want to battle Master Mikuri? Su-Chi, let us be realistic. He is a champion-level figure, and we are just starting out. Let us focus on the courts conference first. It was understandable for Xiao Lu to say this, as they had not seen each other since parting ways in Pallet Town, and she was unaware of Su-Chi's current prowess. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. Su-Chi, over here, Ash shouted, his mouth agape, calling from across the street. Oblivious to the curious gazes around him, Misty and Brock discreetly covered their faces and stepped aside, signaling that they did not know him. Ash dashed over, with Misty and Brock closely following. The trio hurried to Su-Chi, panting, and before they could catch their breath, Ash exclaimed, Su-Chi, long time no see. Let us have a battle. His eyes sparkled with determination. Pikachu perched on Ash's shoulder, full of energy, greeted Su-Chi cheerfully. Pika, Pika, it's been a while, Pikachu. Su-Chi responded warmly. Don't just jump into a battle as soon as you arrive, Ash. That is quite rude. Misty interjected, fuming as she approached Ash. Come on. Friends don't mind such things. Misty, you old hag, don't interrupt. Ash retorted, his irritation flaring. The two glared at each other, their tempers flaring as if flames were about to ignite behind them. Seeing the escalating situation, Su-Chi and Brock quickly intervened, managing to calm them down. It was then that Ash noticed Xiao Lu standing nearby. Hi, who are you? He queried, puzzled. Oh, Ash, you clueless oaf. You don't even recognize your childhood friend. Xiao Lu thought to herself, exasperated by his lack of awareness. Is this a typical brain pattern for a carbon-based life form? Su-Chi thought, stifling a chuckle. He then stepped in to smooth things over. This is our travel companion from Pallet Town, Xiao Lu. We played together often when we were kids. Xiao Lu and Ash exchanged puzzled glances, and after a moment of realization, Ash exclaimed, Xiao Lu, Aunt Ye's daughter. What a coincidence. Misty and Brock greeted Xiao Lu warmly as well. Ash, eager to battle Su-Chi, boasted about his significant improvement, insisting he would not lose this time. Su-Chi pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was time to bring Ash back down to earth. Currently, Ash displayed none of the maturity expected from a seasoned trainer. He remained the same naive, bumbling kid. All right, let's have a match, Su-Chi replied casually. Yes, Ash exclaimed joyfully, receiving Su-Chi's affirmation. The group made their way to the battle arena at the Pokémon Center. Ash led the charge. Go, Scyther. Su-Chi, slightly puzzled, thought Scyther? I don't recall him having won in the original story. Chapter 58, The Grand Contest, A Dazzling Collision. Ding. The real world contains numerous variables that cannot completely replicate the plot of the animation. Su-Chi readily agreed with the System S statement. Just like at the beginning, Ash and Misty had never encountered each other in the Viridian Forest. In fact, Ash had arrived in Pewter City, just like Su-Chi, rather than Viridian City. Since that is the case, it's your turn. Su-Chi commanded, Garchomp, use Draco Meteor. Not wanting to waste time, he initiated a powerful attack. Garchomp roared towards the sky, summoning a rain of fiery meteors. Scyther, stunned by the onslaught, was left bewildered as the meteors descended. Ash gazed at the sprawling constellation of dragon stars above, seemingly indifferent, yet he offered words of comfort to his beloved Scyther. Do not fear, Scyther, after dodging continuously. Unleash your cross-cut, he instructed. Scyther turned its head, astonished by its trainer's words. Upon noticing Scyther's gaze upon him, Ash responded with a look imbued with unwavering confidence. Scyther, on the verge of tears, faced an inevitable fate. The outcome was as clear as day. Scyther collapsed to the ground, resembling a charred remnant. Ash could hardly fathom the scene before him, questioning the frailty of his Pokémon. Su-Chi remarked, You've done well, Garchomp, before recalling it into its Pokeball. As Su-Chi passed by Ash, he paused to pat Ash's shoulder, imparting with sincerity, Ash, one must remain grounded in life. I believe in you. Great achievements await you in the future. The previously despondent Ash suddenly brightened, exclaiming, Really? Observing Ash's exuberance, Su-Chi pondered if he could retract his words. This child seemed incapable of discerning comfort, taking everything too seriously. Sighing, the group returned to the Pokémon Center. After dining, they exchanged goodnights. And Su-Chi retreated to his room, where the dazzling stage of the grand contest stood directly opposite. The stage had nearly been set. Casting a glance at the stage, Su-Chi turned back to his bed. Everyone eagerly anticipated the grand contest scheduled for the following evening. Sweet dreams ensued. The following night, as darkness enveloped the world, Enthusiasts of the grand contest gathered at the dazzling venue in Purple Gold Town, for a heavyweight guest was set to arrive. The world-renowned Master Macaulay was to grace the event with his presence. Inside the venue, lights sparkled brilliantly, illuminating the space, with an audience of approximately 10,000 creating a cacophony of excitement. Those unable to secure tickets were left to watch from home, as television ratings soared, reflecting the contest's immense popularity. Nearly everyone was present to witness Macaulay. As a master of Pokémon contests and a regional champion, his appeal was unparalleled. Tonight, both Xiaogreen and Xiaoxia would participate in the grand contest, their eyes alight with passion and vitality, particularly as it marked Xiaoxia's debut. Upon learning of the upcoming event yesterday, Xiaoxia was filled with excitement. As a girl enamored with beauty, how could she miss such a glorious occasion? Xiaogreen donned a flowing green dress, while Xiaoxia wore a water blue high-waisted gown that accentuated her back, exuding sensuality and charm. Su Qi observed the transformation in their demeanor. They radiated an elevated aura compared to before. Arriving at the entrance of the grand contest, they found themselves an hour away from the commencement of the event. Su Qi spent 300,000 Alliance coins to secure 3 front-row tickets, allowing for an up-close view of the competition. They took their seats, while Xiaoxia and her companions prepared backstage. The hours swiftly passed, and the contest officially commenced. With the host's enthusiastic declaration, the atmosphere erupted in fervor. The Purple Gold Town Grand Contest had begun. Let us warmly welcome the world-renowned Master Macaulay. The hostess' words sent the crowd into a frenzy. Cheers erupted from all corners. Clad in white, Macaulay stepped forward, greeted by a chorus of adulation akin to a grand concert. He smiled, nodding at the audience and waving to his devoted fans. Su Qi, enveloped in the fervor of the crowd, finally understood why so many sought stardom in his past life. The allure of celebrity was captivating, an indulgence in the rapture of applause and flashing lights. Yet, Macaulay had achieved his status through sheer talent, earning Su Qi's genuine admiration. Unlike certain individuals who garnered shrieks of delight with mere superficiality, Macaulay's fame was well-deserved. The host handed the microphone to Macaulay, who began. Dear fans present and viewers at home, welcome to the Pokémon Grand Contest. The audience responded with incessant cheers. Macaulay continued, as a grand event in the Pokémon world. The Grand Contest embodies the hopes and dreams of countless individuals. On behalf of everyone, I express gratitude to the contestants participating today. Please allow me to extend my highest respect. He bowed graciously, a true gentleman. Now, without further ado, I declare the Purple Gold Town Grand Contest officially open. Macaulay summoned 3 Pokémon, a Dunsparce, a Milotic, and a Venusaur. Milotic, use Water Pulse. Venusaur, Sunny Day. Macaulay commanded. Milotic released a water pulse into the air, enveloping the arena in a mist that sparkled under the stage lights, refracting into a dazzling array of colors. Under the radiant sun, the mist transformed into a breathtaking rainbow sea. Now, Dunsparce, perform Hyper Beam. Macaulay elegantly instructed. Dunsparce flicked its tail, launching several massive stars that scattered across the rainbow sea, creating a celestial spectacle. As the sunny day effect faded, the starlit scene became ethereal and romantic, a sight to behold. This mesmerizing display left Su Qi awestruck. Truly, Macaulay was a master of his craft. Following Macaulay's performance, the competitors were set to showcase their talents. After Macaulay exited the stage, the host announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the first contestant." The spotlight illuminated the stage as the first performer emerged, Xiaoxia, accompanied by her Starmie and a white lion. Wait, the white lion? Su Qi pondered, recalling the events of the previous night. What should I do? I don't want to miss this opportunity. Xiaoxia fretted. This was a chance to impress Master Macaulay, and she was determined not to let it slip away. However, training in just one day for the grand contest felt unrealistic. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She could borrow her sister's white lion. Xiaoxia quickly sought out her sister Sakura, who often performed aquatic displays with the white lion, a Pokémon of undeniable prowess. After a bit of playful teasing, Xiaoxia successfully secured the white lion from Sakura. With a night of practice, the synergy between the white lion and Starmie improved significantly, although there were still areas for enhancement. Without the white lion, Xiaoxia would have been at a loss. White lion, Starmie, let us give it our all tomorrow, she encouraged, stroking both Pokémon affectionately. At the Hualan gym, what's wrong, sister? Xiaoxia just called, the sleepy Iris inquired. Xiaoxia intends to participate in the Purple Gold Town Grand Contest, and asked to borrow my white lion, Sakura replied. The news jolted Iris awake. They were well aware of the contest's prestige and wholeheartedly supported Xiaoxia. What a pity we can't attend in person. We'll just have to cheer for her from home, Iris said. Indeed. I hope she achieves a commendable ranking, Sakura remarked, gazing at the twinkling stars outside. In truth, the three sisters cared deeply for their younger sibling, though they masked their concern with teasing banter, silently rooting for her success. Back on the stage, Xiaoxia took a deep breath, internally reassuring herself, "You can do this, Xiaoxia." With a smile gracing her face, she stepped onto the grand stage of the dazzling competition. Instantly, the spotlight converged, and Xiaoxia felt a jolt of surprise at the sheer number of spectators. The audience erupted into a cacophony of excitement. It was only natural for her to feel a flutter of nerves in such an atmosphere, particularly since this was her inaugural participation in such a competition. And she had already performed admirably. With a beaming smile, she bowed to the audience. The performance commenced. The white sea lion unleashed its ice beam within a prearranged iron ring, which gradually succumbed to frost, transforming into a shimmering ice circle that sparkled with silvery brilliance. All eyes were fixed upon Xiaoxia, eagerly awaiting the next act. The jewel starfish released a flurry of bubbles towards the ice ring, causing shards of ice to vibrate and fall away. "Now," commanded Xiaoxia, as the jewel starfish summoned its psychic powers. The red gem atop the starfish glimmered with twinkling blue lights, lifting the ice crystals that threatened to fall. The white sea lion executed a series of collisions, propelling itself upwards with its tail and striking the ice crystals, which then scattered into glistening fragments that twinkled like stars, enveloping the scene in a fairy tale ambience. Observing the fruits of her labor and the audience's reaction, Xiaoxia let out a sigh of relief. Suchi, watching Xiaoxia's performance, could hardly believe it was possible to achieve such a feat in a single day. Xiaoxia was undoubtedly gifted. Meanwhile, Ash was fervently cheering for Xiaoxia, proving once again that support from friends was invaluable. As Xiaoxia's performance concluded, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Following her, several other performers took the stage, and Suchi noted their commendable efforts, with one individual leaving a particularly deep impression on him, not for the quality of her performance, but because he recognized Musashi. Musashi showcased her Arbok and Weezing, delivering a commendable performance that earned her the audience's cheers. Soon it was Xiaolu's turn. Having participated in several dazzling competitions before, albeit on a smaller scale, she had accumulated valuable experience. Xiaolu's Pokémon were Venusaur and Pidgeotto. Venusaur, Solar Blaze, Xiaolu declared, as a surge of yellow energy shot skyward, causing a spectacular explosion of light that scattered numerous yellow sparkles. Pidgeotto, Hurricane. The bird flapped its wings, conjuring a whirlwind that swept up the luminous energy points, forming a tempest of energy. Pidgeotto, Air Slash. Pidgeotto sliced through the energy storm with successive wing beats, causing an explosion that filled the venue with shimmering starlight, leaving the audience in awe. Confidently smiling, Xiaolu continued, Venusaur, Hardened Plants. The hardened plants intertwined in a unique manner, blanketing the stage. The audience was momentarily bewildered, questioning the purpose of the display, wondering if she was joking. Despite the skepticism, Xiaolu remained undeterred, steadfastly continuing her performance. Observing her calm demeanor, Suchi was convinced she had a plan. Pidgeotto, Relentless Hurricanes. She commanded. Venusaur employed its leech seed on the hardened plants, causing the yellow energy from the dissipating storm to coalesce. As the energy fell upon the hardened plants, a resplendent yellow energy rose appeared. Its exquisite petals crafted from the hardened plants, with the heart of the flower formed by the vines of the leech seed. The rose emerged, boasting a distinct layering and a striking three-dimensional quality. The audience erupted in fervent cheers and applause, and Suchi joined in, thoroughly impressed. Xiaolu basked in the adulation, and years later, she would find herself on an even grander stage, relishing the accolades of many, having fulfilled her dream of becoming a Pokémon Master, a tale for another time. As the competition drew to a close, the results were imminent, causing the contestants' hearts to race. All eyes were glued to the screen. The Pokémon Dazzling Contest results were determined by the votes collected from the audience's glow sticks, affirming that only what the audience deemed excellent truly mattered. With each contestant's votes steadily climbing, the final results were about to be revealed. Time ticked by, and Xiaoxia, Xiaolu, and everyone else focused intently on the large screen. The champion of this Pokémon Dazzling Contest is, the host announced, Xiaolu. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd as they celebrated the emergence of the champion. Xiaolu was stunned. She had actually won first place, and tears of joy glimmered in her eyes. The top 3 positions were revealed, with second place going to a girl named Xiaojun and third place to a boy named Kefin. Xiaoxia performed commendably as well, securing 6th place, while Musashi, under the alias Vivian, found herself in 10th place. This outcome left Musashi infuriated. She felt her hard work had gone unrewarded. Master Macaulay personally awarded the top 3, presenting Xiaolu with a dazzling ribbon. Congratulations, Xiaolu. I hope you continue to strive for excellence. Today, I can grant you one wish. What would you like? Xiaolu pondered, her thoughts visibly tumultuous as she contemplated her request. Finally, she seemed to reach a resolute decision. Master Macaulay, I have a friend who wishes to challenge you. I hope you will accept his challenge. Her gaze was unwavering. The audience gasped, realizing she was offering her wish to someone else, allowing another to battle the illustrious Master Macaulay. Suchi's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth slightly agape. He had never expected Xiaolu to remember their casual conversation and extend such an opportunity to him. Are you certain? Macaulay inquired, visibly taken aback. While his promise held little weight, it was not something to be given away lightly. This girl was genuinely generous, and despite her youth, she had made a commendable choice. Considering this, Macaulay agreed. Very well, you are indeed a thoughtful child. Is your friend present? He's right there. Xiaolu pointed towards Suchi. Instantly, all the spotlights converged upon him, illuminating his flawless complexion, rendering him akin to an elegant prince. Oh, what a handsome young man! Exclaimed many of the female spectators, their hearts fluttering at his appearance. Suchi rose to his feet, and Macaulay observed the teenager, noting that aside from his striking looks, he possessed no other remarkable attributes. As Suchi approached the stage, he introduced himself. Hello, Master Macaulay. My name is Suchi, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Greetings, young man, Macaulay replied with a wave. I hear you wish to challenge me. Quite commendable. I accept your challenge, he said with a slight smile. Thank you, Master Macaulay. I will give it my all. Suchi replied earnestly. At that moment, Suchi suddenly heard Xiao Zhi's booming voice exclaim, Go, Suchi. You must secure victory. Suchi responded with a resolute thumbs up. Macaulay, overhearing this, dismissed it as mere jest. He certainly did not believe that a novice traveler could possibly defeat him. It was utterly absurd. The host announced, Ladies and gentlemen, the battle between the illustrious Master Macaulay and the unknown youth is about to commence. On stage, only Suchi and Macaulay remained. The battle was imminent, with the host assuming the role of referee. Now, we have the illustrious Master Macaulay, champion of the Hoenn region, facing off against a young challenger in a 6v6 battle. Let both sides send forth their first Pokémon. The host hurriedly stepped aside, wishing to avoid the repercussions of the impending clash. Macaulay released a Pokeball and declared go. Whiscash. Renowned for its formidable defense, Whiscash was nearly indestructible. Suchi, observing the Whiscash before him, thought to himself that Macaulay's choice was a clear indication of his disdain. Whiscash lacked offensive power and was unlikely to be a trump card, evidently a mere second-tier Pokémon. It seemed he would need to unleash something substantial. Go, Garchomp. Upon its emergence, Garchomp exuded an aura of dominance and strength. With a fearsome roar, Garchomp startled Whiscash, causing it to jump in fright. Such was Garchomp's might that its mere presence instilled terror in the opponent. Macaulay looked at Suchi's Garchomp in disbelief. This was a Pokémon possessed by a mere teenager, far surpassing the capabilities of his Whiscash. Macaulay began to take Suchi seriously as an opponent. Garchomp, strike first, use Earthquake. Suchi shouted. Garchomp let out a mighty roar, stomping down with tremendous force, causing the ground to rupture. Whiscash plummeted into the fissure, sustaining damage. Whiscash, use Water Gun. Macaulay commanded. Whiscash leapt out with a powerful thrust. Whiscash, use Mud Bomb. Dodge it, Garchomp. Garchomp evaded the Mud Bomb with remarkable speed. Macaulay was bewildered. He was unaware that through Suchi's rigorous training and the use of enhancement liquid, Garchomp had experienced significant boosts in attack, speed, and defense. Garchomp, use Dragon Claw. Suchi commanded. Garchomp's claws glimmered with a bright light as it zipped past. Garchomp struck Whiscash with precision. Whiscash, in pain, collapsed to the ground. Garchomp delivered the final blow, unleashing Dragon Breath. Garchomp opened its cavernous mouth, channeling colorful draconic energy, which surged forth and struck Whiscash. Whiscash lost its ability to battle. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 600 battle points. Witnessing Whiscash's defeat, Macaulay's expression remained unchanged. He understood that losing to Garchomp was no disgrace. He was now certain that this Pokémon had been gifted to Suchi by a family elder. Macaulay recalled Whiscash, softly murmuring, Well done, Whiscash. Now it's your turn. Tentacruel. A well-bred Tentacruel appeared before the audience, its robust tentacles and eyes lurking beneath its cap, reminiscent of a venomous snake, fixated on Garchomp. This time, Macaulay initiated the attack. Tentacruel, Rain Dance. The sky gradually darkened, and a gentle rain began to fall. Suchi recognized that Micoli, in the anime, possessed the Rain God trait. With the Rain's support, his power would be enhanced. Next came the dazzling display. Tentacruel, Water Gun. Chapter 61, Suchi vs. Micoli 2. A massive water gun surged towards Garchomp, which crossed its claws in defense. After the water gun struck, Garchomp was drenched, and with the rain already falling, the ground was increasingly unkind to it. Garchomp, are you alright? Suchi asked anxiously. Garchomp howled defiantly, signaling that it was fine. Alright, Garchomp, use Stone Edge. A barrage of sharp stones flew towards Tentacruel. Tentacruel evaded effortlessly, vanishing from sight as if teleporting, causing all the stone edges to miss their mark. What? So fast? Suchi barely caught sight of Tentacruel's swift movements. Such speed was befitting a champion's Pokémon. Tentacruel, use Poison Sting. Micoli commanded. Suddenly, a flurry of poisonous needles rained down upon Garchomp. Garchomp dodged with incredible agility, yet a few needles struck true. Garchomp let out a pained cry. Garchomp, are you okay? Suchi asked with concern. Tentacruel's speed was overwhelming, compounded by the rain, severely limiting Garchomp's capabilities. Suchi pondered. Closing his eyes, he began to harness the aura to sense Tentacruel's movements, blue waves radiating outward. What is this? Micoli observed as Suchi's eyes closed, surrounded by a blue aura. It was indeed the aura, and Micoli was taken aback. This was the second individual he had encountered in his life who possessed such extraordinary ability. The host, watching Suchi channeling the aura, exclaimed excitedly, "What is this? A superpower? This young man is actually an aura wielder. How astonishing!" In the world of Pokémon, those with superpowers were exceedingly rare, and the aura was particularly coveted. The audience erupted with excitement, as they had not anticipated witnessing such a thrilling battle beyond the grandeur of the competition. At the television station, the director exclaimed, "Our ratings have surged." The elderly director hurriedly adjusted his spectacles, glancing at the rapidly rising ratings on the screen, his blood pressure skyrocketing with joy. "Excellent. Immediately amplify the broadcast across all regions," he commanded. "Yes, sir." Thus, the match between Suchi and Master Micoli spread rapidly across Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and beyond. At that moment, standing on stage, Suchi smiled slyly. "I've found you, Tentacruel. 1 o'clock direction, unleash your mightiest dragon rage," Suchi declared loudly. Garchomp unleashed a tremendous dragon rage, a colossal surge of energy directed at Tentacruel. Tentacruel, revealing its form, widened its eyes in shock. The dragon rage collided with Tentacruel, sending it hurtling like a cannonball into a nearby iron wall, resulting in a deafening roar of wind as it passed by Micoli. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,200 battle points. And just like that, it's over. The audience fell silent, unable to believe that the illustrious champion Micoli, known for his mastery in the rain, had been defeated twice by a mere youth. It was utterly inconceivable, regardless of the match's outcome. Suchi's name would resonate throughout the Pokémon world. Suchi, you performed admirably. Your strength is formidable. Without a doubt, you will carve out a place for yourself at the pinnacle of the world, Micoli said earnestly. Thank you, Master Micoli. I will certainly strive to improve, Suchi replied. Excellent. Your courage is commendable. You remind me of my younger self, Micoli reflected. The true strength lies in this child. Go, Milotic. With grace, Milotic descended onto the stage, shimmering under the lights, embodying the very essence of beauty as the most exquisite Pokémon. Are you alright, Mega Sharpedo? Suchi inquired with concern. He could see that Mega Sharpedo was significantly drained, having battled against a formidable opponent of champion caliber. The prowess of such Pokémon was undoubtedly impressive, and Mega Sharpedo had performed admirably. With unwavering determination, Mega Sharpedo met Suchi's gaze, signaling that he was still capable of fighting. Excellent. Mega Sharpedo, unleash Earthquake. The ground fissured, and a massive crack surged toward Milotic. Milotic, evade and counter with Water Pulse. Micoli expertly seized the opportunity to exploit the type advantage, intent on delivering a punishing blow to the fatigued Mega Sharpedo. Mega Sharpedo, use Cross-Cut to slice through it, Suchi declared with steadfast confidence. He believed wholeheartedly in Mega Sharpedo's abilities. As Mega Sharpedo's dual blades glimmered with a radiant light, they intersected to cleave through the oncoming Water Pulse. The attack was bisected, water spraying in all directions. Milotic, use Surf. A colossal wave surged beneath Milotic, propelling her skyward. Caught off guard, Mega Sharpedo was struck by the deluge and was violently thrust aside. Observing this, a faint smile crept onto Micoli's face, not out of a desire to see his opponent defeated, but rather from a sense of pride in maintaining his dignity as a man. As Mega Sharpedo struggled to rise, it was drenched, water dripping incessantly from its body. Resembling a soaked shark, Mega Sharpedo gasped for breath. "Are you okay, Mega Sharpedo?" Su-Chi asked anxiously. With a resolute nod, Mega Sharpedo affirmed its readiness to continue the fight. "You must not push on any further. Return, Mega Sharpedo," Su-Chi implored, retrieving a Pokeball. At that moment, however, Mega Sharpedo conveyed a subtle signal with its eyes, and Su-Chi understood its intent. "Do you wish to utilize that move, Mega Sharpedo?" Su-Chi asked, his gaze fixed on his Pokemon. With a determined nod, Mega Sharpedo affirmed. Across the battlefield, Micoli interjected, "Su-Chi, Mega Sharpedo has reached its limits. Do not impose further strain on it. Please recall it." Micoli's words were spoken with genuine concern for both Su-Chi and Mega Sharpedo. The Pokemon's continued engagement in battle would only serve to exacerbate its burdens, rendering any further efforts futile. Rest would be far more beneficial. From the audience, Ash and his companions urged Su-Chi to allow Mega Sharpedo to recuperate. Even Little Green offered a gentle suggestion. Yet only Su-Chi comprehended that denying Mega Sharpedo the opportunity to fight would be more detrimental than advantageous. "Mega Sharpedo, let us press on together." Suddenly, the arena was awash in a kaleidoscope of radiant colors, blindingly brilliant. Chapter 62, Su-Chi vs. Micoli 3. Mega Evolution. Su-Chi brandished the evolution key, which harmonized with the one adorning Mega Sharpedo's neck, casting forth a dazzling display that left all spectators momentarily blinded. "This is Mega Evolution," Micoli mused, taken aback. For he had thought it still a subject of study. How had it been so swiftly applied? He pondered the identity of this Su-Chi, wondering which esteemed lineage had bestowed such privileges upon him. "Mega Sharpedo, let us unleash our full power," Su-Chi shouted with fervor. Enveloped in a radiant aura, Mega Sharpedo's form began to swell, its blades elongating as spikes protruded from its chest. The newly evolved Mega Sharpedo, exuding an imposing presence, stood before the audience. Towering nearly 3 meters tall, its skin now a menacing shade of red, accentuating its fierce and formidable nature. Is this truly Mega Evolution? It appears entirely transformed. With an aura to match, Micoli exclaimed, astonished. Mega Sharpedo Dragon Dive. A dragon-shaped silhouette flickered behind Mega Sharpedo, emanating immense energy, a sight of extraordinary power. Such overwhelming energy, Micoli thought, witnessing Mega Sharpedo's post-evolution prowess firsthand. Yet, he knew this was not the time for admiration. He had to exploit Mega Sharpedo's newfound vulnerability. Its size would certainly affect its speed. As Mega Sharpedo closed in on Milotic, Micoli commanded, "Milotic, dodge." Milotic adeptly swung her tail and leapt to evade the dragon dive. Su-Chi smiled knowingly, as if this outcome had been anticipated. Mega Sharpedo, continue. The dragon silhouette surrounding Mega Sharpedo did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to gather energy, surging toward Milotic. What? Micoli thought, already having been astonished multiple times. Su-Chi's prowess was truly beyond his years. The dragon dive struck Milotic with tremendous force, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that filled the air with smoke. Emerging from the haze, Mega Sharpedo landed firmly, while Milotic tumbled from the cloud, rendered unable to continue battling. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 2,600 battle points. 2,600 points? This is a tremendous gain. Su-Chi rejoiced internally. Observing the fallen Milotic, Micoli could no longer contain his desire to reclaim a point. Losing thrice before such an audience was utterly humiliating. In the stands, Ash, Misty, Brock, and Little Green marveled at Su-Chi's impressive display, with Ash bouncing with excitement. Genuinely thrilled for his friend. On the stage, Micoli addressed Su-Chi earnestly. Your strength is remarkable. I foresee your achievements surpassing mine in the future. Thank you, Master Micoli. I shall continue to strive for greatness, Su-Chi replied, a statement that nearly caused Micoli to falter. For the first time, he questioned his own capabilities. Was he truly inadequate? Mega Sharpedo, you have performed admirably. Return. Su-Chi called, withdrawing Mega Sharpedo into its Pokeball. As he did so, Micoli exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, the battle was concluded. In this society, having a favorable lineage afforded one considerable advantages, Micoli mused. Micoli was convinced that Su-Chi hailed from a prestigious family or a high-ranking member of the Pokemon League, for it was inconceivable that one could possess such powerful Pokemon otherwise. With renewed confidence, Micoli procured a heavy ball. Go, Basculegion. Although his usual companions were water types, Basculegion had long been one of his trump cards, albeit less known. Basculegion, you shall take the field. I choose you, Agron. The emergence of Agron astonished the audience once more, given its rarity, particularly among the Kanto populace, and even within Galar, it was quite uncommon. Macaulay, having traveled extensively across regions, had encountered Agron, yet he could not disguise the awe swelling within him. This is utterly extravagant. I am envious. Agron, prepare for a body slam. Macaulay commanded emphatically. With a resounding roar, Basculegion surged forward, glowing crimson, its weighty form charging ahead, eyes gleaming with ferocity and cold intent. Aimed directly at Agron. Su-Chi noted Macaulay's aggressive approach, indicating his confidence in his Pokémon. But we will not shy away from brute strength. Agron, respond. At Su-Chi's command, Agron planted its feet firmly, stomping down with tremendous force, causing the steel stage to buckle beneath it. As Basculegion collided, Agron raised its massive arm and pinned down Basculegion, causing the ground beneath them to fracture and splinter. Fortunately, the solid foundation of reinforced concrete ensured that neither Su-Chi nor Macaulay would plummet. The battle between Boscodora and Steel Dragon reached a stalemate, neither side yielding to the other. What had begun as a fierce combat scene swiftly transformed into a bullfighting arena. As the impasse continued, Macaulay suddenly withdrew Boscodora. The Steel Dragon, deprived of its support, collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Observing this, Su-Chi, puzzled, recalled Steel Dragon to his Pokeball. Macaulay, how about we summon our strongest Pokemon for a decisive battle? Macaulay proposed earnestly. The notion of a single decisive match momentarily stunned Su-Chi. But soon a confident glimmer illuminated his face. Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Seeing Su-Chi's agreement, Macaulay produced a Pokeball adorned with a glistening ruby, which struck Su-Chi with a pang of longing. For it was not a mere agate or tourmaline, but a true ruby. Macaulay pressed a kiss to the Pokeball. Go forth, Wylord. The revelation of Wylord sent a tremor through Su-Chi. However, he was perplexed as to how Wylord would battle on land. Macaulay instructed Su-Chi to step back. All right. Su-Chi harnessed the power of Aura to teleport to the side. With a snap of his fingers, Macaulay caused the stage to descend dramatically, lowering by 4 to 5 meters. Wylord, use Surf. Macaulay commanded loudly. The echoing call of Wylord resonated, reminiscent of a whale's song, prompting comments from the audience. As Wylord released its call, colossal waves surged, filling the arena as Wylord joyfully dove into the water, swimming effortlessly. Su-Chi, witnessing this spectacle, mused on his own ignorance of such a strategy. Chapter 63, the battle concludes. Departing for Crimson Lotus Island, Su-Chi retrieved his own Pokeball. Go, Articuno. The emergence of Articuno was accompanied by a frigid gust, moisture in the air crystallizing into snowflake-like ice shards. Articuno's feathers sparkled with a starry glimmer, swirling around it like ribbons as it soared around the arena. The onlookers shivered at the sudden chill. With eyes as cold and ethereal as winter itself, Articuno exuded a noble aura that unsettled Wylord, causing it to thrash about in the water. Articuno, unleash Blizzard, Su-Chi declared, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. The blizzard surged forth, plunging the arena into an even deeper freeze, causing spectators to tremble from the cold. The water's surface rapidly froze over, encasing it in ice. Wylord, break the ice. Macaulay commanded as Wylord opened its massive jaws and shattered the ice with a powerful bite, sending shards flying. Wylord, use Whirlpool. Macaulay bellowed, as Wylord let out a deafening roar, conjuring a tremendous vortex of water that surged directly toward Articuno. Articuno, use Ice Beam. Su-Chi countered, gathering cold white energy that struck the vortex like lightning, instantly freezing it into a sculpture of ice, while the ice beam continued to flow, ensnaring Wylord in its grasp. Wylord, shatter the ice. Macaulay urged confidently, believing in his ace Pokemon. Wylord gnawed through the ice encasing it. This scene felt eerily familiar to Su-Chi, reminiscent of his battle against Kinna's Garchomp. He had to admit, Wailord's strength was commendable, managing to escape from Articuno's icy confinement. Wylord, unleash Water Gun. Macaulay exclaimed. A colossal jet of water surged from Wailord's mouth, shooting toward Articuno with the swiftness of a dragon. Su-Chi, unwilling to squander any more time, commanded, Articuno, reveal your true power. Articuno arched its neck, emitting an ethereal cry that resonated throughout the arena. Spectators instinctively covered their ears, and even Macaulay found himself unable to resist the urge to shield his ears. What is this? Macaulay's eyes betrayed a sense of awe. Articuno was enveloped in a chilling blue energy, radiating a terrifying power that intensified with each passing moment, as though it were evolving. With a mighty cry, the frozen visage of Articuno materialized, its tail feathers transforming into 7 distinct plumes, its form shifting from sky blue to deep azure, its gaze sharpened, and crystalline points sprouted from its feathers. The frozen Articuno now stood before the spectators. Is this? Macaulay's expression turned to one of confusion, realizing this was not a mega evolution. Suchi remained silent, as he too was uncertain how to respond. Frozen Articuno, unleash absolute zero. Articuno expelled a torrent of frigid energy, instantly freezing all the water, encasing Wylord in solid ice. Wylord, break free. Macaulay shouted desperately. Yet, Wylord could hear him but remained immobile. This battle concluded with Suchi's victory. The announcer declared the results, sending tremors through the audience. They were incredulous that the champion had fallen so swiftly. As the match ended, the crowd began to disperse. Outside the venue, Suchi and his companions bid farewell to Master Macaulay, who had to catch a flight. Returning to the Pokemon Center, they enjoyed a meal, fatigue evident after a long day. They exchanged goodnights and retired to their rooms. Just as Xiaolu turned to leave, Suchi called out to her, "Thank you for granting me such a precious opportunity. Don't mention it. We are friends, after all." "No need for such formalities," Xiaolu replied. "All right, then rest well," Suchi said, turning to depart. As Xiaolu watched him leave, a flicker of admiration stirred within her. So handsome, but truly lacking in romantic awareness. How could he miss such an obvious hint? What a shame, she pouted, gazing at Suchi's retreating figure. A night devoid of dreams passed. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, heralding yet another splendid day. Suchi was set to embark for Crimson Lotus Island, accompanied by Ash and his companions. Xiaolu, however, headed toward Johto City. The group boarded the ship bound for Crimson Lotus Island. Upon boarding, Ash, wide-eyed with excitement, marveled at everything around him. Suchi couldn't help but internally critique Ash's naivety. Hadn't he ever seen the Saint Inn? Suchi had reserved 4 luxury suites for their day-long journey to the southern region of Kanto. As they sailed, they reveled in the sea breeze, observing the occasional leaps of Magikarp or the surfacing of sun corals. In this rare moment of bliss, the 4 indulged in a lavish feast, sipping freshly squeezed fruit juices, savoring the leisurely atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Black Organization, Black Dragon stood respectfully before a striking middle-aged man seated in the throne. Despite the passage of time, his features remained handsome, with sharp brows and captivating eyes, a quintessentially attractive figure. This man was none other than the leader of the Black Organization, Black Heaven. "Black Dragon, how goes the task I entrusted to you?" "Rest assured, boss, I have completed everything. Soon, you shall witness the world you desire," Black Dragon replied confidently. "Pleased." Black Heaven nodded, unleashing a sinister laugh that echoed throughout the chamber. The gaze of Ji Jian was as frigid as ice, his countenance twisted with malevolence, causing even the Black Dragon to feel a flicker of trepidation. Deep within, the Black Dragon couldn't help but think, "My leader is truly terrifying." At the headquarters of the Fire Rock team, the leader, Huolin, proclaimed, "At last, the day has come. The volcano is exhibiting abnormal values. Its activity level is exceedingly high. It should erupt within the next few days." Meanwhile, at the Water Fleet headquarters, a researcher informed their leader, Kuma. "The underwater fissures are discharging vast amounts of sulfur. There seems to be instability in the fault seal." "Underwater fissures, you say? Ha ha ha. It appears we are finally on the brink of awakening that entity." Suchi remained oblivious to the cataclysmic disaster awaiting him on Honglian Island. At the Kozna River, the water sovereign suddenly opened its eyes and swiftly made its way towards Ziyuan Town. Chapter 64. Honglian Volcano, Undercurrents Stirring. The following morning, everyone slept deeply. Suchi and his companions, exhausted from a day of play, had enjoyed a restful night's slumber, while Xiao Ji and the others were still fast asleep. Suchi awoke early to breathe in the fresh morning air, relishing its purity. The outline of Honglian Island was already visible in the distance. Honglian Island, formed by volcanic eruptions, was primarily composed of volcanic rock and black soil, adorned with lush vegetation and a plethora of Pokémon species, predominantly fire types such as Rapidash, Vulpix, and the seldom-seen Charizard that resided near the volcano's mouth. "At last, I've arrived at the Deep Red Badge," Suchi declared with unwavering determination, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the emerging silhouette of Honglian Island. At that moment, within the depths of Honglian Island, the Honglian volcano raged with molten lava. The occasional surge of fiery breath erupted from the crater, sending the Charizards that lived in the vicinity fleeing in haste. Deep within the magma, a pair of crimson eyes opened, then slowly closed, belonging to a colossal, fire-hued figure. In the oceanic fault, a brilliant yellow eye opened, peering towards the surface. "You have awakened." At that instant, Xiao Ji and his companions stirred from their slumber. "I slept so well," Xiao Ji remarked. "Indeed. After days of rough camping and sleeping on hard beds at the Pokémon Center, this soft golden silk mattress is simply divine. Xiaoxia exclaimed with a blissful expression. All right, we are nearing Honglian Island. Let us gather our belongings and prepare to disembark, Su Chi instructed his friends. Xiaoxia, gazing at the island now within reach, exclaimed, Is this truly Honglian Island? I've heard it boasts the most popular volcanic mud baths and hot springs in the Kanto region. I must indulge. I also heard there are many older sisters enjoying the outdoor hot springs. How delightful. Brock added with a mischievous grin, his face flushed with unspoken thoughts. Xiaoji could hardly contain his excitement. As the largest island in the Kanto region, it surely harbored formidable Pokémon that he was determined to capture, and he intended to secure the Honglian Gym badge. Amidst their daydreams, the boat reached the shore. As they disembarked, Su Chi felt the egg of Ho-Oh in his backpack stirring vigorously. In fact, he had noticed the egg's incessant movement during their journey to Honglian Island, as if it were on the verge of hatching, yet no signs of hatching had emerged. Could it sense the third feather of Ho-Oh? As they walked through the streets teeming with visitors from various regions, Su Chi and his companions sought a hotel to settle in. Opting for a luxurious 5-star hotel instead of the Pokémon Center, they wished to fully enjoy their time on the beautiful resort island, especially since Su Chi had no shortage of funds. Upon checking in, as Su Chi was organizing his belongings, he suddenly received a phone call notification. He glanced at his Pokédex and saw it was from Sister Kana. Curious, he answered the call. Hello, Sister Kana. Is there something you need? Su Chi inquired. Haha, can't I call you without a reason, my dear little brother? It's been ages since you last called your sister. Kana's cheerful voice sent shivers down Su Chi's spine. Was this truly the icy ice-type champion he once knew? All right, brother, let me get to the point. Kana's tone shifted abruptly, returning to her former icy demeanor. Realizing this was the appropriate approach, Su Chi responded, Please, go ahead. The Alliance has discovered that the leaders of the Black Organization, Fire Rock Team, and Water Fleet have all arrived in the vicinity of Honglian Island. Their objective is likely the legendary Pokémon, Groudon and Kyogre. The Alliance has dispatched me, Dewey, and Senior Jiku here, Kana stated solemnly. Groudon and Kyogre? Why were they not mentioned in the original story? Have events shifted so drastically with my presence? Su Chi pondered, absorbing Kana's words. Su Chi, are you listening? Kana asked, noticing his silence. Snapping back to reality, Su Chi replied, Yes, I'm here. Please continue. The Alliance requires you to assist us in this mission as a Pokémon inspector, Kana explained. Assist? I can't believe the Alliance would stoop so low as to send a mere teenager into battle. Do they have no one else? Su Chi thought, though he knew he must fulfill this task, for so many battles awaited him, and he did not wish to miss out. Meanwhile, in Yufeng's office, Zivik and Yufeng wore expressions of worry and melancholy. How quickly it has come to this. I wonder if Su Chi will manage to resolve this situation. Zivik expressed his concern. Haha, I have faith in him. As the inheritor of the Aura Force, he will undoubtedly help Kanto navigate through this crisis, Yufeng replied. Despite his reassuring words, a trace of unnoticeable worry flickered across Yufeng's face. It was impossible not to be concerned, given the scale of this cataclysm. With various factions stirring in the shadows, Su Chi was gradually becoming the pivotal figure in this unfolding drama. After hanging up the call, Su Chi suddenly recalled the crisis mentioned by Sheila. Could it be related to Groudon and Kyogre? While his abilities were commendable, defeating two legendary Pokémon simultaneously would be quite the challenge. Nonetheless, he was determined to protect everyone. Ding! A legendary task has been issued. Defeat the soon-to-awaken Groudon. Task rewards include a legendary task lottery ticket and a level 1 legendary Pokémon, as well as the power of Eternatus. A legendary task? Indeed, it is Groudon. But why is Kyogre absent? The information from the Alliance seems to be somewhat skewed. Ding! Groudon and Kyogre have always been mortal enemies. The awakening of Groudon will trigger the eruption of Honglian Volcano, causing lava to flow across Kanto and Johto. What? So this is the calamity faced by the ancient battle dragons? I shall never allow such a fate to befall us. I must protect everyone. Su Chi's gaze hardened, as if an infinite well of courage surged within him. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Su Chi approached and opened the door to find Xiao Ji and the others. Xiao Ji invited Su Chi to join them in visiting the Honglian Gym to obtain the Honglian badge. After some contemplation, Su Chi concluded that Sha Bo, the gym leader, had resided here for an extended period and might possess valuable insights. Thus, Su Chi and the three companions made their way to the Honglian Gym, which was constructed around the volcano, with the battlefield situated within the volcanic crater. In the original story, Sha Bo's ace Pokémon, Charizard, resided in this very volcano. Upon knocking on the door, it unexpectedly swung open. The group exchanged glances before stepping inside. Chapter 65. The Eruption of the Volcano. Forces Converge. Is anyone here? Su-Chi called out as they entered. The room was vast and empty, causing echoes to reverberate loudly. The dark-toned decor instilled a sense of oppression. Oh, do you think Xiaobo is not here? Ash ventured. I'm not certain. Let us take a look inside, replied Su-Chi. The group passed through the grand doorway of the room, only to be met with a scorching wave of heat. Before them lay a colossal volcanic crater, with iron bridges formed by chains stretching across it, revealing the molten lava below. Even Su-Chi felt a twinge of fear. Misty, gazing at the bubbling magma that occasionally spat out fiery sparks, recoiled abruptly, exclaiming, I refuse to traverse such a perilous bridge. You all go ahead. I shall take a stroll outside. Unable to suppress her trepidation, she stepped back, her face a mask of fear. This was primarily Su-Chi and Ash's affair, and they should not have been involved. Therefore, Su-Chi suggested, Misty, why don't you go out for a while? Brock, accompany her on her shopping expedition. After all, Brock was merely a spectator here. It would be better for him to pursue his own interests, perhaps to admire some lovely ladies. Brock hesitated, momentarily tempted, but replied, Is that wise? Perhaps I should stay. Su-Chi, perceiving Brock's wavering resolve, urged him to join Misty. This left Misty feeling somewhat embarrassed, as she had initially agreed to come, only to now hesitate. Once Misty and Brock departed, Su-Chi and Ash exchanged glances at the iron chain bridge. Do not fear. Maintain a resolute gaze, they encouraged each other. As they stepped onto the bridge, it trembled violently beneath them. Su-Chi managed to remain calm, while Ash clung tightly to the railing. After what felt like an eternity, they finally completed the journey across the bridge, which should have taken merely 2 minutes. In truth, Su-Chi grew less fearful after stepping onto the bridge, while Ash remained rooted in place, which delayed their progress. Upon crossing, they were confronted by an elderly man. His silvery hair was neatly parted, and despite his age, his piercing eyes radiated an air of authority. This man was undoubtedly Xiaobo. Who are you? And what brings you here? Xiaobo questioned, his demeanor wary. Greetings, we are trainers here to challenge the gym, Ash replied hastily, presenting his Pokédex for Xiaobo's inspection. Xiaobo took a glance, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, trainers. My apologies. He returned the Pokédex to Ash with a look of regret. I advise you to leave Honglian Island immediately. A great calamity is about to unfold. Flee, Xiaobo declared, his expression heavy with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Su-Chi pondered how Xiaobo could be aware of the impending disaster. Mr. Xiaobo, could you enlighten us on the nature of this calamity? Perhaps we could assist, he implored. Indeed, what great disaster could possibly intimidate us? I, Su-Chi, am more than capable, Ash asserted confidently. This statement caused a frown to form on Su-Chi's face. It was amusing how Ash so readily asserted his prowess, leaving Su-Chi with the more arduous tasks. Truthfully, it wouldn't hurt to share, Xiaobo continued. According to the legends passed down through my family, a divine beast named Groudon slumbers within the depths of the Honglian volcano. It awakens at irregular intervals. The last time was in the ancient era. Recently, I have observed unusual volcanic activity, and a few days ago, individuals claiming to be from the Team Magma sought to obtain Ho-Oh's feather from me. I shall not allow them to succeed, Xiaobo declared, indignant. Xiaobo's words filled Su-Chi with excitement. It was truly serendipitous that he had discovered the last feather of Ho-Oh here. Thus, Su-Chi carefully retrieved Ho-Oh's egg from his backpack. At that moment, the egg radiated an extraordinary energy. This is Xiaobo exclaimed, his eyes wide with exhilaration. Although he did not recognize it as Ho-Oh's egg, the aura was unmistakably similar to that of Ho-Oh's feather. Could this be fate? Xiaobo called, dazzling fire dragon, come forth. No sooner had he spoken than a plume of lava shot skyward. Ash, standing closer to the front, was startled as a few embers of lava approached him. Uncertain of how to react, he realized that even a minor splash could inflict harm. Suddenly, a blue energy shield enveloped Ash, deflecting the lava without a trace of damage. Is this the power of aura? Xiaobo gasped, astonished. Indeed, it is my brother's aura power, Ash replied proudly. Is it truly real? Xiaobo repeated in awe. Su-Chi, however, was puzzled by Xiaobo's intense reaction to aura. Noticing Su-Chi's confusion, Xiaobo composed himself, stating, according to the ancient manuscripts of my family, when calamity strikes, the bearer of aura power will lead the people through the crisis. Su-Chi felt a calm wash over him. It was the second time he had heard this phrase, the first being from Principal Yutong. Why was there such a growing divergence from the original narrative? The basic plot remained intact, yet it seemed to harbor elements that should not exist. The occurrences and individuals present led Su Chi to contemplate whether his arrival had altered the original trajectory of this world. If that were the case, then he would take it upon himself to safeguard the inhabitants of this realm. Just then, voices echoed from outside. The trio turned to see champions Kona, Datu, and Kiku entering with numerous league personnel. Sister Kona. Su Chi rushed forward. Kona, shedding her usual aloof demeanor, greeted him with a warm smile. Brother. The league members exchanged astonished glances, incredulous at the sight of the ice-type champion displaying such warmth. Enough pleasantries. The detector has registered significant unidentified biological activity within the volcano. Xiaobo, do you know what it could be? Kona inquired. It is Groudon, Xiaobo replied. What? The league members gasped in shock, realizing the implications of the legendary beast. Champion Kiku, speaking with a raspy voice, remarked, it appears this crisis is no small matter. Indeed, Kiku. This time you will bear a heavy burden, Datu added. Su Chi looked at the league personnel in disbelief. Their efficiency was abysmally low. Suddenly, several aircraft soared through the sky. Su Chi, with keen eyesight, identified them as members of Team Magma. Chapter 66, Groudon, the Sword of the Cliff. A fleet of planes darted toward the Honglian volcano, seemingly intent on awakening Groudon post-haste. Su Chi, observing the aircraft, declared, Team Magma seeks to rouse Groudon. We must not allow them to succeed. Dragonite, use Dragon Star. Datu commanded, releasing Dragonite with urgency. Just as Dragonite prepared to unleash its attack, the volcano erupted violently, sending plumes of fire spiraling into the sky. The crimson lava began to spread, and the volcano erupted on a massive scale, spewing ash thousands of meters high, obscuring the sun and plunging Honglian Island into darkness. The sky was painted a dark red, as if heralding the end of the world. As the eruption commenced, the inhabitants of Honglian Island began to flee in panic, scattering in all directions as the island plunged into a state of crisis. Even from afar, the eruption of the Honglian volcano was visible, the southern sky cloaked in ominous hues. Above Honglian Island, a female reporter broadcasted the unfolding events from a helicopter. Good day. I am Violas, reporting live from Honglian Island, where the Honglian volcano has erupted massively. Fortunately, there have been no reported casualties thus far. With that, she directed the camera toward the volcano. At this moment, the inhabitants of Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Kalos are all fixated on the catastrophic disaster unfolding before them. The camera captures a colossal figure stirring within the volcano, its enormous form illuminated by a pair of crimson eyes. What could it be? The sight of this immense being fills the normally composed Violet with an overwhelming sense of dread and helplessness, leaving her devoid of any will to resist. It is Groudon. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resonates across the entirety of Fiery Island, a reaction to the shocking scene before the King of Flowers, Kikuko. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembles beneath the weighty footsteps, causing the very island to sway. Su Chi and his companions struggle to maintain their footing. We must act swiftly to halt this. The Duckbull Fire Dragon declares, brandishing the Phoenix King's feather as Xiaobo shouts. The Duckbull Fire Dragon retrieves the feather from its mouth. Su Chi marvels at the fact that the Phoenix King's feather was concealed here. Pondering how astutely it was hidden, such a location would never come to mind for the average person. The Phoenix Egg, sensing the aura, instinctively draws the feather towards itself, causing its shell to crack and a cascade of dazzling colors to erupt forth. The Phoenix King is reborn. A resounding cry fills the air as the Phoenix King emerges, unfurling its wings and radiating an ethereal glow. All of Fiery Island witnesses this miraculous sight. Meanwhile, Groudon, poised to emerge from the volcano, seems to sense something, halting its advance and turning its massive head toward the approaching Phoenix King, its eyes brimming with animosity. It remembers well that during the ancient times, it was the Phoenix King's assistance that allowed it to slumber for so long. This time, it vows to obliterate it. A vast, fiery energy coalesces atop Groudon's head, scorching the surrounding air. Cliff Sword. With a fierce glare, Groudon unleashes its most potent attack. The Phoenix King, undeterred, ignites in flames and exhales a torrent of multicolored fire. Sacred Flame. The two assaults collide in a spectacular explosion, sending visible shockwaves rippling outward. Thus, the two legendary beasts engage in relentless combat, neither yielding an inch. The spectators at Fiery Gym stand in awe, witnessing the fierce clash of deities. Amidst their astonishment, Su Chi breaks the silence. Everyone retreat. I will cover your escape. How can we allow a mere child to take the rear guard? Protests Datu, unwilling to let go of such responsibility. I am old now. Let me contribute my final strength, Kikuko interjects. Enough of this bickering. The Pokémon League exists to protect and uphold the Pokémon world. As members of the League, we must unite in times of adversity, Kino asserts. Indeed, we must face challenges together, echo the voices of the League members. In that moment, Su-Chi comprehends that the reason the Pokémon League commands such respect, despite its inefficiencies, lies in this spirit of self-sacrifice, a stark contrast to the villains. Then let us join forces, Su-Chi declares resolutely. One by one, they release their flying-type Pokémon, moving closer to Groudon. Even Ash mounts his Pidgeot, ready to lend a hand to the world, embodying the true essence of a protagonist, always ready to act when the moment calls for it, consistently making a significant impact. At this juncture, the Fire Rock team, recently awakened by Groudon's eruption, approaches the colossal creature. Lord Groudon, we are your loyal guardians. We hastened your awakening. Help us conquer the world, Fire Lyn proclaims. Groudon glances at the raucous human before swatting them away, sending several aircraft tumbling through the air, their fates uncertain. Su-Chi and his team have now closed in on Groudon. He releases Charizard, and his Garchomp instantly mega-evolves, unleashing a flurry of powerful attacks. Greninja, Guzzlord, Steelix, Electivire, and all of Su-Chi's Pokémon are summoned into the fray. Ignoring the astonished expressions of his companions, Su-Chi commands his Pokémon to unleash their mightiest skills upon Groudon. It must be acknowledged that Su-Chi's Pokémon possess formidable strength, as Groudon is forced back several steps. Seeing this, the others also release their Pokémon. Dragonite, Dragon Rage. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Regice, Absolute Zero. Gengar, Dark Pulse. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Groudon, irritated by the swarm of attacks from these diminutive creatures, unleashes a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that cause the Pokémon to stagger back. The Phoenix King enhances its attack with Rainbow Feather and unleashes a sacred flame upon Groudon. The assault strikes true, causing Groudon to stagger backward until it tumbles into the volcano, engulfed by the molten lava. The onlookers ponder if this is the end. Ms. Violet's camera captures the entire spectacle. Dear viewers, I bring you good news. With the aid of the Guardian of Kanto, the Phoenix King, and the League, Groudon has been defeated, and the crisis on Fiery Island has been averted. Cheers erupt from the inhabitants of Fiery Island and across various regions, expressing gratitude towards the League and the Phoenix King. Yet, Su-Chi and his companions remain vigilant. It seems almost too easy. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Team Rocket, a sinister plan is set in motion. The operation can commence. Those fools from the Fire Rock team will serve as cannon fodder. This world ultimately belongs to me. Yes, boss. Chapter 67, Primal Groudon. Submerged in the magma, Groudon's body erupts with a radiant red glow, its form expanding rapidly, adorned with yellow stripes. Its hue deepening to a dark crimson as it surpasses 8 meters in height. Groudon opens its eyes once more. A thunderous roar reverberates, infused with boundless rage. As Groudon rises anew, Black Sky watches the spectacle unfold on the large screen, unable to suppress his elation. The catalyst he had meticulously developed over countless hours and resources is finally put to use. It was indeed Black Sky who had previously injected the Pokémon Catalyst into the volcano on Fiery Island, a substance capable of exponentially enhancing a Pokémon's power, allowing it to unleash its utmost strength, akin to Mega Evolution, albeit with grave repercussions for the Pokémon involved. Once Groudon has wrought havoc upon the world, its energy will be nearly depleted, and he will seize the opportunity to reap the rewards. The thought of this brings a twisted smile to Black Sky's face as he observes his trembling subordinates below. On Fiery Island, the eruption resumes as Primal Groudon rises, this time with even greater ferocity. Lava begins to seep into residential areas, prompting mass panic as the recently stabilized island descends into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, a child loses track of their family. At this moment, Misty scoops up the child and, alongside Brock, rushes towards an unaffected area. The Phoenix King, witnessing the chaos, launches another assault, but due to its recent rebirth and the augmented power of Primal Groudon, the Phoenix King's attacks prove negligible. Su-Chi and his allies unleash a flurry of assaults on Primal Groudon. Yet, their combined efforts seem to have as much impact as raindrops in the ocean. Lacking any discernible effect, Groudon opens its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of flames that ignites the mountains, causing a rapid spread of fire among the trees. With a furious roar, Groudon summons a rain of meteors from the sky, not only falling upon Fiery Island but also across various regions of Kanto, unleashing a terrifying meteor shower that engulfs the area in flames. Su-Chi, witnessing the devastation, is reminded of the inferno caused by the ancient dragon, feeling an echo of the same despair. No, I must never give up, Su-Chi shouted, as the power of aura surged throughout his body. His once black eyes transformed into a vibrant blue, enveloped in a shroud of azure energy, his garments fluttering as if caught in an unseen breeze. Extending his hand, he conjured a colossal blue hand in the air, striking towards the primal Groudon. Sensing an impending threat, primal Groudon opened its mouth, channeling a destructive beam of energy that pierced through Su-Chi's manifested hand. Undeterred, Su-Chi gathered an even greater reservoir of energy to unleash upon primal Groudon once more. Groudon staggered back, regaining its footing with a fierce roar, energy coalescing above its head for a sword of rupture. The tremendous force sent Su-Chi hurtling through the air, crashing into the sea. Exhausted and devoid of strength, Su-Chi felt himself sinking beneath the waves. A disquieting thought crossed his mind. Was this how it would end? Suddenly, the scene around him shifted, and he found himself within a different realm. Where am I? Su-Chi pondered, gazing at the dazzling starlight surrounding him. This is the cosmos. A sudden, resonant voice interrupted his thoughts. Who goes there? Su-Chi exclaimed, startled by the presence that materialized from the shimmering space nearby. A being resembling a divine alpaca, radiating a sacred aura, emerged, surrounded by 18 stone tablets. You are Arceus, Su-Chi exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The creator deity of the Pokémon world, it was only natural that every child enamored with Pokémon would feel a surge of exhilaration upon encountering Arceus. Regaining his composure, Su-Chi addressed the deity. Arceus, great creator, please, do you possess a means to save this world? Indeed, young one, Arceus replied, your prowess is evident. Yet you are an anomaly within this realm. I cannot foresee the future through you, as if you do not belong to this world. Su-Chi's heart quaked at this revelation. Truly, Arceus was as perceptive as legends foretold. Sensing Su-Chi's unease, Arceus continued, the Pokémon world cherishes peace. Any righteous soul may thrive here. My purpose in creation is to imbue this world with vitality, not death. I shall lend you my power, in hopes that you may resolve this crisis. With that, a brilliant beam of light emanated from Arceus, enveloping Su-Chi and merging with his essence. Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired 20 units of Arceus's creation power. A warm current surged through Su-Chi, akin to being embraced by a soothing spring. Waves of formidable energy coursed through him, and he marveled at this newfound strength. Such overwhelming power, he murmured, clenching his fists. Furthermore, the sea god's pearl can summon Kyogre to assist you in this endeavor, Arceus concluded, gradually fading from view. In an instant, Su-Chi found himself back in the ocean, where he summoned a protective barrier around himself using his aura and retrieved the sea god's pearl. From the depths of the ocean trench, Kyogre stirred, awakening to the energy emanating from the pearl. It surged forth, breaking free from the depths, while the water fleet above prepared to bombard the trench with torpedoes. Suddenly, a powerful wave surged as Kyogre's immense form broke through the surface, propelling towards Su-Chi's location. What? How is Kyogre emerging? The water fleet personnel exclaimed, bewildered. Kyogre darted through the water, creating whirlpools, and within moments, arrived beside Su-Chi. Standing before him, Kyogre towered majestically. Su-Chi reached out, gently caressing its sleek, deep blue skin, reminiscent of a whale, while its ocean blue eyes sparkled with purity akin to sapphires. Su-Chi couldn't believe that he could command Kyogre. He mounted Kyogre and patted its body, prompting it to set course for Red Lotus Island. Meanwhile, on Red Lotus Island, the League's forces struggled against Groudon's onslaught. Much of the island lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, shrouded in an eerie silence. The leaders, Datu, Kona, and Kiku, stood at the forefront, while Ash and his Pikachu valiantly fought on. Misty and Brock assisted Miss Junsha in evacuating civilians. The expressions of Kona, Ash, and others reflected deep sorrow, mourning both the devastation wrought by Groudon and the loss of Su-Chi. They resolved to channel their grief into strength, fighting to the bitter end. Reinforcements from the League had finally arrived, without which Red Lotus Island would have surely succumbed. Members such as Steven, Zinnia, Michael, and Diantha continually supported the island's defenders. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave sent Regice and the others flying. As Groudon prepared to unleash another attack, jets of water shot forth, striking Groudon unexpectedly, causing it to stumble. Chapter 68, The Duel of the Gods. Groudon, caught off guard by the sudden assault, collapsed to the ground. Kona and the others turned to see Su-Chi standing atop Kyogre. Tears welled in Kona's eyes as disbelief washed over her. Su-Chi was alive. United, they launched a coordinated assault against Groudon. Su-Chi amplified his voice with his aura, ensuring his command resonated throughout half of Red Lotus Island. The trainers rallied their Pokémon to continue the fight, while Groudon rose once more, its gaze locking onto its arch-nemesis, Kyogre. It is said that enemies are particularly fierce upon encountering one another, and Groudon and Kyogre were destined adversaries. One commanded the land, the other the sea. Their elements forever at odds. Groudon unleashed its Sword of Rupture, unleashing a torrent of energy that uprooted trees in its wake. Kyogre, use Origin Pulse. Su-Chi commanded. Surrounding Kyogre, the air trembled as four colossal water pillars erupted, colliding with Groudon's attack, generating a thick mist of vapor. The two forces clashed fiercely, yet gradually. It became evident that Kyogre was faltering under the overwhelming might of primal Groudon. In that moment of desperation, Su-Chi recalled the Sea God's Pearl. He retrieved it, placing it gently upon Kyogre's head. Instantly, the pearl radiated a brilliant blue light, merging with Kyogre's being. Striking yellow patterns adorned Kyogre's body, its skin darkening, eyes sharpening, and its aura intensifying. It transformed into primal Kyogre. Yet, this transformation was fleeting. Once the pearl was removed, Kyogre would revert to its original form. Nonetheless, this temporary evolution was far superior to the forced evolution of primal Groudon, sparing Kyogre from harm. Primal Kyogre, use Origin Pulse. Su-Chi commanded once more. This time, the confrontation between primal Groudon and primal Kyogre reached a stalemate. As Su-Chi observed the struggle, uncertainty clouded his mind. Suddenly, he heard a voice echoing in his mind. Young one, I have just been reborn, my power unstable. Lend me your strength to vanquish it. Rebirth. This was the voice of Ho-Oh. Glancing upwards, Su-Chi saw Ho-Oh soaring beside him. What must I do? Su-Chi inquired. Transfer your power to me. Very well, Su-Chi replied, nodding as he extended his hand. A torrent of blue aura surged forth, coursing into Ho-Oh. With a magnificent cry, Ho-Oh's presence surged, flames erupting from its body. Sacred fire. Seeing this, Su-Chi called out. Kyogre, use Origin Pulse. Roar. Two beams of energy struck Groudon, eliciting a pained roar as it staggered backwards several steps. Witnessing this, Dadu quickly urged everyone to unite their efforts and attack. Metagross unleashed its devastating Hyper Beam, while Mizmime followed with Ice Beam. Sharpedo employed Dragon Rage, and Dragonite summoned Dragon Meteor. Pikachu launched a powerful Thunderbolt. A barrage of varied attacks bombarded the primal Groudon. Though an individual's strength may be insignificant, the collective might of many formed a formidable wave of energy. Ultimately, primal Groudon expended all its power, reverting to its normal form. This battle, albeit a narrow victory, was made possible thanks to the assistance of Kyogre, Ho-Oh, and Arceus, the creator deity devoted to maintaining stability and peace within the Pokémon world. At that moment, Groudon, appearing to experience a resurgence, summoned its remaining strength to detonate the Red Lotus volcano, causing its magma to start flowing in torrents. Su-Chi, observing the molten lava before him, shouted for everyone to deploy water-type Pokémon to halt its advance. Heeding Su-Chi's command, the group hastily released their water-type Pokémon. But their efforts proved to be merely a drop in the bucket. Kyogre also utilized water-based moves to curb the lava's flow, while viewers at home fervently prayed for assistance. The sheer expanse of the Red Lotus volcano, spanning over 20 kilometers, posed a dire threat. If the lava continued unchecked, it would inundate the entire Kanto and Johto regions alongside the sea. Although Kyogre possessed the strength to quell the volcano, the entire island's populace would be lost to the ocean. In the midst of this despair, three legendary Pokémon suddenly appeared in the sky: Suicune, Entei, and Raikou. Each emanated their own unique energies. Suicune's azure water energy precisely extinguished the lava, Entei's fiery essence quelled the volcanic eruption, and Raikou unleashed thunderous might, reviving the surrounding forests. This astonishing display left Su-Chi in awe. The legendary beasts had far more power than the anime had depicted. At long last, the volcanic eruption ceased, and the lava flow subsided. Trees began to sprout anew. Had it not been for the remnants of devastation and the ruins of homes, one might have thought no calamity had ever transpired. Suicune cast a glance at Su-Chi before the trio of legendary beasts soared into the distance. The ordeal was finally over, and the remarkable achievements of Su-Chi and the Alliance would forever be etched in history. Through live broadcasts, people from various regions took note of the man orchestrating the legendary Pokémon's battle. Su-Chi had finally gained notoriety. As the battle concluded, the Sea God's orb emerged from Kyogre and returned to Su-Chi's hands, after which Kyogre turned and swam back into the sea. Its greatest foe once again fell into a deep slumber, and Kyogre too retreated to the ocean depths. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1,000,000 battle points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Rewards have been issued. Next came the task of post-disaster reconstruction. A month later, Su-Chi officially embarked on his journey home. Feeling the immense energy within him along with the power of Tokiwa, he drew a legendary lottery ticket and obtained a mythical Pokémon, Dialga, and a Pokémon egg that contained a juvenile Kyogre. The 1,000,000 battle points were especially gratifying. Despite his minimal contribution in defeating Groudon, the system rewarded him based on the damage inflicted. As for the Red Lotus badge, after the disaster, Xiaobo presented one to both Su-Chi and Ash, acknowledging their prowess in the recent battle. At that moment, Su-Chi heard Ash's excited call. He approached to find Ash eagerly exclaiming, "Su-Chi, look!" Following Ash's gaze, Su-Chi saw his final destination in Kanto, Tokiwa City. Bama, here I come. Chapter 69, Tokiwa City, rising popularity at that moment. Within the headquarters of Team Rocket, the leader, Haitian, was on the brink of fury. He had not anticipated the emergence of a variable like Su-Chi, and he had nearly destroyed everything in his room in frustration. His subordinates, watching from outside, were terrified and peered in cautiously. Then, a smirk crept across Haitian's face as he declared, "Humph, this is far from over. No one can shatter my dreams. No one." He nearly spat the last words through gritted teeth. Black Dragon and the others, witnessing their leader's volatile demeanor, exchanged glances, thinking he had lost his sanity. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Black Dragon, get in here." Realizing his leader was not mad, Black Dragon entered with a servile demeanor. "Boss, what do you need? The second phase can commence." "Yes, boss." Black Dragon bowed respectfully and exited. Meanwhile, Su-Chi had already set foot in Tokiwa City, a thriving economic hub and a vital pillar of the Kanto region. He and his companions arrived at the Pokémon Center, having reached Tokiwa City late in the evening. After checking in, they bid each other goodnight and retreated to their rooms. In the basement of the Tokiwa gym, Banmu stroked the head of his Meowth while listening to his subordinates' reports. Has he arrived? He shouldn't be aware that I am the gym leader here. I wonder how surprised he will be upon our next meeting. Do you think he'll report me to the league? Banmu inquired of his companion, Ice Girl. Ice Girl, feeling the weight of the question, smiled nervously, "Boss, I don't believe you should intervene. Let the subordinates handle it." "What? Do you think I would certainly lose?" Banmu's icy gaze fixed on her. Ice Girl felt a chill run down her spine, and she instinctively knelt in apology, stammering, "Boss, that's not what I meant." "Humph," Banmu scoffed. "All right, go prepare my bed." Banmu closed his eyes, and Ice Girl, suddenly recalling something, blushed and hurriedly left. At that moment, atop the tallest building of the Nintendo company in Tokiwa City, a figure stood, Mutuo. As if sensing Su-Chi's presence, Mutuo glanced toward the Pokémon Center before vanishing in a flash. The following day, Su-Chi rose early. For today, he was to obtain his final badge and reunite with his old friend Banmu. After freshening up, he stepped out of his room to find Ash eagerly waiting at the door. Ash's excitement was palpable. It was as if he was even more thrilled than Su-Chi himself. If Ash were to discover that the leader of Team Rocket was the gym leader of Tokiwa, he would undoubtedly rush to report it. However, Su-Chi had no intentions of exposing Banmu just yet, as he did not wish to lose this invaluable source of battle points. Fighting a few members of Team Rocket occasionally to earn battle points was simply too delightful. Su-Chi and Ash made their way to the dining hall, where Misty and Brock were already enjoying their meal. "Our great hero has arrived." Misty cheerfully greeted Su-Chi. "What?" Su-Chi was taken aback. Upon seeing Su-Chi, the surrounding patrons became animated, rushing over to request autographs. It turned out that in the past month, news outlets had been incessantly reporting on Su-Chi, even overshadowing the champions themselves. Su-Chi's fame had skyrocketed, and he was now experiencing what it felt like to be a celebrity. Amidst the throngs of admirers, Su-Chi quickly extricated himself from the crowd and utilized his aura powers to move swiftly away. After running nearly a kilometer, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to be free of the overwhelming attention. That was terrifying. This is the fan effect. Meanwhile, Ash and the others continued searching for Su-Chi. Since he had bolted, his friends were now surrounded by reporters, bombarded with questions, all concerning Su-Chi. They had managed to escape with great difficulty. At this moment, Su-Chi stood at the entrance of a Pokémon store, donning a mask while purchasing materials for crafting Pokémon energy cubes. After completing the transaction, he stowed all his items into the system space, preparing to make his way to the Changpandaogon, Jobin Gym. Just then, a call came through on his Pokédex, and upon seeing the caller's identity, Su-Chi recognized it was Principal Yudo. Curious as to why Principal Yudo was calling him, Su-Chi answered, "Hello, Principal Yudo." "Su-Chi, I appreciate your successful resolution of the recent crisis. I heard you have arrived in Jobin City. If you have the time, please visit the Zavoki Company. Zavoki Company? Suchi pondered momentarily. He was aware that Zavoki Company was the largest retailer in the entire Pokemon world, managing numerous stores that produced a variety of Pokeballs and energy cubes. It could be said that Zavoki Company held a monopolistic position in certain aspects. Suchi, are you there? Principal Yudo's voice broke through his thoughts, bringing him back to reality. Yes, Principal Yudo. Is there something you need from me? Suchi inquired. Haha, it's nothing too significant. You'll understand when you arrive, Yudo replied with a hearty laugh. I have already sent the address to your Pokédex. All right. After hanging up, Suchi glanced at the address on his Pokédex and made his way there. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived in front of an impressive, towering building. Gazing up at the several hundred-meter-high structure, Suchi could only exclaim, they really are wealthy. Upon entering, he found that the staff had been well prepared. Are you Mr. Suchi? Mr. Zavoki has been expecting you. Suchi hesitated momentarily. Had it not been Principal Yudo who summoned him? Nevertheless, he followed the staff member to the top-floor office. Inside, both Yudo and Mr. Zavoki awaited his arrival. Mr. Zavoki, the guest has arrived. The staff member announced before bowing respectfully and leaving the room. As Suchi took in the opulent decor, he marveled at the evident wealth surrounding him. He stepped further inside, and upon noticing Suchi's presence, Yudo waved him over. After exchanging pleasantries, Yudo introduced, Suchi, this is Mr. Zavoki, the chairman of Zavoki Company. He has matters he wishes to discuss with you. Before Suchi stood an elegant man in a suit, wearing glasses. Mr. Zavoki extended his hand with a smile, saying, Indeed, a hero emerges from youth. Your prowess in that battle on Red Lotus Island was remarkable. You are a hero of the world. Suchi was not interested in such empty flattery. Given that he had been summoned, it was evident that Mr. Zavoki had business to attend to. He was eager to discover the nature of the request. Chapter 70, Jobin Gym, Mutuo's Choice. In fact, it's nothing too troublesome, Mr. Zavoki began, picking up an item from his desk. This is our company's latest development, a Pokemon Energy Cube. It has the capacity to provide Pokemon with enhanced energy, facilitating their evolution. Suchi recognized it as akin to the Pokemon candies he had encountered in games, which directly elevated Pokemon levels. While the concept was exhilarating, he understood that such an approach in reality could lead to premature depletion of a Pokemon's potential, resulting in an evolution that may not yield formidable strength. However, this product came at a steep price, likely unaffordable for the average person. Furthermore, high-end clients might not fully trust their offerings. Hence, we would like to invite you to endorse it. The endorsement fee will be substantial, 20 billion Alliance coins. What do you think? Mr. Zavoki proposed. Suchi contemplated this carefully. Perceiving the concern behind Mr. Zavoki's words, he reassured him, do not feel pressured. In this world, individuals of your caliber are but a minority. The majority lack strong Pokemon. Thus, this method could indeed assist them. Suchi found merit in this reasoning. After all, not everyone possessed a system like his. He pondered what his life might have been without such an advantage. Perhaps he would have led an ordinary existence like countless others. After thorough reflection, he decided to agree. Not out of a desire for wealth, but to ensure that the weaker Pokemon in this world would not live with regrets. Ultimately, they reached an agreement that once Suchi completed his obligations, he would return to film the advertisement. Zavoki Company would pay a deposit of 5 billion Alliance coins up front. With the terms settled, Suchi exited Zavoki Company. Gazing at the 5 billion Alliance coins credited to his Pokédex, he finally understood why everyone aspired to be a star. The speed at which wealth was accumulated was astonishing, almost akin to picking up money from the ground. As he returned the Pokédex to his pocket, he surveyed his surroundings, wondering where Ash and the others had gone. However, on second thought, it was perhaps for the best that they did not encounter Sakaki, who knew what chaos might ensue. Turning a few corners, Suchi arrived at the Jobin Gym, where an extravagant villa came into view, adorned with a golden Alliance emblem atop its roof. Observing the emblem, he found it ironically amusing that the headquarters of Team Rocket was situated within a gym. Pushing the door open, Suchi entered a dimly lit arena. Is anyone here? He called out, his voice echoing in the vast space. Suddenly, a spotlight illuminated a section of the stands, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. A figure seated in the shadows was pushed into the light. As the smoke cleared, the silhouette became recognizable. It was Sakaki. A subtle smile crept across Suchi's lips as he remarked, Sakaki, to use the Alliance Gym as your Team Rocket base, you truly have audacity. Nanny. Sakaki sensed that the opening was amiss. He had expected to astonish Suchi upon his entrance, followed by a grandiloquent monologue detailing his ambitions. Instead, it seemed Su-Chi was already aware of everything, leaving him without the upper hand, a vexing predicament. Before Sakaki could respond, Su-Chi continued, as the gym leader. You must surely be prepared to battle when challengers arrive. No need, Sakaki replied, tossing the leaf badge to Su-Chi, who caught it in his hand. Gazing at the green leaf-shaped badge, Su-Chi thought to himself, at last, I have gathered them all. Ding. Epic quest released. Participate in the Indigo Conference and achieve victory as the champion. Reward, system upgrade, and 1 epic lottery ticket. A surge of joy welled within Su-Chi at the prospect of a system upgrade, something he had never experienced before. Silently, he inquired of the system. What new features will this upgrade grant? Ding. Please complete the quest to discover, the system replied. What? Su-Chi found himself at a loss for words. Other systems divulged information freely, yet his required task completion for any insights. Why not provide some motivation beforehand? Sakaki observed Su-Chi, who seemed lost in thought, wondering if he had been moved by the badge and contemplating how to repay him. Haha, I am indeed such a generous person, he mused to himself. Finally snapping back to reality, Su-Chi addressed Sakaki. If you so easily bestow upon me a badge, surely you wouldn't mind giving me another? Sakaki responded. Is it for that little brat? Do you think he has the qualifications? Whether he is qualified or not, I am the one with the greatest qualifications. Su-Chi asserted confidently, his aura imposing enough to leave Sakaki feeling somewhat intimidated. Just then, a deafening explosion echoed from above, and a figure hurtled downwards, landing with a thunderous crash that kicked up a cloud of dust. As the smoke dissipated, a humanoid Pokémon emerged. As Sakaki focused intently, he became suddenly agitated, exclaiming with fervor, It's Mewtwo, my Mewtwo, you have returned. Mewtwo cast a frigid glance at Sakaki before turning its attention to Su-Chi. Observing this, Sakaki's expression swiftly darkened. He had gleaned from that fleeting look that Mewtwo had resolved to sever their bond. A surge of animosity welled up within him. If he could not possess it, then no one else should either. Su-Chi gazed at the Mewtwo before him, elated at the prospect that perhaps it had come to an understanding. Human, I have made my decision. I wish to explore this world and seek out the one who bestowed my genes upon me, Mewtwo communicated telepathically. Intrigued, Su-Chi felt a profound fascination for this enigmatic Pokémon. In the anime, Mewtwo was portrayed as immensely powerful, embodying the genetic essence of all Pokémon and thereby mastering their skills. To venture forth with such a Pokémon would be nothing short of spectacular. While the legendary Pokémon had been glimpsed by a few, beyond Ash and Gary, it seemed scarcely anyone had encountered it. Is that so? Very well, I respect your choice. Su-Chi replied, though a twinge of sorrow accompanied his words. After all, who could resist the allure of such a formidable Pokémon? Suddenly, Mewtwo vanished from Su-Chi's sight. Witnessing this abrupt disappearance, Sakaki could not contain himself and inquired, Su-Chi, tell me, where has it gone? He was unwilling to let go of the Pokémon he had painstakingly nurtured. It represented the culmination of his life's work. I do not know. Why not inquire yourself? Su-Chi replied nonchalantly. You. Sakaki seethed with anger. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, here was this individual, Sai. He could not retaliate. Observing Sakaki's discomposure brought Su-Chi a sense of satisfaction. Who could have imagined that the formidable leader of Team Rocket would remain unfazed by a mere teenager? Sai, how lonely it is to be invincible. Su-Chi mused wistfully. Chapter 71, Return to Pallet Town. Upon exiting the pewter gym, Su-Chi donned a mask to conceal his identity and made his way toward the Pokémon Center. Meanwhile, Ash and his friends had been searching for Su-Chi for quite some time, but were not overly concerned, knowing his strength. They had already returned to the Pokémon Center to enjoy their lunch. When Su-Chi arrived at the Pokémon Center and saw that they had begun their meal, he approached, served himself a plate, and removed his mask to eat. As he sat down, Ash eagerly asked, Su-Chi, where have you been? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su-Chi recalled their earlier agreement to visit the pewter gym together, only to have inadvertently stood Ash up. Unsure of how to respond, he stammered, on the way, I encountered someone who had fallen. It turned out to be the gym leader of Pewter Gym, and in gratitude, he bestowed upon me the green badge. Really? Ash's eyes sparkled with envy. Su-Chi thought to himself that Ash's naivety was endearing. It was almost as though he were deceiving a 3-year-old with such a fib. However, the gym leader had to leave Pewter City, so Ash, you will need to find another gym to obtain a badge. Oh, is that so? Alright then. It was evident that Ash's mood had soured. Meanwhile, Misty and Brock exchanged glances, both aware that Su-Chi was spinning a tale but remained silent, trusting in his character. They believed that a trainer of such remarkable caliber and a good friend to Ash would not lead him astray. After their meal, Su-Chi produced his Pokédex and pointed out a location to Ash. It's in Viridian City. The Viridian Gym specializes in grass-type Pokémon and is relatively weak, making it suitable for a trainer like you. With roughly a month remaining until the Indigo Conference, they had ample time. Su-Chi suggested they return to Pallet Town first, as Viridian City was in close proximity. Furthermore, it lay to the south of Pallet Town, allowing them to rest before heading southward again. Misty readily agreed. Her enthusiasm for water-type Pokémon well known. She had heard that Professor Oak's research lab was home to numerous water-type Pokémon. Brock concurred as well, eager to consult Professor Oak about Pokémon breeding. Thus, the four of them embarked on their journey back to Pallet Town. As they sat aboard the plane, Su-Chi marveled at the advanced technology surrounding Pokémon, which not only boasted a beautiful environment, but also harmoniously integrated technological development. Such progress was far beyond what Blue Star could achieve. Gazing out the window, he spotted a flock of Corviknight soaring through the sky. Caw-caw. A serene tranquility enveloped him as he released the tension that had built up over the past few days, gazing at the scenery outside, and soon began to feel drowsy. Meanwhile, 3 individuals were stealthily observing Su-Chi and his friends from the plane. It's you. How did you manage to acquire their flight information? Jesse's voice whispered to James. This is my family's airline. I simply had them check, James replied nonchalantly, though a hint of arrogance seeped through. Jesse's eyes widened in disbelief. This is your family's airline? She found it hard to fathom that James was, in fact, a rich heir. Wow, you're so wealthy, Meowth exclaimed, staring at James as if he had transformed into a figure of grandeur, suddenly perceiving him as impressive and handsome. Was this the power of wealth? 3 hours later, the plane landed safely. Upon arriving in Pallet Town, Su-Chi and his companions could hardly contain their excitement. Each harbored their own thoughts. Su-Chi yearned to see his grandfather. Ash missed his mother. Misty was already dreaming of water-type Pokémon. While Brock remained composed but felt a twinge of excitement at the prospect of meeting an authority in the field of research. As they walked towards Professor Oak's lab, Su-Chi took in the familiar surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Finally, after about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at the iconic windmill structure, Professor Oak's lab. At the entrance, Professor Oak had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. Prior to boarding the plane, Su-Chi had already placed a call to him. Grandpa, Su-Chi exclaimed, rushing forward as the two embraced tightly. Shao-Chi, it's been so long. You've grown taller. By the way, do you have any rare Pokémon? I saw on the news that you have many I've never encountered before. Let me study them. Professor Oak's eyes sparkled with eagerness, gazing at Su-Chi as though he were a succulent morsel. A chill crept down Su-Chi's spine. Oh, Grandpa. Allow me to introduce you. This is Misty, and this is Brock. They are friends traveling with Ash. Hello, Professor Oak. Misty and Brock chimed in unison. Welcome to Pallet Town. Professor Oak replied with a warm smile. I'll head home first, Ash declared, dashing towards his house. The lab was merely a couple of 100 meters from Ash's home, as the residents of Pallet Town lived in close proximity. The group followed Professor Oak into the lab. As soon as the ancient dragon saw Su-Chi, it rushed over, affectionately nuzzling against him. You're so heavy, Su-Chi exclaimed, feeling as though a massive boulder had landed atop him. Fortunately, thanks to his aura power, his body had been significantly enhanced. Otherwise, he might have been crushed. The ancient dragon had witnessed Su-Chi's fierce battle against Kyogre on television and regretted not being part of the fight. When Su-Chi had fallen into the sea, it had worried for him. Now seeing him rise again and defeat Kyogre filled it with joy, reuniting with its trainer. The ancient dragon was overwhelmed with emotion and couldn't help but embrace Su-Chi once more. At that moment, Misty could no longer contain herself and, after a brief inquiry with Professor Oak, dashed off to the habitat of water-type Pokémon. Little Brock began to incessantly inquire Dr. Oak about various Pokémon. Dr. Oak, fond of the inquisitive Brock, patiently indulged his curiosity. Upon returning home, Su-Chi felt it was time for his Pokémon to familiarize themselves with their new abode. Come forth, everyone, he bellowed, and with that, all of Su-Chi's Pokémon emerged. Lucario, Electabuzz, Charizard, Garchomp, Steelix, Articuno, Nihilego, Guzzlord, and Greninja. Over 30 Pokémon appeared in the yard. Everyone, this is my home, and it is also yours, Su-Chi announced to the gathering of Pokémon, who responded with excited cries. Dr. Oak, taken aback by the sheer number of powerful Pokémon, couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 72, The Explosion at the Research Institute, Team Rocket. Particularly fascinated by the presence of Nihilego and Guzzlord, as well as the mythical Pokémon, Annabelle, Dr. Oak had never encountered such creatures before. He wandered about, intrigued. Oh, Su-Chi, where did you capture these Pokémon? I must admit, I have never seen them before, Dr. Oak remarked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Grandfather, I discovered these Pokémon in a cave. Inside, there was a spatial anomaly, and upon venturing in, I encountered them, Su-Chi replied earnestly. In truth, he had concocted this story the previous day, as both Nihilego and Guzzlord genuinely hailed from another dimension. However, he opted not to disclose Annabelle's origin, as it posed significant risks, especially considering that the spirit world could be harmful to humans. If Dr. Oak were to investigate, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he spoke of the spatial anomaly, knowing that its discovery was only a matter of time. Dr. Oak's interest peaked at the mention of the spatial anomaly, prompting Su-Chi to reveal its location. Without delay, Dr. Oak rushed off to gather his research team, eager to explore. Alas, when they arrived, the place had long been sealed, leaving no trace behind, rendering Dr. Oak's expedition fruitless. After Dr. Oak departed, Su-Chi found solace in the expansive lawn of the Oak Research Institute, where carefree Pokémon roamed freely. He felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. I could lie here forever, he mused, reclining on the grass and savoring the gentle breeze against his face. Meanwhile, his Pokémon had dispersed in various directions. Articuno and Greninja ventured into a high-altitude mountain range. Articuno sought solitude in a cave, while Greninja leaped onto the trunk of a massive tree and rested atop it. Charizard, Steelix, and Garchomp settled into a climate-controlled glass house that Su-Chi had built for them, which was spacious and adorned with forests, rivers, and mountains, perfectly mimicking nature. As for Nihilego, their preferences were unique. They thrived in the shadowy depths of the forest. At that moment, Misty was observing the water-type Pokémon in the vicinity, her heart brimming with joy. Although the Cerulean Gym boasted many water-type Pokémon, none could compare to those at the Oak Research Institute, where creatures from various regions lived harmoniously. Meanwhile, Brock, intrigued by Dr. Oak's research, had accompanied him. Back home, Ash was ravenously devouring the curry made by Hanako. Slow down, there's plenty more in the kitchen, Hanako said with a smile, watching her son eat. She thought to herself that this child had been away for nearly a year and had certainly developed quite the appetite. After finishing his meal, Ash leaned back in his chair, patting his full stomach. Mom, your cooking is simply exquisite, he exclaimed before suddenly recalling something, bolting towards the door. Mom, I'm heading to Dr. Oak's, he shouted, disappearing in an instant. Hanako, watching Ash vanish, sighed. Just back home, and he can't even take a moment to rest. Su-Chi, nearly lulled to sleep on the grass, was startled by a voice. Su-Chi, I'm back. He jolted awake, recognizing the voice of Shigeru, and quickly sat up. Shigeru, you've returned, Su-Chi exclaimed with delight, as it had been quite some time since they last met. After exchanging pleasantries, they suddenly heard Ash's cheerful voice. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted from the nearby mountain, causing the three to instinctively duck for cover. Ash, startled by the sudden blast, stumbled slightly. What on earth is happening? Shigeru questioned. Uncertain, but we should investigate. The rock-type Pokémon in the area are in their breeding season. We must ensure nothing goes awry, Su-Chi replied. The trio hurried off to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Misty, observing the water-type Pokémon, heard the explosion and looked up to see the distant mountain range. She quickly dashed over to investigate. At that moment, the culprits behind the chaos were none other than Team Rocket, who had been absent for quite some time. Jessie, this haul is a true windfall. So many Pokémon and eggs. The boss will surely reward us, James exclaimed joyfully. With this many Pokémon, I told you following these kids would be worthwhile. Meowth grinned wickedly. Quickly, grab them before those kids show up, James urged anxiously. Right, let us hurry, Meowth exclaimed, capturing yet another Hippowdon. This one's too heavy. James, Jessie, come help me. With the newly caught Pokémon struggling to break free, the trio worked together to haul it into their Meowth robot, dripping with sweat from the exertion. All right, we've gathered quite a bounty. Let us retreat, Jessie declared, wiping her brow. As they prepared to escape, a sudden attack struck the Meowth robot, yet it remained unscathed. Inside the robot, Team Rocket felt a jolt. Jessie peered through the telescope and saw Shigeru's Manectric intently staring at their Meowth robot, while Su-Chi and the others stood nearby. Look, it's those pesky kids, Jessie exclaimed. Meowth, James, let us get out of here. However, Meowth, brimming with confidence, declared, no need to run. This robot is made of titanium alloy. Their attacks won't breach it. And that little brat Su-Chi doesn't have his Pokémon with him. Huh, no one can interrupt us now. Jessie laughed gleefully. Well done, Meowth, James chimed in, elated. Those pesky kids will finally face some difficulty. Meowth grinned as it maneuvered the mechanical arm towards Manectric. Manectric, use flamethrower, Shigeru commanded. Manectric unleashed a torrent of flames upon the robotic arm, but it had no effect whatsoever. What? Shigeru exclaimed, growing anxious. If the previous attack lacked power due to distance, there was no excuse now that they were so close. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika Pika. Pikachu gathered electric energy, launching a powerful bolt at the Meowth robot, yet the electricity simply ricocheted off. Little ghost, you have no more tricks left, do you? Meowth commanded the mechanical arm to grasp at the wind speed dog and Pikachu. Chapter 73, Departure, Hayata City. Just then, with a swift slash, the mechanical arm was severed in two. What? Meowth exclaimed incredulously at the sight of the severed arm. What on earth is happening? Shark. It was the fierce Sharpedo. Shouted Sho. Upon seeing Sharpedo arrive, Suchi lowered his hand that had been gathering the power of the aura. He had originally intended to personally deal with the robot, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Sharpedo, use cross-cut. Upon hearing Suchi's command, Sharpedo leapt into action, its dual blades shimmering as it swung, cleaving the Meowth robot in half. The Team Rocket trio emerged, their expressions bewildered. After a moment, Musashi spoke up. Meowth, didn't you claim this robot was indestructible? How could it be so easily destroyed? Musashi roared at Meowth, looking as if she might devour it. I don't know. Perhaps Sharpedo's strength is just too formidable. After all, it's not truly indestructible, Meowth replied defensively, glancing at Musashi with a sense of grievance. Team Rocket, you truly never learn. Sharpedo. Send them to see the stars, Suchi declared. Shark. Sharpedo gathered energy and unleashed a dragon rage, sending the trio soaring into the sky. Leaving behind a single remark, what an irritating feeling. Suchi and the others hurried over to tear down the barbed wire, liberating all the Pokémon captured by Team Rocket. Upon observing that the captured Pokémon were either recently hatched or newly born, a flame of indignation ignited within Suchi. Team Rocket, you seek your own demise. A blue energy aura enveloped Suchi. The immense energy surged, ruffling the hair of Sho and the others. Suchi, Suchi, they called in unison. Suchi snapped back to reality and, noticing their disheveled appearance, quickly apologized. Sorry, I couldn't hold back just now. It's all right. But those Team Rocket members are utterly despicable, Kasumi remarked, brushing her scattered hair aside. After ensuring all the Pokémon were settled, the group returned to the laboratory. Suchi prepared a meal for everyone, and as they sat down to eat, Satoshi began to devour his food eagerly. Delicious. Suchi, your cooking is exquisite. Satoshi mumbled through mouthfuls. Of course, when we're not out traveling, Suchi is the one who cooks for us, and his culinary skills are simply outstanding, Sho added. In his previous life, Suchi often cooked for himself, and after crossing over, he had honed his skills over several years. He tasted his dish and found it remarkably good, far surpassing Michelin standards. After dinner, they tidied up and prepared for bed. Suchi returned to his room, enjoying a night devoid of dreams. The next day dawned bright and clear, a perfect day. Suchi and Satoshi were set to head to Hayata City to obtain the white badge. Sho expressed his interest in joining them, while Kasumi opted to continue observing water-type Pokémon. As Suchi watched Kasumi in her fervent enthusiasm, he thought to himself, no wonder she is destined to be a master of water-type Pokémon. Her passion is truly profound. Thus, the trio embarked on their journey to Hayata City, which was quite close to Master Town, merely a half-hour drive away. Upon arriving, they headed directly to the Hayata gym. The gym leader, named Yoshiko, operated a flower shop and was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Entering the shop, Satoshi called out, "Is anyone here? I'm here to challenge the gym." After a brief wait, a striking woman emerged, clad in a black fitted dress with glamorous waves in her hair, exuding the charm of a mature goddess. "Little brother, is it you who seeks to challenge the gym?" Yoshiko inquired. "Yes, please battle me," Satoshi replied earnestly. However, to Suchi's ears, the phrase "please battle me" sounded rather awkward, particularly coming from such a stunning woman. "Very well, I accept your challenge," Yoshiko responded. "Follow me to the battle arena." With that, she led them to the back of the flower shop. Soon, a vast battle arena came into view, astonishing the trio. Who would have imagined such a large arena hidden behind a small flower shop? "Little brother, the Hayata Gym is a place of decisive battles. You must summon your strongest Pokémon to defeat me," Yoshiko teased. "Go, Charizard," Satoshi declared. In this world, Charizard did not exhibit any disobedience towards Satoshi. Instead, they shared a close bond and possessed considerable strength, remaining a true champion. "Charizard, huh? You little rascal, using a Pokémon that counters me," Yoshiko playfully remarked. "Go, Venusaur," she bellowed. Venusaur hardened. On the ground, massive plants erupted, aiming to ensnare Charizard. "Dodge, Charizard," Satoshi shouted. Charizard adeptly maneuvered through the hardened plants, which continued to rise. Satoshi observed the unfolding battle and realized it seemed unfavorable for him. Satoshi, stay calm and utilize Charizard's strengths, Su-Chi called out from the sidelines. Hearing Su-Chi's advice, Satoshi experienced a moment of clarity. Charizard ascended into the air, unleashing Flamethrower. Soaring above, Charizard evaded the hardened plant's assault, opened its mouth wide, and unleashed a torrent of flames that reduced all the hardened plants to ashes. It was evident that Charizard was quite powerful, though Satoshi's command still required refinement. Charizard, use Dragon Claw, Satoshi commanded. Charizard's claws shimmered with a green aura as it struck Venusaur, flipping it onto its back. One could not deny Charizard's impressive strength. Charizard, use Fire Blast, Satoshi instructed. Venusaur, use Seed Bomb. Venusaur launched its seeds first, embedding them into Charizard, which caused Charizard to grimace in pain as the seeds took root. Yet, Charizard endured the agony and unleashed Fire Blast, a massive flame striking Venusaur and triggering an explosion. As the smoke cleared, Venusaur lay incapacitated. Satoshi wins. Yay, I won, Satoshi exclaimed, his joy vividly apparent on his face. At long last, Satoshi had collected all 8 badges. With only 28 days remaining until the Indigo Conference, Yoshiko presented Satoshi with the white badge and elegantly sashayed away, leaving Su-Chi and Sho momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Satoshi remained enraptured by his precious badge. As they exited the flower shop, Su-Chi proposed, now that we have more than 20 days until the league competition, why don't we spend some time here? Hayata City, built by the sea and overshadowed by a volcano, boasted a rich culture of hot springs, drawing visitors who sought to indulge in bathing. Just then, Su-Chi's Pokédex phone chimed. Chapter 74, The Radiant Lighthouse, Gigantic Dragonite. Upon seeing it was Professor Oak calling, Su-Chi answered, "Hello, Grandpa. What's the matter?" "Su-Chi, where are you right now?" Professor Oak inquired. "Grandpa, we just finished challenging the Hayata Gym and are on our way back to Master Town," Su-Chi replied. "Su-Chi, I need to inform you that Dr. Seihu from Kureha City has heard of your return and has a favor to ask. Do you have time?" Professor Oak asked. Upon hearing this, Su-Chi immediately thought of the matter at hand, the gigantic Dragonite he had recently captured. "Of course, Grandpa, I'll head over right away." Su-Chi responded eagerly. "That is wonderful. I will inform him immediately. By the way, Su-Chi, we Haven T made any discoveries in that cave. I suspect the spatial anomaly you mentioned has vanished. However, we have detected many unusual energy forms here, so I'll be staying for a while longer." Professor Oak's voice continued. Su-Chi pondered, having sealed it away, how could it still manifest? Alas, it truly was a challenge for the old man. Nonetheless, the technology within this Pokemon world was indeed formidable. Even after such a long time, it could still detect ultimate energy. "All right, Grandpa, goodbye. I will take good care of myself and Xiao Mao." With a beep, the call ended. Su-Chi stowed away his Pokédex and turned to Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji, saying, "Grandpa has asked us to visit Professor Jinghui. It's the perfect opportunity for us to enjoy a trip to Kuro Leaf City." Thus, the trio set forth on their journey to Kuro Leaf City. Upon their arrival, after several turns and misdirections, they finally reached Professor Jinghui's lighthouse. Though the 3 of them were hopelessly lost, Su-Chi gazed at the towering doors of the lighthouse, approached, raised his hand, and knocked, calling out, "Is anyone there? Knock. Knock, knock." After a moment's wait, there was no response. He knocked again, and after a brief pause, the door creaked open. A man with heavy dark circles under his eyes appeared before them, his head drooping with an air of exhaustion. Su-Chi was taken aback. "Who are you looking for?" Professor Jinghui asked, his voice lacking energy. "Hello, I am Su-Chi, sent by Professor Okido. May I inquire if you are Professor Jinghui?" Upon hearing his name, Professor Jinghui's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "You are Su-Chi." He quickly pulled Su-Chi inside, leaving Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji bewildered in his wake. They exchanged glances and followed him inside. Upon entering the room, Su-Chi was struck by the chaotic state of the environment, his mind echoing a single word, disarray. The space was cluttered with instant noodle containers and packaging. Did Professor Jinghui never eat proper meals? Noticing Su-Chi's bewilderment, Professor Jinghui chuckled sheepishly. "I often get so engrossed in my research that I neglect to eat, so I make do with whatever I can grab." Observing the scientist's weary appearance, Su-Chi felt a surge of respect for him. Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji entered and were equally taken aback by the untidiness before them. Suddenly, Professor Jinghui fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Su-Chi, please help me. That Dragonite is far too ferocious. I haven't had a good night's sleep in ages." Su-Chi, witnessing the distraught professor, quickly helped him to his feet. However, based on his knowledge from the anime, it seemed that this Dragonite had never harmed humans. As he studied Professor Jinghui, Su-Chi felt compelled to inquire, "Professor, what exactly has happened?" Professor Jinghui explained, "Several years ago, a colossal Pokémon arrived here. I observed it was at least 10 meters tall. Initially, it was fine, merely roaming the surrounding seas. But in recent months, it has grown increasingly agitated, howling every night, which has disrupted my sleep." Su-Chi reconsidered his earlier thoughts. The professor's dark circles were indeed a result of sleepless nights caused by the Dragonite's cacophony. Yet, Su-Chi was puzzled as to why the Dragonite would howl in the dead of night. It appeared he would have to confront it personally. "Let us stay here tonight and wait for it," Su-Chi suggested to Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji. "All right," they agreed, their excitement palpable. After all, who wouldn't he be curious about a gigantic Pokémon? Together, the four tidied the room, and once it was clean, they felt a sense of relief. Su-Chi ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal. Despite Professor Jinghui's reluctance to cook, he was pleasantly surprised to find ready-made dishes in the refrigerator. Once the meal was served, they sat down to eat. Professor Jinghui hadn't enjoyed such a good meal in ages. Everyone tires of frozen foods and takeout. After finishing their meal and washing the dishes, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the sun had set, leaving only a trace of twilight on the horizon. They chatted leisurely. And around 10 o'clock, Su-Chi remarked, "It's about time. Let us go outside and take a look." "Okay," the others replied. In the pitch-black night, the waves crashed rhythmically, and the surroundings were cloaked in silence, illuminated only by the lighthouse's guiding light. They waited, and as midnight approached, the colossal Pokémon still had not appeared. Just then, Professor Jinghui spoke up, "It won't show up after midnight. We should head back." With no other option, they returned to rest for the night. The following day dawned bright and clear. The sea breeze caressed Su-Chi's face as he gazed out at the vast ocean, contemplating the origins of the Dragonite. The anime provided little insight on this matter. Was it a Gigantamax form, or had it always possessed such a grand stature? If it were indeed Gigantamax, how could it sustain such a size for so long? Questions swirled in Su-Chi's mind. At that moment, someone patted him on the shoulder, and he turned to find Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji, while Professor Jinghui remained fast asleep. Xiao Mao asked, "Do you really think such a large Pokémon exists?" "Perhaps. We shall find out tonight," Su-Chi replied. "Haha, if it does exist, I must capture it. Last time in Lamper City, I managed to catch a gigantic Tentacruel. I am sure I can do it again," Xiao Ji declared confidently. Su-Chi regarded Xiao Ji, admiring his courage, though he mused that even Ji's strongest Pokémon, Pikachu and Charizard, would struggle against a Dragonite's single-tail swipe. "A gigantic Tentacruel?" Xiao Mao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Seeing that Xiao Mao was unaware, Xiao Ji animatedly recounted the tale, gesturing enthusiastically. Su-Chi, watching on, couldn't he help but think that Xiao Ji had a natural talent for performance. He was truly a social butterfly. Suddenly, a mist began to form over the sea. "It's here. It always appears with the fog," Professor Jinghui remarked. From within the dense fog, a colossal silhouette gradually emerged. Chapter 75, Capturing the Gigantic Dragonite. As they beheld the mist, Professor Jinghui announced, "It should be appearing now. It always manifests with the fog." Su-Chi focused intently on the swirling mist, and suddenly, a massive figure began to materialize, dark and imposing. The sound of crashing waves filled the air, and the surface of the sea rippled violently as the water surged against the rocks. "It's come," Professor Jinghui exclaimed. The three tightened their grips on their pokeballs. At last, the enormous Pokémon drew near, and its form became clearer. "It's Dragonite," Xiaoji shouted. Name, Dragonite, Gigantamax. Proficiency, Master. Ability, Multiscale. Skills, Dragon Claw, Gmax Depletion, Dragon Dance, Dragon Breath, Draco Meteor, Dragon Ascent, Volt Switch. Upon hearing the commotion, Dragonite lowered its head, gazing at Xiao Ji, who instinctively stepped back in fear. Su-Chi positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Ji, addressing Dragonite. "Dragonite, become my Pokémon. Go, Tentacruel and Articuno." Su-Chi released his colossal Pokémon and his most powerful legendary creature. Xiao Mao sent forth Blastoise and Gyarados, while Xiao Ji called out, "Pikachu, it's your turn. Tentacruel, use Supersonic." Articuno, Ice Beam. Attacks rained down upon the gigantic Dragonite, causing it to stagger back, the churning sea splashing wildly. Angered by the unprovoked assault, Dragonite gathered energy for a Gmax depletion, targeting the nearest Tentacruel. Seeing this, Su-Chi swiftly commanded, "Tentacruel, use Water Pulse." Articuno, Absolute Zero. Two beams of destructive energy collided, neither side yielding to the other, which elicited a sense of admiration from Su-Chi for this Dragonite. igniting within him a fervent desire to capture this extraordinary Pokémon. The Dragonite, recognizing the formidable prowess of its opponents, hesitated, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. The massive Dragonite began to retreat, prompting Su-Chi to swiftly command, Articuno, unleash Absolute Zero to freeze the waters behind Dragonite. Given the shallowness of the sea in this area, the Articuno easily encased the waters behind the Dragonite in ice. From above, it appeared that a vast expanse behind the Dragonite was entirely frozen. Faced with the impossibility of escape, the Dragonite let out an enraged roar. Throwing its head back in a fierce cry, a torrent of immense meteors began to rain down from the sky, heralding the Dragon Meteor Shower. Articuno, summon a blizzard. Tentacruel, activate Protect. Su-Chi shouted. The Dragon Meteor Shower was among the most powerful techniques of the Dragon type, and when executed by the colossal Dragonite, its damage potential soared exponentially. The blizzard howled through the air, the frigid winds laced with snowflakes, managing to deflect some of the meteors. However, numerous meteors continued to plummet, striking against the Protect shield. Had it not been for Tentacruel, the lighthouse would have been obliterated. Tentacruel, use Water Pulse. Articuno, execute Absolute Zero. Su-Chi commanded. The two attacks struck the enormous Dragonite, encasing it in ice. The frozen Dragonite struggled desperately, the ice encasing it beginning to crack. With a resounding crash, the ice shattered, freeing the Dragonite. However, it was evident that it was not unscathed. Its breath came in labored gasps, and shards of ice clung to its wings. Seeing that it could not give up just yet, the Dragonite gathered energy and unleashed a dragon rage towards Ash and his companions. This unexpected move caught Su-Chi off guard. The Dragonite, unable to overpower the strong, resorted to targeting the weak, demonstrating a lack of honor. Just as the dragon rage was about to strike Ash, a blue energy shield materialized before him, absorbing the impact. An explosion ensued, but once the dust settled, the blue shield remained steadfast, safeguarding Ash. Observing Ash's safety, Su-Chi exhaled in relief, then turned to glare coldly at the massive Dragonite. The sharpness of his gaze unnerved the Dragonite, eliciting beads of sweat upon its brow. Waves of blue energy pulsed from Su-Chi's body, creating ripples as he channeled the power of wave guidance into aura spheres, which he hurled forcefully at the colossal Dragonite. The Dragonite collapsed into the sea, sending waves crashing around it. Ash, Misty, and Tracy stood in stunned silence, glancing at their fists, then back at Su-Chi, astonished by his overwhelming strength. Truly remarkable. A punch like a superhero. Infuriated, Su-Chi declared, "You may provoke me, but my friends are off limits." With that, he retrieved a Pokeball and successfully captured the Dragonite. Upon its release, the Dragonite awoke and instinctively recoiled at the sight of the imposing human before it. "Please, don't come any closer," it expressed, fear evident in its demeanor, primarily due to the terrifying aura that Su-Chi emanated. Merging three powers, Su-Chi had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of human combat prowess on this planet. "Dragonite," Su-Chi spoke gently, "from now on, these Pokemon will be your friends. You must learn to coexist harmoniously with them." The massive Dragonite could only nod begrudgingly, realizing it had no choice but to comply under the circumstances. Su-Chi then inquired about the Dragonite's presence near the lighthouse, to which the creature recounted its story. Su-Chi listened intently, gradually piecing together the narrative. The Dragonite had lived in a prehistorical era, a time when many Pokemon were colossal. Over the ages, as time progressed, the sizes of many Pokemon diminished to adapt to changing environments. The Dragonite had been in slumber for eons, and upon awakening a few years prior, it had been searching for its kin, drawn to the lighthouse's red light and horn. Su-Chi realized that the Dragonite had merely been seeking its tribe, yet understood that times had changed, and perhaps its kin had long since faded into the annals of history. With the matter resolved, Su-Chi and his companions returned to the lighthouse, exchanging goodnights before retreating to rest. The following morning, Su-Chi and his friends rose early. After breakfast, Professor Oak, with tears in his eyes, bid farewell to them. Su-Chi prepared to return to fast food and instant noodles. After saying their goodbyes, the group boarded a plane, embarking on their journey back to Pallet Town. With only 25 days remaining until the Pokemon League, Su-Chi and his friends were set to commence rigorous training, primarily to bolster Ash and Misty's skills, as Su-Chi's abilities were already formidable. Chapter 76, The Cosna River, The Underwater Passage. The three boarded the plane. On board, Su-Chi addressed Ash and Misty. "The Quartz Conference is fast approaching. You two must begin your intensive training to secure commendable results." Ash, upon hearing Su-Chi's words, became animated, exclaiming, I'm determined to win the championship. His confidence radiated. Not so fast. The championship is surely Su-Chi's, Misty interjected, dousing Ash's enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Realizing the presence of such a powerhouse beside him, Ash's spirits waned. Oh right, I forgot about Su-Chi, he lamented. Observing this, Su-Chi chuckled, patting Ash on the shoulder. Don't worry, when we return to Pallet Town, I'll provide you with specialized training. Really? Ash's demeanor brightened instantly, shaking off his earlier despondency. Su-Chi marveled at how quickly Ash's mood could shift. Approximately an hour and a half later, the plane touched down on the runway. The trio disembarked, with Ash eagerly anticipating his return to Professor Oak's lab to commence training. It was undeniable that Ash's passion for Pokemon battles was unwavering. Wherever there was combat, he sought to join in, whether meeting someone or parting ways. A true battle enthusiast. Upon their return to Professor Oak's lab, they found Misty waiting in the courtyard. Su-Chi had called her before boarding the plane to inform her of their return. You're back, she exclaimed. Yes. Has anything happened while we were away? Su-Chi inquired. Nothing much. But the other day I ventured to find the UPA tribe residing in the Cosna River and encountered numerous blue and pink Pokemon there, Misty replied. Blue and pink Pokemon? Su-Chi questioned, intrigued. Indeed, I had never seen anything like them before, Misty confirmed. Su-Chi pondered what kind of Pokemon could elude even Misty, who adored water-type Pokemon. Let us go see for ourselves, he proposed. All right, the group agreed. They ventured into the forest, making their way forward. It had been nearly a year since Su-Chi last visited this place, and the surroundings had not changed significantly. The trees were lush and verdant, though it seemed there were even more of them than before. As they walked through the woods, they felt a sense of oppression, surrounded by towering trees. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water filled the air. They had arrived at the Cosna River, where the current flowed swiftly. The Cosna River left a profound impression on Su-Chi. Indeed, it was here that he first captured a Pokemon. Gyarados, come forth, Su-Chi exclaimed, releasing the mighty creature from its Pokeball. Returning to this familiar locale was an opportune moment for Gyarados to revisit its former home. As soon as it emerged, Gyarados dove into the water, sending up a flurry of splashes. Joyfully, it swam back and forth, reveling in the nostalgia of its past habitat. At that moment, Misty suddenly pointed in a direction and exclaimed, Everyone, look over there. The trio turned to see schools of fish approaching, shimmering in hues of blue and pink. Su-Chi focused intently, recognizing them as the hunterfish and cherry blossom fish. However, he found it perplexing that such Pokemon, typically found in the Orange Archipelago, would appear in the Kanto region, and in such large numbers at that. Noticing Su-Chi's unwavering gaze on the fish, Blue approached and inquired, Su-Chi, do you know what Pokemon those are? They are hunterfish and cherry blossom fish, both native to the Orange Archipelago. Yet, how could they possibly exist in the Cosna River? Su-Chi replied, drawing from his extensive knowledge of the anime. He understood that the evolution of these Pokemon required the deep-sea tooth and deep-sea scale. Could it be that these items lay beneath the river? A thrill of excitement coursed through Su-Chi. If the Cosna River indeed housed these evolutionary items, it would yield a substantial profit, enabling him to craft higher-grade energy cubes. Observing the hunterfish and cherry blossom fish swimming gracefully, Su-Chi instructed Gyarados. Stealthily follow them and see where they swim off to. Gyarados nodded, cautiously trailing behind. What are you planning to do? Misty asked, puzzled. Su-Chi, without reservation, disclosed his intentions. The evolution of these Pokemon is tied to the deep-sea tooth and deep-sea scale. Given the abundance of hunterfish and cherry blossom fish here, there must be these items nearby. I suspect there may be an underground passage at the riverbed. Before long, Gyarados returned, surfacing with a powerful roar to signal Su-Chi that it had found something. Excellent, Su-Chi remarked. He then turned to his companions and said, You all stay here while I dive down to investigate. I want to go too. Ash protested loudly. It's better if you don't. We have no idea what lies beneath. It's safer for you to remain on the shore, and I'll return shortly, Su-Chi insisted. All right, but do be careful, Ash conceded. Rest assured, Su-Chi replied. And with a splash, he plunged into the water, disappearing from view. Once submerged, Su-Chi was greeted by a piercing chill. It's freezing, he thought. Grateful that at least his limbs were functioning normally. Thankfully, his friends had stayed behind. Even with his exceptional physique, he could feel the cold. Ash, had he come down, would have likely turned into an icicle. Creating an energy shield around himself to ward off the currents, Su-Chi began to swim forward alongside Gyarados. The Cosna River proved to be deeper than it appeared. Upon entering, Su-Chi discovered the water was nearly 20 meters deep, yet remarkably clear. The riverbed was a labyrinth of crevices, with many dark channels that seemed bottomless. As they swam deeper, The surrounding Pokémon sensed Gyarados' dominant aura and swiftly vacated the area. After approximately 10 minutes, Gyarados halted and motioned for Su-Chi to approach. Upon swimming closer, Su-Chi beheld two underwater caverns, with the hunterfish and cherry blossom fish congregating around one of them. Su-Chi stealthily moved closer. Suddenly, it appeared that the fish had detected their presence. The hunterfish and cherry blossom fish began to swarm and attack Su-Chi and Gyarados frantically. With a surge of irritation, Su-Chi commanded, "Gyarados, use Hyper Beam." Gyarados gathered immense energy, unleashing a brilliant beam that swept through the water, incapacitating all the attacking fish. Seizing the opportunity, Su-Chi retrieved several Pokeballs, capturing a few hunterfish and cherry blossom fish, intending to gift them to Misty and Ash. However, Su-Chi's interest lay not in the ordinary specimens, but in the more exceptional individuals among them. He understood that the collective aggression of the hunterfish and cherry blossom fish towards him and Gyarados indicated they were fiercely guarding something. As he and Gyarados ventured into the cavern, Su-Chi's eyes were momentarily dazzled. Before him lay an abundance of pearl oysters. It became clear to him why the fish had attacked. They were protecting these precious oysters. It was well known that pearl oysters needed exposure to the deep sea tooth to evolve into hunterfish and to the deep sea scale to become cherry blossom fish. Evidently, these oysters had come here for their evolutionary process. As the shimmering white powder from the rocky walls descended into the water, it came into contact with the oysters, causing them to glow with the light of evolution. Witnessing such a spectacle of collective evolution among the oysters left Su-Chi in awe. It was simply breathtaking. Once the radiance faded, numerous hunterfish began to swim about, while many cherry blossom fish emerged as well. It seemed that the powder from the rocky wall was indeed the deep sea scale. Countless hunterfish and cherry blossom fish swam together harmoniously. Su-Chi and Gyarados observed the freshly evolved Pokémon swimming boldly around them without a hint of fear. An idea began to take shape in Su-Chi's mind. Given the abundance of water-type Pokémon here, why not create a lake and establish a surrounding enclosure and villa? He could settle down here and enjoy a life immersed in nature. After all, this area fell within the jurisdiction of Professor Oak's Research Institute, making it convenient for him to operate on his own land. Most importantly, he needed ample space for his growing collection of Pokémon. After all, the more he captured, the more room he would require. Once Kyogre hatched, it would also need a home, lest it be left without a dwelling. While Su-Chi was lost in these thoughts, he suddenly sensed two distinct presences approaching. Turning around, he noticed a glimmer of bluish light in the dark depths of the cavern. Peering inside, he saw two extraordinary Pokémon swiftly swimming toward him. A smile crept across Su-Chi's face as he recognized the serendipity of the moment. The approaching Pokémon were a hunterfish and a cherry blossom fish, both shimmering with a rare brilliance. Instead of their typical colors, they appeared in silver, with the hunterfish adorned with a blue triangular shell and the cherry blossom fish sporting a red tentacle on its head. Name: Hunterfish Potential. Champion Ability: Serene Grace Moves, Hydro Pump, Bubble Beam, Shell Smash, Rain Dance, Phantom Force. Water Pulse. Name: Cherry Blossom Fish Potential. Champion Ability: Damp Body Moves, Whirlpool, Water Pulse, Last Resort, Attract, Illusion, Watertail. Su-Chi assessed the data of the two Pokémon. They were indeed impressive. The hunterfish unleashed a hydro pump towards Su-Chi, its power amplified underwater. However, it proved to be of little use against Su-Chi. A blue light emanated from Su-Chi's hand as he launched a wave of energy, striking the hunterfish against the cavern's rocky wall. Beside him, the cherry blossom fish directed its enchanting gaze towards the Gyarados. Several pink hearts floated towards the Gyarados, which roared in fury and unleashed its hydro pump. The cherry blossom fish was sent crashing against the wall. Just as Su-Chi was about to capture the two Pokémon with his Pokeballs, he suddenly realized that they had vanished without a trace. This was quite the mystery. Slipping away right under Su-Chi's nose was no trivial feat. Closing his eyes, he harnessed the power of aura to scan his surroundings, and two silhouettes appeared in his mind. A smile crept across Su-Chi's face upon discovering their hiding place. He opened his eyes and commanded Gyarados, "Gyarados, unleash Hyper Beam," towards that riverbed. A massive beam of energy struck the ground, causing the soil of the riverbed to churn, revealing the two incapacitated Pokémon. It turned out they had been hiding beneath the mud, nearly escaping capture. Su-Chi approached them slowly and retrieved them with his Pokeballs. The Pokeballs shook a few times before. With a pop, the hunterfish and cherry blossom fish were captured. After securing these two Pokémon, Su-Chi and Gyarados drew near the cavern's rocky wall, where they discovered an abundance of tiny fragments, the deep sea fangs. Ecstatic, Su-Chi moved on to another cavern. where he indeed found more fragments of deep-sea scales. Using his aura power, he gathered numerous deep-sea scales and deep-sea fong particles. Once his collection was complete, Su-Chi and Gyarados swam out of the cave. Outside, the hunter fish and cherry blossom fish had awakened, and due to the evolution of the pearl oyster, they posed no threat to Su-Chi. Observing these Pokémon, Su-Chi released the shiny hunter fish and cherry blossom fish. The flock of hunter fish and cherry blossom fish immediately appeared docile, respectfully swimming in place. Through his aura, Su-Chi learned that these two Pokémon were the leaders of their respective clans. This was splendid news, as it meant he could keep all the hunter fish and cherry blossom fish right there. A mysterious smile graced Su-Chi's lips. He chose not to return the two Pokémon to their Pokeballs, allowing them to remain and lead their clans. Yet, Su-Chi was puzzled as to why both of these Pokémon were shiny variants. The hunter fish explained that they were unaware of the reason, only that their habitat contained a massive tooth and scales, and during their evolution, they had been perched upon these teeth and scales. Su-Chi pondered, could it be the original forms of the deep-sea fong and deep-sea scale? If so, that would be remarkable. He then inquired about their origin. The cherry blossom fish revealed that they hailed from the deep sea near the Orange Archipelago's Iru Island. The Orange Archipelago, an expedition there was now on Su-Chi's agenda. Chapter 78, Building the Pokémon Paradise. Having learned that the deep-sea fong and deep-sea scale originated from the Orange Archipelago, Su-Chi resolved to seek them out after the court's conference and to challenge the Orange League while he was at it. After releasing the hunter fish and cherry blossom fish, Su-Chi instructed them to settle down and thrive in this location. The hunter fish and cherry blossom fish nodded and returned to their cave with their respective clans, swimming about. Watching them depart, Su-Chi and Gyarados began their return to the shore. On the banks, Xiao Mao and the others anxiously awaited Su-Chi's return. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "Why is Su-Chi taking so long? Could something have happened?" Xiao Mao, brimming with confidence, reassured her, "Don't worry, Su-Chi is incredibly strong. No one could bring him harm." His unwavering faith in Su-Chi stemmed from their brotherly bond. Bolstered by Su-Chi's extraordinary abilities and the multitude of Pokémon at his command, not to mention his psychic powers that ensured his safety. As they continued to chat, Su-Chi and Gyarados emerged from the water, with Su-Chi leaping onto the shore, nearly dry due to his aura power. Upon seeing Su-Chi's return, Xiao Mao and the others rushed over joyfully. Su-Chi retrieved Gyarados into its Pokeball. "Are you alright? What happened down there?" Xiao Mao inquired. "Haha, all is well. The Pokémon you saw were hunter fish and cherry blossom fish from the Orange Archipelago, and they reside below," Su-Chi replied. "Hunter fish and cherry blossom fish from the Orange Archipelago?" Xiao Xia echoed, puzzled, noticing their unfamiliarity with these Pokémon. Su-Chi handed them 3 Pokeballs, 2 containing hunter fish for Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji, and 1 containing a cherry blossom fish for Xiao Xia. The trio released their Pokémon, and Xiao Xia's eyes sparkled with delight. "These are simply stunning. So beautiful," she exclaimed, admiring the cherry blossom fish, which was indeed a sight to behold with its pink body and sleek, elegant form. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji looked at the hunter fish swimming about with dismay, lamenting its less than appealing appearance. Su-Chi, perceptive to their thoughts, approached and remarked, "While it may not be visually striking, its strength is commendable. I specifically chose these 2 Pokémon. They are both near elite level." Near elite level. Upon hearing this, their spirits lifted. Indeed, appearance seemed trivial in the face of strength. Su-Chi then shared his earlier thoughts about transforming this place into a Pokémon paradise. "What? You want to establish a Pokémon paradise here?" Xiao Mao exclaimed loudly. "Indeed. Our collection of Pokémon is growing, and their strength is increasing. Living in glass houses feels constraining. I wish to create a dedicated Pokémon paradise where all our Pokémon can reside together, fostering mutual growth and enhancing our skills as well," Su-Chi articulated earnestly. Xiao Ji and the others found his reasoning sound and unanimously agreed with his vision. However, Su-Chi also harbored a personal motive. Once his Kyogre hatched, it would be best kept from prying eyes, as the world was not as peaceful as it appeared, with hidden turmoil brewing beneath the surface. Establishing such a Pokémon paradise would benefit everyone involved. Resolute, they decided to forego additional training and return directly to Professor Oak's lab. Su-Chi called Professor Oak to share his ideas. The professor wholeheartedly supported the plan, assuring Su-Chi that he would cover all expenses. Su-Chi felt a wave of joy. Indeed, having a supportive grandfather was invaluable, though he also had his own funds and wouldn't need to ask for more. Over the next 20 days, 2 construction teams arrived around the Casino River, bringing vitality to the tranquil forest. They laid the foundation and began construction. With Su-Chi's financial backing, over 300 workers toiled tirelessly, ultimately completing the project just 5 days before the court's conference. "Mr. Su, what do you think?" the contractor asked, beaming. Su-Chi gazed upon the elegant 3-story villa, featuring a spacious open courtyard ideal for observing Pokémon. Surrounding it were iron fences equipped with spikes to prevent intruders from causing damage. Just outside the villa flowed the Casino River, and behind it lay a vast lawn. Su-Chi had also constructed eco-friendly tree hollows and caves in the nearby woods for the Pokémon to inhabit. He would reside in this villa, surrounded by verdant landscapes and picturesque views, all without disturbance. Truly the ideal human dwelling. As Su-Chi admired the villa, he noticed 2 stone Charizards placed prominently at the entrance, exuding an impressive aura. The following day, Su-Chi brought Xiao Mao and the others to visit the enchanting Pokémon paradise he had meticulously crafted. The yard was teeming with Su-Chi's Pokémon. As early as the previous day, he had already settled all his Pokémon there. In the water, a Gyarados frolicked alongside a Dragonair and a Dragonite, while the more tranquil Greninja and Absol perched quietly in the trees. In the yard, a Charizard and a Gengar were playfully engaging with one another, and in the nearby woods, 3 Pokémon, Shaman, Anorith, and a Ghost-type Pokémon, were thoroughly enjoying their time. As for the Articuno and Deoxys, Su-Chi had no idea where they had flown off to. They had vanished into thin air upon their emergence. It was imperative to allow the Pokémon some outdoor activity. Remaining cooped up in their Pokeballs could lead to ailments. Observing such a heartwarming scene, Ash and the others could not resist joining in. "Come on out, everyone," Ash exclaimed as he tossed his Pokeball into the air. Pikachu, perched on his shoulder, scampered out as well. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Pidgeotto. With the appearance of so many Pokémon, excitement naturally ensued. "Go and play, everyone," Ash encouraged. Xiao Mao and Misty also released their Pokémon, instantly infusing the yard with even more vitality. This was the idyllic scene Su-Chi had envisioned. Ash was already mingling joyfully with various Pokémon, reveling in the merriment. "What are your plans after challenging the league?" Xiao Mao inquired. "I intend to visit the Orange Archipelago, and, while I'm there, challenge the Orange League," Su-Chi replied. In truth, there were 2 additional reasons for his journey, one being the presence of Deep-Sea Scale and Deep-Sea Tooth in the Orange Archipelago, and the other being that, according to the original storyline, Professor Oak would send Ash to the Orange Archipelago post-courts conference to retrieve the GS Ball, a crucial item for summoning Celebi, which Su-Chi could not afford to overlook. He also needed to accumulate battle points to revive Zoroark and facilitate the hatching of 3 little Pokémon. "What about you, Xiao Mao?" Su-Chi asked. I haven't quite decided yet. I'll think about it later," Xiao Mao replied. As Xiao Mao and Su-Chi conversed, Misty and Ash were busy playing with their Pokémon. Unbeknownst to them, a little rascal had stealthily snuck into the villa, indulging in the energy cubes Su-Chi had prepared for the Pokémon. Chapter 79, The Thieving Rascal, Mew. Outside, everyone was engaged in lively conversation and merriment. Before they knew it, noon had arrived. Su-Chi called everyone to prepare for lunch, and all the Pokémon eagerly gathered around. Entering the villa, Su-Chi made his way to the kitchen to retrieve the food he had prepared for the Pokémon. However, upon inspection, he hesitated. For the food he had meticulously arranged that morning had vanished without a trace, leaving only remnants behind. A thief was Su-Chi's immediate instinct. Utilizing his teleportation ability, he appeared in the yard, where the Pokémon awaited their meal, only to find Su-Chi empty-handed. "Su-Chi, weren't you supposed to fetch the Pokémon's food?" Misty queried as she watched him return from the kitchen. "Thieves have invaded our home. All the food has just been devoured," Su-Chi lamented. "What? All the food has been consumed? Who did this?" Ash's face contorted with anger, for he harbored a deep disdain for thieves. The Pokémon, too, exhibited their fury. After a long day, they merely wished for a warm meal, especially those delectable energy cubes that left them yearning for more. Now, however, they were all stolen, which was utterly infuriating. Su-Chi addressed the irate Pokémon. "It must have eaten so much that it can't have fled far. Everyone, spread out and pursue it." Upon hearing this, all of Su-Chi's Pokémon sprang into action, brimming with determination to uncover the culprit. Xiao Mao, Misty, and Ash each commanded their Pokémon to search as well. Thus, by the banks of the Kosna River, many Pokémon began their relentless hunt for the thieving rascal. Su-Chi also unleashed his aura to see if he could detect the creature's presence, but after a thorough examination, he found nothing. This puzzled him. Any Pokémon capable of consuming such a copious amount of food would undoubtedly be quite large, perhaps akin to a Snorlax, and should therefore be lumbering slowly. His aura detection range extended several kilometers, yet there was no trace. The group began to investigate the surroundings, discovering that the iron fence encircling the yard bore no signs of tampering. Noticing the intact fence, Su-Chi speculated that the thief might possess the ability to fly. However, a conundrum arose. How many flying Pokémon could consume such an immense quantity of food? This was indeed peculiar. Just then, a sudden explosion echoed through the woods, prompting everyone to turn their attention. They witnessed an Articuno being struck by a swift figure, sending it spiraling through the air. A sacrificial attack. What Pokémon could strike a legendary like Articuno with such force? Could it be a deity-level Pokémon? Yes, it had to be, for only a being of that caliber could possess such strength. The figure moved with astonishing speed, and even Su-Chi's keen eyesight barely managed to catch a glimpse of a blurred white silhouette. In the forest, Deoxys assumed its attack form, channeling psychic energy. Psychic pressure. A wave of energy shot towards that mysterious Pokémon, but in an instant, it flickered and vanished. Its speed was so remarkable that Deoxys could hardly keep pace. Faced with an unseen adversary, it had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Suddenly, an energy blast struck Deoxys from behind, causing it to cry out in pain and crash into a nearby tree, toppling it under the immense force. Just as it seemed Deoxys was down for the count, the elusive creature finally revealed itself. It was a Pokémon, resplendent in pure white, with a long tail, grinning mischievously as it circled Deoxys, emitting vibrant green energy rings from its tail. The healing wave activated, gradually restoring Deoxys, and this Pokémon even healed Articuno. Deoxys struggled to open its eyes while this enchanting creature flashed a smile and abruptly vanished. At that moment, Su-Chi and the others arrived, witnessing Deoxys attempting to rise. "Deoxys, are you alright?" Su-Chi rushed over. "Dale." Deoxys affirmed its well-being, and Su-Chi helped it to its feet, noting that it bore no visible injuries. At that juncture, Articuno also regained its strength and flew over. "Who attacked you?" Su-Chi inquired. Who? Articuno explained that it had been assaulted by a pristine white Pokémon it had never encountered before, which was also the one responsible for the food theft. In fact, Articuno had detected its favorite chocolate-flavored energy cubes on the creature, with remnants still clinging to its beak. Upon hearing Articuno's account, Su-Chi deduced the identity of the thief, a pure white Pokémon of formidable strength capable of defeating two legendary beings simultaneously. Surely, it could only be Mew. This realization filled Su-Chi with delight. If it was indeed Mew, acquiring just a few energy cubes would be enough to win it over. If he could capture Mew, then capturing Mewtwo would surely be a walk in the park. The very thought of having both legendary Pokémon made Su-Chi unable to suppress a grin. Xiao Mao and the others observed Su-Chi's silly smile with bewilderment, pondering his mental state. Snapping back to reality, Su-Chi instructed Articuno and Deoxys to gather everyone for lunch, as they had been quite famished throughout the day. He then turned to the group and declared, "Everyone, I have discovered the identity of the thief who devoured our energy cubes." Upon hearing that Su-Chi knew the culprit, the group hurriedly pressed him for the answer. With a mere 2 words, Su-Chi proclaimed, "Mew, Mew." The crowd exchanged glances, disbelief etched upon their faces, as they encountered the legendary Pokémon, a being so elusive that few had ever laid eyes upon it. The incredulity of the moment was palpable, and they were wholly convinced by Su-Chi's assertions. "How can we capture it?" Ash exclaimed with palpable excitement. Upon hearing this, the others remarked that perhaps Ash should be renamed Ash the Fool, for a Pokémon capable of effortlessly defeating 2 deities could hardly be subdued by mere mortals. "No, perhaps it is possible," Su-Chi replied confidently, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Let us proceed this way." He gathered the trio into a circle and began to devise a plan. Upon hearing his strategy, the group exchanged knowing smiles, ready to act. Without delay, they returned to the villa to hastily prepare the energy cubes for the Pokémon. During dinner, the 4 of them crafted another batch of special energy cubes. As they gazed at their finished product, a shared smile of anticipation emerged, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Mew. Once the Pokémon had finished its meal, they reconvened in the courtyard. Su-Chi strategically placed the chocolate and vanilla-flavored energy cubes upon the lawn in the backyard, patiently awaiting Mew's appearance. Meanwhile, their Pokémon had already been instructed to feign departure, creating an illusion of emptiness. The backyard was enveloped in silence as Su-Chi and the others waited in the villa's attic for Mew to materialize. After what felt like an eternity, Mew had yet to show itself. Just as impatience began to swell within the group, a flash of white zipped across the yard. Mew had arrived. In an instant, Mew teleported to the energy cubes, its curious eyes scanning the delightful offerings, completely oblivious to Su-Chi and his companions. They watched in awe as Mew indulged itself, devouring an entire bowl of energy cubes in under 2 minutes. However, instead of departing, Mew began to twirl joyfully on the spot. Su-Chi, did you perhaps add too few sleep berries? Mew seems far from sleepy, Misty inquired. I added at least 100 sleep berries. Even 10 Snorlax would be slumbering by now, Su-Chi whispered, a hint of urgency in his tone. Despite the passage of time, Mew remained wide awake, seemingly satiated by its playful antics, and flew toward the kitchen in search of more food. Mew slipped through the open kitchen window, scouring for sustenance. Seeing this, Su-Chi and the others swiftly entered the villa and made their way to the kitchen, where Mew was rummaging about. Stay with us, Mew, Su-Chi called out. Mew, spotting the newcomers, displayed no fear. Instead, it smiled and vanished, reappearing behind Su-Chi, teleporting playfully before their eyes. Su-Chi realized that Mew was eager to play and eat, showing no trepidation towards humans. An insidious idea began to form in Su-Chi's mind. He retrieved the remaining energy cubes from the cabinet and set them beside him, preparing to entice Mew further. Observing the humans vacate the kitchen with the food in tow, Mew decided it too would not linger behind and floated outside. Once outside, Su-Chi and his companions sat on the ground, and Su-Chi proclaimed, "These energy cubes are truly delicious. Go fetch everyone." His companions understood the unspoken directive, and soon, all the Pokémon gathered together. Su-Chi distributed the energy cubes among the Pokémon, who relished every bite. Mew, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but be drawn in, peeking around curiously. Noticing Mew's anxious glances, Su-Chi called out, "Come here, Mew." Upon hearing its name called, Mew rushed forward, eager to indulge in the energy cubes. However, Su-Chi swiftly covered the basket, causing Mew to miss its target. With an impish grin, Su-Chi said, "Help me out, and these energy cubes are yours. Surely, you wouldn't want to be without them." Sensing the mischievous intent behind Su-Chi's smile, Mew instinctively took a step back, thinking, this human surely has ulterior motives. I shan't easily comply. Noticing Mew's hesitation, Su-Chi maintained his composure, assuring, it's nothing nefarious. All you need to do is unleash a few skills into the sky. Upon hearing this, Mew eagerly complied, soaring into the air and unleashing a powerful meteor shower. Su-Chi, alarmed, shouted, "Please, no retaliatory antics. These are humans." With arms wide, Su-Chi conjured a protective energy shield around the villa as meteors began to rain down, the explosive sounds resonating against the barrier. The shield trembled under the force of Mew's might, nearly breaking apart. Mew, witnessing Su-Chi's struggle, couldn't contain its delight and giggled behind its hands. This ignited an unfamiliar fury within Su-Chi. Mew continued its barrage with Flamethrower, Hydro Pump, and Draco Meteor, each strike reverberating against Su-Chi's shield. Just then, a swift white figure zipped through the sky, landing with a resounding thud that created a deep crater. Mew paused, intrigued by the explosion. From the smoke emerged a tall, humanoid figure. It was Mewtwo. "Look, it's Mewtwo!" Ash exclaimed, excitement brimming in his voice. Su-Chi's lips curled into a subtle smile. His objective had been achieved. He had orchestrated Mew's skills to release an energy signature that would attract Mewtwo. The earlier commotion had surely caught Mewtwo's attention. By prompting Mew to unleash its powers, Su-Chi had enabled Mewtwo to hone in on Mew's location. As Mewtwo approached, it sensed a unique connection with Mew, an inexplicable bond akin to a shared lineage. Mewtwo had been on a quest to find Mew and now recognized that it was created from Mew's genetic material. "At last, I have found you," Mewtwo thought, experiencing a novel sensation deep within. "Do you see, Mewtwo? Before you stands Mew, your source, the blueprint from which you were conceived," Su-Chi stated. With Su-Chi's affirmation, Mewtwo teleported closer to Mew, and the two began to communicate through telepathy, the content of their exchange a mystery. In the end, Mew nodded affirmatively, and for the first time, a smile graced Mewtwo's face, exuding calm and relief. Soon after, Su-Chi heard Mewtwo's voice resonate within him. "Thank you, human, for guiding me to my true self. I now understand. I am an independent life, not a mere replica of another. I have decided to follow you." The simplicity of Mewtwo's acceptance surprised Su-Chi. He wondered what sort of inspiration Mew had imparted to him. With a flourish, Su-Chi produced an empty Pokeball and tossed it. "Go, Pokeball." Mewtwo was ensconced within the ball, which shook a few times before sealing shut, successfully captured. Su-Chi's face lit up with uncontainable joy at the triumphant acquisition of Mewtwo. As a first-generation Pokemon of immense popularity, Mewtwo must undoubtedly be the object of desire for countless trainers. The sheer exhilaration of having successfully captured Mewtwo is incomprehensible. Observing the stunned expressions of Shigeru and his companions, who have witnessed Mewtwo's formidable power firsthand, adds to the thrill. Particularly for Shigeru, The feeling of helplessness when confronting Mutwo during his challenge at the Tokiwa gym still lingers, casting a shadow over his memories. While one might feel a pang of jealousy if another were to capture Mutwo, the fact that it was Su Chi who succeeded eliminates any such sentiment. Soon after, Mutwo began to voraciously consume energy cubes, annihilating an entire bowl in mere moments. Clearly satisfied, it vanished before Su Chi could utter a word. Just as Mutwo departed, Professor Oak's call came through. Su Chi answered, "Grandpa, what is the matter?" "Xiao Chi, our research here is nearly complete. We'll be returning on the evening flight, just in time for the Indigo Conference. I must come back to cheer you on." Professor Oak's words reminded Su Chi that the Indigo Conference was fast approaching. With so much happening lately, dealing with the capture of the elusive Mew, constructing the Pokemon Paradise, and the matters concerning the Pidgey and Cherry Blossom fish, he had nearly forgotten. It was time to finalize his lineup for the competition. Chapter 81, The Eve of the Indigo Conference. After careful consideration, Su Chi confirmed his team. As evening approached, Professor Oak and his party returned. Looking more invigorated than ever after their lengthy research, Su Chi noticed the noticeable change in his grandfather. Unlike previous trips where he would return gaunt from instant noodles, this time he appeared a bit plumper. Upon inquiry, he learned that the culinary prowess of Brock had ensured that the research team enjoyed hearty meals, explaining Professor Oak's newfound roundness. Once back at the lab, Su Chi and the others were eagerly awaiting their arrival. "Grandpa," they chorused in unison. Ash and Misty exchanged greetings with Professor Oak, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they all retreated indoors. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the Oak laboratory echoed with knocks. Su Chi approached to open it, revealing Aunt Hanako. "Xiao Chi, hello? It's been ages." She beamed, warmly greeting him. Realizing he hadn't yet greeted her upon her return, Su Chi quickly invited her inside. Aunt Hanako entered, bearing a basket of pastries. "Mom, Ash has also been staying by the Kusna River for several days without seeing you. Hanako is here. Please come in," Professor Oak urged. Hanako smiled and nodded at him. "Mom, what brings you here?" Ash inquired. "The Pokemon Conference is about to begin, so of course, I'm here to cheer you on. You must give it your all at the arena. And you too, Su Chi and Shigeru. Don't forget to put in your best effort." Aunt Hanako encouraged the trio with a smile. Subsequently, she expertly made her way to the kitchen to prepare a meal for everyone. After dining, it was already past 10 at night. "We should head to the Indigo Plateau tomorrow, so everyone should get some rest," Professor Oak advised. As the group exchanged goodnights and returned to their rooms, Su Chi lay in bed, gazing at the stars and reflecting on the events of the past year. So much had transpired, and he was on the brink of his first official competition. The thought sent a thrill through him, while he felt confident in his victory. He was reminded that this was not a mere anime, and unforeseen circumstances could arise. Especially, he hoped he wouldn't encounter a legendary Pokemon acting like a glitch in the game. The night passed in silence. The following morning, everyone arose early, as Professor Oak and Aunt Hanako were also heading to the Indigo Conference. Thus, a party of 7 boarded the plane destined for the Indigo Plateau. The journey lasted 3 hours, and upon disembarking, Su Chi guided everyone to the pre-booked hotel at the contestant registration center for the Indigo Conference. After presenting 8 badges to the staff, their registration was swiftly completed. "Hello, your registration has been processed. Here are your badges," the staff member, a beautiful young lady with a sweet and friendly voice, informed them. Once these formalities were concluded, the group returned to the hotel. After settling in, Misty suggested they explore the area. Su Chi, realizing they couldn't remain cooped up, agreed. Professor Oak and Aunt Hanako opted to rest, feeling fatigued from their day of travel. As they strolled along the bustling streets, the anticipation of the upcoming Indigo Conference brought an electric atmosphere, with vendors peddling all sorts of wares, most resembling Pokemon. There were Pikachu-shaped breads, playful takoyaki styled like mischievous creatures, and candied hawthorns shaped like onyxes. The sight of spicy ramen and teriyaki chicken rice made Su Chi and his companions' mouths water. Passing by a restaurant displaying exquisite dishes in glass cases, they couldn't resist and hurried inside to order a feast. As they devoured their meals, a familiar voice broke through the clamor. "Su Chi." They turned to find a girl with green hair standing before them, accompanied by a Butterfree. "Is that you, Xiaolu? It's been a long time," Su Chi exclaimed, recognizing her. "Yes, I just arrived to participate in the Indigo Conference as well," Xiaolu replied cheerfully. After exchanging greetings, another voice, cool and commanding, interrupted. "Su Chi, Shigeru, Ash." They turned to see Zhenyi, whom they hadn't seen since summer camp. The surprise of encountering him at the Indigo Conference was delightful. Su Chi introduced Zhenyi to Misty and Brock, and after some friendly exchanges, Zhenyi began sharing his experiences over the past few years. He had been traveling in the Unova region and had successfully qualified for the Indigo Conference after passing the Pokemon certification exam. He expressed his eagerness to compete against Su-Chi and Ash. Absolutely, let us meet in the arena, Su-Chi replied confidently. Meanwhile, Shigeru and Ash exchanged knowing smiles at the prospect of Jun Yi challenging Su-Chi. Trouble seems to follow those who seek it, Shigeru remarked. Over the next 2 days, Su-Chi and his friends indulged in every delicacy the food street had to offer. Once they were well fed, it was time to focus on the task at hand. As night fell, Su-Chi took Shigeru and Ash aside, presenting them with 2 vials of enhancement liquid. This will elevate any Pokemon's potential to champion level in an instant, he explained. The revelation left them awestruck. Could such a miraculous potion truly exist? Was Su-Chi's strength derived from this? Noticing their astonishment, Su-Chi cautioned them to keep this secret, emphasizing its importance. They both promised to remain discreet. After discussing the matter, Su-Chi returned to his room, uncertain of which Pokemon they would choose to enhance. The next morning, the Indigo Conference officially commenced amidst a throng of excited spectators. The Indigo Plateau was once again alive with energy. Meanwhile, Team Rocket, disguised as vendors, plotted to steal Pokemon from competitors. With so many participants, it appeared the competition would be fierce, and Meowth couldn't contain its excitement. This time, we're bound to score big. Meowth, keep an eye on those little brats and seize the chance to snatch Pikachu and that brat's Su-Chi's Pokemon. Jessie commanded fiercely. Roger that, Meow. Meowth replied enthusiastically. At this moment, the president of the conference, Mr. Malanky, had arrived at the high platform designated for the collection of the sacred flame. Preparing to ignite it, all eyes were fixed upon President Malanky. Chapter 82. The conference commences. The sacred flame is ignited. Suddenly, a flame erupted from the grand torch bowl atop the platform, and within this blaze, a bird-shaped Pokemon gradually materialized. It transformed into a radiant bird-shaped flame. Descending into the torch bowl, where a brilliant fire blazed, signifying the official commencement of the Pokemon Quartz Conference. President Malanky held the relay torch, igniting the first sacred flame, which began its journey. As the torch was passed from hand to hand, it reached the main arena's torch platform, where the final torchbearer, the champion Dewey, ignited the sacred flame with solemn reverence, the flames soaring high. Fireworks erupted in the sky above the venue, showcasing a jubilant atmosphere. Following this, President Malanky delivered his address. Greetings, everyone. I am Malanky, the president of the Pokemon Conference. The Quartz Conference is about to commence. Welcome to the Quartz Plateau, all contestants and trainers who cherish Pokemon. In this arena, Pokemon trainers from various regions will engage in fierce battles for the championship. He then proclaimed, I hereby announce the official opening of the Quartz Conference. With President Malanky's declaration, fireworks once again lit up the sky above the venue. The audience was filled with fervor, cheering loudly, creating a lively scene. Su-Chi and his companions sat in the arena, joining in the festivity, their faces adorned with smiles. After the opening ceremony, it was time for the contestants to draw lots. The first 4 rounds would feature battles with 3 Pokemon each, held in the water, grass, ice, and rock arenas. The 256 contestants would determine the arena for each round through a lottery, needing to secure consecutive victories to advance to the 5th round. From the 5th round onward, the standard battle arena would be used, with each contestant still permitted to use 3 Pokemon, the matchups determined by a draw. Upon reaching the 6th round, the top 8 contestants would engage in full 6-on-6 battles. Su-Chi, Xiaomao, and Xiaoji were not drawn against one another. Su-Chi's first match was scheduled for the afternoon, facing an opponent named Duwu in the water arena. The morning would feature battles for Xiaomao and Xiaoji, and Su-Chi was confident that their current strength would easily enable them to defeat their opponents. After registering their information, the group prepared to leave when suddenly, a girl exclaimed, My Pokemon Ball! My Pokemon Ball is missing! Who stole my Pokemon Ball? A boy chimed in, Mine is gone too. Many others soon realized their Pokemon Balls had vanished, and chaos erupted within the venue. Su-Chi, however, remained unfazed. His Pokemon Balls were safely stored in his system space. Xiaoji and the others checked their Pokemon Balls. Oh no! My Bulbasaur and Squirtle are missing! Xiaoji exclaimed, panic evident on his face. Don't worry, let me use my aura power to check, Su-Chi said. He then activated his aura power, radiating throughout the venue, and in his mind, everyone in the arena became visible. He searched diligently. Suddenly, in the waiting area of the venue, he spotted the Team Rocket trio, gleefully laughing, beside a large sack filled with stolen Pokemon balls. Team Rocket, it's you again. It seems the lesson you received wasn't sufficient, Su-Chi remarked. It was Team Rocket that stole everyone's Pokemon balls. Everyone follow me. Xiaoji and his friends, fully trusting Suchi, hurried after him. At that moment, the Team Rocket trio, holding an abundance of Pokemon balls, were grinning ear to ear. We shouldn't linger here. Let us make a swift escape before those kids discover us, Musashi urged. Right, let us scram. Kojiru agreed. Just as the three were about to flee, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. They turned in alarm to see the kids. Meowth nervously exclaimed. Team Rocket, you truly are incorrigible. Do you have any idea how much effort these Pokemon represent for the trainers? Suchi shouted angrily. Haha, we Team Rocket are inherently villains. Of course. We must do what villains do. Musashi replied with a laugh. You shall not go unpunished. Return my Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Xiaoji demanded fiercely. Not a chance. Musashi retorted, immediately tossing a smoke bomb, enveloping the room in thick white smoke. The crowd choked and covered their mouths and noses while Team Rocket seized the opportunity to escape. Everyone coughed violently, but Suchi, faring slightly better, used a quick teleportation to pursue them. The trio outside was still laughing joyfully. Haha, we finally succeeded. We've stolen so many Pokemon. The boss will surely reward us. Meowth exclaimed, envisioning a future where he would rise to power after kicking out their leader. With a look of ecstasy on his face. I fear you may not triumph for long. Suchi leaned against a nearby lamppost, smiling at Team Rocket. However, that smile appeared terrifying to the trio, as they were well aware of Suchi's prowess, which was why they had used the smoke bomb to escape. Please, Sude. We were wrong. We want to do it again. The three pleaded, seeing no way out. You think I'll believe that? Go deceive someone else. Suchi retorted. Bite down. Dragon Rage. Suchi threw a Pokeball, releasing his Garchomp. The Dragon Rage shot forth, and in an instant, the trio became 3 shooting stars, leaving behind a remark about how unpleasant the experience was. Having resolved the situation, Suchi retrieved the stolen Pokemon balls. Holding them aloft, he announced to the crowd, everyone's Pokemon balls have been recovered. Come here to collect them. Instantly, those who had lost their Pokemon balls rushed over. Xiaoji and his companions also arrived. They had realized when the smoke cleared that Suchi had pursued Team Rocket, and since it was Suchi, they felt they could relax. Xiaoji successfully reclaimed his Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Xiaoji hugged Suchi tightly, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, Suchi. Otherwise, I would have lost my Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Suchi, noticing Xiaoji's tears potentially staining his clothes, quickly pushed him away in disgust. Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized him, exclaiming that this was the Suchi who had saved Red Lotus Island and the entire Kanto region. Instantly, the crowd erupted with excitement, and as onlookers gathered, Suchi had no choice but to use teleportation to escape. Damn this fame, he mused, lamenting how he was recognized everywhere. This left Xiaoji and the others trapped in the throng. Upon returning to the hotel, Suchi had a meal before retiring to his room. About half an hour later, there was a knock at his door. Chapter 83. The competition begins, a smooth first battle. Suchi opened the door, startled to find Xiaoji and his friends with forlorn expressions. This sight made Suchi feel somewhat guilty. Observing their disheveled appearance, he invited them into his room. I'm sorry. The situation was urgent, and I felt somewhat powerless. I apologize for the inconvenience, Suchi said sheepishly. Seeing Suchi in this state, Xiaoxia couldn't help but laugh, saying, just kidding. It's no big deal. Xiaoji and the others soon joined in roaring laughter. Realizing he had been played, Suchi couldn't help but smile. After a brief exchange, the group dispersed to their respective rooms. The following day, the elimination rounds commenced. Suchi and the others arrived at the observation area. The first match featured Ash, who skillfully commanded his Charizard to vanquish his opponent. Suchi took a glance at the data. Name, Charizard, qualification, champion, ability, blaze, skills, dragon dance, flamethrower, dragon claw, steel wing, overheat. Upon reviewing Charizard's statistics, Suchi mused that it was indeed utilized to its full potential. However, this was to be expected, as Ash's Charizard was arguably his most formidable Pokemon to date. Ash triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, basking in a sense of accomplishment. After concluding his elimination rounds, he proudly addressed the group, exclaiming, "Look at how impressive I am." Suchi, observing Ash's inflated ego, pondered whether this boost in confidence was truly beneficial. Next up was Gary, who was set to face a girl adorned in traditional attire, her bright eyes continually fluttering, and her alabaster skin marking her as a quintessential beauty. Yet, beauty aside, she was fierce in battle. Her Steelix engaged in a fierce struggle with Gary's Arcanine. Ultimately, Arcanine's ranged attacks and superior speed prevailed, rendering Steelix incapacitated. It appeared Gary had not bestowed any qualification-enhancing liquid upon Arcanine. With Gary's elimination round concluded, The girl was left in disbelief at her defeat, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, clearly overwhelmed by the loss. Following their match, it was Su Qi's turn. One could only wonder how his opponent, Do Wu, would react upon facing him. At 3 in the afternoon, Su Qi arrived early at the competition venue, awaiting his challenger. Do Wu soon appeared, exuding confidence with his mushroom-shaped hairstyle and striking good looks, albeit slightly inferior to Su Qi's own. Clad in overalls, he boasted vocally about his intention to defeat Su Qi. The match commenced. Representing Golden City, Do Wu faced off against Su Qi from Pallet Town in a 3-on-3 battle, where the first team to have all their Pokémon incapacitated would lose. As the referee signaled the start, Do Wu dispatched his Pokémon first. Go, Lickitung! A pink creature materialized on the battlefield, with the arena being a grassy terrain, suitable for nearly all Pokémon. Name, Lickitung, qualification, elite, ability, own tempo, skills, rollout, lick, dig, toxic, explosion. Su Qi glanced at Lickitung's data, inwardly chuckling at the notion of such a Pokémon participating in the court's conference. He wondered how Do Wu managed to qualify for the tournament. Gloom, you go, Su Qi commanded. Lickitung, use toxic, Do Wu instructed. A purple-black toxin surged towards Gloom. Gloom, handle it on your own, Su Qi remarked, showing little interest in such a weak opponent. In a flash, Gloom darted behind Lickitung and unleashed a powerful dark pulse, knocking Lickitung out of the battle. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 150 battle points. Lickitung, Do Wu exclaimed anxiously as he recalled his Pokémon, casting a fierce glare at Su Qi. How dare you strike my Lickitung? Kappa Frog, teach him a lesson, Do Wu commanded. A green frog appeared, its round eyes sparkling and a brown ring adorning its belly. Name, Kappa Frog, qualification, semi-champion, ability, rain dish, skills, water gun, hypnosis, swagger, water slap, surf, water pulse. Su Qi noted the decent power of this Pokémon. After all, possessing a semi-champion was quite impressive for an ordinary trainer. Let me show you my Kappa Frog. Courtesy of my father, Do Wu boasted, revealing his privileged background. Gloom, use Dark Pulse, Su Qi ordered. Kappa Frog, use Water Gun, Do Wu countered. However, Kappa Frog blatantly disregarded Do Wu's commands and opted to use Surf against Gloom. The Dark Pulse effortlessly pierced through the wave, striking Kappa Frog in its abdomen, causing it to collapse in pain. Kappa Frog rose, glaring at Gloom with seething anger. Gloom chuckled, its mocking laughter echoing throughout the arena, which Kappa Frog perceived as a challenge. It charged forward, attempting to unleash a barrage of water slaps, but Gloom, being incorporeal, evaded all attacks. Kappa Frog, please listen to me, Do Wu pleaded anxiously, but Kappa Frog paid him no heed. Gloom, use Will-O-Wisp, Su Qi commanded. Gloom's body radiated with 9 purple flames, which erupted simultaneously, igniting Kappa Frog and causing explosive sounds as it collapsed, incapacitated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 500 battle points. As Kappa Frog lay defeated, Do Wu's earlier bravado evaporated. His confidence, reliant on Kappa Frog, crumbled in an instant. Kappa Frog, Do Wu murmured, his eyes vacant and disbelief etched on his face. Indeed, a person's confidence can shatter in a fleeting moment. Subsequently, he knelt and uttered, I concede. Do Wu's resignation was a wise decision, considering Su Qi's evident strength. Futile struggle would only result in further defeat. The contestant Do Wu concedes. Thus the victor is Su Qi from Pallet Town, the referee announced. Once the referee finished declaring the results, Su Qi recalled Gloom and turned to leave. Ash and the others in the observation area congratulated him briefly. They understood that, given Su Qi's current prowess, defeating him would require him to concede voluntarily, which was highly improbable. Meanwhile, a boy wearing a blue cap and green attire stood nearby, a Pikachu with blue gem-like eyes perched on his shoulder. Pikachu, did you see that? Truly formidable. I look forward to our battle. Chapter 84. The elimination rounds conclude, encountering Ahong. After defeating Do Wu, Su Qi returned to the hotel with the group. Such matches were a mere formality for Su Qi at this stage. They arrived at the hotel restaurant, ordered dinner, and began to eat. At the table, Ash could hardly contain his joy. He had not anticipated the court's conference would be so straightforward. This time, I'm determined to secure second place, he declared proudly. The others responded positively, relieved he had not set his sights too high, but Gary was not one to relent. Second place in this tournament will undoubtedly be mine, he asserted. Having just achieved victory, both were brimming with competitive spirit, making it an ill-timed moment for intervention. As the two faced off, an untimely voice interrupted their spirited exchange. Hello, are you Su Qi? inquired a boy wearing a blue cap and green attire, his shoulder accompanied by a blue-eyed Pikachu. Su-Chi turned, curiosity piqued, and immediately noticed the blue Pikachu. The owner of this Pikachu had left a lasting impression on him, having defeated Ash and halted his progress in the Quartz Conference's top 16. Su-Chi regarded the boy, whose appearance mirrored that of his animated counterpart. "Hello. I am Su-Chi. May I ask who you are?" Su-Chi inquired, aware of his identity, yet recognizing the need for formality in the real world. "Hello. I am Ahong," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he firmly grasped Su-Chi's hand. Su-Chi, taken aback by the fervor in his gaze, felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, "I am not engaged in this." Realizing his own impolite behavior, Ahong quickly released Su-Chi's hand and offered an apology, bowing several times. Su-Chi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, urged him to rise. As it made him feel like a fool, he then inquired, "Do you need something from me?" "Mr. Su-Chi, I am your devoted fan. Your battle on Red Lotus Island was simply magnificent. I aspire to become someone like you, and I wish to challenge you to a Pokémon battle," Ahong declared, his face brimming with joy. Understanding that Ahong was merely an admirer, Su-Chi felt relieved, having initially thought there was something serious at hand. "If you wish to battle me, then you must work diligently. First, win the elimination rounds. Only then can you challenge me," he replied, adopting an aloof demeanor. "I will certainly strive to do my best, Mr. Su-Chi," Ahong said, determination gleaming in his eyes. I have one more request. Could you treat me to a meal? I find myself a bit short on funds," he added, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Upon hearing this, the others chuckled, realizing that amidst all the talk of battles, it was the prospect of a free meal that truly mattered. "Not a problem. It's merely a matter of sharing a meal together," Su-Chi responded. "Thank you. I shall not hold back then," Ahong said as he took a seat. He indeed did not hold back, devouring the food as though he had not eaten in days. In no time, several plates of grilled meat and pasta were cleared away, his appetite rivaling that of 2 Ashes combined. The others simply watched in silence as Ahong feasted. "Am I perhaps eating a bit too much?" Ahong asked sheepishly. Su-Chi thought to himself, "What do you think? Do you not have any self-awareness?" After their meal, the group exited the restaurant. Once outside, Ahong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the hospitality. I am thoroughly satisfied," and with a hearty belch, he bid farewell before departing. "What an adorable Pikachu. Its blue eyes are so unique," Misty exclaimed, her heart fluttering at the sight of such a rare and delightful creature. "Well, you can see my Pikachu," Ash said, extending his own Pikachu toward her. Misty promptly pushed it away, insisting, "I want to see that one." Pikachu, feeling slighted, lowered its ears in dismay. "Does love truly fade away?" Ash remarked. "Why didn't you mention that earlier?" "You're just making excuses now," he added. "Well, I was too captivated to remember," Misty replied, covering her face in embarrassment. "Ah, women." Ash chuckled. "All right, let us save it for next time. Everyone, let us head back," Su-Chi announced. The group returned to their rooms, and Su-Chi turned back to his own quarters. Upon entering, he noticed a flickering red light emanating from his backpack. Rushing over, he opened it to find the egg of the legendary bird emitting a brilliant crimson glow. It seemed ready to hatch, pulsating with light before falling silent again. "Is it not time yet?" Su-Chi pondered aloud. However, it appeared to be a sign that the legendary bird was on the verge of hatching. Soon, he would possess 4 legendary Pokémon. The thought of returning to Blue Star, flaunting his collection of legendary creatures, filled him with exhilaration. Oh, how he was overthinking it. If he returned in such a grandiose manner, he might just end up being dissected for research. Nonetheless, this spurred Su-Chi to set a new goal, to capture all legendary Pokémon, including the likes of Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga, as well as the strongest beings within the Pokémon universe. With this objective established, he resolved to work diligently toward it, confident that with his keen intellect and the system's assistance, his dreams would undoubtedly materialize. The night passed in silence. Beneath a resplendent starry sky, shooting stars streaked across the firmament as the autumn winds rustled the leaves, a blend of green and gold. The winter in the Pokémon world was fleeting, lasting barely a month, as various Pokémon began to rest. Not far from Su-Chi's lodgings, a Kangaskhan was frantically fleeing from the forest, pursued by numerous figures clad in black. One of the pursuers brandished a tranquilizer gun, striking the Kangaskhan, which staggered for a moment before collapsing to the ground. The assailant, along with several others, approached and unceremoniously tossed the Kangaskhan into a pre-prepared cage. Finally caught it. "This creature runs too fast," one of them gasped, panting heavily. "All right, this is the last one for tonight. Let us hurry back and report. We mustn't keep the doctor waiting," another woman urged. Yes, the man replied, his demeanor shifting as fear flickered across his face at the mention of the doctor. They climbed aboard an armored vehicle and departed. Nearby, beneath the gnarled roots of a decaying tree, a young Kangaskhan watched with tear-filled eyes as its mother was taken away by the nefarious individuals. After a long moment, it began to run toward the forest's edge, remembering its mother's parting words to escape the forest and never return, heading toward human habitation. With tears glistening in its eyes, the young Kangaskhan pressed on. After what felt like an eternity, it found itself in a bustling human city. Overwhelmed by the vibrant lights and towering concrete structures, a profound sense of desolation washing over it. Exhausted and famished, the young Kangaskhan, only 2 years old, found itself alone. It had not yet reached the age to leave its mother's pouch. Just then, it spotted a splendid hotel, its exterior adorned with advertisements showcasing exquisite dishes. Chapter 85. Encountering the young Kangaskhan, the second match. Driven by hunger, the young Kangaskhan darted toward the hotel, deftly evading the doorman and slipping inside. Upon entering the opulent lobby, it was momentarily dazzled by the grandeur surrounding it. By now, it was nearly 6 o'clock, and hotel staff busily prepared meals for the competitors of the court's conference. The hotel where Su Chi was staying was renowned for its lavish accommodations during the event, offering complimentary meals to participants with unlimited supply. Having risen early, Su Chi wandered outside, noticing that many were still asleep. Suddenly, a commotion caught his attention from the restaurant. Catch it! It's a thief. Don't let it escape. As he turned to investigate, he spotted a young Kangaskhan scurrying toward him, a piece of bread clutched in its mouth. Upon seeing an obstruction in its path, the young Kangaskhan dropped the bread and unleashed a burst of yellow energy. Attempting a reckless tackle, Su Chi, unfazed, extended a finger as a stream of blue energy struck the young Kangaskhan's abdomen, sending it crashing to the ground. At that moment, hotel security rushed over. "Apologies, guest, for the disturbance. We will handle it," the security captain said sheepishly, preparing to apprehend the young Kangaskhan. "Wait. Let me take care of this," Su Chi interjected. "But, sir, it stole from the hotel. I can't just let it go," the captain protested. Su Chi nonchalantly retrieved a long-held water stone from his pocket and tossed it to the captain. The captain caught it, his eyes widening in disbelief. "This is a water stone, a high-quality one at that. It could fetch at least 100,000 alliance coins. This is a fortune. Now, will you let me handle it?" Su Chi asked coldly. "Of course, please proceed," the captain replied obsequiously. The young Kangaskhan, already injured, was now unable to rise. Su Chi approached and crouched down, reaching out to embrace it, but to his surprise, the little creature, still wary, edged away. In the eyes of the little bag dragon, the human before it was not a particularly commendable being, even though it had sought refuge in human society to escape from others. The little bag dragon remained wary of placing its trust in anyone. Su Chi extended his hand, invoking the power of the everlasting. As a verdant energy flowed into the little bag dragon's body, mending its wounds. The injuries on its form gradually vanished, leaving the little creature enveloped in a comforting warmth reminiscent of its mother's nurturing pouch. Memories of its mother flooded back, prompting the little bag dragon to shed tears. Observing the creature's tears, Su Chi mistakenly believed it was moved by his healing efforts. As the energy of the everlasting coursed through it, the little bag dragon's injuries nearly healed. Su Chi withdrew his hand and inquired, "Little one, how did you end up here? Where's your owner?" He presumed that a Pokémon in the city could not possibly belong to a wild trainer. The little bag dragon remained silent, its lack of response indicating its lingering distrust of Su Chi. Noticing its reticence, Su Chi gently picked it up. The little bag dragon offered no resistance. Aware that it would be futile, he carried it back to the room and poured some energy cubes onto a plate. However, the little bag dragon remained vigilant, ignoring the food proffered by Su Chi. Despite the enticing aroma, it would rather starve than consume it. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Su Chi approached the door to find Xiaoji, who had come to invite him to watch his match that morning. Su Chi recalled that he too had a preliminary match scheduled for the same morning. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiaoji departed. Su Chi closed the door and turned to the little bag dragon, saying, "I am going to compete now. You stay here and behave." With that, he gathered his belongings and left. The spacious room was left in silence, occupied only by the little bag dragon. It glanced around cautiously, and suddenly a delightful scent wafted into its nostrils. Upon closer inspection, it recognized the food that the previous human had poured for it, and the aroma was undeniably enticing. Unable to resist, the little bag dragon approached to sniff again, the fragrance overwhelming its senses, compelling it to eat. Without hesitation, it devoured the food in eager bites. Exclaiming within, "Delicious! Absolutely delightful!" It proceeded to lift the plate, thoroughly enjoying its meal. Meanwhile, Su Qi and Xiao Zhi's second match commenced. In the spectator area, the crowd cheered and rallied for both competitors. Xiao Zhi faced an opponent who appeared to be in his 30s, wielding a Nido-King and a Shavarang. With a third Pokémon yet to be summoned, a trainer evidently skilled in fighting-type Pokémon. In contrast, Su Qi was matched against a girl who utilized a grass-type Pokémon. "Go, Jumpluff," she commanded. Su Qi, bemused by the seemingly weak choice, retorted, "Go, Charizard, send it back home." Charizard swiftly ended the encounter with a powerful claw strike. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 battle points. Merely 100 points? Su Qi mused. Even a mosquito is still meat. He shrugged off the meager reward. The battleground was a rocky arena, suitable for both trainers' Pokémon. Undeterred by her Jumpluff's swift defeat, the girl recalled it and affectionately said, "Thank you, Jumpluff. Next, it's your turn." "Rosalia," she instructed. Rosalia gracefully descended onto the battlefield, its beauty and prowess evident among grass-type Pokémon. "Rosalia, use Seed Bomb," the girl commanded. Rosalia's buds erupted with an array of energy seeds, launching them towards Charizard. "Too weak," Su Qi replied. "Charizard, use Flamethrower." Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the incoming seeds. The flames continued to assail Rosalia, rendering it unable to battle. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 battle points. Another 300 points. A slight smile graced Su Qi's lips. "My third Pokémon, go Leafeon," the girl announced. "Leafeon, a fine choice indeed. It should yield a considerable amount of battle points." Su Qi commented. "Charizard, Dragon Claw," he instructed, eager to conclude the match swiftly. Leafeon deftly evaded the attack and countered with Magical Leaf. As Leafeon vanished from sight, Su Qi was momentarily taken aback by its speed, realizing that even in the preliminary rounds, he could encounter such extraordinary Pokémon. Leafeon leaped gracefully into the air, and the swirling leaves formed a tempest of sharp blades that sliced toward Charizard. "Charizard, use Earthquake," Su Qi commanded. Almost instantaneously, Charizard lunged from the onslaught of leaves. Seizing Leafeon, the Pokémon appeared startled, uncertain of how to react. Charizard ascended with Leafeon in its grasp before forcefully slamming it to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Leafeon lay defeated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 550 battle points. Thus, Su Qi triumphed in his second preliminary match. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhi had also concluded his match, securing a decisive victory. Chapter 86, Shopping and the Uncle Selling Magikarp. After the matches, Su Qi and his companions returned to the hotel. Upon entering his room, Su Qi was greeted by a scene of utter chaos. The sofa was torn apart, revealing its stuffing. The table was overturned, and the chairs were kicked askew, while even the carpet lay strewn across the bed. Su Qi's fury ignited. He longed to find the little bag dragon and unleash his frustration upon it. However, after searching in vain, he discovered that the little creature had fled, having consumed an entire pound of energy cubes before escaping. Frustrated yet powerless, Su Qi notified the hotel staff to clean the room and replace the damaged items. As he stepped into the corridor, a rustling sound caught his attention, prompting him to investigate. To his surprise, he found the little bag dragon rummaging through the storage room, where only toiletries were stored, devoid of any food. Utilizing his aura, he levitated the little creature, which was in the midst of its scavenging, only to suddenly realize it was floating. "What is happening?" It flailed in confusion. "You dare create such a mess in my room and then run away?" Su Qi released it, causing the little bag dragon to collide with the floor, eliciting a pained cry. Having spent its first 2 years in the forest, the little bag dragon had not yet adapted to the conventions of human society, accustomed instead to rummaging through thickets and overturning stones in search of food. There was no semblance of order in its previous existence. Observing the little bag dragon before him, Su Qi felt a sense of helplessness. "Very well, let it be," he sighed, carrying the little creature outside the hotel and returning it to the forest. Afterward, Su Qi turned away from the forest's edge and departed, leaving the little bag dragon behind. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Qi spotted Xiaoxia and her companions preparing to venture out. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to join them for a stroll. Upon reaching the bustling food street, throngs of people filled the area. Xiaoxia was captivated by the various gemstones and perfumes, clutching them in her hands as if they were treasures. The group entered a cosmetic store, while Xiao Zhi, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Gang volunteered as free laborers. With a sense of boredom, Su Qi wandered around, observing the wares on display. It was undeniable that most items in the Pokemon world were of excellent quality, with even street vendors refraining from selling counterfeit goods, except for one particular individual. Su-Chi's gaze fell upon a man hawking Magikarp, calling out to passers-by, "King of Carp. Selling the King of Carp, guaranteed to evolve into Gyarados. If it does not evolve, no payment is required." People from various regions gathered around, many of whom had never seen a genuine Gyarados but were well aware of its formidable prowess. Soon, a large crowd formed around the fish stall. "How much for your King of Carp, boss?" inquired a middle-aged man. "Dear customer, please take a look. The small one is 50,000 Alliance coins. The larger one is 100,000 Alliance coins. And this golden King of Carp is 1,000,000 Alliance coins," the vendor replied. "So expensive. This is outrageous." The man frowned in disbelief. Su-Chi watched the vendor deceive the man, recalling how he had once been swindled out of 30,000 Alliance coins by a similar scam. "Sir, let me share a secret with you. This golden King of Carp can produce gold. Purchasing it would be a tremendous profit," the vendor whispered conspiratorially. Su-Chi, with keen hearing, thought to himself that the vendor was employing the same old trick. Aside from the foolish little Zilong, who would be foolish enough to buy a King of Carp that supposedly produces gold? Surely, one would keep such a treasure for themselves instead of selling it. Meanwhile, outside the venue, little Zilong, selling spicy grilled fish skewers, handed a skewer to a small boy. Suddenly, he sneezed. "Who just insulted me?" he exclaimed. "I'd like an order of grilled fish, extra spicy," a customer said. "Sure thing. Please hold on," little Zilong replied, busily preparing the order. The middle-aged man, now visibly agitated, shouted, "Are you trying to fool me? If it can produce gold, why on earth would you sell it to me? You scammer." He turned on his heel and left. "Please don't go," pleaded the vendor. The onlookers, realizing they were witnessing a scam, began to angrily disperse. The vendor, seeing his customers vanish, sighed, "What a terrible day. I haven't deceived a single soul." At that moment, Su-Chi approached the vendor's stall, feigning ignorance. "Excuse me, uncle, how much for this King of Carp?" The vendor, glancing up to see a child before him, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Ah, this kid looks like he has never seen the world. I'll take advantage of him," he thought. "Young lad, this King of Carp can produce gold. Buy one and you'll have endless wealth," the vendor declared, his words dripping with temptation. Having successfully deceived hundreds with this line before, the vendor felt confident. Su-Chi, maintaining a facade of greed, further convinced the vendor of his success. The vendor's anticipation of a sumptuous meal later that evening grew. However, Su-Chi had already examined the statistics of these Kings of Carp and knew they were merely of elite rank, essentially worthless. "Young man, it's time to pay. Just 50,000 Alliance coins will suffice," the vendor said, his greed palpable. "But I have no money," Su-Chi replied innocently. "No money? Then leave me to my business." The vendor snapped, his demeanor shifting upon hearing Su-Chi's lack of funds. "Uncle, if you lend me a King of Carp, I'll have money to pay you back. Right?" Su-Chi suggested innocently. The vendor, growing impatient, retorted, "If it could produce gold, I'd keep it myself. Go wash up and sleep." Realizing he had inadvertently let slip his deception, he quickly covered his mouth. "Oh, so it's a hoax?" Su-Chi remarked. "Whether it's fake or not, don't disturb my business," the vendor urged impatiently. Su-Chi then produced his Alliance Prosecutor badge. "You are suspected of using Pokemon for fraudulent purposes. Please accompany me to the police station." Su-Chi had intended for him to incriminate himself, having recorded their conversation earlier. The vendor's face paled as he realized the gravity of his situation. "How could this happen? I just wanted to swindle a bit of money," he thought, lamenting his misfortune. "Come along," Su-Chi instructed. "Not a chance. Go, Galar, use Bone Club." The vendor shouted defiantly, preparing to strike at Su-Chi. Without even summoning his own Pokemon, Su-Chi simply extended a finger to intercept Galar's attack. Galar was left bewildered as Su-Chi effortlessly seized the Bone Club and tossed it aside. "My Galar!" the vendor cried, rushing to retrieve his Pokemon. Just then, Miss Junsha, whom Su-Chi had notified, arrived. He handed her the recording. "To think someone would dare to con others during the court's conference. He'll be incarcerated for several years." After wrapping up the affair, Su-Chi returned to the perfume shop, where Xiaoxia was still busy trying various perfumes and cosmetics. Su-Chi, exasperated, thought to himself, "Can't she finish in less than an hour?" Women truly are the driving force of consumption. Chapter 87, The Phantom-Type Boy. After browsing for over 2 hours, Xiaoxia finally emerged, thoroughly satisfied, much to the relief of Xiaoji and the others. They returned to the hotel for a meal and began preparing for the next day's competition. The following morning, the match for Xiaomao commenced, and Su Chi accompanied his friends to watch. Given the aquatic arena, Xiaomao deployed Gyarados, swiftly clinching victory. Xiaomao and Xiaoji had their final elimination match in the afternoon. Su Chi's 2 matches were scheduled for the morning. At 8:30 a.m., Su Chi's match began, pitting him against a boy of similar age named Colin. Colin silently took the stage, donning a black hat and attire, exuding an air of aloofness. Without uttering a word after the referee announced the match rules, he promptly launched his attack. "Go, cursed all," Colin commanded. "Then I'll send out my ghost pot." Su Chi responded. Colin's expression remained impassive as he coldly ordered, "Cursed all, use Shadow Ball." A dark energy sphere hurtled toward Ghost Pot, which evaded the attack by transforming into an illusory form. "Ghost Pot, use Nightmare," Su Chi instructed. A swirling mass of black mist appeared before Ghost Pot. Nightmare was a skill with a 100 hit rate, successfully striking Cursed All, which fell to the ground, displaying signs of agony. "Now," Su Chi commanded, "Ghost Pot, use Dream Eater." A shadowy figure coalesced in front of Ghost Pot, invading Cursed All's body. Cursed All lost its fighting capability. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 300 battle points." Colin's expression remained unchanged, as if he were not the one who had just lost. Silently, he recalled Cursed All and produced another Pokeball. "Go, Dream Eater," he said, releasing a dark purple Pokemon clad in traditional Miko attire. Its face obscured save for its crimson eyes glowing ominously. Su Chi noted that Colin appeared adept at utilizing Ghost-type Pokemon. "Ghost Pot, use Will-O-Wisp," Su Chi shouted. 9 ghostly flames surged toward Dream Eater. With a cold command, Colin replied, "Dream Eater, use Psychic." Dream Eater's eyes glowed blue as an invisible force seized control of the ghostly flames, which halted mid-flight, momentarily stunned before redirecting toward Ghost Pot. Su Chi was taken aback by the formidable psychic prowess of this ghost-type Pokemon. The flame struck Ghost Pot, causing it to cry out in pain. "Ghost Pot, are you alright?" Su Chi asked anxiously. Ghost Pot turned and made a playful face to indicate it was unhurt. "Good. Ghost Pot, use Dark Pulse," Su Chi commanded. "Dream Eater, use Magical Flame." A clash of dark and dark purple energies erupted, resulting in a lengthy standoff until an explosion resounded, sending waves of air and a cloud of dust swirling. As the smoke cleared, both Dream Eater and Ghost Pot remained standing, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Dream Eater, use Illusion," Colin instructed. The eyes of the Dream Demon suddenly turned a ghastly crimson, a wave of scarlet energy radiating outward. As it swept past the Ghost Pot plant, the creature froze momentarily before collapsing, lifeless on the ground. "Ghost Pot plant," Su Chi exclaimed in alarm. Within the eyes of the Ghost Pot plant, it found itself back in the familiar forest of its past, enveloped in thick white mist that obscured its surroundings, rendering the woods seemingly endless. Wandering through its former home, it felt a strange blend of familiarity and estrangement. The landscape remained largely unchanged, but the profound silence was unsettling. Not a single Pokemon was in sight, as if it were the last remnant of this world. Su Chi, witnessing the Ghost Pot plant succumb to the illusion, felt a surge of urgency. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He could harness the power of aura to awaken the Ghost Pot plant. He quickly closed his eyes, conjuring waves of aura energy. Across from him, Colin's expression shifted, a flicker of shock crossing his features. "Ghost Pot plant, awaken." "This is an illusion," Su Chi implored, attempting to reach the entranced Ghost Pot plant through the power of aura. At that moment, the Ghost Pot plant was ensnared in an endless cycle, unable to escape the forest, unable to disperse the mist that surrounded it. This predicament filled it with frustration, gradually igniting a sense of agitation within. Suddenly, it heard Su Chi's voice. "Ghost Pot plant, awaken. This is an illusion." In that instant, the Ghost Pot plant realized it was still in the midst of battle. Cursing the deceptive illusion, a pair of crimson eyes flickered behind it. See-through, it had learned a new skill within the illusion. The Ghost Pot plant awoke from the illusion, fixing its gaze upon the Dream Demon before it, as if to say, "You scoundrel, you lured me into this illusion. Watch as I strike you down." It unleashed the Night Assault. Dark energy enveloped its form, moving with such swiftness that it left no trace. By the time Colin noticed, the Dream Demon had already been slammed against the wall. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 800 battle points." Colin was taken aback. His plan was to rely on the Dream Demon to defeat Su Chi and achieve advancement. However, witnessing his prideful Pokemon's defeat, a terrifying expression emerged on his face. In a fit of rage, he turned to Su Chi and declared, "Let me show you my true strength. Go, Jing Host." Su Chi smirked at the sight of Colin releasing a Jing Host. In that case, return, Ghost Pot Plant, he said, recalling his Pokemon. He then retrieved another Pokeball and announced, Go, Jinghost. 2 Jinghosts appeared on the battlefield, each glaring intently at the other. Colin, upon seeing Su-Chi's Jinghost, heightened his vigilance. Jinghost, use Shadow Ball. Colin commanded. We'll counter with Ice Punch. Su-Chi replied. Jinghost gathered white energy in its right hand, effortlessly swatting away the Shadow Balls, landing a solid punch on Colin's Jinghost's head. Although Colin's Jinghost fell to the ground, it quickly regained its footing, clutching its head in evident pain. Jinghost, use the Absorb Punch. Su-Chi commanded. Jinghost, dodge. Colin shouted. Yet the disparity in strength between the 2 Pokemon was insurmountable. The Absorb Punch landed repeatedly on Colin's Jinghost, which was left in a state of despair, lamenting its unexpected humiliation against a fellow creature. Su-Chi's Jinghost grinned mischievously at its opponent, licking its lips before unleashing a malevolent wave that rendered it incapable of further battle. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 900 battle points. With yet another match concluded, Su-Chi pondered, as we near the top 32, I hope to encounter truly formidable opponents. Chapter 88. Entering the top 32. After completing his 3rd match, Su-Chi prepared for the final elimination round, set to begin in half an hour. He took a moment to rest in the spectator area before hearing the announcer's voice, prompting him to rise and head to the battlefield. Upon arrival, he was met by a muscular man named Ollie. True to his name, he was indeed a figure of impressive physique, boasting well-defined abs and pecs that quivered with every movement, indicative of his rigorous training. Ollie, exuding confidence, declared, Come on, let the muscles surge. Go, my precious Shavarang. Su-Chi couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief at the theatrics of his opponent. Judging by Ollie's appearance, it was clear he had a penchant for fitness, likely favoring fighting-type Pokemon. Lucario, you take the stage, Su-Chi commanded. The striking figure of Lucario emerged, startling Ollie. Oh, it's Lucario, such a rare Pokemon, Ollie exclaimed, his admiration barely concealed. Su-Chi was taken aback by how a grown man could become so enamored with his Pokemon. Ollie proposed, Let us trade your Lucario for my Machoke. Su-Chi, incredulous, thought Machoke? A commonplace Pokemon dares to bargain for my Lucario? Not a chance, he replied firmly. Very well. If I win, you must trade. Ollie persisted, refusing to relent. All right, let us see how you plan to win, Su-Chi chuckled. Ollie, convinced of his impending victory, envisioned the moment he would claim Lucario as his own. Lucario, unleash consecutive Aura Spheres. Su-Chi commanded. Lucario concentrated, sending forth a barrage of Aura Spheres towards Shavarang, who was unable to evade them. With a final blow, Lucario extended a blue bone staff, delivering a powerful strike that sent Shavarang crashing against the wall, ruffling Ollie's hair in the process. Shavarang was rendered unable to continue battling. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 200 battle points. Ollie stood there, dazed and incredulous, pondering how swiftly the match had concluded. Yet this only fueled his determination to acquire Lucario. He sent forth his 2nd Pokemon. Go, Machoke. Use Karate Chop. Ollie commanded. With white light gleaming from its 4 arms, Machoke charged at Lucario. Lucario, dodge with quick attack, then follow up with a double kick. Su-Chi instructed. Lucario's form blurred, creating multiple afterimages that eluded Machoke's assault. As Machoke stood bewildered, Lucario struck from behind, delivering a powerful blow that sent Machoke crashing to the ground, visibly wounded. Machoke, despite the pain, rose to its feet, displaying some injuries. Machoke, use Bulk Up for close combat. Ollie ordered, empowering his Pokemon. Lucario, let South engage in close quarters. Su-Chi countered. The 2 Pokemon clashed, raising a cloud of dust in their fierce battle. Suddenly, Machoke landed a sharp chop on Lucario's shoulder, causing it pain and igniting its fury. Lucario enveloped itself in a blue aura, launching a double kick that sent Machoke sprawling to the ground. Lucario, finish it with Aura Sphere. Su-Chi commanded. Lucario conjured a massive Aura Sphere, hurling it toward Machoke. The sight of the colossal energy ball widened Machoke's eyes in terror. The impact of the Aura Sphere unleashed a tremendous explosion, sending forth a miniature mushroom cloud and generating a powerful shockwave that whipped up a storm of wind and dust. The individuals present shielded their eyes with their hands as the explosion subsided, leaving the formidable creature incapacitated. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have earned 500 battle points. Opposite, Ollie was equally astonished by Lucario's sudden surge of power. Truly, the Pokemon I have chosen possesses extraordinary strength. The outcome now rests on you, Machamp. Machamp is indeed a commendable fighter within the fighting type, Surprising as it may be that this individual is less impressive than the Pokémon itself, Su-Chi remarked. As Macamp emerged, a dominant aura enveloped the arena, prompting Su-Chi to glance at its statistics, which were quite impressive. Name: Macamp. Qualification: Pseudo-Champion. Ability: Iron Fist. Skills: Stone Edge, Rock Slide, Superpower, Hammer Arm, Drain Punch, Sonic Punch. Macamp: Use Rock Slide, Ollie commanded. Macamp smashed 2 stone pillars into the ground, causing numerous rocks to protrude, hurtling towards Lucario. Lucario, be cautious. Leap onto the rocks and use Double Team, Su-Chi instructed. Lucario propelled itself upward, bounding from one rock to another, its form flickering as multiple Lucarios appeared, charging toward Macamp. The sight of the approaching phantoms left Macamp momentarily dazed. Macamp, disperse all the copies and unleash Sonic Punch, Ollie urged. Macamp lowered the stone pillars, its fists glimmering with silver light, striking the 2 nearest illusions and shattering them. It then leapt again, obliterating all the Lucario duplicates. Finally, only one remained. Ollie laughed triumphantly. That one must be the real one. Macamp, use Sonic Punch. Macamp lunged at the sole remaining Lucario, landing a Sonic Punch that caused it to vanish instantly. What? The last one was also an illusion, Ollie exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Where could the real one be? He wondered, scanning the surroundings, which yielded nothing but the protruding rocks. How peculiar. How could it have vanished so suddenly? At that moment, Lucario reappeared above Macamp, a massive aura sphere charged and ready to unleash. Lucario hurled the aura sphere downward, prompting Macamp to hastily raise the stone pillars to shield itself from the impending attack. After a moment of stalemate, Macamp began to falter, retreating a few steps while gritting its teeth to endure. Just then, Lucario launched another aura sphere, overwhelming Macamp and causing it to collapse. Following a resounding explosion, Macamp was rendered incapable of battle. A notification sounded. Congratulations, host, you have earned 1,000 battle points. A commendable sum of 1,000 battle points, Su-Chi remarked. Chapter 89, Culinary Restaurant, Team Rocket. The final elimination round concluded, marking Su-Chi's successful advancement into the top 32. In truth, Su-Chi wished to bypass the hassle and seize the championship directly. While his strength was not the absolute pinnacle, it was indeed formidable with few rivals. However, the tournament's structure necessitated a gradual progression. Ollie gazed in disbelief at Su-Chi, who had single-handedly defeated all of his Pokémon, collapsing weakly to the ground. Su-Chi, observing Ollie's plight, offered a piece of advice. Spend more time understanding your Pokémon to enhance your combat prowess, rather than fixating on others' Pokémon. Ollie chuckled at Su-Chi's words, incredulous that he was being lectured by someone 2 decades his junior. He cast a glance at Su-Chi before slowly rising to his feet and departing. Su-Chi chose not to pursue the matter further, instead returning to the viewing area with Lucario. He hoped that this experience would allow him to appreciate the strengths and abilities of his own Pokémon. Upon returning to the viewing area, Ash exclaimed, Su-Chi, Lucario is so cool. I wish I had one. He affectionately hugged Lucario, who did not resist the affection, as Su-Chi understood Ash's exuberance. After a brief conversation, the time approached noon. Shall we go for a meal? A new restaurant has opened in the food street, and I've heard it is quite popular, bustling with patrons. Brock suggested. Absolutely. I'm starving. Ash replied eagerly. With everyone in agreement, Su-Chi, feeling hunger pangs himself, added, let us go and try it. Brock, lead the way. Certainly. Brock responded. With that, the group exited the venue, heading towards the food street. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they were met with throngs of people, forming long queues. Su-Chi remarked, it seems to be quite popular with so many patrons. Misty commented, there are far too many people. Perhaps we should consider another venue. Just then, a figure clad in white and wearing a mask approached, smiling warmly. Are you guests here for a meal? Yes, but the crowd is overwhelming, Misty replied. Our restaurant warmly welcomes all competitors, and we offer free, no-wait seating for participants, the woman said with a cheerful demeanor. Free? Ash's eyes widened at the prospect. As he considered free offerings to be the best of all, he immediately declared, we're in. Su-Chi felt a flicker of suspicion. He mused that free services typically belong to establishments affiliated with the league, whereas this appeared to be a privately owned restaurant. Brock harbored similar doubts. Despite his usual susceptibility to charming women, being the eldest in the group, he possessed a unique sense of caution. Nevertheless, Ash and the others had already ventured inside, leaving Su-Chi and Brock with no choice but to follow. The interior was modestly decorated, yet the aroma of the food was enticing. The waitress led them to a private room before exiting. Upon leaving, The waitress's cheerful expression suddenly soured as she turned toward the kitchen. Meowth, we waited long enough. They finally arrived. Make sure to add plenty of the potion, the waitress revealed, removing her mask. It was Musashi, who had cut her luxurious hair short and donned makeup to avoid recognition. Indeed, these little twerps have fallen for it. Huh? My hair was not in vain. Finally, they're here. Behold my invincible sleep-inducing potion, Meowth declared wickedly, pouring an unknown substance into the soup. Perfect, the specially crafted witch's soup pasta, Meowth proclaimed, admiring the dish he had meticulously prepared. It smells divine. Thanks to you, our restaurant's profits surpass the wages boss provides, Kojiro said cheerfully. Of course. I learned to cook while living on the streets to adapt to human habits, Meowth said proudly. You too, take this to them. Right. Musashi and Kojiro replied, each carrying the dishes towards Su-Chi's private room. Musashi opened the door. Guests, your food has arrived, she announced, placing the dishes down before retreating. The group gazed at the deep red broth and aromatic herbs, their appetites igniting. Ash, famished, opened his mouth wide and began to devour the meal. This is delicious, he exclaimed, his mouth full of noodles. The others quickly joined in, having spent the entire morning in the viewing area without even a sip of water. Only Su-Chi and Brock remained wary, refraining from eating. As they feasted, the Rocket Trio monitored the passage of time from the kitchen. Meowth, it should be about time, Kojiro noted. Indeed, once they succumb to slumber, all their Pokémon will be ours, Meowth chuckled wickedly. The trio approached the door to the private room, listening intently. And upon hearing silence within, they pushed the door open, only to find that two individuals were missing. Huh, where are the other two? Musashi wondered, as a voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Are you looking for us? Su-Chi inquired. The three of them turned around, startled to see the little rascal. Su-Chi and Xiao Gang exchanged glances, as Su-Chi had already heard their conversation upon approaching. Why are you still awake? The dosage I administered should suffice to keep you slumbering for an entire day, Meowth remarked. Team Rocket, do you really think your petty tricks can deceive me? Such clumsy acting, and you didn't even bother to change Kojiro's hairstyle. Are you not merely incriminating yourselves? Su-Chi exclaimed loudly. Run. Meowth swiftly took off, with Musashi and Kojiro hot on his heels. In an instant, Su-Chi raised his hand and employed wave guidance, causing the three to levitate. Ah, little rascal. What have you done? The trio flailed their arms and legs, desperately trying to break free. This time, Team Rocket, you shall be sent in for a little sit-down, Su-Chi declared with a hint of defiance. Call the police, Xiao Gang urged. I must say, Miss Junsh's efficiency during the tournament is remarkable. She arrived in less than 10 minutes. Oh, it's you, Miss Junsha acknowledged. Su-Chi, somewhat puzzled, replied, do we know each other? Beside him, Xiao Gang, with stars in his eyes, exclaimed, it's Miss Junsha from Nibby City. Long time no see. He rushed over to grasp her hand. Su-Chi was taken aback, thinking, he can distinguish that? Impressive. Afterward, Miss Junsha escorted the trio away, and they likely wouldn't reappear for the remainder of the event. Once she departed, Su-Chi and Xiao Gang awaited the awakening of their companions. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiaoji remarked, those dastardly Team Rocket. All right, as long as everyone is fine. Let us head back, Su-Chi suggested. The group then returned to their hotel. Chapter 90. The strong matches begin, encountering stiff rivals. With the Team Rocket incident resolved, the group returned to the hotel, as the match between Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji was set for that afternoon. They hadn't had a proper meal at noon, so Su-Chi led everyone to the dining hall for lunch before they returned to their rooms for a much-needed rest. After all, maintaining their health was essential for continued combat. Around 2:30 p.m., the final elimination match between Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji commenced. This time, they faced off together. Xiao Mao's opponent was a boy of similar age, while Xiao Ji faced a stunning woman around 20 years old. Xiao Mao secured victory without a doubt, and as Su-Chi went to check on Xiao Ji, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Xiao Ji's Charizard fell into confusion due to the opposing Milotic's attract. Charizard, snap out of it, Xiao Ji urged, beads of sweat forming on his brow, for this was the final elimination match, and he didn't wish to falter here. Little brother, why not concede gracefully? My Milotic's attract is not easily broken, the alluring beauty chuckled, addressing Xiao Ji, observing Charizard's love-struck demeanor. Su-Chi feared that Xiao Ji might be eliminated at this juncture. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Ji shouted, Charizard, weren't we supposed to grow stronger together? The words pierced through Charizard's ears, seemingly rekindling its resolve, as the influence of attract diminished significantly. What? The beauty was taken aback, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. Milotic, use attract again. Milotic unleashed the move, sending pink hearts flying toward Charizard. Just then, a small blue energy surged into Charizard's body, too swift for anyone to notice. Charizard suddenly regained its senses, and as the hearts approached, it flapped its wings and soared into the air, evading the attract. Xiaoji, elated to see Charizard awake, exclaimed, "Charizard, Dragon Claw!" With its green claws glimmering ominously, Charizard struck fiercely at Milotic. "Ah!" Milotic cried out in pain. Charizard then executed a powerful throw, lifting Milotic and spinning in the air before casting it aside. Milotic was rendered unable to battle. Watching from the spectator area, Suchi pondered whether his earlier action had aided or hindered Xiaoji, hoping it had been the former. Earlier, seeing that Charizard needed a bit more time to recover, he had used Wave Guidance to assist it. With the conclusion of the elimination matches, the top 32 had officially commenced. At 6 o'clock that evening, in the hall of the venue, the 64 advancing competitors began to draw lots. As the screen flickered, the matchups were revealed. Suchi's opponent was a sweet-looking girl, seemingly of similar age. Among those he recognized who made it to the top 32 were Xiao Lu, Xiao Ji, Xiao Mao, Ahong, and Zhen Yi. Suchi also spotted a name, Sheng Dai. Where was she during the elimination rounds? Did I miss her? Suchi mused, glancing around the venue, but saw no sign of her. After the group checked their opponents, they began to disperse, preparing for their matches. A girl approached Suchi, saying, "Hello, I'm Mei Lin, your opponent for tomorrow," extending her hand. "Hello," Suchi replied, shaking her hand politely. "I look forward to our match. I will definitely win tomorrow," the girl declared with determination. The abrupt shift in her demeanor from a soft-spoken girl to a warrior was quite impressive, making Suchi admire her tenacity. Truly, a woman's mood can shift like the weather in June, he thought as Mei Lin turned and walked away without looking back. Winning against me? That seems unlikely. Suchi chuckled to himself. As the group finished reviewing their opponents, it was already quite late, and they returned to the hotel. While walking back, Suchi and the others chatted jovially. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a distance, a massive mushroom cloud rising. Suchi focused, realizing it was coming from the forest outside the hotel. Many trainers nearby heard the sound, and they hurried toward the site to investigate. Miss Junsha, patrolling the area, quickly mounted her motorcycle alongside her Arcanine and Houndoom to rush to the scene. Suchi and Xiaoji exchanged glances, then followed the crowd toward the site of the commotion. Such a significant explosion during the tournament was impossible to overlook. Upon arriving at the scene, they found only scorched earth and broken trees emitting a burnt odor, with a deep pit approximately 2 meters in diameter. A multitude of Pokémon trainers had gathered, while Miss Junsha and other staff members had cordoned off the area with caution tape. It appeared that a fierce battle had taken place, with formidable Pokémon involved. Sparks of electricity and violent energy waves still flickered from the pit, likely remnants of Thunderbolt and Hyper Beam attacks. Who could dare cause such a ruckus during the tournament? Suchi's eyes narrowed as he sensed someone observing the scene. Suddenly, he spotted a shadow darting through the trees, vanishing in an instant. "You all wait here," Suchi instructed Xiao Ji and the others. He then activated his teleportation ability and pursued the figure, leaving Xiao Ji and the others behind. "What's going on?" Xiao Xia asked. "I'm not sure. Suchi must have spotted the culprit and is chasing after them. Let's wait for him here," Xiao Mao suggested. From above, the forest was illuminated by a flickering blue light as Suchi rapidly teleported, feeling invigorated thanks to the previous reward from the system. The shadow moved with remarkable agility, skillfully navigating through the trees. At this moment, Suchi summoned his Greninja, instructing, "Greninja, intercept him ahead." With a nod, Greninja propelled itself forward, its muscular legs coiling tightly before launching into the air, deftly leaping through the trees. It must be said that amphibious Pokémon possess a distinct advantage in forested environments. In no time, Greninja successfully blocked the shadowy figure's path, skidding to a halt, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the human before it. Realizing both avenues of escape were sealed, the shadowy individual ceased his flight. Just then, Suchi executed a swift teleportation, appearing directly behind him. "Who are you? And why are you wreaking such havoc during the conference?" Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile, exposing his gleaming white teeth. Chapter 91. The Battle of Legendary Beasts. Who could it be? Without uttering much more, he produced a peculiar Pokeball, releasing a blue and white Pokémon with a sleek, aircraft-like form. "It's Latios," Suchi thought, surprised and somewhat envious at the sight of the legendary creature. "Latios, use Hydro Pump." Greninja, Water Shuriken. The two streams of azure energy collided, yet Latios proved superior, sending Greninja hurtling away until it crashed against a tree. "Greninja," Su-Chi cried out in alarm. This marked Su-Chi's first significant defeat since becoming a Pokemon trainer. Despite its injuries, Greninja displayed an unwavering will to continue battling. Return, Greninja. The disparity in our strengths is too great, Su-Chi urged. However, Greninja's fighting spirit remained resolute, indicating its desire to persist. Encouraged by Greninja's tenacity, Su-Chi felt his own resolve strengthen. With a gentle smile, he spoke, "Is this your true spirit, Greninja? Then let us continue the fight. Greninja, unleash our full power." Water Shuriken. Su-Chi raised his voice, the words echoing through the vast forest. In that instant, a flash of scarlet light gleamed in Greninja's eyes. A colossal blue water vortex forming around it, soaring skyward. "This is the Bond evolution," Su-Chi exclaimed in awe. "Then let us harness our strength, Greninja." His voice resonated throughout the expansive woodland. Waves of blue auras surged from Su-Chi, intertwining with Greninja's water spiral, unleashing a tempestuous gale. Nearby, all the trainers, including Ash and Miss Junsha, stood transfixed, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle. What a sight! Misty gasped in astonishment. The shadowy figure, too, trembled slightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. Latios observed Greninja intently, bewildered by the sudden surge in its power. The two colossal energies grew larger, ultimately merging, the silhouettes of Su-Chi and Greninja overlapping in a surreal display. Su-Chi felt an overwhelming sense of connection, a realization dawning upon him. This was the essence of their bond. "Greninja, can you hear me?" "Yes," came the simple yet profound response, a direct communion of souls. As the water swirled away, a massive transparent water shuriken materialized on Greninja's back. "Greninja, thousand-faced water shuriken." Greninja leapt high, and myriad smaller water shurikens appeared in the air, coalescing into a gigantic shuriken nearly 10 meters in diameter, hurtling toward Latios. Latios, wide-eyed, could only watch as the water shuriken descended. An explosive sound erupted, a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky, the shockwave uprooting trees in its wake. Both Su-Chi and the shadowy figure instinctively shielded their faces. The onlookers, hearing the cacophony of explosions and witnessing the colossal mushroom cloud, understood that a fierce battle ensued. "Everyone, stay put. Let us investigate," Miss Junsha commanded. "Please, Miss Junsha, allow us to accompany you," a determined boy implored. "Yes, Miss Junsha, let us join. More hands mean more strength. My friend just pursued that assailant. And I suspect they may have clashed," Ash added. The crowd clamored for permission to follow. Miss Junsha gazed at their earnest expressions before conceding. "All right. But do ensure your safety, and remember to alert us if you encounter trouble." "Understood," they all replied in unison. With that, a throng of eager individuals ventured into the forest. Within the woods, Greninja's strike had rendered Latios unable to continue fighting. The shadowy figure was taken aback by Su-Chi's strength. He had not anticipated such formidable prowess from the youth. After defeating Latios, Greninja collapsed, returning to its previous form. Su-Chi hurried to support it, whispering, "Thank you, Greninja. You have done remarkably well." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 4,000 battle points." Su-Chi recalled Greninja into its Pokeball. Standing tall, he fixed a steely gaze upon the shadowy figure, whose presence evoked memories of the black organization that had previously sought to seize the Ho-Oh egg. As the realization struck, Su-Chi could no longer contain his inner fury. "Go, Mutwo." A humanoid Pokemon materialized, seemingly sensing Su-Chi's wrath. It turned to glance at him before shifting its gaze away, pondering why this human was so agitated. The shadowy figure, noticing Mutwo's energy fluctuations, produced another Pokeball. "Go, Rayquaza." A serpentine Pokemon with a gaping maw and razor-sharp teeth emerged, its body adorned with yellow and black stripes, exuding an inexplicable pressure, its yellow eyes framed by black pupils. Who is this individual? To possess Rayquaza is astonishing, Su-Chi thought, taken aback. After all, such a proud legendary Pokemon typically does not heed the commands of mere trainers. Yet, the individual before him summoned legendary beings one after another. Could he, too, be a traveler with a system? "Rayquaza, Thunderbolt," the shadowy figure commanded. A massive surge of electricity coalesced around Rayquaza, launching toward Mutwo. Mutwo used Psystrike. Mutwo unleashed a series of colorful Psystrikes, slicing through the Thunderbolt and continuing toward Rayquaza. Rayquaza used Draco Meteor. The serpent roared toward the heavens as fiery red meteors began to rain down from the clouds. Each enormous meteor, over a meter in diameter, threatened to bury Su-Chi beneath their weight. But how could that be possible? Mutwo used telekinesis. Mutwo, wielding its innate power, emanated a blue star-patterned energy, causing all the meteors to halt midair. However, a look of strain crossed Mutuo's face. Controlling such a multitude of meteors was evidently taxing. I ought to provide it with a boost of energy, Su-Chi mused. The meteors began to reverse course, hurtling back toward Rayquaza. Rayquaza, use Hyper Beam, the shadowy figure declared. Rayquaza opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of earthy energy that swept through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors detonated in a series of explosions, clearing the sky and revealing Rayquaza's proud form once more. Look there. The explosive sounds guided the onlookers to Su-Chi's location. Observing the incoming crowd, the shadowy figure suddenly spoke. Impressive indeed. Your prowess is remarkable. I look forward to our next encounter. Also, I must apologize. I am not one who specializes in destruction. With that, the shadowy figure leaped onto the back of Rayquaza, glancing back at the approaching crowd before the legendary Pokémon soared into the distance, leaving Su-Chi momentarily stunned. Could a villain truly apologize? It is not the malice of the wicked that instills fear, but rather their politeness. Yet, could it truly not be him? Su-Chi mused as he watched Rayquaza vanish into the horizon. Chapter 92, The Battle with Melon. At that moment, the crowd rushed in, gazing in shock at the charred earth, the massive crater, trees with severed branches, and the swirling plumes of black smoke. They had just witnessed a sky filled with meteors and the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. It was this very youth who had turned the tide and saved them. Otherwise, the meteoric onslaught would have obliterated everything within several kilometers. Ash and his friends hurried to Su-Chi's side, and as they approached, Miss Junsha spoke up. What transpired? Su-Chi, was that Pokémon truly Rayquaza? She asked with urgency. This concern was understandable, as Junsha was responsible for maintaining peace and safety during the tournament. And such an incident occurring amidst so many trainers was a grave responsibility. Indeed, it was Rayquaza, but it had no connection to the assailant. I cannot explain why it appeared so suddenly, Su-Chi replied, withholding the truth, as he sensed that this individual was not an enemy, not an assailant. Yet how could Rayquaza have appeared so abruptly and attacked here? Was the individual earlier engaged in a battle with Rayquaza? Miss Junsha speculated. Upon hearing this, Su-Chi realized he need not elaborate further. Suddenly, a wave of weakness washed over him, compelling him to half-kneel on the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Mao quickly supported him, exclaiming in concern, Su-Chi, are you all right? I'm fine. It must be the exhaustion from the battle earlier. I just need to sleep it off. Su-Chi replied weakly. He had exerted the wave power on such a grand scale for the first time, failing to control its intensity, leading to his fatigue. Miss Junsha, realizing further inquiries would be futile, instructed Xiao Mao and the others to take Su-Chi back to rest. Once back at the hotel, Xiao Mao laid him on the bed, and he fell into a deep slumber. After what felt like an eternity, Su-Chi awoke around 10 o'clock the next morning. Having rested, he felt his wave power had nearly replenished, and upon waking, he was invigorated and comfortable. However, upon checking the time, his eyes widened in alarm. It was already 10 o'clock, and no one had called for him. He had missed the competition. Dressing swiftly, he rushed out, only to collide with Xiao Mao. Why the haste? Xiao Mao inquired. I overslept. There is still a match today, and I'm running late, Su-Chi replied anxiously. Xiao Mao chuckled. Miss Junsha reported to the league yesterday, and they rescheduled your match for the afternoon. Relief washed over Su-Chi as he exhaled deeply, thanking Xiao Mao before heading back to his room, intending to catch a bit more sleep, though slumber eluded him. Never mind, I'll get up, he decided, proceeding to wash up before heading to the dining area. During breakfast, the television broadcasted the morning matches, and Su-Chi looked up to see Shinya competing. He was using a Monferno against a Rapidash. Shinya remained composed, exhibiting a level of calm and wisdom beyond his years. Utilizing Monferno's agility, he executed a sonic punch that significantly drained Rapidash's stamina, ultimately concluding the battle with Flamethrower. Following several more Pokemon battles, Shinya suffered only a single defeat against a Nidoking and successfully advanced to the top 16. After finishing his meal, the broadcast concluded, and it was soon time for Su-Chi's match. Ash and Brock had gone to the venue to watch, and upon their return after the noon matches, Su-Chi was just about to head to his room when he bumped into them. Su-Chi, you're awake. Ash exclaimed. Yes, I can't sleep forever. Su-Chi replied. By the way, Ash, when is your match? Su-Chi inquired. I'm competing tomorrow afternoon. Be sure to watch, Ash said confidently. Su-Chi regarded Ash's self-assured demeanor, believing he would certainly make it to the top 16, or else it would be a disservice to his enhancement liquid. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the trio returned to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, in the forest, the black-clad figures from that night re-emerged, searching for something. Curse that bag dragon. So uncooperative with our experiment. If it weren't for its necessity, I would have disposed of it long ago, grumbled one rather portly individual. Enough with the complaints. Once we capture its offspring, it will have no choice but to comply with our testing, a woman in black asserted. But where could that little creature be? We've searched high and low without a trace, the fat man lamented. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Su-Chi's match was about to commence. Entering the tournament venue for the first time, Su-Chi felt the atmosphere of a true competition, having only participated in preliminary rounds before. The arena could accommodate around 100,000 spectators and was currently filled to capacity. Ash and his friends sat in the audience, cheering for Su-Chi. Originally, the top 32 matches wouldn't draw such a crowd, but news of Su-Chi's match had attracted numerous fans who purchased tickets to witness the event. Go! Su-Chi, you can do it! The audience roared, creating a cacophony of encouragement. Some even shouted, Su-Chi, I want to have your babies. With keen hearing. Su-Chi nearly stumbled at that comment. You're corrupting this innocent child. At that moment, Hanako and Professor Okito also arrived in the audience to support Su-Chi. Standing on the trainer's platform, Su-Chi watched as a figure emerged from the opposite tunnel. It was Melon. Dressed in traditional attire, Melon exuded an air of nobility. This was her first match, and she intended to present herself in her most flawless form to triumph in her battle for the top 32. The referee announced, this match will be a 6 versus 6 battle. Both trainers may freely switch their Pokémon during the match. Now, the battle begins. As the referee's command resonated, the electronic screen displayed pictures of Su-Chi and Melon, with a vivid orange-red versus sign flashing between them, while the slots for the 6 Pokémon remained a dull gray. Melon struck first. Go, Nidoqueen! The well-trained Nidoqueen stomped onto the battlefield, causing the ground to tremble. The rocky terrain was indeed well-suited for ground-type Pokémon. Su-Chi contemplated which Pokémon to send out, feeling confident that any of them could easily overcome it. After a moment's thought, he withdrew a Pokeball. Go! Chapter 93. Advancing to the top 16. Out came Metagross, a Pokémon that had not seen battle for quite some time. It was now time for it to stretch its limbs. Su-Chi sent forth Metagross to face Melon's Nidoqueen. What an exhilarating contest of strength this would be. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Oh, Nidoqueen, Mega Punch! Melon commanded. Launching straight into a powerful move was characteristic of Melon, aiming to suppress her opponent with sheer strength. However, this strategy would not work against Su-Chi. Recognizing her intent, Su-Chi instructed Metagross, use Meteor Mash. Before them, the two arms of the Steelix gleamed with a luminous white light as they struck towards Nidoqueen. The impact of their fists resonated with a deafening metallic clang, prompting the onlookers to instinctively cover their ears. A fierce roar erupted from Steelix, and with a sweeping motion of its arms, Nidoqueen was sent crashing into the rocks, causing visible fissures to spiderweb across the surface, indicating the impending collapse. This demonstrated the immense power behind Steelix's earlier strike. Nidoqueen, Malin exclaimed anxiously. This was her first Pokémon in battle. A loss would be a significant blow to her pride. Continue fighting, Nidoqueen, Malin urged. With great effort, Nidoqueen managed to rise, a cloud of debris trailing behind her. Breathing heavily, she steadied herself, firmly planting her feet on the ground, and assumed an attack stance, fixing her gaze on Steelix. Very well, Nidoqueen. Use Poison Sting. A flurry of tiny purple needles surged forth towards Steelix. However, Steelix countered with Iron Defense, conjuring 3 shimmering, honeycomb-like barriers that repelled all incoming projectiles. The ground littered with thwarted poison spikes evidenced the futility of the attack. Frustration welled within Malin, her anger towards Su-Chi intensifying. She had once shone brightly, yet now the spotlight was stolen by this man before her. Steelix unleashed its arm hammer, striking Nidoqueen in the abdomen, causing her eyes to bulge in shock before she collapsed to the ground, rendered unable to continue the fight. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 300 battle points. Nidoqueen, how could you lose? Malin was in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her, yet the reality was undeniable. She recalled Nidoqueen, observing the girl. Su-Chi noted her unexpected aggressiveness in the arena. Such a trainer, consumed by jealousy and pettiness, would struggle to progress far in their journey. Steelix performed admirably, he remarked. Okay, Steelix, continue, he commanded, and the Pokémon radiated confidence, its eyes firmly locked onto the opponent. Go, Ninetales. Malin dispatched her second Pokémon, a fire type. Was she hoping to exploit a type advantage? Yet, Su-Chi mused, Steelix also possessed psychic-type attributes. Go, Ninetales. Use Flamethrower. Malin instructed. Su-Chi smiled knowingly. Steelix. Use Psychic to reflect it back. Blue light enveloped Steelix's arms, halting the flamethrower in its tracks. The fiery tendrils were ensnared in a cocoon of azure light before being redirected towards Ninetales, who was startled by the sudden barrage. "Don't back down," Malin urged. The flamethrower struck Ninetales, but being a fire type, the damage was minimal. Ninetales used confusion. With elongated, fox-like eyes, Ninetales emitted peculiar waves of energy that enveloped Steelix. Regrettably, Steelix's ability, Clear Body, rendered it impervious to the attack. What? How is it possible that Steelix remains unaffected? Malin gasped, her frustration palpable. The commentator noted, "It appears Malin's Ninetales' assault has had no effect on Su-Chi's Steelix. What will Malin do next? Let us watch closely." The referee's words only heightened Malin's agitation as beads of sweat trickled down her neck. She felt increasingly powerless against this man. Then an idea struck her. She withdrew Ninetales. Is she devising a counter-strategy? The referee speculated. Su-Chi became intrigued, eager to see how she would respond to his Steelix. "Go, Pikachu." Malin summoned her third Pokémon, a choice that took Su-Chi by surprise. He hadn't anticipated her to send out Pikachu. The adorable yellow mouse appeared on the battlefield, brimming with determination as it faced Steelix. The latter regarded the diminutive creature with disdain, dismissing it as inconsequential. Pikachu, sensing Steelix's contempt, unleashed Thunderbolt. The attack struck Steelix, causing minor damage as it flexed its forearms, remaining unfazed. Pikachu, taken aback by the strength of its opponent, retreated slightly. "Pikachu, do not falter. Use Iron Tail," Malin commanded. Pikachu's tail morphed into a metallic appendage as it spun around, aiming a strike at Steelix. The collision produced a cacophony of sound. Yet only a faint mark was left on Steelix, as if Pikachu's attack merely tickled it. "All right, Steelix, use Arm Hammer to conclude this battle," Su-Chi declared. With swift movement, Steelix struck Pikachu with its Arm Hammer, sending the small creature sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 350 battle points." Such a little mouse still yields 350 battle points. Imagine how many points Ash's Pikachu would earn, Su-Chi pondered, his curiosity piqued. After all, it was a Pokémon capable of standing toe-to-toe with legendary beings, surely deserving of a significant reward. Meanwhile, Malin had completely lost her confidence. Throughout the elimination rounds, she had relied solely on Ninetales and Lickitung, yet now she found herself defeated by Su-Chi without a glimmer of hope for victory. "I concede," Malin muttered weakly. This marked her most significant defeat since becoming a Pokémon trainer, a reality she struggled to accept. Her admission ignited a stir among the audience. The referee exclaimed, "Malin has forfeited." This is the first occurrence of such a concession in the court's conference. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Su-Chi looked at Malin, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Everyone harbored dreams of victory, yet she was unfortunate enough to face him. With her concession, Su-Chi advanced to the top 16. Next up were Ash and Gary's battles. Fortunately, neither faced each other nor any acquaintances as they progressed to the top 16. Reflecting on the anime where Ash had been defeated in the top 32 by a land, it was evident that Ash had made remarkable progress. Observing their joyous expressions post-battle, Su-Chi felt delighted for them. As the evening grew late, they returned to their hotel to dine. Su-Chi's second-round match was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, granting him a day of leisure. Ash and Gary's matches would occur in the following days. Early the next morning, Su-Chi rose with anticipation, eager to make the most of his day off. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Epic quest initiated. Rescue the Bag Dragon. Quest rewards. 1 epic lottery ticket. 20 points of power of Tokiwa. 10,000 battle points. Su-Chi paused, surprised. It had been quite some time since he last heard the system issue a task, and the sound was music to his ears. But what is this about rescuing the Bag Dragon? Could it be that one from the other day? He mused to himself. Ding. The quest target is located in the Rainfall Forest. As the rain fell upon the forest, it was indeed the very woodland that lay just beyond the hotel. It seemed that the little Bag Dragon was truly involved. However, how could a mere Bag Dragon prompt the system to issue a rescue mission? Su-Chi pondered in confusion. Could the system please provide an explanation? He inquired, but the system remained utterly silent, offering no response whatsoever. Yet, Su-Chi had grown accustomed to the system's reticence, as it often chose to remain mute when he sought answers, and conversely, spoke only when it preferred to. Sighing, he resigned himself to this reality. Muttering in a humble tone, having resolved himself, Su-Chi executed a swift teleportation from the hotel balcony to the outskirts of the rain-soaked forest. Upon arrival, he observed the morning woods, where droplets of dew clung to the branches and remnants of the recent battle lingered on the ground. On that day, He had not taken a close look at the battlefield. Now, standing alone, he sensed a lingering aura in the air. Suddenly, Su Chi felt a distinct energy. Crouching down to inspect the scorched earth, where traces of gray energy remained. "This is energy from the spirit realm," Su Chi exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization. The aura left behind was reminiscent of the presence he had encountered with Ankh Nua in the spirit realm's cave. He retrieved a pokeball and summoned Ankh Nua. The moment Ankh Nua emerged, it floated about joyfully, having not been out for quite some time. Su Chi allowed it to explore for a moment before calling it back. Ankh Nua, sensing the spirit realm's energy, leaned closer to the ground, absorbing the ethereal waves. Its aura intensified as it absorbed the energy. "It can do that?" Su Chi exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that it could absorb the energy of others to enhance its own strength. This reminded him of the star absorption technique from his past life, which operated in a similar fashion. With the absorbed energy, Ankh Nua appeared even more jubilant, floating about with unrestrained glee. "Do you know what kind of spirit this energy belongs to?" Su Chi inquired. "It is the life-saving mantis," Ankh Nua replied. "Is the life-saving mantis also a creature from the spirit realm?" Su Chi asked. "Yes, they possess greater strength, so absorbing their energy is highly beneficial for me," Ankh Nua explained. Understanding this, Su Chi suddenly recalled that the shadowy figure from the previous night had indeed been battling the life-saving mantis. Just as he had suspected, the figure was not attempting to disrupt the safety of the venue. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. However, the identity of this individual remained a mystery. Possessing such formidable Pokémon, they could rival even the likes of Dandy. Could it possibly be the mythical Beast Man, who had a full roster of divine beasts, including Latios? Surely it could not be him. As Su Chi contemplated these matters, a series of explosions erupted in the distance, and a surge of earthy energy shot skyward. Clearly, a large-scale battle was underway. Su Chi recalled Ankh Nua and, utilizing teleportation, arrived at the scene in mere moments. Taking refuge in a tree, he surveyed the unfolding skirmish. He spotted a severely injured bag dragon cuddling with a bear cub, while a pair of axe-wielding dragons and an armored Tyrannosaurus loomed threateningly nearby. Several figures clad in black observed the two Pokémon with an unsettling interest. "Stop resisting, you won't escape today. Come quietly with us," one of the portly men taunted. "No need for idle chatter. Axe-wielding dragon, unleash dragon breath," barked a cold woman among them. The axe-wielding dragon planted its feet, opening its jaws to gather a colorful energy, which promptly surged towards the bag dragon and the bear cub. Undeterred, the two Pokémon prepared to retaliate. Su Chi, noting their bravery, decided to intervene. Just as Dragon Breath was about to strike, a blue energy shield enveloped the bag dragon and the bear cub. The attack collided with the shield, resulting in a violent explosion, engulfing the area in smoke. "What?" exclaimed the woman in black, taken aback by the unexpected interference. "Who dares to disrupt our plans?" she demanded angrily. The bag dragon, gazing at the familiar blue energy shield, suddenly recalled the man from the hotel, a wave of relief washing over its heart. Just then, Su Chi leaped down from the tree, causing the black-clad figures to adopt a cautious demeanor. Though the youth appeared youthful, an inexplicable danger emanated from him. "Who are you?" the lead woman questioned. "I should be asking you the same. What gives you the audacity to wreak havoc here?" Su Chi retorted. "Humph. Axe-wielding dragon, execute a spinning slice." The woman ignored Su Chi's inquiry and directly commanded her Pokémon to attack. "Go, Charizard, use Dragon Claw," Su Chi countered. The axe-wielding dragon spun its dual blades toward Charizard. The two Pokémon clashing with fierce intensity, locked in a stalemate. Charizard unleashed the inferno. With a determined gaze, Charizard's brow furrowed, and it expelled a torrent of flames. The axe-wielding dragon attempted to evade, but Charizard's flames ensnared it, engulfing its body in fire. The woman in black, witnessing this, shouted, "Damn it, axe-wielding dragon. Get back up and continue fighting. Don't give it a chance. Use Dragon Tail." Charizard struck with its tail, landing a blow on the axe-wielding dragon's face, causing it to tumble to the ground, disoriented. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 800 battle points." The black-clad woman was incredulous at her Pokémon's defeat, her voice trembling as she asked, "Who are you?" Su Chi presented an identification badge. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that this youth, who appeared at least 20 years her junior, was in fact an alliance prosecutor. "Everyone, attack together. Eliminate him," the woman commanded. At her signal, all the figures in black released their Pokémon. Black Lugia, Victory Bell, Vine Whip, and Mischievous Bounce. The portly man boasted, "With so many of us, we have nothing to fear from a mere child. Surrender now." The surrounding black-clad individuals erupted into raucous laughter, confident in their impending victory, yet unmoved by their numbers. Su Chi remained calm, knowing that he could simply subdue them with a single decisive strike. Lycanroc, Greninja, and Metagross. Su Chi summoned 3 Pokémon. Lycanroc, use Rage, Greninja. Water Shuriken, Metagross, unleash Hyper Beam. 3 bursts of energy surged toward the black-clad Pokémon, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that sent plumes of smoke billowing into the sky. As the smoke cleared, all of the black-clad Pokémon lay incapacitated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 battle points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 500 battle points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 400 battle points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 500 battle points. Amidst the system's notifications, a smile crept across Su Chi's face. This harvest was certainly worthwhile, as he had accrued nearly 3,000 battle points. Observing the fear etched on the faces of the black-clad figures as their Pokémon fell, he could see their terror. The lead woman staggered back, nearly losing her footing, unable to comprehend how someone could defeat so many Pokémon with just 3 of their own. Retreat, she commanded. With that, all of the black-clad individuals hastily withdrew, activating a miniature device on their chests that equipped them with fiery flying apparatuses, allowing them to take to the skies. Su Chi gazed at the advanced technological apparatus before him, genuinely astonished that they possessed such a tactic. Concurrently, a more profound question emerged in his mind. These individuals were well-equipped, boasting even such flying vessels, suggesting they belonged to a formidable organization. But what could their intentions be? What purpose did capturing Bagdragon and Bear Baby serve? Observing the 2 Pokémon before him, Su Chi found them to be rather unremarkable. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the task, the rewards have been dispensed. Enough of that, he thought. It would be best to tend to them promptly. Su Chi picked up the 2 creatures and instantly teleported back to the hotel, gently placing them on the bed. He opened his backpack and retrieved healing potions to administer to them. Both Pokémon bore superficial injuries. As the potion was sprayed onto their wounds, they winced in pain. Yet, the resilient little ones did not utter a single cry, which pleasantly surprised Su Chi. After tending to Bagdragon and Bear Baby, he prepared some energy cubes, which they devoured voraciously. Observing their ravenous appetite, Su Chi realized they must have been quite famished. Meanwhile, within the confines of the organization, several cloaked figures exuded an air of dejection, devoid of the usual arrogance that accompanied their successful missions. This sight astonished many within the organization. How could the most proud team appear so disheveled? Oh, isn't that the big shot in front of the boss? Remarked a woman clad in red, approaching. Honging, are you mocking me? Retorted the black-clad woman with irritation. Team leader Yu Meng, your temper is quite fearsome. It sends shivers down my spine. Hong Ying replied. The doctor has been waiting for you. Do not keep him anxious. Hurry along, Hong Ying urged. Upon hearing the word doctor, a flicker of fear crossed Yu Meng's face. Humph, it's none of your concern, she said, leading her team toward the laboratory. Navigating through numerous high-tech doors, complete with iris scans, 10-finger fingerprint unlocks, and full-body bone scans, Yu Meng and her subordinates finally reached the last grand door. She raised her hand, poised to push it open, but hesitated momentarily, as if summoning her courage before forcefully swinging it open. Inside lay a technologically advanced laboratory, sprawling approximately 1,000 square meters. Yet not a single face bore an expression of joy, for they had failed their mission. Yu Meng glanced at the elderly figure standing atop the highest step, tinkering with various vials. Surrounding him were numerous Pokémon confined in specially crafted alloy cages, nearly all bearing traces of blood, with some having suffered significant flesh wounds. Yu Meng and her group knelt before the elder, and she, filled with remorse, spoke. Doctor, I am sorry. We have failed our mission. The bottles in the elder's hands stilled, the crimson liquid within swaying ominously. Failed, the doctor uttered. Yu Meng's gaze fell even lower. What transpired? The doctor inquired in a gravelly voice. Yu Meng promptly explained. We were on the verge of capturing them, but suddenly a person emerged, wielding 3 Pokémon that defeated all of ours, and with merely 3 moves, he vanquished my double-headed dragon. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise crossed the doctor's face. Such formidable Pokémon. Huh. Go to the warehouse and select a few first-level experimental subjects. Retrieve his Pokémon. Only such powerful creatures are worthy of being our best specimens. Yes, Yu Meng replied, a flicker of excitement illuminating her features. She realized she would not face punishment this time. Ultimately, she felt grateful toward that young man. As a token of her appreciation, she thought, I shall leave you with a whole corpse. Chapter 96, the top 16 match against Ahong. At this moment, Su-Chi, seated on his bed, suddenly sneezed several times. Who could be thinking of me? He mused. He glanced at the two little creatures happily munching away on their food, engaging in a playful tug-of-war. Unbeknownst to him, a plot was quietly unfolding against him. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. As night fell, the stars twinkled above, and the two little ones had drifted into slumber. Su-Chi observed them for a moment before lying down to sleep himself, enjoying a dreamless night. The following day, Su-Chi awoke around 10 o'clock. After rising, he looked at the two Pokémon nestled beside him and smiled warmly, not wanting to disturb their rest. He quietly began his morning routine. After washing up, he noticed the time had already reached 10:30. Only 4 hours remained until the afternoon match. He wondered who his opponent would be this time. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking on his door interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening it, he found Xiao Ji and the others. Su-Chi, let us go have breakfast, Xiao Ji suggested. All right, let us go, Su-Chi replied. As they made their way to the dining hall, they passed Professor Oak's room, where the professor was hurriedly packing his belongings. Noticing this, Su-Chi quickly asked, Grandpa, where are you in such a rush to go? Professor Oak replied in a hushed tone, Mr. Uding just called me, saying there is a problem with their company's artificial Pokemon. I must rush to Rainbow City. The situation is urgent. With that, he departed without looking back, inadvertently tripping over his own feet. Seeing this, Su-Chi understood the gravity of the situation. Artificial Pokemon. He suddenly recalled the Pokemon that had been sealed in Blue Star. What could this be about? A look of concern crossed Su-Chi's face. Just then, Xiao Mao approached and patted Su-Chi on the shoulder, saying, Don't worry. Grandpa will surely resolve the issue smoothly. Yes, I believe so, Su-Chi replied, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart, hinting that this matter was far from simple. I sincerely hope everything goes well for Grandpa, he murmured. Afterwards, the group proceeded to the dining hall. During breakfast, Su-Chi found himself somewhat distracted, his thoughts consumed by the artificial Pokemon mentioned by Professor Oak. The others noticed his preoccupation, prompting Xiao Xia to suggest that after the match, they visit the shrine fair at the Quartz Plateau, where a ceremony for the legendary Moltres was said to be taking place that very evening. Everyone enthusiastically approved, and upon hearing about the Moltres ceremony, Su-Chi believed it might benefit the soon-to-hatch Moltres, nodding in agreement. After their meal, the group returned to their rooms, and just as Xiao Xia was about to enter hers, a voice called out to her from behind. Xiao Xia, wait a moment. Turning around, she realized it was Su-Chi. Su-Chi, is there something you need? She inquired. I saved 2 Pokemon hatchlings yesterday and hope you can take care of them during my match, Su-Chi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Pokemon hatchlings? Xiao Xia asked, puzzled. Following Su-Chi to his room, they found the 2 little ones awake, rolling around on the bed. Upon hearing the commotion, they immediately quieted down, their guard instinctively rising. Only when they recognized Su-Chi and a girl entering did they gradually relax. Upon seeing Bear Baby, Xiao Xia couldn't help but exclaim, what an adorable Pokemon. She scooped up Bear Baby, unable to resist its charming expression, cradling it lovingly. Meanwhile, Bag Dragon, sitting nearby, watched with envy as Bear Baby received all the attention. I want to be held too, it seemed to sigh. Xiao Xia playfully pinched Bear Baby's cheeks, pulling them this way and that, while Bear Baby wore an expression of resigned acceptance. Once Xiao Xia had her fill of play, she finally noticed Bag Dragon sitting beside them. Observing Xiao Xia's fondness, Su-Chi felt reassured as he entrusted the 2 Pokemon into her care. In the ensuing hours, Xiao Xia engaged in playful interactions with the 2 Pokemon, gradually familiarizing herself with them. Before long, she had formed a close bond with both the Bag Dragon and the Bear Cub. Observing their joyful demeanor, Su-Chi felt a sense of satisfaction, convinced that his role as their savior was truly worthwhile. He entrusted the 2 Pokemon to Xiao Xia with complete confidence. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was nearly time for Su-Chi's competition to commence. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, Su-Chi and Ash arrived early at the venue, which was already bustling with spectators. Upon entering the waiting room, Su-Chi spotted Ash and his friends seated in the audience, while Xiao Xia held 1 Pokemon in each hand. The 2 little creatures, having never encountered such a multitude of humans, appeared somewhat shy, cautiously observing their surroundings. At that moment, a young boy clad in green entered the waiting room. It was Ahong. Su-Chi turned at the sound of the door, surprised to find Ahong standing there. Today, he would face his opponent. Su-Chi thought to himself, recalling that in the anime, it was Ash who had battled Ahong, yet here he was, standing in that very role. Ahong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su-Chi to be his adversary. The two exchanged smiles, and Ahong, seriousness etched on his face, declared, I didn't anticipate you as my opponent, but I shall not yield easily. Suchi responded, Nor did I. Let us give it our all. With that, he extended his right hand, and they exchanged a fist bump before turning to enter their respective battle corridors. As they stepped onto the battlefield, the audience erupted in excitement, for reaching the top 16 in the competition was a remarkable achievement, particularly for Suchi's fans. The fervor in the stands was palpable. The battle was set in a grassy arena. The contest would feature Ahong from Ziyuan Town against Suchi from Jinxing Town, with both sides utilizing 6 Pokemon each, and either party permitted to substitute Pokemon at will. The battle begins now, announced the referee. With the signal given, the contest officially commenced. Suchi, I am aware of your strength, but I shall not concede until the very last moment, Ahong stated earnestly. Suchi admired Ahong's determination and replied, Then unleash your utmost power. The tension in the air was palpable, ready to ignite at any moment. Go, Butterfree, Ahong commanded. A bug-type Pokemon. Very well, I choose you. Dragonite, Suchi declared. In the face of Dragonite's imposing stature, Butterfree appeared diminutive, instinctively retreating at the mere sight of its opponent. Ahong noticed Butterfree's hesitation and felt a pang of anxiety. Though he recognized Suchi's formidable prowess, he had deployed his weakest Pokemon, while Suchi had called forth Dragonite. Did Suchi consider Dragonite his weakest? Or did he harbor a sense of disdain for him? If Suchi were privy to Ahong's thoughts, he would surely chuckle. For he merely intended to utilize Dragonite to counter the widespread effect of Butterfree's Stun Spore, with no further implications. Use Stun Spore, Butterfree, Ahong commanded. Butterfree flapped its wings, releasing a cloud of yellow powder that gradually filled the arena. As Suchi anticipated, Ahong led with Stun Spore. Dragonite, use Hurricane, Suchi shouted. Dragonite flapped its wings, generating fierce winds that swiftly dispersed the encroaching Stun Spore. What should I do? Ahong exclaimed anxiously, feeling utterly outmatched before Suchi. Dragonite, use Air Slash, Suchi instructed. A white blade of energy sliced through Butterfree, sending it crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 200 battle points. Ahong's first Pokemon had been effortlessly defeated by Suchi. We see that Ahong's first Pokemon has fallen. How will he respond next? Let us remain vigilant, the referee announced, intensifying the pressure on Ahong. After a lengthy contemplation, Ahong retrieved another Pokeball, declaring, Go, Grimer. A sludge-like Pokemon of dark purple hue appeared before Suchi, eliciting a sense of nausea as a foul odor wafted through the air. He could now comprehend the helplessness Ash had felt when Grimer had overwhelmed him. Even the airborne Dragonite couldn't help but cover its nose, overwhelmed by the stench. Grimer, use Mud Bomb, Ahong commanded. Grimer spun its body, launching several clumps of sludge toward Dragonite. Dragonite, counter with Tail Whip, Suchi instructed. Dragonite swung its tail vigorously, deflecting the incoming mud bombs. Grimer dodged quickly, Ahong urged. But Grimer, hindered by its own sluggishness, failed to evade, and the mud bomb struck true. While Grimer's soft body absorbed the impact with minimal damage, it was still reeling from the assault. Dragonite, unleash Dragon Rage, Suchi commanded. A surge of energy crashed into Grimer, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 300 battle points. Witnessing his Grimer fall in a single blow filled Ahong with an overwhelming sense of despair. Why had he encountered such a prodigy? Despite their similar ages, the disparity in their strengths was stark. A thought of retreat began to creep into his mind. Perceiving Ahong's wavering spirit, Suchi encouraged him, Ahong, do not forget your words. Persevere until the very end. Suchi's words jolted Ahong from his despondency, rekindling his resolve. Even in defeat, he would maintain his dignity and refuse to back down. Observing the renewed determination in Ahong's eyes, Suchi felt a pang of guilt, primarily for his desire to accumulate battle points. Forgive me for this motivational speech. May fortune favor us both, he silently prayed. Ahong retrieved his third Pokeball, stating, Go, Scyther. The air crackled with intensity as Scyther emerged, radiating an aura of ferocity and vitality. Name, Scyther. Quality, Legendary. Ability, Technician. Moves, Swords Dance, Air Slash, Double Team. Night Slash, Fury Cutter. Noticing Scyther's unyielding spirit, Suchi felt an admiration for such a resolute Pokemon. Scyther, use Swords Dance, then follow up with Air Slash, commanded Ahong. Scyther twirled, enveloped in a red energy that surged around it, significantly enhancing its physical attack and speed. In a flash, Scyther darted towards Dragonite, leaping and swinging its blades in a wide arc aimed directly at Dragonite. Dragonite extended a hand, catching the strike, though it stumbled back slightly. What? Ahong gasped in disbelief. He had expected Scyther's boosted physical attack to inflict significant damage, yet Dragonite appeared unfazed, merely stepping back. This realization weighed heavily on Ahong, intensifying the pressure he felt. Dragonite, unleash Hyper Beam. Suchi commanded. A concentrated beam of yellow energy surged forth, striking Scyther with tremendous force, sending it crashing against the arena wall, creating a sizable dent. As smoke enveloped the area, a silhouette slowly rose from the debris. When the haze dissipated, it revealed Scyther, battered yet resolute, bearing scars from the impact. Despite its injuries, Scyther stood firm, embodying a spirit that left Suchi profoundly moved. Behold, the flying mantis was enveloped in a cascade of yellow energy surges. It appeared that the latent potential of the flying mantis had been awakened, exclaimed Ahong with palpable excitement. All right, flying mantis, execute a critical strike. The technique known as critical strike would inflict substantial damage upon any Pokémon it struck. The flying mantis shimmered with a dark aura, charging headlong towards Dragonite. Dragonite, employ Dragon Dive. Instructed Suchi. With a powerful roar, Dragonite radiated a blue energy, and the two contrasting beams of light collided. A tumultuous storm of energy erupted, stirring winds that cloaked the arena in a shroud of smoke. As the haze dissipated, both Pokémon stood their ground, locking eyes with one another. Moments later, the flying mantis collapsed. Ding! Congratulations, the host has earned 800 battle points. A faint scar appeared on Dragonite, but it was of little concern. Suchi had defeated 3 of Ahong's Pokémon with just one, solidifying his status as the dark horse of this quartz conference, the referee proclaimed with fervor. In the stands, Ash cheered enthusiastically for Suchi, prompting the 2 little creatures to flinch at the surrounding excitement, one cowering in Misty's embrace. Ahong recalled the flying mantis, expressing gratitude. Thank you, flying mantis. You performed admirably. He then lifted his gaze, determination and confidence gleaming in his eyes, as if the flying mantis had imparted a profound revelation. Adjusting his cap, he retrieved a Pokeball, declaring, Go Gengar. A playful purple spirit materialized on the battlefield, immediately making faces at Dragonite. Dragonite, visibly annoyed by Gengar's antics, could no longer contain itself and lunged with its claws at the impish ghost. But Gengar nimbly evaded the attack. Dragonite, use Glare. Instructed Suchi. In the face of such a Pokémon, it was imperative to instill fear first. A crimson glow enveloped Dragonite as its fierce gaze bore down on Gengar, who was instantly gripped by terror and ceased its movements, trembling all over. Gengar, pull yourself together. Don't be afraid. Ahong urged anxiously, yet his words fell on deaf ears, as Gengar remained paralyzed by fear. Dragonite, unleash Dragon Rage. Suchi commanded. Dragonite, unable to restrain its power any longer, launched a torrent of dragon-shaped energy directly at Gengar. The force knocked Gengar to the ground, leaving a long gouge in the earth. Awakening from its stupor, Gengar struggled to rise. Good, Gengar, use Shadow Sneak. Ahong ordered as Gengar's form began to fade from sight. However, Suchi was unfazed by such tricks. He closed his eyes, channeling his aura, and within his mind, Gengar's silhouette materialized. A knowing smile graced Suchi's lips as he discerned Gengar sneaking behind Dragonite, poised for a surprise attack. Yet, Suchi would not allow it. Just as Gengar approached, he commanded, Dragonite, use Dragon Claw behind you. Dragonite swiftly turned, its green energy claw striking Gengar, sending it crashing to the ground. How is this possible? How could he know Gengar was behind him? Ahong exclaimed, incredulous. The man before him seemed utterly omnipotent. Noticing Ahong's astonishment, Suchi explained, I possess the aura power. Gengar's invisibility is of no consequence to me. Aura power? That is a legendary ability. Ahong muttered in shock, finally understanding how Suchi anticipated Gengar's movements. At that moment, Gengar had been knocked down twice and was evidently in dire straits. Gengar, return. You've done well, Ahong said, retrieving Gengar's Pokeball. However, Gengar evaded the red beam of light meant to recall it, turning back to Ahong with a resolute expression, signaling its desire to continue the battle. Gengar. Ahong gazed at Gengar's unwavering determination. All right, Gengar, utilize the Odd Wave. A dazzling, multicolored energy erupted from Gengar's mouth, hurtling towards Dragonite. Dragonite, counter with Dragon Pulse. The two energies collided, and Gengar immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. With focused determination, it intensified its output. Yet, in the face of absolute power, this effort seemed almost trivial. Dragonite amplified its energy, effortlessly repelling Gengar's Odd Wave. struck by the energies. Gengar fell into a state of confusion and collapsed. Ahang's Gengar is in a state of confusion. If not resolved promptly, it will lose its ability to continue fighting. The referee announced. Ahang found himself enveloped in anxiety, silently praying for Gengar to recover. Lying on the ground, Gengar writhed intermittently, showing no signs of revival. 10, 9, 8. The referee began the countdown. As the numbers ticked down, Gengar remained unresponsive. 6, 5, 4. Beads of sweat trickled down Ahang's brow. The entire audience fixated on Gengar's motionless form. 3, 2. Just as the referee was about to announce 1, Gengar suddenly began to emit a brilliant light. It's evolving. Ahang exclaimed in delight. Unbelievably, Gengar had evolved at the last moment, the referee declared with excitement. Gengar's form expanded, sprouting limbs. When the light of evolution faded, Gengar stood before everyone, transformed. Gengar, no Gengar. This is wonderful, Ahang said, overwhelmed with joy and a touch of incoherence. Gengar rushed over, embracing Ahang and nuzzling its head against his face. All right, Gengar, we're still in a match, Ahang admonished gently. Then, Gengar turned its gaze towards Dragonite, a surge of rage igniting within. Its right hand glimmered with frost as it lunged at Dragonite. That's Ice Punch, Ahang declared. Watching Gengar intently, the icy fist struck Dragonite's claw, encasing it in frost. Witnessing Dragonite's injury, Ahang felt a flicker of hope for victory and immediately commanded, Gengar, unleash Dark Pulse. Gengar, riding a wave of enthusiasm, unleashed a torrent of dark energy that struck Dragonite squarely. An explosion ensued, enveloping the arena in smoke. Ahang envisioned the moment Dragonite would succumb to defeat. However, as the smoke cleared, Dragonite's form was nowhere to be seen. Su-Chi's Dragonite has vanished from the battlefield. What on earth just happened? The referee exclaimed, bewildered. The audience was left in a state of confusion, while Su-Chi merely smiled and stated, Dragonite, use Draco Meteor. What? Ahang gasped, astonished. A barrage of meteoric stars rained down from the sky, leaving Gengar with no avenue for escape. As the meteor struck, a series of explosive sounds echoed throughout the arena. In the aftermath, Gengar was rendered unable to continue fighting. Ding! Congratulations, the host has earned 1,200 battle points. Dragonite descended gracefully to the ground, clearly weary from the contest, having vanquished 4 Pokémon. Observing Dragonite's labored breathing, Su-Chi said, Come back, Dragonite. You have performed splendidly. He withdrew Dragonite into its Pokeball. The 4 Pokémon of player Ahang have succumbed to exhaustion, while player Su-Chi has only deployed a single one of his 6 Pokémon. What kind of sparks shall fly from both sides in the next phase of the battle? The match has now reached halftime, the referee announced. Subsequently, Su-Chi and Ahang returned to the waiting room, where Ahang found himself in a state of confusion upon seeing the Dragonite that Su-Chi had just recalled. What formidable Pokémon might Su-Chi summon next? Perhaps even stronger than Dragonite. A wave of anxiety washed over Ahang. Pikachu, do you think I will win? Pika, Pika. Pikachu drooped its ears, displaying a lack of expression. Observing Pikachu, Ahang felt his own confidence wane. He then produced a Pokeball, its sleek black-gray hue exuding an aura of sophistication. It was unmistakably a Master Ball. Father, must I now use the Pokemon you left behind? Let it be the ultimate trump card. Chapter 99, The Spectacle of Legendary Beasts in Battle. The halftime intermission swiftly came to an end. In the waiting room, Su-Chi refrained from disturbing Ahang, but he noted that Ahang appeared to be in decent spirits. Both competitors returned to the arena. The second half of the match between player Ahang and player Su-Chi commences now, the referee declared. At the sound of the referee's command, the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch. Pikachu, this battle is yours. Pika. With resolve, Pikachu leapt down from Ahang's shoulder and approached the battlefield. Pikachu, with its unwavering gaze, positioned itself firmly, ready to confront Su-Chi. The choice of Pikachu took Su-Chi by surprise. He had anticipated that Pikachu would be Ahang's final Pokemon. Ahang's unexpected strategy heightened Su-Chi's anticipation. Go, Electivire. Su-Chi summoned Electivire, initiating a battle of electric types. Electivire, we shall not be defeated, Ahang commanded as Pikachu unleashed its Volt Tackle. Like a bolt of lightning, Pikachu darted forward, zigzagging towards Electivire. Block it, Su-Chi shouted. With a powerful kick, Electivire extended its arms and caught the charging Pikachu effortlessly. Pika! Pikachu cried out in alarm. Ensnared by Electivire's grip, rendered immobile. In a panic, Pikachu watched as Electivire prepared to unleash its iron tail. The dual tails of Electivire glowed with a brilliant light as it hurled Pikachu into the air. Pika! Pikachu's cry echoed as Electivire leapt high, swinging its tail which struck Pikachu down with a force that tore through the surrounding grass. The sheer power of Electivire was evident. "Get up, Pikachu," Ahong urged. "Pika." Pikachu managed to right itself, resuming its battle stance. "Excellent. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt." Though electric attacks deal reduced damage to fellow electric types, there was no retreating now. A massive surge of electricity coalesced as Pikachu directed it towards Electivire. "Electivire, respond with Thunderbolt." The two Thunderbolts collided, creating a spectacular display of sparks. After a moment, it became apparent that Pikachu was struggling. The energy of its Thunderbolt began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Electivire escalated its energy output, and Pikachu could only watch as the electric current surged towards it. "Pika!" Pikachu emitted a piercing scream, clearly overwhelmed by Electivire's powerful Thunderbolt. Fortunately, being an electric-type Pokémon, Pikachu endured. Had it been a water or fire type, it would have already lost its fighting spirit. Electivire prepared to deliver the final blow, executing its Volt Tackle. With its hands glowing with energy, Electivire's fists became lethal blades, striking Pikachu. "Pika!" Pikachu weakly cried out before collapsing to the ground. "Ding! Congratulations. The host has gained 500 battle points." Witnessing Pikachu's defeat, Ahong's expression darkened. He hurriedly approached and cradled Pikachu in his arms. As Pikachu lay there, it gradually regained consciousness. "Pika!" It looked up at Ahong, its expression filled with remorse and guilt. "Pikachu, you did wonderfully. I am proud of you." With that, Ahong gently patted Pikachu's small head, placing it beside him. Rising to his feet, Ahong retrieved the Master Ball from his waist. "Go, Shurikens." A colossal Pokémon, approximately 17 meters in height and encased in armor, emerged onto the battlefield, its body adorned with a blend of brown and orange spots, and its legs resembling metallic bracelets. It opened its enormous maw and let out a deafening roar, sending visible sound waves rippling throughout the arena. Many spectators were unfamiliar with this Pokémon, igniting a flurry of discussion among the audience. "What Pokémon is this? Such a powerful presence," Ash exclaimed, pulling out his Pokédex to investigate. Upon consulting the device, he learned that it was indeed the legendary Pokémon, Shurikens. "Ahong possesses a legendary Pokémon," Ash remarked in astonishment. "What? A legendary Pokémon?" Both Shinji and their companions were equally astonished. They had not expected anyone other than Su-Chi to have a legendary Pokémon at such a young age. "Ahong, is this your secret weapon?" "I am truly surprised," Su-Chi said, grinning at Ahong. "Shurikens is my father's Pokémon. It has been by my side since childhood. After my father disappeared, Shurikens has remained with me," Ahong explained. After his words, Shurikens turned to Ahong and let out a concerned call. "I see. But what kind of person was Ahong's father to possess a legendary Pokémon? He must have been extraordinary," Su-Chi mused. "Electivire, return. This battle is beyond your capabilities," Su-Chi stated. "Roar." Electivire turned, gazing resolutely at Su-Chi, indicating its desire to continue fighting. Su-Chi smiled appreciatively at Electivire's determination. "All right, Electivire, use Thunder." With a roar, Electivire called forth the storm. The arena sky darkened, and flashes of lightning flickered within the clouds. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning struck down toward Shurikens. The lightning made contact, but Shurikens merely experienced a brief jolt of paralysis, suffering no damage whatsoever. Truly, it was a Pokémon renowned for its formidable defenses. "Electivire, unleash a Thunder Punch," Su-Chi commanded. With a surge of energy, Electivire charged forward, its fists crackling with electricity. Moving with astonishing speed, Electivire struck Shurikens. The sound of rapid impacts echoed as Shurikens remained unfazed, as though merely scratched by a feather. "Shurikens, use Lava Plume," Ahong commanded. Shurikens opened its massive mouth, unleashing a scorching gale towards Electivire, combining fierce winds with searing flames, generating a tremendous wave of energy. Electivire was sent sprawling. "Shurikens, fire a Hyper Beam." A blinding white beam of energy shot towards the downed Electivire. Following a violent explosion, Electivire was rendered incapable of battle. Su-Chi's Electivire has lost its fighting capability. Thus, the first Pokémon of Su-Chi has been defeated. What formidable Pokémon will Su-Chi summon next? Let us await the unfolding of this thrilling contest. The competition has reached the top 16, and the stakes have escalated dramatically. It remains uncertain who will emerge victorious this year. Observing the match from the observation room were the tournament president, Maranch, and Master Juku, both captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 100, Advancing to the Top 8. "A sudden crisis. I have high hopes for this child," Su-Chi, remarked King Juku with admiration. Indeed, to receive praise from Senior Juku, It appears this young man is extraordinary, President Malenki expressed in astonishment. You have no idea. He has vanquished Groudon on Red Lotus Island, saving the entire Kanto region. King Juku recounted slowly. It is he. Truly, a hero emerges from youth. Remarkable indeed. Instantly, President Malenki's gaze towards Su Chi transformed, filled with newfound respect. He too was curious as to how this young man would confront the formidable defensive creature, Shurdolan. Standing at the venue, Su Chi retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and declared, "Go forth, it is now your time to shine." Dialga. Dialga shifted into its attacking form. Hovering above the arena, its body was primarily a vibrant orange, with a bluish-green visage and 3 bluish-green dots adorning its back. A striking purple stripe traversed its face, and its crystalline chest revealed a glimmering trachea. Its rectangular black eye sockets housed round white eyes, while the crystalline patterns and features on its face were also tinged with purple. Dialga cast a disdainful glance at Shurdolan, its expression replete with contempt. The tension between the two escalated, as both combatants braced for the impending clash. However, Su Chi's Dialga left President Malenki and King Juku in a state of utter shock from their vantage point in the observation room. Is that the fabled Pokemon Dialga from the cosmos? President Malenki stammered, his voice quaking with excitement. King Juku's once clouded eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. He widened his gaze. Equally incredulous. It must be, he affirmed, for she had only encountered this legendary Pokemon in ancient texts within the Alliance. The audience, witnessing the bizarre and extraordinary Pokemon before them, erupted in murmurs. What kind of Pokemon is this? It can't possibly be a divine beast. I don't know, but it's such a magnificent Pokemon. I am enamored. Many spectators consulted their Pokédex, only to find it devoid of data. The judges were equally bewildered, finding themselves at a loss, unable to recognize the Pokemon presented before them. Observing the crowd's confusion, Su Chi stepped forth to elucidate. This is the legendary Pokemon Dialga, hailing from the cosmos. A wave of excitement swept through the audience as they collectively gasped, realizing they were about to witness a battle of divine beasts. In response to the day's momentous event, the organizers hastily augmented the venue with numerous cameras to capture every angle of the unfolding spectacle. Ahong felt an immense pressure as the legendary Pokemon materialized before him. Dialga, unleash your psychic pressure. Dialga's tendrils coalesced, releasing an invisible wave of pressure towards Shurdolan. The sheer force compelled Shurdolan to retreat several steps, leaving scratches upon the ground. As Dialga's exclusive ability, psychic pressure proved to be the perfect counter to Shurdolan's formidable defenses. Especially in its attacking state, Dialga's power was exponentially amplified. Shurdolan struggled to withstand the onslaught, utterly devoid of the means to retaliate. Shurdolan, use Dig. Ahong commanded. To be forced into a defensive maneuver such as Dig was a testament to Dialga's might. Shurdolan, employ Earthquake. He ordered. No sooner had he spoken than the ground began to tremble violently. Yet, Su Chi remained unfazed. Dialga ascended into the air, channeling cosmic power towards the ground. As it soared, its 4 tendrils gathered energy before the radiant ring on its chest, emanating a peculiar green energy that even Su Chi, standing at a distance, could sense was formidable. Is this the power of the cosmos? Dialga is truly an astonishing Pokemon, Su Chi marveled, awestruck. The energy continued to intensify, casting a brilliant green light that illuminated the entire arena, blindingly bright. The audience instinctively shielded their eyes. A green energy sphere plummeted towards the ground, followed by a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing the venue in a cloud of black smoke and a mushroom cloud, the shockwave unleashing a tremendous tempest. The arena's crimson protective barrier activated automatically, shielding against the residual force. The sheer magnitude of the energy was astounding. The grassy field lay utterly desolate, reduced to rubble. Massive fissures appeared in the surrounding walls, which were composed of high-density alloy, twice as strong as diamond, barely withstanding the aftershock of Dialga's attack. It was evident that the force behind this strike was monumental. Dialga, however, had also expended considerable energy, reverting to its normal form. Su Chi utilized the aura shield to deflect the residual impact, though he staggered back several steps, inadvertently saving Ahong. For the energy unleashed moments earlier could have swept him away. As Su Chi withdrew the energy shield, he surveyed the devastation. All eyes were now fixed on the crater where Shurdolan lay. Could Shurdolan, with its unparalleled defensive capabilities, endure such a devastating assault? In the air, Dialga's gaze remained fixed on the sunken ground. Suddenly, a white energy burst forth from the depths, hurtling towards Dialga. In a moment of urgency, Dialga's pupils dilated as it swiftly shifted to its defensive form, employing Protect. The energy collided with Dialga's shield, scattering in all directions. While fine cracks began to appear upon the barrier, the fissures widened until, eventually, the shield could bear no more, shattering in an instant. The energy struck Dialga. Though significantly weakened in this defensive state, the damage inflicted by Shitolin's cannon blast was minimal. Emerging from the rubble, Shurdolin appeared to be on the brink of collapse, its body swaying precariously before it fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, the host has gained 3,000 battle points, with Shurdolin rendered incapable of battle. The victor of this match was declared to be Su Chi, propelling him into the top 8. The audience erupted in cheers, celebrating Su Chi's triumph. Shurdolin, Ahong called out with concern. However, with the arena in ruins, he could only prepare to recall Shurdolin, just as Ahong was about to do so. For black mechanical chains descended from the sky, ensnaring Shurdolin, preparing to whisk it away. Who dares? Su Chi exclaimed, looking up. He beheld Yu Meng and her accomplices aboard an airship, the mechanical arms poised ominously to seize Shurdolin. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Who were these interlopers? Daring to brazenly steal another's Pokémon in the midst of a tournament? This was nothing short of a grave affront to the Alliance. Figures began to converge rapidly around the airship. Chapter 101. The Power of King Juku. It was the Alliance's enforcers, tasked with maintaining order during the tournament. The audience, witnessing the sudden arrival of the Alliance members, felt a wave of relief, confident in the protectiveness of the esteemed kings. King Juku, with his Casket of the Reaper, accompanied by King Du, who rode atop his Dragonite, and King Shiba, wielding his Iron Fist, alongside President Malanki, who commanded a Raichu. Who are you to cause a disturbance here? President Malanki bellowed with righteous indignation. From the airship, a rotund figure sneered, Old fool. Do you even deserve to know who we are? His taunt incited laughter among the other cloaked figures. Fueled by anger at the insolence of this audacious fat man, President Malanki retorted, Raichu, unleash Thunderbolt. A diminutive Raichu prepared to strike, while the rotund man hurled a pokeball into the fray. Huh. The Soundwave Dragon soared downwards with its gaping maw wide open, charging towards Raichu with astonishing speed, making it difficult for Raichu to land an attack. The rotund observer regarded the elderly man and Raichu with evident disdain. Raichu, incensed by the audacity of the individual who dared to insult its trainer, gathered a tremendous surge of electricity, bright currents pulsating across its body. With a fierce roar, Raichu unleashed a devastating thunderbolt, directing the electrifying force straight at the descending Soundwave Dragon. The Soundwave Dragon shrieked in agony as it was struck by the thunderbolt, emitting a wretched cry while plumes of black smoke erupted from its scorched form, singeing its protective mane. What? My newly acquired Soundwave Dragon. The professor will surely dissect me upon my return, the rotund observer lamented, watching helplessly as the wounded creature crumpled to the ground. He turned, pleading, Captain, help me. Who could have known that this old man was so formidable? Yumeng, unable to stand idly by as her team member faced dismemberment, brandished a pokeball. Go, Bloodwing Dragon. The Bloodwing Dragon spread its crimson wings, showcasing its blue skin and prominent horned head, with teeth as resilient as steel. It executed the Dragon God Dive, roaring fiercely as it accelerated rapidly. A blue energy aura enveloped the creature, distorting its form as it plummeted faster, leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy in its wake, reminiscent of a great dragon soaring through the skies. Raichu, employ Volt Tackle. President Malanki commanded. Raichu sprinted forward, its speed increasing exponentially as electric currents began to envelop its body. The electricity intensified, culminating in a brilliant yellow aura that scorched the ground beneath it as it charged ahead. The clash of blue and yellow figures resulted in an explosion of light, blinding all who beheld it, accompanied by a resounding blast that filled the arena with smoke. From within the haze, the Bloodwing Dragon ascended, letting out a fierce roar. Observing the dragon's flight, President Malanki realized that Raichu had undoubtedly fallen. As the smoke cleared, it became apparent that Raichu had lost its fighting capability. You've worked hard, Raichu, Malanki said gently, cradling the fallen Pokémon. Now, leave the rest to us. It's time for my wife to join the fray, King Josie remarked with a smile, his wrinkled face contorting into a fearsome visage. The prolonged use of ghost-type Pokémon had imbued King Josie with an ominous aura that instilled fear in those who gazed upon him. Grim Reaper's Coffin, activate Trick Room, he commanded. The Grim Reaper's coffin's eyes glowed red as a crimson square enveloped the Bloodwing Dragon. The creature attempted to break free from the confines of the Trick Room, but to no avail. Meanwhile, our protagonists, Su Chi and Dialga, took advantage of the shattered ground below to stealthily approach the back of the airship. Dialga unleashed a destructive beam against the mechanical chains. A surge of energy erupted from the crystalline ring atop Dialga's chest, severing the mechanical arms with explosive force. Revealing the intricate components within, the combatants suddenly turned at the sound behind them, their expressions shifting to shock. Damn that brat. He has freed that legendary beast. Yaman growled through gritted teeth. Well done, Su Chi, King Du remarked, approving of Su Chi's actions. With that, they prepared to unleash their full might. Dragonite, use destructive beam. Macamp, engage in a body slam. Watching the two legendary Pokémon, Yaman admonished, all of you, attack together and subdue them. Yes, the black-clad individuals summoned their Pokémon. Tyranitar, unleash Meteor Fist. Frostless, utilize Ice Beam. Golduck, execute Hydro Pump. The collision of energies resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, a mushroom cloud rising into the sky, while the protective barrier activated to shield against the onslaught. As the smoke cleared, a multitude of Pokémon lay incapacitated on the ground, with only Dragonite. King Jiuzi's Grim Reaper's coffin, and the League's chief prosecutor, Doran, still capable of fighting. Meanwhile, Shiba Master S. Macamp had succumbed due to close combat exhaustion, and all opposing Pokémon, including the Bloodwing Dragon, were rendered powerless. You might as well surrender, King Du declared. Captain, what should we do now? The rotund observer asked anxiously. Stay calm. The doctor's experimental subject can still be of use. Go, Mega Tyranitar. From the skies, a Pokémon descended, further destabilizing the already crumbling ground. Su Chi immediately sensed something amiss with this Mega Tyranitar. It lacked the usual vitality of a Pokémon, and instead radiated a menacing aura, its eyes glowing crimson. The others recognized the extraordinary nature of this Mega Tyranitar and warned their Pokémon to remain vigilant. Show them your might, Mega Tyranitar. Use Earthquake. With a deafening roar, Mega Tyranitar charged forward, disregarding commands, and unleashed a horn drill. Damn it, it's completely unruly. Yaman clenched her fists in frustration. Chapter 102. The Unveiling Truth. Evolve, Lucario. Dragonite braced itself to block the oncoming attack. King Du instructed. Mega Tyranitar barreled forward, and as its horn drill collided with Dragonite's claws, they found themselves locked in a stalemate. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on Dragonite's brow, indicating the strain of the encounter, yet Mega Tyranitar pressed on relentlessly. Its blood-red eyes filled with a savage fury. Seeing Dragonite on the verge of collapse, Su Chi urgently commanded, Dialga, unleash Cosmic Virus. The Cosmic Virus was Dialga's signature move, known for its overwhelming destructive capacity. Thus, Su Chi had refrained from using it during the competition. Now, however, against an adversary, there was no need for restraint. Let it rip. Dialga's crystalline ring glowed with a brilliant dark purple radiance, expanding and intensifying as an inexplicable energy surged forth. Switching to attack mode, for tendrils coalesced at Dialga's chest, enveloped in the dark purple glow. The energy shot forth, and Mega Tyranitar was struck without resistance, crashing into the arena wall, leaving an imprint of its form etched into the high-density alloy, a testament to the impact's ferocity. The shockwave from the Cosmic Virus generated a cloud of smoke that enveloped half the arena, prompting coughs from the onlookers. As the haze dissipated, traces of dark purple energy lingered on Mega Tyranitar, refusing to fade. The Cosmic Virus possessed corrosive properties capable of altering biological DNA, rendering this Mega Tyranitar effectively incapacitated. Quickly, retreat, Yaman shouted. The black-clad minions scrambled to maneuver the airship away, realizing their mission had been a dismal failure. This boy wielded an extraordinarily powerful Pokémon, and they needed to report back to the professor. As Su Chi observed their attempt to escape, he concentrated the power of aura in his right hand, slicing through the air with a blue beam that severed the airship. An explosive sound resonated throughout the arena. The captain's airship was ambushed, its propulsion system severely damaged, rendering it immobile. Damn it. Rain Dream's face revealed a flicker of anger as her right hand slammed forcefully onto the platform, causing the two orbs to bob up and down. The King of Chrysanthemums observed as Su Chi intercepted the airship of the assailants and immediately commanded his subordinates, go. Capture them. Do not let them escape. Yes, sir. Members of the Alliance swiftly boarded their flying Pokémon, preparing to apprehend the intruders. As they approached the airship, the occupants, lacking a single usable Pokémon, displayed fearful expressions. Rain Dream was equally anxious. She could not afford to be captured by the Alliance. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and a wicked smile crept across her face. The Alliance members closed in on the airship, directing their Pokémon to demolish the entrance. Meanwhile, from a small door beneath the airship, Rain Dream donned the vessel's sole helium-powered flying device and made her escape. Below, Su-Chi noticed a blue energy emanating from beneath the airship and, upon closer inspection, recognized it was the woman. He instantly teleported after her. But the speed of the flying device was nearly supersonic, inflicting immense strain on her body, risking her very life. She managed to flee, yet this encounter yielded some insights. Su-Chi gazed at Rain Dream, who had already flown several kilometers away. At that moment, the remaining assailants in black had been captured. Su-Chi returned to the ground, where King Du approached him and remarked, "What a pity we let that woman escape, but we have apprehended the others. You've worked hard today, go rest." "All right, I will head back. Can you update me on the interrogation results, King Du?" Su-Chi inquired. "Of course, you are a member of the Alliance. And given your significant contributions today, it is only right," King Du replied. Subsequently, Su-Chi and Ash returned to the hotel, while the apprehended assailants were taken away for interrogation. "Today was incredibly thrilling," Misty exclaimed, patting her chest as they arrived at the hotel. "But who were those black-clad individuals? How dare they openly challenge us during the Alliance conference and attempt to steal the competitors' Pokémon?" Brock asked Su-Chi. "I'm not entirely sure. I encountered them in the woods last time, and they seemed well-trained, equipped with advanced technology. I overheard mention of someone called the Doctor, and they appeared to fear him greatly." Su-Chi explained. "It seems these individuals are concealing an even greater secret," Brock mused, stroking his chin. "Indeed, we must remain vigilant and cautious of them." Su-Chi expressed his concern. "So, these two little ones are the ones you rescued from them," Misty remarked, looking at the two small creatures cradled in her arms. "Yes, they are the very Pokémon I saved from that group," Su-Chi said, gently patting the head of the small bag dragon. "Those rogues are utterly despicable for attempting to abduct such adorable Pokémon. It is simply unforgivable," Misty declared with indignation. It was evident that women possess no resistance to cute creatures. What troubled Su-Chi was the woman who had escaped, invoking within him a sense of inexplicable peril. Clearly, his strength was insufficient. He resolved to diligently enhance his abilities. After a brief discussion, they all parted ways, with Misty taking the small bag dragon and bear cub back with her. Alone in the room, Su-Chi remembered he still had an epic lottery ticket to use. System: initiate the lottery. A virtual wheel appeared before his eyes, and as he pulled the lever akin to a slot machine, the wheel began to spin. Ultimately, it landed on a Mega Evolution Stone. "Congratulations, host, you have received a Lucario Mega Evolution Stone set." This reward delighted Su-Chi. A Mega Evolved Lucario is a dream for many Pokémon enthusiasts. Handsome and powerful, coupled with his aura abilities, it was simply magnificent. "Come forth, Lucario." Su-Chi summoned his Lucario. The Pokémon looked at Su-Chi with confusion. "Is it time for a meal?" Su-Chi presented the colorful Mega Evolution Stone to Lucario. Although puzzled, Lucario accepted it, knowing his trainer would not lead him astray. Yet, what was this colorful orb, and what purpose did it serve? Sensing Lucario's confusion, Su-Chi explained, "Lucario, this is a Mega Evolution Stone. It will allow you to evolve once more and become even stronger." The word stronger resonated deeply with Lucario, a Pokémon born for battle, for whom strength and combat were paramount. Lucario grasped his Mega Evolution Stone, while Su-Chi held onto the other. Lucario concentrated on the power emanating from the stone, and Su-Chi closed his eyes as well. Instantly, darkness and silence enveloped them. Lucario opened his eyes, gazing into the pitch-black void, where only a blue silhouette floated in the air. Lucario widened his eyes. It was Su-Chi's soul. At that moment, Su-Chi also opened his eyes, taking in the stillness around him, when suddenly he beheld the soul energy form of Lucario standing before him. "Lucario," Su-Chi called out tentatively. Lucario raised his hand. A deep blue mist began to emanate from him, enveloping his entire body in smoke-like tendrils. As his pupils transformed to a golden hue, radiating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Observing Lucario's transformation, Su-Chi suddenly understood that this was Lucario's fighting spirit. A smile graced Su-Chi's lips as he spoke. "Lucario, let us become stronger together, shall we?" Riolu. The two of them connected their energies. In an instant, colorful energy began to intertwine around them. Lucario, Mega Evolution. Chapter 103, The Dark Shadow. With Su-Chi's fervent shout, Lucario was enveloped in a radiant spectrum of light. Lucario's form expanded, with spikes emerging from his arms and chest, and several long tendrils extending from beneath him, his height increasing once more. The dazzling, multicolored light illuminated the entire room. As the evolution concluded, a commanding Lucario stood before Su-Chi, its stature more imposing than before. adorned with darker red skin that imparted a sense of nobility. Lucario marveled at its transformed body and the relentless energy coursing within, feeling invigorated. "How do you feel, Lucario?" Su-Chi asked, watching the exhilarated Pokémon admire its new form. Riolu, I feel an overwhelming surge of power," Lucario exclaimed. Su-Chi then suggested they go to the Rainfall Forest to acclimate to their newfound strength. Lucario agreed. After recalling Lucario, Su-Chi ventured into the Rainfall Forest. Lucario. Mega Evolution. After a flash of light, Mega Lucario appeared before him. Lucario, use Aura Sphere on that tree, Su-Chi instructed. Moving deeper into the forest surrounded by towering trees, before stopping at one with a diameter of approximately 25 meters. Lucario concentrated the Aura Sphere in its hands and launched it at the tree. With a thunderous crash, the tree splintered and fell. Su-Chi observed that the power of the Aura Sphere had significantly increased with Mega Lucario's evolution. Lucario was once again testing its speed. Aiming to retrieve the blue-orange fruit from the tree located approximately a kilometer away, as Su-Chi indicated. No sooner had he spoken than Lucario transformed into a mere blur. Akin to practicing the art of swift movement, leaving behind a series of afterimages, its speed astonishing even to itself. It felt as though its body had become lighter and more agile. As Lucario darted forward, Su-Chi observed with great satisfaction, comforted by the notion that his Pokémon was indeed growing stronger. However, as Lucario continued its swift traversal, the surrounding trees grew denser and taller, blocking the sunlight and casting a shadowy gloom over the area. The forest, tranquil yet eerily ethereal, set both Lucario and the approaching Su-Chi on edge. Logically, one would expect a plethora of Pokémon to inhabit this secluded woodland. Yet, as they journeyed deeper, not a single Pokémon was in sight. Not even a solitary Caterpie could be found, which heightened Su-Chi's alertness. Suddenly, from the nearby thicket, a shadowy sphere hurtled toward Lucario and Su-Chi. With quick reflexes, Lucario executed a second-stage kick, sending the shadowy sphere hurtling back, followed by a resounding explosion. "Who goes there?" Su-Chi called out. Amidst the dimly lit forest, pairs of crimson eyes began to emerge. "What is this?" Su-Chi gasped in astonishment. As the eyes drew nearer, he realized they belonged to numerous Pokémon, including Sudowoodo, Abomasnow, Oddish, Beedrill, and Bellossom, among others. However, their expressions were devoid of emotion, their red eyes and blank faces resembling those of soulless husks. "Lucario, something is amiss. Prepare for battle," Su-Chi instructed. Lucario leapt in front of Su-Chi, readying itself for combat. More and more Pokémon gathered around them. In an instant, as if commanded by an unseen force, all the Pokémon launched an assault on Su-Chi and Lucario. "Lucario, use Aura Sphere," Su-Chi shouted. Mega-evolved Lucario, brimming with energy, unleashed a barrage of Aura Spheres at the attacking Pokémon, resulting in a cacophony of explosions as several Pokémon fell, rendered unable to fight. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 battle points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 250 battle points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 480 battle points." As Su-Chi gazed at the downed Pokémon, he felt exhilarated, impressed by the formidable power of Lucario's Mega Evolution in battle. Yet, there was no time for accolades. More Pokémon continued to emerge from the depths of the forest. It was evident that Lucario would struggle to handle them all alone. "Let's join forces, Charizard, Garchomp, Mega Evolve." As two radiant beams of evolution enveloped them, Mega Charizard and Mega Garchomp materialized. Su-Chi felt the strain of simultaneously intertwining with three Pokémon. A significant drain on his energy. Garchomp, use Dragon Rage. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Lucario, use Aura Sphere. The three Mega-evolved Pokémon exhibited astonishing prowess, dispatching their foes in under 5 minutes. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 battle points." A wave of system notifications echoed, marking a substantial gain. However, many of the fallen Pokémon began to stir and awaken. As Su-Chi noticed them rising, he prepared to have Lucario deal with them once more. Yet, the newly revived Pokémon, still disoriented and in pain, were met with the sight of several powerful Pokémon poised to attack, prompting them to flee in terror. Su-Chi observed the retreating Pokémon with clarity, unaffected by the chaos around him, pondering that the effects of their prior defeat must have worn off. Several Pokémon dashed through the underbrush, disappearing from view. The remaining Pokémon on the ground gradually regained consciousness and began to disperse. With the controlled Pokémon now free, it was likely that the mastermind behind this disturbance would soon reveal themselves. Su-Chi meticulously surveyed the surroundings, and suddenly, his gaze caught a glimpse of a shadow darting through the woods. The three Pokémon also noticed it, and Su-Chi urged them, "Let's pursue." The shadow appeared to be shrouded in a dense, inky fog, obscuring its form. In the dimly lit forest, this created a natural barrier, allowing it to evade capture. The two parties dashed through the trees, engaged in a relentless chase. Then, in an instant, the shadowy figure vanished before their eyes, leaving no trace. They halted, scanning the area for any sign of concealment, but found none. Could it be? Chapter 104. Marshadao, the emergence of Team Z. Suddenly, from behind Su-Chi, a shadow surged forth from the underbrush, a swirling mass of darkness. Sensing the presence, Su-Chi swiftly turned and harnessed his aura to ensnare the dark mist before him. Out of the murky depths, two bright yellow eyes materialized. Su-Chi smiled subtly, realizing his speculation was correct. This was Marshadao, a mythical Pokémon from the Galar region. Marshadao, feeling trapped within the blue barrier, seethed with anger, conjuring a dark purple energy sphere in its hands and launching it at the barrier. However, the attack merely created ripples upon impact, the resulting explosion rebounding back upon Marshadao, causing it to collapse. Undeterred, Marshadao attempted to retaliate, its eyes filled with fury. Su-Chi addressed the small creature. "Marshadao, why do you attack us?" With an expression of rage, Marshadao retorted, "Marshadao, Marshadao, you seek to capture me, but I will never submit." This declaration left Su-Chi and the three Pokémon bewildered. They were merely here to test their strength, not to capture it. Su-Chi reassured, "We are not here to catch you. I am a Pokémon trainer from Pallet Town, and these are my Pokémon. It seems you might be misunderstanding our intentions." Listening to the human's words, Marshadao appeared to contemplate, hesitating to be taken captive. "Marshadao, Marshadao, are you genuinely good people and not here to capture me?" "Of course. I am one of the top young talents from Pallet Town. I would never engage in such actions," Su-Chi replied warmly, his sincerity evident as he gazed at the unclaimed Pokémon. Marshadao, sensing the honesty in Su-Chi's eyes, began to relent. "Marshadao, Marshadao, I apologize for my earlier actions. I mistakenly assumed you were like those others who sought to capture me. Who are these others you keep mentioning?" Su-Chi inquired, intrigued. "Marshadao, Marshadao, they all wear black clothing. I escaped from their base, and they have been pursuing me ever since." "Black-clad individuals? Could it be them?" Su-Chi pondered aloud. "Is one of them a woman, and is there a heavy-set man?" "Marshadao, Marshadao, how do you know? That fat man used an electric baton on me in the lab. It was indeed them. Since you escaped from their clutches, you must know their whereabouts, correct?" Su-Chi pressed. "Marshadao, Marshadao, I am unfamiliar with that place. It is merely surrounded by the sea, dotted with numerous small islands. The only location that fits this description is the Orange Archipelago. It seems that I must embark on a journey there to eradicate this malignant entity," Su-Chi declared, filled with righteous indignation. "Marshadao, Marshadao, could you perhaps release me first?" Su-Chi, in his fervor, momentarily forgot about the little creature. With a wave of his hand, the barriers that encircled Marshadao dissipated. Freed, Marshadao joyfully soared into the sky, twirling in delight. "Marshadao, do you have any intentions? Would you care to join me in eliminating this blight?" Su-Chi asked earnestly. After gazing at the human before him for a prolonged moment, Marshadao replied, "Marshadao, very well." Thus, Marshadao was captured by the sincere youth, Su-Chi. "Go, Pokeball!" Su-Chi exclaimed, tossing a Pokeball towards Marshadao. A radiant red light burst forth as Marshadao transformed into a glowing orb and was ensnared within. The Pokeball quivered slightly upon landing. Ding! Marshadao has been captured. Su-Chi retrieved the Pokeball and released Marshadao. Upon emerging, Marshadao complained, "Marshadao, it was exceedingly uncomfortable inside that thing. May I hide within your shadow from now on?" "Hide in my shadow." "Very well," Su-Chi responded. Subsequently, Marshadao flew beside Su-Chi's shadow, merging seamlessly into it. Observing Marshadau's head peeking out from the shadow, Su-Chi marveled at the wonders of the Pokémon world. Soon, Su-Chi recalled his three Pokémon and utilized teleportation to return to the hotel. As soon as he entered his room, a call from King Du came through. "Su-Chi, following our interrogations, several individuals have begun to speak. They revealed that they belong to a criminal organization known as Organization Z, a name we have not encountered before. Furthermore, they disclosed that their activities predominantly occur within the Orange Archipelago, frequently changing locations. Only by establishing connections within the organization can one ascertain their base's whereabouts." "Understood, King Du. I plan to travel to the Orange Archipelago after the tournament to eliminate this blight," Su-Chi affirmed. "Indeed, Su-Chi, as a member of the Alliance, I extend my highest respects to you. Please exercise utmost caution, and should any issues arise, notify me promptly." King Du's voice resonated on the other end. I will remain vigilant. Goodbye. Su Chi concluded the call, contemplating that if he encountered an insurmountable challenge, notifying others might prove futile. However, he vowed to remember Organization Z and ensure their capture. At that moment, Rain Dream, having fled for an indeterminate time, lay bloodied on the ground. Her once functional aircraft now a heap of wreckage. Suddenly, two helicopters approached from the horizon, their occupants clad in red attire, exuding an air of sophistication. These were none other than the members of Organization Z, led by Hong Ying. The target has been located, the pilot reported. Hong Ying peered down, observing Rain Dream's battered form and the shattered remains of her aircraft. Oh dear, she was quite arrogant before, yet now she finds herself in such a pitiable state. Bring her up, Hong Ying commanded, reluctant yet obedient to the doctor's wishes, fearing disobedience. What rotten luck she has, after making such a spectacle of herself. I must now come to her rescue. Is it merely due to her pretty face? Hong Ying muttered with jealousy. The helicopter hovered above, and a team member descended via rope to rescue Rain Dream. All right, let's depart, she instructed, as the helicopters flew toward the coastline. Meanwhile, Su Chi was preparing for the quarterfinals, pondering whom he would face, Sheng Dai, Jinyi, Xiao Ji, or Xiao Mao, each presenting a formidable challenge. Chapter 105, The Quarterfinals. A 6v6 with Sheng Dai. 2 days later, the competition venue had been fully restored. The staff summoned Su Chi and the others to draw lots. As they walked, Xiaoji expressed his anxiety. I'm so nervous. It's the quarterfinals. I hope I don't end up facing Su Chi. Xiaoji, you're lacking in confidence, Xiao Xia teased. What did you say? Xiaoji retorted, visibly upset. As their banter escalated, Su Chi interjected. All right, enough of this. No matter whom we draw, we must face them with our utmost effort. Now that sounds reasonable, unlike Xiao Xia, Xiaoji said, carefree. What did you say? Xiao Xia shot back, glaring at him. Enough. We've arrived at the venue. Su Chi pointed towards the Colossal Alliance emblem ahead. Humph, I won't hold it against you, Xiaoji said, dashing into the arena. The others followed suit. Inside the venue, the 8 finalists had gathered. Su Chi, Xiaoji, Xiao Mao, Jinyi, a man in a black suit, the long-absent Sheng Dai, alongside a woman and a teenage boy. Xiao Lu had fallen short, eliminated in the top 16. The remaining competitors were formidable, and Su Chi scrutinized them carefully. Upon noticing Su Chi's gaze, Sheng Dai beamed with joy and waved at him. Su Chi responded with a smile, causing her face to flush with color as her heart raced, making her shyly avert her eyes. The gentleman in the black suit, observing Su Chi's attention, graciously tipped his hat. In stark contrast, the woman beside him ignored Su Chi entirely. How haughty, Su Chi thought to himself. As the event staff approached to announce the start of the drawing, they employed a card-based lottery system, pairing contestants with matching numbers for the semifinals. Stepping forward, they each selected a card from the table. Su Chi flipped his card, revealing a prominent one. Number 1, he declared. Instantly, Sheng Dai shyly lifted her head. I am also number 1. Well, what a coincidence, Su Chi replied, bemused, perplexed by how Sheng Dai had managed to reach the quarterfinals. Su Chi pondered if she had received assistance, as her capabilities had not suggested such rapid advancement. The others drew their lots. Xiao Ji paired with the man in the black suit, Xiao Mao with the woman, and Zhen Yi with the teenage boy. Su Chi sighed in relief as none of them faced each other in this round. However, he felt a pang of concern for Xiao Ji. Sensing that the woman was formidable, he hoped for his friend's success. The competition order was set based on the draw. Su Chi would compete first in the morning, followed by Xiao Mao in the second match. The next morning would feature Xiao Ji, with Zhen Yi in the afternoon. After the drawing concluded, the group prepared to return to the hotel. Just as Su Chi was about to step out, Sheng Dai called out to him. Su Chi, it has been a while. She spoke softly. Gone was her previous arrogance. Su Chi felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing her transformation, a testament to his earlier guidance. Unbeknownst to him, Sheng Dai's modesty was reserved solely for him, as she maintained her usual confidence with others from the Pokémon Academy. After exchanging pleasantries, Sheng Dai seemed to harbor words unspoken, hesitating to articulate them. Understanding her sentiments, Su Chi felt indifferent, unable to reciprocate her feelings. With that, Su Chi bid farewell to Sheng Dai and Xiao Ji. Returning to the hotel, they exchanged goodnights, and after freshening up, Su Chi retired to bed. A night passed uneventfully. The following day dawned bright and sunny, heralding a splendid weather for the commencement of the first quarterfinals of the tournament, which also marked a significant match for Su Chi. Consequently, everyone rose early in anticipation. After a communal breakfast, the group made their way to the venue, where a throng of spectators had already gathered for the quarterfinals. Ash and his companions took their seats in the viewing area, rallying support for Su Chi. At 8 a.m., the quarterfinals officially commenced. Dear audience, welcome to the live event of the Quartz Conference quarterfinals. Today, we are eager to witness the first match of this exciting round and discover who shall emerge victorious. The announcer proclaimed. Next, let us welcome the two competitors, the esteemed contestant from Rainbow City, Xingdai, and the formidable Su Chi from Pallet Town. As the referee's words echoed, two figures emerged from the respective corridors. Both Xingdai and Su Chi commanded significant popularity, inciting fervent cheers from their fans upon their entrance. The atmosphere was electric, filled with vibrant excitement. This match consisted of two segments, where each participant would engage in a 6v6 battle until all Pokémon from one side were rendered unable to continue, at which point a break would ensue. The battle permitted the contestants to interchange their Pokémon at will. As the match commenced, Su Chi declared, "I shall not concede. Prepare to witness my prowess. Go, Snorlax." Snorlax? That can't be Xingdai's Pokémon, could it? Perhaps Principal Yuding has lent his Pokémon to his daughter. No wonder Xingdai has reached the quarterfinals, Su Chi mused. Come forth, Steelix. Su Chi unleashed his long and used Steelix. The massive Steelix, having evolved from a colossal onyx, had grown even larger and now coiled majestically upon the battlefield, dwarfing Snorlax's stout form. What an enormous Steelix! Xingdai exclaimed, astonished. In comparison to her Snorlax, it was a veritable behemoth. How is it possible that Su Chi's Steelix is so colossal? The referee marveled. Steelix loomed over Snorlax, which cowered in fear beneath its imposing figure. Do not be afraid, Snorlax. Steady yourself and use Ice Punch, Xingdai urged. Snorlax, gathering its strength, thrust its fist forward, channeling blue and white energy towards Steelix's metallic body. With a resounding thud, a few icy shards formed upon Steelix's frame. However, this paltry damage was negligible against such a formidable opponent. Steelix, use Bind, Su Chi commanded. Steelix constricted its body, ensnaring Snorlax tightly. After a brief moment, when Steelix released its grip, Snorlax was rendered unable to battle. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have earned 600 battle points. Snorlax, Xingdai cried out in disbelief, unable to fathom the rapid defeat of her Pokémon. Return, Snorlax, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Chapter 106, The Awakening of Mega Evolution. It was evident that a flicker of shock crossed Xingdai's face. Su Chi's strength appeared to have magnified significantly since their last encounter, to the extent that even her father's Pokémon could not vanquish him. But I shall never concede. Su Chi, I will make you witness my true strength and willingly submit to my prowess. Xingdai clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with determination. From her diamond-encrusted bag, Xingdai produced a Pokeball. Go, Blastoise! With a heavy thud, an impressively trained Blastoise landed on the battlefield. This Blastoise was evidently larger than its counterparts, its piercing gaze revealing a wealth of battle experience. Upon seeing Xingdai summon Blastoise, Su Chi recognized her misconception. She believed that Steelix retained its rock-type attributes from its former evolution, unaware that Steelix was now a steel-type Pokémon, rendering the water-type's attacks significantly less effective. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump, Xingdai commanded. Blastoise planted its feet firmly, and the cannons on its back unleashed a torrent of water directed at Steelix. The water struck Steelix, but had no discernible effect. Steelix stood unyielding, as though being tickled by a feather. Steelix, use Stone Edge, Su Chi commanded. With a mighty roar, Steelix summoned a barrage of sharp, blue-glowing rocks that plummeted towards Blastoise. Withdraw, Xingdai shouted. The colossal rocks crashed against Blastoise's shell, shattering and burying it beneath the debris. The audience watched in awe as Blastoise lay trapped. Su Chi's strength is astonishing. Blastoise is utterly defenseless. Why has Su Chi never revealed this Pokémon before? Just how many Pokémon does he possess? Misty pondered aloud. I'm not sure. He seems to capture powerful Pokémon periodically. Perhaps you could inquire after the match, Gary suggested. This question would likely remain unanswered, as Su Chi would never reveal his secret, that he was a traveler from another world, endowed with a lottery system that granted him such prowess and a multitude of Pokémon as rewards. One could hardly expect anyone to believe such a tale, for in this world, the joy of battling Pokémon reigned supreme. Meanwhile, the spectators assumed Blastoise had succumbed to defeat. Even the referee proclaimed, Xingdai's Blastoise is buried beneath the rubble. Has her second Pokémon fallen as well? Yet, as the battle system did not signal any defeat, it indicated that Blastoise still retained its fighting capabilities. Blastoise, use Surf, Xingdai commanded with fervor. In an instant, from the debris, Blastoise erupted, leaping forth with a triumphant roar. Blastoise! It bellowed, as torrents of seawater surged forth, crashing towards Steelix. The deluge rose to staggering heights of over 10 meters, leaving Su-Chi momentarily astonished. Typical surf attacks reached only 3 or 4 meters. This extraordinary display of power from Blastoise was indeed remarkable. The tidal wave enveloped the arena, transforming it into a water battlefield. Shungdai smiled, envisioning her strategy unfolding perfectly, limiting Steelix's combat capabilities. However, Su-Chi was not oblivious to her intentions. Steelix dove beneath the surface and unleashed Earthquake. With a swift motion, Steelix leapt into the water, creating a tremendous splash. With a thunderous roar, the ground fractured, and water began to seep into the crevices. From beneath the surface, it appeared as though small waterfalls had formed, with water cascading downwards. Within a few minutes, the aquatic battlefield dissipated. Observing her plan thwarted, Shungdai's expression faltered, and she lamented, "But I'm just a girl. Can't you let me win? In battle, no one shall grant you favors. Only through your own strength can you secure victory." Su-Chi replied resolutely, showing no mercy. "Oof, wicked Su-Chi, always bullying me." Shungdai retorted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "Steelix, use Heavy Slam," Su-Chi commanded. Against such a defensively robust Pokémon, an attack of sheer power was imperative. Without the protective embrace of water, Blastoise was struck directly by Steelix's formidable charge. "Blastoise!" The water turtle let out a pained cry as it was sent flying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 800 battle points. We see that the second Pokémon of the Saint Generation contestant has lost its fighting capability. Is it possible that the player Su-Chi will once again send out a Pokémon to battle against his opponent's 6? What is the true strength of Su-Chi? Will we finally witness his prowess in this tournament? Dear audience, let us await the spectacle. It must be said, the referee possesses a remarkable ability to elevate the atmosphere of the entire arena in an instant. Then let us use this Pokémon to defeat you. Come forth, Psyduck, declared Saint Generation. Before our eyes, Psyduck erupted with an orange-red flame atop its head and tail, its crimson skin contrasting with its perpetually calm, vacant gaze, giving an impression of foolishness. Yet, Su-Chi sensed that this Psyduck was indeed formidable. Name, Psyduck. Qualification, Champion. Ability, Flame Body. Skills, Nitro Charge, Overheat, Flamethrower, Flame Vortex. Sonic Punch. Champion qualification, indeed remarkable. Return, Steelix, Su-Chi commanded. What? Su-Chi has voluntarily recalled a Pokémon. Is it possible that Saint Generation Psyduck instilled fear in him? Let us see which Pokémon Su-Chi will send forth next, the referee exclaimed passionately. Go, Lucario. Show them your strength. Su-Chi proclaimed loudly. Su-Chi sent out Lucario. Both formidable Pokémon poised for a clash. What sparks will ignite between them? Psyduck, Sonic Punch. Lucario, Bone Rush. The two Pokémon moved at lightning speed. Psyduck relentlessly threw punches towards Lucario, the shadows of its strikes creating an illusion of multiple forms. Lucario defended with its bone stick, but it became increasingly strenuous. Su-Chi recognized that Psyduck surpassed Lucario in both strength and experience. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to this move. Lucario, Aura Sphere. As Lucario continued to defend, it focused intently, using its bone stick to block Psyduck's punch. However, Psyduck's other fist landed a blow on Lucario, sending it staggering back. Dust billowing beneath its feet. Lucario halted, and Su-Chi urged, Lucario, unleash that move. At Su-Chi's command, Lucario revealed the Mega Evolution Stone it wore around its neck. What is that? Saint Generation inquired, perplexed. Let us exert our full power, Lucario. Mega Evolve. Chapter 107. Mega Lucario, the confidence of victory. Su-Chi produced the Mega Evolution Key, which shimmered alongside Lucario's Evolution Stone, intertwining in a cascade of vibrant energy. Lucario radiated a kaleidoscope of light. This is... Saint Generation gasped in astonishment. Lucario can Mega Evolve. Ash exclaimed excitedly. Ever since witnessing the evolution of Garchomp, Ash and his companions had become aware of this miraculous power of Mega Evolution. Yet, Lucario's Mega Evolution astonished them, especially since, according to Su-Chi, Mega Evolution Stones were exceedingly rare and required a profound bond between trainer and Pokémon for activation. The onlookers, never having witnessed a Mega Evolution before, were filled with curiosity. The surprises this young man brought were so numerous that they began to speculate about Su-Chi's formidable background, questioning how he could harness such immense power. At that moment, in the observation room stood Champion Kikuko, Champion Dato, President Maranch, and Champion Kona, all intently watching the match. Kona, this is the Mega Evolution you mentioned. It indeed possesses a wondrous power, Kikuko remarked. As far as I know, Dr. Bratano from the Kalos region is still in the preliminary research phase. How is Su-Chi able to wield it so adeptly? President Maranch voiced his skepticism. According to Su-Chi, it was discovered in a cave. I, too, am not entirely sure of the specifics, Kona explained. A cave? Which cave? President Maranch continued to probe, harboring his own intentions of possibly enabling his Raichu to mega-evolve. After all, the last encounter had left him feeling humiliated, having been saved by a junior. He pondered where he could save face. I'm not too sure about that either, Kono admitted. He had sensed President Maranch's thoughts and considered reminding Su-Chi after the match. Such ostentation might not bode well. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lucario emerged from the glow of evolution, its skin now a dark crimson, adorned with sharp bone spikes, and a more robust physique. The 4 appendages that sprouted from its body added an extra layer of magnificence. Post-Mega Evolution, Lucario exuded an aura of majesty, and its power had significantly amplified. Saint Generation observed the heightened presence of Lucario, feeling an urgent need to strive harder to defeat it, despite not fully understanding what had just transpired. It has appeared. Su-Chi's Lucario has undergone evolution once again. This must be the legendary Mega Evolution. A Pokemon that evolves anew gains even greater strength. The referee exclaimed excitedly. Mega Evolution. Saint Generation murmured. Regardless of what it is, Psyduck, we shall not be defeated. Go. Use Flamethrower. Saint Generation commanded loudly. In response, Psyduck unleashed a torrent of flames directed at Lucario. Lucario Bone Rush. Lucario conjured a slender bone stick, twirling it skillfully to deflect the flamethrower, dissipating the flames along the rotating shaft. Then, Lucario charged towards Psyduck, and with a flash of movement, Bone Rush pierced through Psyduck's form. Psyduck fell to the ground. Lucario executed a backflip and returned to Su-Chi's side, its cold gaze paired with its flawless physique instantly captivating a throng of admirers in the audience. The spectators fervently cheered for Lucario, while Su-Chi felt a pang of discomfort as he realized that the crowd was entirely focused on Lucario, neglecting him. As if he had chosen the wrong Pokemon, diminishing his own popularity. Get up, Psyduck. You can do it. With Saint Generation's continued encouragement, Psyduck roused itself. Its gaze fixated on Lucario, an inferno of determination igniting within its eyes. Psyduck was incensed, its fighting spirit awakened. Witnessing this, Saint Generation felt elated and promptly shouted, Psyduck. Use Fire Punch. Psyduck ignited its fists with blazing flames, its muscular legs propelling it towards Lucario. Lucario, consecutive Aura Spheres. Lucario leaped into the air, unleashing a barrage of Aura Spheres towards Psyduck. However, Psyduck exhibited commendable speed, evading several of the Aura Spheres, explosions resonating behind it. As Psyduck approached Lucario, a distance of merely a few meters separating them, Lucario flashed a sly smile, its pearly white fangs contrasting against its grin, creating a somewhat eerie impression. Lucario concentrated, gathering a colossal Aura Sphere, measuring 5 meters in diameter, in anticipation of Psyduck. When Psyduck finally realized the threat and attempted to retreat, inertia rendered it unable to escape. Realizing it was too late to evade, Psyduck struck the Aura Sphere with its Fire Punch, and in that instant, a violent explosion erupted, billowing thick black smoke into the air. A gust of wind swept through, causing Saint Generation, clad in a white lace gown, to nearly lose her composure as she shielded her skirt, mortified by the potential embarrassment. After a brief moment, the thick smoke dispersed, revealing a vast crater left in the wake of the explosion. Within the pit, the duck-billed fire dragon lay wounded, its body marred by numerous scars. Sonda took out a pokeball, preparing to recall it. However, the duck-billed fire dragon gritted its teeth, propping itself up and fixing its gaze intently on Lucario. It then turned to Sonda, signaling its desire to continue the battle. Observing the unwavering determination of the duck-billed fire dragon, Sonda spoke with admiration. Duck-billed fire dragon. Use Smoke Charge, she shouted with fervor. With a fierce cry, the duck-billed fire dragon charged toward Lucario. Lucario, let's end this with a decisive blow. Use Bone Rush, Su-Chi exclaimed. In that instant, a resonance seemed to emanate between Lucario and Su-Chi, both enveloped in a visible aura of blue energy. Go, Lucario. Victory is ours. We shall prevail. As Lucario moved with fluid grace, Su-Chi's figure appeared to meld with Lucario's, their movements synchronized in perfect harmony. The audience rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were seeing things. In the observation room, President Malinche rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was experiencing the onset of presbyopia. As Lucario and Su-Chi's forms seemed to overlap, Suddenly, a thought struck him. The legend was indeed true. His hearty laughter broke the concentration of those still watching the match. All eyes turned to him, and feeling slightly embarrassed under their scrutiny, he continued, "In my 30s, I stumbled upon an ancient text that mentioned a legendary hero adept at harnessing the power of the aura to empower Pokémon sharing the same gift. Together, they could unleash even greater strength. It appears that this legend is not mere fiction." As President Malinchi elucidated his thoughts, the audience began to grasp the reason behind his earlier laughter. Chapter 108, Strength Determines Everything. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lucario and Duck-billed Fire Dragon had exchanged blows in the blink of an eye. The arena was shrouded in thick clouds of dust, and all attention was riveted on the ongoing battle. Who would emerge victorious? As the smoke cleared, the crowd leaned forward in anticipation, eager to discover the outcome. A tall figure emerged from the swirling darkness. It was Lucario. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 900 battle points. The results were in. Lucario had triumphed in this round. As Sonda's 3 Pokémon had all been rendered unable to battle, the match would now enter a halftime break, during which the arena would be changed, the referee announced. Subsequently, Sonda and Suchi exited through the back passage, returning to the waiting room. Upon entering the waiting area, Ash and his companions made their way down from the stands. "Suchi, you were incredible. The Mega Evolution was absolutely stunning," Ash exclaimed with excitement. "Mega Evolution is undoubtedly the new trend for the future. I can't wait to study it," remarked Shigeru. Suchi, glancing at Shigeru, realized that, at this moment, he had already begun to harbor aspirations of becoming a Pokémon researcher. As his good friend, he certainly could not refuse. "After the match, I'll let you study it," Suchi promised. "Really?" Shigeru replied, brimming with enthusiasm. "Of course. We're brothers after all. Next time we meet, I'll give you a Mega Evolution Stone," Suchi assured him. Shigeru, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, "I can't thank you enough, Suchi." He excitedly embraced Suchi tightly. All right, I can hardly breathe," Suchi gasped, realizing he had overstepped. Shigeru quickly released him. Just then, Sonda approached, observing Suchi's jovial interaction. "Suchi, I've come to a realization. I must defeat you to prove myself," she declared, reverting to her former haughty demeanor. "I will overcome you through my own strength," she said, tears glistening in her eyes. Suchi, taken aback by her anger, pondered what had provoked her. Meanwhile, Misty, standing nearby, seemed to sense something amiss. It was evident that Sonda was feeling envious. Despite having lost 3 consecutive matches, she remained oblivious to her own need for consolation, preferring instead to engage with others in laughter. This imbalance stirred Sonda's feelings of resentment, prompting her outburst. Silently, Suchi turned away, leaving Sonda to call after him, "Suchi, I will prove myself to you." She mistakenly believed that Suchi's lack of interest stemmed from her insufficient strength, unaware that he had never harbored any romantic feelings for her. Ultimately, her aspirations were in vain. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as the two interacted. Soon, Ash and his friends returned to their seats, the second half of the match about to commence. Half an hour later, the two returned to the arena. Suchi observed Sonda, who had regained her composure, her expression inscrutable. Without further ado, she retrieved a Pokeball. "Go, Charizard." A robust Charizard materialized before the crowd, its orange skin gleaming. Fierce determination in its eyes, exuding an air of intimidation. With a thunderous roar, Charizard showcased its might, sending visible sound waves skyward. Sonda has sent out her 4th Pokemon. "Charizard, what will Suchi counter with?" "Go, Absol," Suchi declared. A flash of white appeared as Absol graced the battlefield, its noble and aloof demeanor radiating elegance. "Suchi's choice surprises us yet again. He has summoned the exceedingly rare Absol, a sight I haven't witnessed in several tournaments as the referee," he exclaimed with excitement. "Rare Pokemon are formidable, but prowess is paramount." "Charizard, Iron Tail," Sonda commanded. "Absol, use Feint Attack," Suchi countered. The horn atop Absol's head glimmered with a yellow wave of energy as the two Pokemon collided with equal force, neither sustaining damage. "Charizard, use Blast Burn." Charizard opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that coalesced into a fiery letter, hurtling toward Absol. "Absol, Air Slash," Suchi ordered. The horn on Absol's head shimmered with a silvery glow as it swiftly unleashed a flurry of air slashes, slicing through the flames and advancing toward Charizard. "Charizard, ascend and use Smokescreen," commanded Sonda. Charizard expelled a thick cloud of black smoke, enveloping itself and Absol. "Let us see how you handle this, Suchi," Sonda proclaimed, confidence radiating from her. Little did she know, Suchi remained unfazed, using his aura to pinpoint Charizard's location. "Absol, strike from behind with Night Slash. Suchi shouted. Out of the smoke, Absol charged fiercely toward Charizard, who was suddenly thrust into view. Thanks to the inherent ability of Night Slash, Absol landed a critical blow, inflicting significant damage upon Charizard. Absol used Psycho Cut. Suchi commanded. Charizard, get up and grab Absol to use Seismic Toss. As a barrage of Psycho Cuts rained down upon Charizard, it soared into the air, claws extended. With a furious roar, Charizard swiftly approached Absol, lifting it high into the sky. Once airborne, Charizard executed a spin before hurling Absol down forcefully toward the ground. Absol crashed onto the surface, creating a cloud of dust upon impact. However, Suchi remained utterly unperturbed. This was precisely his strategy, deliberately allowing the Charizard to lower its guard. Indeed, the Charizard began to relax its vigilance, preparing to descend. Now, Absol, use Pursuit. A white silhouette sprang from the haze, launching itself towards the descending Charizard with a fierce attack. The impact of Absol's strike caused the Charizard's abdomen to cave in, propelling it away like a cannonball. What? Shengdai stared at the unfolding battle, bewildered. This was not what her father had described. The Charizard crashed into the wall and collapsed, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 battle points. Suchi emerged victorious once again, the only contestant throughout the tournament to remain undefeated. Could he become the champion of this event? Let us await the outcome together. Meanwhile, the trio from Team Rocket in the audience seized the opportunity to market beverages adorned with Suchi's likeness and Pokémon, reaping substantial profits in the process. Another defeat. Shengdai murmured, lowering her head. Just moments ago, she had vowed to triumph over Suchi, yet now she found herself with only 2 Pokémon remaining. Was there any meaning left in this battle? She pondered deeply. Observing Shengdai lost in thought, Suchi was taken aback when she suddenly lifted her head, a look of serenity on her face. She spoke resolutely. Come on, I will persevere until the end. In that moment, Shengdai seemed to have matured. Her demeanor noticeably changed. With a determined glint in her eye, she brushed a stray lock of hair aside and retrieved a Pokeball from her waist. Go, Alakazam! Alakazam! Brandishing its 2 spoons, emanated an aura of psychic power that Suchi could keenly sense. It seemed that Yuting, that old fellow, was quite generous. Had it not been for him, would Shengdai have been the victor of this tournament? While Suchi pondered which Pokemon to deploy, Shengdai had already commenced her assault. Alakazam, use Psychic. With a flourish of its spoons, Alakazam's eyes glowed a brilliant blue, and in an instant, Absol was lifted effortlessly into the air. Absol, bewildered, glanced at itself, thinking, what is happening? Put me down. At that moment, Suchi called out, Absol, don't panic. Stay calm. This is Alakazam's psychic ability. Break free. Absol heeded Suchi's words, regaining composure. With a fierce cry, it exerted all its strength to free itself from the psychic grip, but its struggles proved futile. Do not waste your energy. Absol, you cannot escape. Alakazam, throw it. Alakazam obeyed, flinging Absol forcefully against the wall. Absol, gritting its teeth, managed to stand up despite the pain, sporting several injuries. Are you all right, Absol? Suchi inquired. Absol. Absol responded affirmatively, indicating it was unharmed. Excellent. Absol, use Psycho Cut. Absol swung its horns repeatedly, unleashing several psychic blades towards Alakazam. Alakazam, use Teleport. In a split second, the psychic blades struck Alakazam but merely passed through it, causing it to fall to the ground. What? Suchi was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had been taken aback during the tournament. It was astonishingly swift, leaving behind only an afterimage. He hadn't even registered Alakazam's trajectory. Suddenly, Suchi realized something and quickly shouted, Absol, use Pursuit on the rear. But it was too late, as Absol turned to execute the move. Alakazam had already arrived behind it, striking with a Psybeam. Absol was plunged into confusion, swaying unsteadily. Alakazam, finish it off with Hyper Beam. Shengdai commanded. Alakazam raised its hands, electric currents crackling between them. With a furious roar, it unleashed a wave of electromagnetic energy that struck Absol, who let out a pained cry and collapsed, losing its ability to battle. Seeing Absol incapacitated, Suchi's displeasure was evident. Yet he recognized the significant gap between Absol and Alakazam. He withdrew Absol into its Pokeball, murmuring, Well done, Absol. You performed admirably. He then returned Absol to its sphere. This marked Suchi's first Pokemon to lose its battle capabilities in this tournament. Now, which Pokemon would he send out next? Go, Garchomp. Suchi summoned his veteran, Garchomp. Upon its entrance, Garchomp's commanding presence and fierce fangs made Alakazam take a step back. Garchomp's battle experience was formidable, having undergone the crucible of combat, and it radiated an aura of lethal intent. Garchomp, engage in close combat, Su Chi instructed. He understood that while Alakazam possessed high offensive capabilities, its defense was frail, and it would fall swiftly under pressure. Garchomp excelled in both speed and strength, and as long as it did not mega-evolve, its speed would remain unhampered. Garchomp charged at Alakazam, delivering a flurry of slashes that forced Alakazam to retreat in pain. Alakazam, use Psychic, Shungdai commanded. Alakazam's eyes turned blue, and an invisible force surged towards Garchomp. Garchomp, interrupt it with Dragon Claw. Garchomp's right claw glowed white as it struck Alakazam directly. Alakazam was momentarily dazed. Garchomp unleashed Dragon Rage. In such close quarters, Alakazam had no chance to evade, helplessly watching as a dragon-shaped energy surged toward it. An explosive sound echoed as smoke enveloped the area, revealing Alakazam sprawled on the ground, rendered unable to battle. Su Chi smiled faintly. Indeed, for a physically offensive specialist like Alakazam, its defense was its greatest vulnerability. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 battle points. Well done, Garchomp. Su Chi praised. Garchomp responded joyfully to Su Chi's commendation. Meanwhile, Shungdai produced her final Pokeball, declaring, Go, Claydol. Claydol. A black figure adorned with numerous eyes and mysterious patterns floated in the air, towering approximately 15 feet high. Su Chi was well acquainted with this Pokemon. He recalled an episode from the anime, featuring a colossal Claydol sealed away. At the time, he found it somewhat frightening due to its peculiar appearance. Thus, upon seeing its head, he felt a surge of displeasure. Claydol, use Rain Dance. Shungdai commanded. Claydol's crimson eyes transformed into a deep scarlet, and dark clouds began to gather in the sky, soon releasing a gentle drizzle. This puzzled Su Chi. Claydol, being a ground type, typically disintegrated upon contact with water. Why would it summon rain now? Shungdai explained. Claydol, use hail. Suddenly, large chunks of ice began to fall from the sky. Each hailstone was as large as a soccer ball, causing significant damage upon impact. It appeared Shungdai had a clever strategy in mind. In an attempt to overcome the ferocious Garchomp with ice-type moves, the endeavor proved futile. As Garchomp unleashed its rock slide upon the sky, Su Chi exclaimed loudly. With a deafening roar, Garchomp summoned a multitude of rocks that whirled around it, and with a swift motion of its blades, hurled them towards the hailstorm. The rapidly descending hailstones collided with the rock slides, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Yet, a small fraction of the hail managed to strike Garchomp, inflicting some damage. Are you alright, Garchomp? Su Chi inquired with concern. Garchomp, came the response, indicating that all was well. Excellent, Garchomp. Let us respond in kind with Draco Meteor. Su Chi declared emphatically. Garchomp raised its head and roared defiantly at the heavens, and soon, fiery red dots began to appear amidst the thick clouds. Expanding rapidly, they transformed into blazing meteors, hurtling down towards the psychic-type Claydol. Claydol, use Reflect, commanded the trainer, and a translucent barrier formed before Claydol, deflecting the meteors that struck it. Let us see how long you can endure, Su Chi remarked as he urged Garchomp to unleash another Draco Meteor. The relentless meteors once again descended upon Claydol, which had already weathered one round and was beginning to falter. Suddenly, the Reflect shield dissipated, and the meteors struck Claydol, causing it to topple and dispelling its protective psychic energy. The rain from the downpour began to patter upon Claydol, and signs of melting emerged on its dark, earthen skin. Gradually, Claydol transformed into a puddle, unable to maintain its form. Claydol, the trainer lamented, regretting the decision that had led to this downfall. Witnessing the gradual dissolution of Claydol, the trainer hastily withdrew it into its Pokeball. The trainer, having exhausted all options, had no Pokemon left to substitute, and thus the victor of this match was declared to be Su Chi, as announced by the referee. A resounding applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Ash and his companions, seated in the stands, continuously cheered for Su Chi. The next match was set to be between Ash and his rival. Following the conclusion of the battle, the trainer silently exited the arena, her figure gradually fading into the entrance of the competitor's corridor. Su Chi observed her departure without attempting to retain her, knowing that this was the most prudent course of action. He reflected that he did not wish to be seen as a man who clung to others. Subsequently, Su Chi stepped out of the competition area and into the lobby, where Ash and the others were already waiting. Congratulations on making it to the top 4, Ash exclaimed. Others echoed their congratulations. You all must do your best as well. Tomorrow's your turn, Su Chi encouraged. Haha, no problem. With Charizard by my side, I'm practically invincible, Ash boasted. Su-Chi, observing Ash's arrogance, pondered when he would finally mature. Just then, a man clad in a black suit approached them. This man was to be Ash's next opponent. But what was his purpose in coming over? He approached, removed his top hat, and bowed graciously. Misty, smitten, exclaimed, "Wow, how polite. Are you my opponent for tomorrow? I look forward to our battle. I hope you won't disappoint me," the suited man said. While his words seemed pleasant, his demeanor radiated an unmistakable air of disdain and arrogance. Such individuals were truly irksome, flaunting their superiority without subtlety. Even Ash, despite his usual obliviousness, recognized the disrespect and retorted, "What did you say? I will definitely defeat you." Misty, angered, added, "You are incredibly rude," abandoning her previous infatuated demeanor. "Very well. I await your performance," the man replied with a sinister smile before turning away. "How uncouth. Such a shame for that handsome face," Misty remarked in irritation, clearly still concerned with appearances. "Pikachu, we will not lose. Let us go train," Ash said to the Pikachu perched on his shoulder. The slight to Ash had completely overshadowed his hunger, leaving only a fervent desire for battle. "Pika," responded Pikachu, expressing its support. "But first, let us eat. We need our strength for training afterward," Su-Chi suggested. As if on cue, Ash's stomach growled audibly, deflating his enthusiasm. "All right, let us eat first," Ash conceded. The group made their way to the dining hall, ordering an extravagant array of dishes. Ash immediately seized a duck leg and began to devour it, complemented by the accompanying scallions. "Delicious," he exclaimed. Soon, Su-Chi and the others joined in, especially Su-Chi, who, after a morning of battles, was quite famished and ate heartily, disregarding any semblance of decorum. After about an hour, the group reclined in their chairs, sated. "I'm stuffed. That duck was exquisite. Especially paired with those scallions," Su-Chi mused aloud. After resting for a while, Ash grew restless, eager to commence training. Misty opted to forego the training in favor of a rejuvenating nap. Thus, Su-Chi, Ash, and their